Chapter 211. Obviously, the two energies emitted by the statue were control and confusion effects. Darius, who was controlled by the dark purple light, was losing blood at this moment. The dark purple light turned Darius's whole body purple, which made people tremble. More than 800 points of damage per second continued to emerge from Darius's body. Such damage is indeed exaggerated enough, but Darius is equipped with two light equipments, Pride of the Madman and Will of the Dragon, both of which have high life recovery. Therefore, the damage that is fatal to others is not worth mentioning to Darius. On the other side, Darius, who was hit by the scarlet light, suddenly became indistinguishable from friend and foe and attacked another Darius nearby, and successfully made the other Darius's attack target shift to him. That is, the two Darius fought together and started a civil war. However, both Dariuses have high damage reduction and life recovery. The two chess pieces fought together, and neither could do anything to the other. They were all taught by the same master, and there was no way to break their moves. When the other chess pieces approached the statue, they immediately launched an attack on the statue. Draven, Renata, LeBlanc, and Malzahar in the back row also started their own output. The attack hit the statue, and the damage number was very impressive. Minus 2010. Minus 30. Minus 122. Draven's flying axe hit the statue, and 3 damage numbers appeared directly. They are the attack damage dealt by Draven himself, the basic damage of the abnormal mutation 1000 blades, and the additional real damage attached to the brawler bond. The first damage is physical damage, and the last 2 damages are real damage. The damage is good. The physical defense of this statue monster seems to be very poor, even negative. However, when LeBlanc and Malzahar's skills hit the statue, the effect is very unsatisfactory. When LeBlanc and Malzahar's skills hit the statue, a burst of light appeared in the statue, as if the magic damage of the two was weakened. The original huge magic damage hit the statue, but only caused more than 300 points of damage. This damage is extremely unsatisfactory. However, this also reveals one thing, that is, the magic resistance of this statue is very high, but the armor is very low. It seems that to deal with this statue monster, we can only rely on Draven as the core output. In addition to the 2 rays of light, the means of the statue are that when all the chess pieces approach it, a dark purple magic circle appears with it as the center. As the dark purple magic circle lights up, all the front row chess pieces around are stained with a layer of purple. However, this purple is much lighter than Darius, who was hit by the purple light before. Immediately afterwards, continuous damage appeared on all the chess pieces. More than 300 points per second. This is nothing for Darius. But for Swain, it is a little troublesome. Due to this continuous damage, Swain's blood volume has not been full during the demon sublimation. In other words, the overflow treatment cannot be converted into maximum health, and the maximum health stacking speed is a bit slow. Even so, Yifeng is still able to deal with the current situation. According to this development, the statue does not have any terrifying means to worry about. This control and chaos may have a certain impact on other survivors, and may even lead to a collapse, but for Yifeng, it is not a big deal. As time goes by, Draven's 1000 blades damage has been stacked to a good value, with an additional 1000 points of real damage per second. And the blood volume of the front row chess piece, Crow Swain, has reached more than 60,000 points after releasing demon sublimation many times, and the chess piece that was originally controlled and confused still did not cause any interference to Yifeng. Just as the balance of victory continued to tilt towards Yifeng, the deep purple light and scarlet light that were originally injected into the 2 Darius suddenly turned into 2 rays of light and flew out of the chess piece. Then the 2 rays of light circled in the sky and rushed towards the 2 Draven in the back row. Seeing this scene, Yifeng was shocked. This is not good. What if the 2 Draven in the back row are controlled? With Draven's speed of 5 strikes per second, if he hits other chess pieces in the back row, he will kill them in a few strikes. What you fear will come true. Draven, who was controlled by the deep purple light, suddenly exploded with more than 2,000 points of exaggerated damage in 1 second. It turned out that it was not that the damage of this statue was not high enough, but that the previous Darius was too tanky. Such exaggerated damage can kill Draven in just 2 seconds. The only thing to be thankful for is that although Malzahar's damage is very low, after adding multiple layers of infection damage, the damage caused by infection is still considerable. The next moment when Draven was hit by the damage, Malzahar's recovery was raised, replenishing most of Draven's lost health. And the attack of the deep purple light allowed Draven to directly trigger another effect of the brawler bond. At 50% health, Brawler will continue to heal a part of its maximum health in 2 seconds. The 2 treatments are superimposed together, and it is not a problem for the time being. Yi Feng also took out an advanced life field magic scroll, tore it open, and used it directly, replenishing some of Draven's lost health again. On the other side, Draven, who was hit by the scarlet light, suddenly began to go crazy. The flying axe attack that originally fell on the statue suddenly changed its target and attacked the nearest Renata. Minus 3,194. This damage is enough to exceed Renata's maximum health. It even comes with real damage, and the cumulative damage is far more than this number. Normally, a blow from Draven's axe is enough to kill Renata. But Renata still managed to hold on, because after the 1,000 blades changes its target, the real damage needs to be calculated from the beginning. And LeBlanc has released skills many times, and the abnormal mutation effect provides a lot of spell strength for the whole team. And at the moment when Draven's axe hit, the two Renatas, one in front and one behind, used their skills together. The skill flew over the chess piece, and a thick shield appeared on the body of this Renata. It was this shield that allowed Renata to survive for the time being. But this is only for the time being. After all, as Draven's 1,000 blades damage continues to stack, the damage will continue to increase. If Draven is allowed to attack his teammates in a chaotic manner, the chess pieces in the back row may be killed by Draven and annihilated. We have to find a way to break the situation. Chapter 212. Yi Feng's brain was spinning rapidly, constantly thinking about the various props he dropped, and what could be useful at this time. At this moment, Yi Feng's brain was spinning rapidly, constantly recalling the various items that had dropped in the past. At the same time, Yi Feng's hands were not idle, and he took out various buff magic scrolls from his backpack to improve the attributes of the chess pieces. Of course, this improvement naturally skipped the confused Draven. With the blessing of various blood recovery and shields, the attacked Renata was not in danger of being killed instantly. But this was just a temporary solution, and it could not solve the fundamental problem at all. Sure enough, after only 5 seconds of support, Draven raised his sword and killed Renata. With the death of Renata, a golden energy ball appeared on the spot. The energy ball seemed to be attracted by something and flew towards the statue at a high speed. Finally, it sank into the statue. The statue that absorbed the energy ball actually looked more solid. The death of the chess piece can make it absorb energy and become stronger. Yi Feng understood the situation instantly. But he still had no idea how to stop the chess piece from dying. After all, the damn confusion effect made the Draven in the back row aim at his own chess piece. After Renata died, the confused Draven turned his target to Malzahar next to him again. The moment he was selected as the target, Malzahar was covered with the effect of the damage reduction magic scroll. Malzahar's health was much thicker than Renata's, and he had the almighty blood-sucking ability, so he could resist it a little more than Renata. Draven's attack hit Malzahar, and after the damage was caused, it was immediately sucked back by Malzahar. Yi Feng took out all the special items he had obtained at this time. Clang! Various items were scattered on the ground, densely packed. Giant swords, sabers, armor, spears, broken round shields, Thor badges, and a lot of other things were taken out by Yi Feng at once. Among them, there were 7 special items, all of which were received by Yi Feng after receiving the fated badge. However, he didn't find a way to use them at that time, so he kept throwing them in his backpack as a decoration. At this time, among the 7 special items, a brass bell suddenly changed. It was a small bell the size of a palm, named Michael's Blessing. The bronze bell automatically floated into the sky without any power to activate it. And around the bell, a layer of holy white light appeared. When the bronze bell flew to a height of about 2 meters, the hammer inside suddenly swung. The hammer hit the bell, making a crisp and pleasant sound. As the bell rang, the white light on the bell shot out 2 beams of light, heading towards the 2 chess pieces affected by the dark purple energy and scarlet energy. The white light poured into the chess pieces, and a cloud of smoke suddenly appeared, as if washing away the dirt in the chess pieces. When the smoke dissipated, the 2 chess pieces had all returned to their normal colors. Draven, who was originally controlled by the dark purple light, finally regained his mobility. Draven, who was still waving his flying axe wildly at his own people, now returned to normal and aimed at the statue again. The 2 rays of light were taken back into the statue. After dispelling the 2 abnormal states, the bronze bell seemed to have lost all its energy and fell directly from 2 meters in the air to the ground. Fortunately, Yi Feng was quick-witted and reached out to catch the bronze bell. Otherwise, the bronze bell would probably be chipped. Holding the bronze bell in his hand, Yi Feng checked the information of the bronze bell again. Michael's Blessing. This was developed by a pair of masters and apprentices to break the curse, but unfortunately, they failed. It was still a sentence without a beginning or an end. Yifeng didn't think much about it at first, but based on the effect and introduction of this small bell, Yifeng roughly guessed the effect of this thing. This thing is a prop to remove all kinds of negative states for your own chess pieces. I just don't know what restrictions there are on its use, and how to use this special item freely. While Yifeng was thinking, the statue changed again. After seeing that his two methods were easily handled by Yifeng, the statue no longer released two kinds of energy light. Instead, the energy light enveloped the entire body of the statue. As the light continued to flow into the statue itself, a 3-meter-high phantom appeared around the statue, which was originally 1 person tall. The phantom did not look like a human, with a pair of curved horns on its head and all kinds of spikes on its body. Watching the changes in the statue, an idea popped up in Yifeng's mind. Good guy, the martial spirit's true body, right? After the two energies were transformed into phantoms outside the statue, the body of the statue actually became a lot more flexible. The phantom on the statue, half of it was dark purple, and the other half was scarlet, which looked quite weird. The shadow held his hands in front of his chest, and a ball of energy appeared in each hand. When the energy ball reached the size of a basketball, the shadow of the statue threw it hard. The two balls of energy flew towards the chess piece. After getting close, the two balls of energy exploded directly, causing terrible damage to the surrounding chess pieces. Minus 5,203. Minus 4,931. The two balls of energy exploded on Darius, and even Darius, who had a high damage reduction, lost 10,000 points of health. If the 10,000 points of horrible damage were turned into other survivors, there would be no other possibility except for the whole team to be wiped out. But unfortunately, the opponent of the statue was Yifeng. Darius's health was enough for him to withstand these two horrible damages and still have health left. And the lost health was recovering rapidly at this time. The attacks of these two balls of energy all hit the front row. In addition to Darius, the crow Swain was also hit. Unfortunately, the crow now also has a high damage reduction, and due to the special effect of the frost power, the health of the multiple demon sublimations has reached an exaggerated level. Therefore, these two seemingly terrifying attacks are simply painless for the crow. The only one who may die is Anbisa, who is also fighting in the front row. However, as an intelligent chess piece, Anbisa will not stand there stupidly waiting to be attacked like other chess pieces. As soon as she found something wrong, Anbisa jumped out of the battlefield to avoid being affected by this terrifying attack. After releasing this attack, the phantom on the statue stopped moving, as if waiting for the skill to recover. However, Yifeng will not give it a chance to breathe. Chapter 213. Yifeng's chess piece's attack speed increased very quickly. Even if the statue had a high magic resistance, it could not withstand the infinitely stacked Malzahar. And after the two Dravens aimed at the statue again, the high physical damage plus true damage was enough to make the statue suffer. And after the health of Crow Swain increased, the heavyweight hitman effect was triggered every few seconds, which could also cause good physical damage to the statue. And the statue's attack method now only had one method of continuously causing damage to the surrounding chess pieces. This method seemed very powerful, but it had no effect on Yifeng at all. Soon, cracks appeared on the statue. It seemed that if it was attacked again, the whole statue would be torn into pieces. The phantom on the statue finally adjusted at this moment and launched another attack. This time, after the two groups of energy condensed, the phantom was not released directly. Perhaps it knew that such an attack was not enough to kill Yifeng's chess piece. Under the control of the phantom, the two energy balls actually merged towards the center. The two energy balls formed a huge energy ball. In the huge energy ball, the scarlet and dark purple energy were clearly separated at first. But soon they slowly intertwined and merged together. After half a minute, the energy ball finally merged into a huge wine-red energy ball. The statue seemed extremely excited at this moment, and raised his hands together with the phantom, lifted the energy ball to the sky, and then let the energy ball fly upwards. Although he didn't understand the other party's intention, Yifeng was very sure that this must be a big move. The low-level damage reduction magic scroll was already in Yifeng's hand, ready to add buffs to the chess piece at the right time. If this attack was launched, Yifeng had a premonition that it would be a shocking blow, just as the ball of light flew higher and higher. A crack sound of shattering sounded, and it became louder and louder. Yifeng followed the sound and looked at the source. It turned out that there were several huge cracks on the statue, and the cracks were still expanding. With a snap, after another round of attacks, one of the statue's arms broke completely and fell to the ground. After the statue's arm fell, the right arm of the human-shaped phantom also broke. This instantly reduced the statue's control over the huge ball of light. The huge energy ball, which was originally stable, exploded directly above the statue. The huge shock wave brought a gust of wind. Yi Feng stood far away, but he also felt pain in his face, as if it was cut by a knife. The back row chess pieces all received about 2,000 points of damage under this impact. Although the damage was terrible, it was not fatal, and could be recovered quickly. The damage to the front row made Yi Feng feel frightened. The first thing that the exploding light ball affected was the statue itself. This attack directly blew away the magic protection of the statue's body. The statue itself was already covered with cracks. The surrounding melee chess pieces were also affected by this terrifying explosion. The terrifying damage of minus 14,000 was lit up and hit Darius. 30 Dariuses in the front row were directly evaporated. And Crow Swain, because of the continuous accumulation of blood, withstood the impact. At this time, there were only 3 Crow Swains left in Yi Feng's front row. It seemed that Yi Feng suffered heavy losses. In fact, the statue was more seriously damaged. After the magic defense was blown away, the infection layer that had been stacked for an unknown number of times instantly exploded with terrifying destructive power. Without magic damage reduction, the statue continued to emit terrifying damage of hundreds of thousands of blood per second. This damage is even rising. Seeing this result, Yi Feng thought that he was still lucky. It was considered that the boss's spell was interrupted unintentionally. Otherwise, if the boss's skills hit the back row, it is estimated that all the chess pieces would be eliminated, and only Crow Swain would have the hope of survival. As the infection damage broke out, the statue collapsed faster and faster. In less than a minute, the statue was completely turned into rubble on the ground and completely destroyed. After the statue was destroyed, 2 balls of light condensed into a monster phantom, which seemed to want to escape from here. At the same time, cracks appeared around the space. Light shone through these cracks. The previous Taoyuan could be seen through the cracks. Just when the monster phantom wanted to escape, a small bottle-like thing among the special items began to work. Past equipment collector. Killing enemies with it can collect energy. When you have enough energy, you may be able to create some artifacts of the past. After Yi Feng got this equipment, he hung it on his waist for a long time. However, the various monsters hunted in the past did not collect energy. It was as if the introduction of this item was a lie, but now, without Yi Feng's control, this small bottle also moved on its own. The mouth of the bottle faced the phantom of the monster that wanted to escape, and a strong attraction came, dragging the phantom of the monster into the bottle. The expression of the monster showed a look of fear, and it tried hard to escape from the crack in the space. But all this was in vain. The phantom of the monster was being pulled closer to the mouth of the bottle little by little, and it would be completely swallowed by the small bottle in a short while. Finally, with a shrill scream, the phantom monster was completely swallowed by the small bottle. After swallowing this phantom, the past day equipment collector, from the bottom of the bottle to the area about 2/3 of the bottle mouth, was stained with a faint luster. It was as if something was completely activated. Only about 1/3 of the area near the bottle mouth remained, still in its original appearance. Perhaps when the entire bottle is stained with a layer of luster, this equipment will be fully activated. At that time, perhaps the so-called artifact of the past can be obtained. I just don't know what the so-called artifact of the past is. After the phantom was absorbed, the space was completely shattered. Yi Feng and the remaining chess pieces returned to the peach forest again. The peach garden now has no problems. It is just an ordinary peach forest. The breeze blows the petals, and everything looks so beautiful. The chess pieces waiting at the other end of the peach forest, after seeing Yi Feng coming back, seemed to have found their backbone and looked in the direction of Yi Feng. Just as Yi Feng was feeling the beauty of the peach forest, the reminder sound of the survival game sounded in his ears. Congratulations to the survivors for killing the hidden scarlet monster. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the survivors for killing the hidden void monster. Rewards are being distributed. Chapter 214. After returning to the peach forest, Yi Feng was still a little confused. He just killed a monster. Why did the survival game send 2 prompt sounds? Could it be that the previous monster was the product of the fusion of the so-called scarlet monster and the void monster? Thinking of this, Yi Feng had a new question in his mind. I knew about the void monster. But what is this scarlet monster? Although it has the same name as the map named Scarlet Land, Yi Feng is still a little puzzled. Before, I thought that everything behind this was to fight against the invasion of the void monster. Now it seems that in addition to the so-called void monster, there is also a scarlet monster. And from the 2 abilities released by the statue monster just now, the void is more about destruction and control, while the scarlet is a spiritual attack that can control the opponent. Thinking of this, Yi Feng couldn't help but feel a headache, and even regretted that after the frost compass took him to see the yodel, He only thought about the reward in his heart and didn't ask too many questions. There must be a way when the car reaches the mountain. There will definitely be a chance to meet again in the future. Throwing all these distracting thoughts away, Yifeng focused on the reward for killing this time. After killing the statue monster, the survival game said 2 prompt sounds. In other words, 2 rewards can be obtained. For Yifeng, it was also a pleasant surprise. The rewards of the survival game were soon issued. Rewards for killing void monsters. Gold coins x40. Rewards for killing void monsters. Magic scroll production diagram of the last stand. Rewards for killing void monsters. Quest diagram of the altar building opening. This is the reward given for killing void monsters. As expected, there are still gold coin rewards. The second reward was a magic scroll production diagram. I don't know what the so-called last stand magic scroll is used for. The last reward seemed to be a task map to open a new building. It is likely that the new building can be unlocked after completing the task. Yifeng has not had time to check the specific properties of these 2 reward items. The survival game sounded another reminder. This time, the reward for killing the Scarlet Monster was issued. Kill the Scarlet Monster to get the reward. Space Shuttle. After this reminder ended, Yifeng waited for 2.5 minutes, but still did not hear any new reminders. What a joke. The Void Monster rewarded gold coins and 2 props, but the Scarlet Monster rewarded only 1 prop. Could it be that the Void Monster's life is precious, and the Scarlet Monster's life is not counted? After waiting for a while, and confirming that there was no reward, Yifeng decided to check what the reward Space Shuttle was. Space Shuttle Boat. Use it. Space will no longer be a problem for you in the backpack interface. There is an item in the shape of a wooden boat, and the item description does not reflect its purpose. Yifeng took the item out directly. It is just a palm-sized wooden boat, but it looks very delicate. The carvings on it are lifelike, and there are chairs and a long table in the central rest area. Yifeng silently recited the so-called space shuttle boat in his heart, and the wooden boat flew out of Yifeng's hand. Suspended in the air, the wooden boat kept getting bigger and soon became a real wooden boat of 7 meters long. Then it slowly landed and floated in an area 10 centimeters above the ground, as if waiting for the owner to get on board. When Yifeng stepped onto the wooden boat and stood on the deck, the method of using the space shuttle boat instantly appeared in Yifeng's mind. This space shuttle boat, which is the wooden boat Yifeng is in now, has a space inside where chess pieces can be stored. As a survivor, Yifeng can move freely in the wooden boat. And the most powerful thing about this wooden boat is the 4 big words space shuttle in its name. As long as you look at the place you want and think about it, this wooden boat can travel through space and reach the target area instantly. Compared with the teleportation stone purchased before, this thing does not require any additional energy consumption. However, the distance of each movement cannot exceed 2.5 kilometers. And during the startup, it cannot be attacked by any attack, and it takes 5 seconds to prepare to start. However, these 2 limitations are not a problem for Yifeng. Yifeng tried to look at the chess pieces around him and began to use the energy of the wooden boat to collect the chess pieces into the space. Sure enough, a beam of light shone through, and all the illuminated chess pieces were sucked into the space of the wooden boat. And this space was exactly in a crystal ball placed on the head of the wooden boat. Through the crystal ball, you can see that all the miniature chess pieces are waiting in the battle array. Then, Yifeng looked at a meadow in the distance. A space crack appeared right in front of the ark. Before Yifeng could react, the ark suddenly rushed out with a whoosh and stepped into the space crack. At the moment of entering the space crack, Yifeng felt that everything around him became nothingness, as if time had lost its meaning. But in less than a second, the ark reappeared from the space crack. This time, the place where it appeared was on the grass 2.5 kilometers away from the peach forest. In just a few seconds, it instantly arrived at such a far area. At this time, several blind monsters emerged from the grass, ready to attack Yifeng's ark with their fangs and claws. With a thought, the chess pieces that were stored in the space by the wooden boat were released instantly. The originally empty ark was surrounded by a group of chess pieces. The monsters that rushed up were killed instantly by a group of chess pieces before they could react. After trying the teleportation method of this wooden boat, Yifeng was very excited. This teleportation method reminded Yifeng of the little hero controlled by the player in the game of Golden Shovel. Just click on the chessboard of other players to instantly flash to the chessboard of the other party. Now this arc is almost the same. Just select the destination with your eyes. In a few seconds, you can reach your destination. You can also carry chess pieces and quickly go hunting with them. With this thing, you finally don't have to move forward on foot. This is great news for Yifeng. It seems that the reward of the Scarlet Monster is just a wooden boat, and it is not a loss. After getting off the wooden boat, with a thought, the wooden boat returned to the size of a palm again and lay quietly in Yifeng's hand. This is a good treasure. I wonder what the other two items are like. After saying that, Yifeng turned his eyes to the magic scroll design in the backpack. Chapter 215. Magic Scroll of Last Stand. After using, the production of Magic Scroll of Last Stand will be unlocked. Magic Scroll of Last Stand. Within 1 minute after use, the vitality of your chess piece will not be reduced to less than 1 point, and you will gain 10% all-round blood sucking. During this period, recovery magic scrolls cannot be effective on chess pieces. 1 minute later, all damage and treatment effects received by the chess piece will be settled together, and the damage will be settled at 3 times according to the meaning of this magic scroll. Within 1 minute, the chess piece will not die. Even if it receives more damage, it will not die, and it can retain a little life value, and within this minute, the damage received will be recorded. At the same time, the treatment effects of various blood sucking received by the chess piece will also be recorded and settled together after 1 minute. That is to say, if the chess piece receives 50,000 points of damage within this minute, it will be calculated as 150,000 damage at the time of settlement. If the treatment effect received by the chess piece during this period can reach more than 150,000 points, at the time of settlement, it will not be damaged. If the healing effect is higher than 150,000 points, then after the settlement, the chess piece will even recover its health. If the damage is lower than 150,000, the lower the damage, the more damage it will receive during the settlement. If there is no healing effect at all, then after 1 minute, 150,000 damage will be instantly settled, causing the chess piece to die instantly. This magic scroll is quite in line with the name of the scroll, a last-ditch battle. If the statue's big move was successfully released before, and Yifeng had this magic scroll, it could also be solved smoothly. No matter how much damage is inflicted, you can survive. When Malzahar's infection layer is stacked too high, the amount of recovery for the chess piece and the amount of recovery for himself per second are both very exaggerated values. When the settlement is settled in 1 minute, maybe Malzahar can really pull the whole team back from the line of death. In other words, for many other survivors, it is just a one-shot fight. In 1 minute, you can't beat the opponent, and there is no high output to absorb enough blood. So after the damage is settled at 3 times, the chess piece will still die. But no matter what, this magic scroll, as long as it is used properly, can still play a role in winning by surprise. The only drawback is that the cost of this magic scroll is as high as 3,000 magic essence per piece. In other words, it is 6 times that of the advanced life field magic scroll. Perhaps for other survivors, if they really have to make a choice, they would rather choose 6 advanced life field magic scrolls than such a backwater magic scroll. But for Yifeng, this newly unlocked magic scroll is of great value. Malzahar's high damage and team recovery can completely make up for the negative effects of this magic scroll. If nothing unexpected happens, for Yifeng, this is a minute of invincibility. After unlocking the scroll, Yifeng looked at the last reward, the opening task map of the new building. From the name, it seems that a series of tasks need to be completed to unlock a new building. I don't know what the effect of this building is. Take out the scroll altar building task map from the backpack. It is a scroll made of rice paper. In the scroll, there is an ancient and exquisite altar. The altar in the picture is probably the so-called scroll altar building. Yifeng first teleported back to the base, and then chose to use the task map. After choosing to use it, the rice paper slowly floated up and moved towards a direction in Yifeng's base. The direction it flew to seemed to be the location of the chess barracks. Sure enough, the task map flew all the way, and finally stopped next to the barracks area. Then, the rice paper in the air lit up, and black ink poured out from the paper, and slowly fell to the ground. After the ink landed, it kept moving, and finally outlined the shape of the altar frame. Scroll altar construction task has been started. The content of the task also sounded in Yifeng's mind. Carry the drawing paper, and collect the secret starlight in the secret realm. After collecting all the stars, the scroll altar will be unlocked. After the task was released, the drawing paper fell from the sky, and landed accurately in Yifeng's hands. Good guy, it seems that I have to carry a lot of things with me in the future. For emblem, this thing can absorb the energy of the void creatures after killing them. After collecting enough energy, you can complete the subsequent task of proof of the strong. Past equipment collector, this small bottle, after absorbing the phantom in the statue, has now completed most of the collection. Yifeng is looking forward to the day when the energy is full, to see what the so-called past artifacts are. Now there is another painting paper for the scroll altar, and you have to carry it with you to collect the secret starlight. It can even be said that the previous special item Michael's Blessing can remove all kinds of negative buffs for chess pieces. It must also be carried with you to prevent the chess pieces from being controlled by any negative effects. There are so many things that Yifeng feels that he needs to carry a backpack with him. However, the name of the secret starlight required for the scroll is the first time Yifeng has heard of this name. It is not clear where to get it from. But judging from the name alone, it seems to be obtained from the secret realm. The secret realm can be opened in 3 days. During this period, Yifeng can refresh the trial portal again and get another hex talent. Even the number of layers of alchemy bearing can be successfully broken through to 200 layers, and the base level can also be successfully reached level 8. By that time, Yifeng's strength will be greatly improved again. At that time, try to find the so-called secret starlight in the secret realm, and I think there will be no accidents. After checking all the reward items, Yifeng went to the magic scroll production house again. He exchanged 50 magic scrolls of last stand with magic essence in one go. With these, he can be more confident when facing some powerful boss. After finishing, Yifeng came to the chat channel. There is a new update for the magic scroll of last stand. 3,000 magic essences per copy. You can also exchange it if you want it. Before Yifeng could explain the effect of magic scroll of last stand, someone immediately responded to Yifeng's words. Fuck? 3,000 magic essences per piece? What kind of magic scroll is this? 3,000 points? It's 6 times more expensive than the advanced life field magic scroll. Isn't the effect of this magic scroll amazing? I knew it was a good thing when I heard the price. After all, you get what you pay for. I want it, but unfortunately I don't have that many crystal stones to exchange for magic essences. Boss Yifeng, what effect does this thing have? Tell us quickly. Chapter 216. The high exchange price made everyone in the chat channel curious. After all, a magic scroll with 500 magic essences can play a role in reversing the situation. How amazing would the effect of this 3,000 scroll be? Yifeng quickly posted the effect of the backwater magic scroll. After reading the properties, everyone had different reactions. Is this the magic scroll that costs 3,000 points of magic essence? The effect is indeed unique, and it feels like it can turn the tide in many cases. To be honest, the effect is good, but it doesn't seem worth the 3,000 points of magic essence. If you change it to other scrolls, you can get a lot of them. I feel that this is only suitable for battles that are difficult to fight. The bosses we usually fight can only deal a few hundred points of damage at most. Using 6 advanced life domain magic scrolls in a row is basically equivalent to 6 minutes of invincibility, which is better than this scroll. The biggest problem is that the chess pieces must be able to recover, and the recovery effect must be 3 times the damage received. This condition is actually quite harsh. A buddy mentioned the harsh conditions of this magic scroll, which immediately resonated with several other people. I thought about it. Even if the chess piece has 25% life sucking, the attack is only a few hundred points, and the recovery effect is at most about 100 points. Even if equipped with Ginsa's Rage Blade, it can only recover 500 points per second at most, which can offset less than 200 points of damage. That's right, with this recovery efficiency, I might as well just use a healing scroll. When I think about it, this scroll is really useless. When the boss output is not strong, it is not as good as the life domain scroll. If the boss output is strong, the chess piece may not be able to have such a high recovery. Add the back row mage with the Archangel Staff and Hextech Gun, and reach the upper limit of more than 4,000 magic power. One skill can hit tens of thousands. At that time, there is a chance to pull back the damage suffered by the chess piece. However, the spell strength is superimposed to such a high level, and the healing effect itself is sufficient, and it seems that this magic scroll is not needed. I feel that this magic scroll is only suitable for facing the situation where the boss damage exceeds the upper limit of the chess piece's life. At that time, using this magic scroll, combined with high recovery, can force it to resist. However, for such a powerful boss, it seems that there is not much meaning to hold on for one more minute. So, it is in line with the name of the scroll. A last-ditch battle, or death. After everyone discussed it for a while, they finally came to a unified conclusion. This magic scroll is a bit useless for them. Yifeng also reacted at this time. His chess piece's combat power was often calculated in units of 10,000 damage, and the various bosses encountered often had explosive damage. For Yifeng, this backwater magic scroll is very meaningful, but for other survivors, it is not as attractive as advanced life field magic scroll. Having said that, several survivors online still express their gratitude to Yifeng. Although it is of no use to us, I still thank Yifeng for sharing this magic scroll. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. There are not many crystal stones, otherwise I would definitely keep one in the bottom of the box. Maybe it will come in handy someday. Thank you, Yifeng. I just want to gossip. Did you kill a powerful boss to unlock this magic scroll? Whether it was out of sincerity or superficial courtesy, these words made Yifeng feel warm in his heart. When the war zone war in the future, all the Yin Kingdom war zones may have to join forces to fight against foreign enemies. At this moment, someone sighed. This thing is useless to us, but it may be useful to others. It's just that people who come online later can't see our chat records, so they may not know that Yifeng has updated the types of magic scrolls. Immediately, someone took over the topic. Ha ha, if this chat channel can have an announcement function like the social software before crossing, it won't let everyone miss it. Seeing this, Yifeng also agreed. When he was about to exit the chat channel, Yifeng's finger touched the virtual chat interface and pressed his finger on the message sent by that person. Two options popped up below the message. Withdraw this message, announce this message. Needless to say, this must be the authority of the war zone administrator, but Yifeng had not discovered it before. This thing is quite useful. Thinking of this, Yifeng edited a message. He listed all the magic scroll effects he had unlocked and the amount of magic essence required for exchange. After the list was completed, Yifeng added a sentence at the end. I will take an hour every night to exchange for you. My energy is limited, so please try to save more before exchanging. Finally, we are all Yin people, so if we can help each other, we should help each other. Yifeng's message took up a large area of the screen immediately. After all, Yifeng had unlocked many types of magic scrolls. After the message was sent, the people who were online before responded one after another. Ha ha ha, thank you, Boss Yifeng. I will come to you when I have more crystal stones. Thank you, Boss Yifeng, for your hard work. I have written down your message. I will send it to you every hour in the future to try to let more people see it. Someone said that he would send the message sent by Yifeng to the chat channel again every hour to ensure that more survivors could see it. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a prompt box popped up in the chat channel. New announcement in the chat channel. Do you want to check it now? New announcement? The survivor was confused. What is this? When he opened it, he suddenly found that the so-called new announcement was the message that Yifeng had just sent. Ah, what's going on? The survivors online were all confused at this time, not understanding why this message from Boss Yifeng suddenly became an announcement in the chat channel. Yifeng also received the same prompt and looked at the prompt that popped up. Yifeng was relieved. This way, no one should miss it. Gathering the survivors in the war zone as much as possible will better deal with future battles with survivors in war zones of other countries. However, Yifeng was not sure whether other survivors could be of the same mind as him. After all, the most difficult thing to guess is the human heart. Time soon came to the evening, and Yifeng entered the chat channel as promised, ready to exchange magic scrolls for other survivors at the original price. Everyone was having fun, and it seemed harmonious. Chapter 217. Yifeng exchanged the required magic scrolls one by one according to everyone's needs. Most of them wanted to exchange for advanced life field magic scrolls. Only when there were a few magic essences left, and they were not enough, they would choose to exchange for other magic scrolls. Even so, there were countless people who wanted to exchange with Yifeng, which made Yifeng a little distracted and busy. At this time, several other survivors stood up. Deng Shiji relied on the double sentinel bond at the beginning, and he had a good time in the early stage. Later, he was too confident to challenge the forest banshee, which led to the death of the chess pieces and silence for a while. However, he still had the barracks, and he recovered his combat power later. Now he, Singed, Aurelia, Rel, and Loris have gathered 4 sentinels. In addition, there is a card master Driz barracks, which has activated the double law enforcement officer bond again. Driz's skills are comprehensive, including recovery, control, and damage. This made Deng Shiji live well after coming to the Scarlet Land. At first, Deng Shiji was quite jealous of Yifeng. After meeting Yifeng in the top 4 of the challenge match in this war zone, he was completely defeated by Yifeng. A person will envy people who are similar to him suddenly getting rich, but will not envy how much money the richest man has made. Because jealousy often only exists in similar classes. That war zone challenge made Deng Shiji completely realize that he and Yifeng were not at the same level at all. Later, he had no contact with Yifeng. Instead, he secretly saw Yifeng helping a middle-aged man, Zhang Jingguo, and gave him equipment to help him overcome difficulties. At that time, Deng Shiji thought that Zhang Jingguo and Yifeng were just playing a double act, but as Yifeng mailed magic scrolls to everyone a few days ago. This made him believe in the authenticity of the previous incident, combined with the fact that Yifeng used advanced life field magic scroll to purchase the barracks fragments. The price was reasonable, and it can even be said that other survivors got a great bargain. Having such a good thing alone, he did not keep it to himself, nor did he take this opportunity to ask for a sky-high price. These things have greatly changed Deng Shiji's view of Yifeng. Now he sees that Yifeng is exchanging magic scrolls for everyone for free, without charging a cent of the middleman fee, and he is even so busy that he occasionally exchanges the wrong scroll for other survivors. He felt warm in his heart, and he should help do something. I also have a magic scroll production house here. The unlocked magic scrolls are not as good as those of Mr. Yifeng, but there are 7 low-level magic scrolls. If you need them, you can exchange them with me to relieve Mr. Yifeng's pressure. Soon, Deng Shiji also sent out the effects and prices of the 7 magic scrolls he had. Yifeng scanned the message and felt a little grateful. This approach can indeed relieve Yifeng's pressure. The most surprising thing is that Deng Shiji actually has a scroll that continuously restores life. Low-level life blessing magic scroll. After using it, you can specify 10 chess pieces, allowing the chess pieces to restore 100 health points per second for 30 seconds. In terms of the number of targets, the amount of recovery, and the duration, this magic scroll is not as good as Yifeng's high-level life field magic scroll. But it has one biggest advantage. That is cheap. A high-level life domain magic scroll requires 500 points of magic essence. And Deng Shiji's low-level life blessing magic scroll only requires 30 points. For a while, many people who had about 500 points of magic essence and planned to exchange a high-level life domain magic scroll with Yifeng turned their attention to Deng Shiji. For them, exchanging for more than 10 low-level life blessing magic scrolls seemed to be more cost-effective. Suddenly, the pressure on Yifeng's side dropped sharply. Yifeng, who had freed his hands, took advantage of his free time to thank Deng Shiji. "Brother, thank you." With Deng Shiji's joining, Yifeng felt much more relaxed. It also made Yifeng very happy in his heart. This was a good turning point. He alone led the other survivors. One person spread the word to 10, 10 to 100, and finally more than 1,000 people in the entire war zone would be able to unite in the future. With the joining of Deng Shiji, several other survivors soon joined in, and also announced their magic scrolls for everyone to exchange with zero handling fees. The quality of the magic scrolls unlocked by these survivors may not be better than Yifeng's, but everyone has some of their own hidden treasures. For a while, good things kept coming. Even many survivors' eyes were completely diverted from Yifeng. For them, a high-level magic scroll is not as attractive as various useful low-level magic scrolls. For a while, the number of people who came to Yifeng to exchange magic scrolls decreased again. It didn't take long for Yifeng to be completely idle. The survivors who had stepped forward to help were busy as hell. When the hour was over, Deng Shiji and his friends stopped exchanging. After an hour of exchange, the survivors who had not yet lined up to get the magic scrolls were still reluctant to leave. And those survivors who exchanged for the magic scrolls they wanted were full of joy, and their words were full of gratitude to everyone. Just when everyone was in harmony, someone suddenly jumped out to make a fuss. I don't know what they are planning behind the scenes when they pretend to be good people. Who knows, everyone might be tricked and not even know it. As soon as this message was sent out, it was criticized by many people. But the man didn't care and continued to talk about the previous things. Think about it. Did Yifeng pretend to be a good guy in the beginning and exchange food for things like golden spatula and golden pot in everyone's hands? At that time, everyone thought he was a good guy. But what happened? Everyone knew the result, and later everyone found that golden spatula and golden pot could be synthesized into various types of job transfer emblem equipment. With these emblems, high-level bonds can be activated faster, making the chess pieces more powerful. Yifeng was so powerful that he even surpassed other survivors. Everyone inferred that the golden spatula and golden pot he collected earlier allowed Yifeng to activate a strong enough bond. Although Yifeng did not force the sale, some people were still dissatisfied and jealous of Yifeng's behavior. At this time, the old things were brought up again, which made a small group of people really doubt Yifeng's behavior this time. Will there be any pits waiting for everyone? Yifeng naturally saw the message said by this person. The survivor's name, Zhao Jinqian. This name is quite familiar. Chapter 218. Yifeng quickly remembered this person. When Yifeng was collecting barracks fragments, this profiteer took advantage of the first Beast Tide invasion and everyone's concerns about the unknown, and took the opportunity to raise the price of the recovery magic scroll in exchange for various barracks fragments. However, his luck was not good, and he happened to run into Yifeng, who was about to sell the magic scroll. Not only did he lower his high price, but he also got the reputation of a profiteer in front of everyone. Later in the War Zone Challenge, Yifeng met him in the first round. He was directly eliminated in the first round. Unexpectedly, this profiteer also successfully came to the Scarlet Land, and did not become one of the people who were wiped out. Zhao Jinqian mentioned this matter, which was undoubtedly deliberately provoking trouble. When Big Boss Yifeng didn't collect golden spatula and golden pot, he also got more loot than everyone else every day, which means he didn't need these things and Big Boss Yifeng was better than everyone else. That's right. Collecting these things is just icing on the cake for Big Boss Yifeng. But if Big Boss Yifeng didn't trade food with everyone, many people would have starved to death in the base with golden spatula. Using the future to talk about the past, if you lose money in business, do you still blame the other party? It was originally a matter of mutual consent. Why do some people have such dark ideas? Of course, not everyone was fooled by Zhao Jinqian's words. Many survivors took the initiative to stand up for Yifeng. Seeing a group of people defending Yifeng, Zhao Jinqian felt even more unhappy. He had saved a lot of magic scrolls before, just waiting for the next wave of takeoff. As a result, he was intercepted by Yifeng. Not only did he not get rich, but he also bore a bad name, and he finally sold all the scrolls at a lower price and collected enough barracks fragments for 3-star Darius. But the survival game prompted that the upper limit had been reached, and he could not synthesize 3-star Darius, and the source of all this was that Yifeng synthesized a 4-star Darius. Every time he thought of this, he was full of resentment towards Yifeng. All his good things were ruined by Yifeng, but later his luck was pretty good. He finally successfully came to the Scarlet Land. He even unlocked the Magic Scroll production house, by chance, and even revealed a unique Magic Scroll design. Relying on this unique Magic Scroll effect, he slowly ate the difference in handling fees, and made a lot of money, slowly pulling up his combat power. Now among the remaining survivors, Zhao Jinqian's strength can be regarded as mid-level. But the more this happened, the deeper his resentment towards Yifeng accumulated. He would keep thinking that if Yifeng hadn't ruined his good fortune, perhaps he would have a place among the strongest survivors now. And Yifeng's current actions simply cut off his way to make money. If everyone can exchange various magic scrolls at 0 price difference, how can he get extra resources? Therefore, for Zhao Jinqian, no matter whether Yifeng is really kind or not, he must label Yifeng's behavior as having ulterior motives. But for most people, although they envy Yifeng's opportunities, they are not jealous or even resentful of Yifeng. After all, if they were in this strange survival game, even if they had extra food, they had to make plans for the future. They asked themselves if they could make a golden shovel in exchange for food, which seemed useless at the time. After all, their own lives were uncertain, so how could they care about others? Therefore, they were not jealous of Yifeng's huge profits, because that was what Yifeng deserved. And this time, Yifeng exchanged magic scrolls for everyone at 0 price difference, and they were the beneficiaries, and they didn't lose anything at all. So unless there was something wrong with his brain, who would follow Zhao Jinqian to criticize Yifeng? At this time, another survivor stood up and put forward a hypothesis. Everyone's magic essence is exchanged with crystal stones. So is it possible that the crystal stones of monsters have other great uses, but we have not yet discovered this use, just like the golden shovel? This person seemed to be making reasonable speculations, but the meaning behind his words was to lead public opinion in a direction that was unfavorable to Yifeng. The name of this survivor was Zhang Tao, the second survivor to enter the Scarlet Land. After successfully owning the Magic Scroll production house, he initially wanted to fight a price war with Yifeng to earn more profits. However, when Yifeng stated that he would no longer exchange magic scrolls for others, he was overjoyed and took this opportunity to raise the price to monopolize and make a fortune. Even if more survivors unlocked the Magic Scroll production house in the later period, he still firmly occupied a certain market with 2 special magic scrolls. But Yifeng's move was to destroy the existing structure and their way of making money. So he naturally tried his best to discredit him. Of course, Zhao Jinqian and Zhang Tao were not the only ones who thought this way. Some other survivors who could make money by lying down, by relying on the Magic Scroll production house, also spoke up to slander Yifeng. For them, being able to rely on other survivors and earn profits from the Magic Scroll production house is naturally a very comfortable life. Now asking them to give up this part of the profit is simply asking them to cut their flesh. The white magic essence income is given to all survivors? This is simply a sin. Someone else continued to mention something. Don't forget, Yifeng said before that he would never exchange magic scrolls for everyone. As a result, Now, he is suddenly so generous to exchange magic scrolls for everyone with zero handling fees. It doesn't make sense no matter how you think about it. Maybe there is really a pit waiting for everyone. People keep finding various angles to discredit Yifeng. Although most survivors still believe in Yifeng, 3 people make a tiger, and a lot of mouths make gold. These words still make some survivors hesitate. Some people even began to suspect that the crystal stone of this monster had other functions besides exchanging magic essence. We are about to go to the secret realm, and Yifeng is so kind all of a sudden. Maybe the crystal stone is very useful in the secret realm. Another guess appeared, and the moment this guess appeared, many survivors were stunned. This is indeed very likely. Maybe the crystal stone is very useful in the secret realm. That is why Yifeng suddenly came to collect the crystal stones in everyone's hands. Finally, a bystander, who was not clear about the situation, asked Yifeng the question in his heart. Boss Yifeng, so is the crystal stone very useful in the secret realm? If you have information, don't keep it privately. Seeing the question of this survivor, Yifeng's face turned cold. Okay, I was kind enough to help everyone, but I was blamed by others. Chapter 219. Yifeng regretted it now. He regretted that after knowing that the survival game would require cooperation to fight against foreign enemies, he gave everyone a magic scroll in a fit of anger. If he had known earlier, he should have screened out these bad apples first. However, the things had already been sent out, and Yifeng had no way to take them back. However, the direction of the chat channel made Yifeng suddenly feel that his magic scroll was not in vain. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Regardless of whether the crystal stone has any other uses, I just want to ask you, did Yifeng exchange the magic scroll for everyone for free? Even if the crystal stone can be used for a great purpose later, it is still worth it for me to trade now. First, 1 or 2 people stood up to refute those who slandered Yifeng. Soon, more and more people stood up to refute the remarks of Zhao Jinqian, Zhang Tao and his group. That's right, the things you get in exchange are the most reliable. I don't know what you are up to. Are you trying to provoke Master Yifeng away again? That's right. Last time Master Yifeng said he would not exchange scrolls for everyone. Some of us did make malicious assumptions about Master Yifeng, and that was our fault. Master Yifeng is now willing to exchange for everyone again, and we should be grateful to him instead of continuing to make malicious assumptions about him. That's right. Everyone has seen the effects of Advanced Life Domain Magic Scroll. Master Yifeng didn't charge a high price, otherwise, with these magic scrolls, he would have been able to collect a lot of profits for himself. Everyone talked a lot, and soon the possibility that Yifeng had other intentions was shattered. Not only that, someone soon pointed out the identities of all the people. Zhao Jinqian. I remember you. When the Beast Tide invaded for the first time, you wanted to raise the price of magic scrolls to harvest the fragments of the barracks. Fortunately, Big Boss Yifeng sold a lot of magic scrolls that time, so you, the profiteer, didn't succeed. Damn, I remember it too. Why does this name sound so familiar? It's that profiteer. He has a good magic scroll in the Scarlet Land, but the price is expensive. He always told us that he only made a profit. Just now, compared with the price of magic scrolls of Big Boss Ding Shiji, the profit is 100%. Everything makes sense. This guy is a dog profiteer. Now that he can't make any profit, he comes to discredit Big Boss Yifeng. Don't be fooled by this guy. As Zhao Jinqian's black material was exposed, the public opinion in the chat channel was basically one-sided in favor of Yifeng, and no one believed Zhao Jinqian's words. Even the relevant information of several other survivors, who slandered Yifeng, was dug out by everyone. Zhang Tao did not escape the sharp eyes of the masses. After digging out Zhao Jinqian's information, the second one was Zhang Tao's related information. That Zhang Tao is not a good guy. At the beginning, this guy pretended to be a good person, and said that the fee charged by Yifeng was lower than that of the boss. As a result, when Yifeng did not help to exchange the magic scroll, he immediately changed his face. Just now, I was busy scolding Zhao Jinqian and didn't check the news of this person. It turned out to be the dog profiteer Zhang Tao. This person's words must not be believed. I understand. A group of people are worried that they can't make money from our crystal stones in the future, so they started to slander Yifeng. How dare you 2 students to maliciously speculate about others? You are the biggest profiteers. I wish you will be wiped out when you go out and meet a boss you can't beat. You profiteers can't stand seeing everyone doing well, right? How dare you slander others? Don't you look at yourself? The crowd was furious. If Zhao Jinqian and Zhang Tao were facing everyone offline, they would have been drowned by everyone's spit. Even so, looking at everyone's crazy abuse, the two of them turned off the chat channel with palpitations, and dared not read the messages inside. The other people who had questioned Yifeng before were also scolded one by the angry crowd. Even if there were one or two passers-by who didn't know the truth and were misled, they could not avoid being scolded. Until the few people who had questioned Yifeng before had completely stopped bubbling, everyone slowly calmed down. Yifeng would naturally not be polite to Zhao Jinqian, Zhang Tao, and other people who slandered him. When everyone had cursed almost enough, he also expressed his thoughts in the chat channel. Survival games in the future will require cooperation from everyone, so I hope everyone can come together and aim their guns outward. When this message was sent out, it was immediately recognized by many people. They all said that they would naturally help each other and unite together. Soon, Yifeng continued to send out a new message. To be honest, for me, I don't actually need your help at all. I can defeat most of the bosses by myself. But we are all Yin people, and I still hope that everyone can survive to the end in this survival game. But this doesn't mean I'm a saint. I naturally have no obligation to help those who slander me. As for Zhao Jinqian and Zhang Tao, I won't help them in the future, and I don't want the rest of you to have anything to do with them. Yifeng's attitude was very clear. Friends come with wine. But for those who are not friends, then nothing is allowed, and Yifeng is not a generous person. He will take revenge. Zhao Jinqian and Zhang Tao openly played tricks on themselves. Even if everyone was not shaken by these words, Yifeng was upset. So, if other survivors want to have dealings with Zhang Tao and Zhao Jinqian again, then don't blame Yifeng for turning his face and not recognizing people. The friend of the enemy is the same enemy. When Yifeng sent this message, Zhao Jinqian happened to open the chat channel again. After seeing the message sent by Yifeng, he panicked. With Yifeng's current influence, one sentence would really make other survivors completely cut off contact with him. You know, survivors often need to exchange materials. After all, many resources can only be exchanged with each other. After Yifeng said this, it is estimated that there will be no survivors willing to trade with him in the future. In other words, in the future survival journey, Zhao Jinqian can only rely on himself. And the original way of making money, by lying down in the magic scroll production house, is completely cut off. Thinking of this, Zhao Jinqian felt that his eyes were black. This time it's really over. No! There is still a chance. Zhao Jinqian thought of the new function cross-war zone trading at this time. Through that thing, he may still have a chance to turn things around. Yifeng, you wait. Chapter 220. At this time, after finishing everything, Yifeng also hung up the chat channel and prepared to rest. Today, Deng Shiji and several other survivors also helped to exchange things for free, which made Yifeng quite moved. Maybe he could ask them if they were willing to join his alliance later. At present, the alliance has not shown any special effect, but Yifeng inferred that in the future, the alliance will definitely have special uses, so the more reliable the alliance members are, the better. After closing the chat channel interface, Yifeng remembered to look through the new features that were recently unlocked. Cross-zone trading function. This function was unlocked on the 25th day, but Yifeng was busy with other things at that time, so he just glanced at it once and did not understand the specific situation in detail. Now I have some free time, just to see what can be found in cross-zone trading. Opening the cross-zone trading interface is a bit like the auction house of an old online game. One page with 10 rows of item information. Each survivor can list up to 3 items on the trading field. Then you can initiate price negotiation for 10 items every day, that is, take out the items you are going to trade with the other party. If the other party agrees to the transaction after receiving the price negotiation, the transaction will be completed. The survival game will trade the items of both parties. But there is one thing that makes Yifeng speechless, that is, this cross-war zone transaction does not provide a search function, but provides 10 items each time. If you are not interested, you can choose to refresh. However, there are many duplicate items posted by everyone, and some survivors even put things like monster crystal stones as treasures, which adds a bit of trouble to finding useful things. The reason why Yifeng didn't spend energy to sweep the so-called cross-zone trading was because of this randomness, which made the probability of finding good things too low. Maybe if you refresh for a long time, you can find something useful. But this behavior is too time-consuming, and Yifeng doesn't want to waste too much time on it. After refreshing for many times in a row, Yifeng didn't find anything useful. For most survivors, they take out a basic equipment or a slightly better magic scroll. In their eyes, these are all good things, and they are directly hung in the cross-zone trading. But for Yifeng, it increases the probability of invalid refresh. Yifeng casually refreshed more than 10 times, but didn't find what he wanted. It seems that this thing is only suitable for casually brushing when you have nothing to do. Whether it can produce treasures depends on fate. Having said this, Yifeng casually clicked the next refresh, and his eyes swept around. This time he actually found something that made Yifeng's eyes light up. It was a small bottle, the size of a palm. The mouth of the bottle was a little broken, and even the bottle body had several holes. Cross-zone trading the items on the shelves can be viewed directly in 360 degrees. After turning around, Yifeng became more determined to buy this thing, because this bottle, which looked tattered, was 80% similar to a special item of Yifeng. That was the past equipment collector. The patterns on the two bottles were definitely of the same style. With this idea in mind, Yifeng clicked on the details of the item. Special item, broken vial. If we can find the master who repaired it, we may be able to reproduce its glory. It is still the classic introduction of the riddle man. The seller of this broken vial also left a bottom line for his psychological expectations. Such a useless thing exploded from the treasure chest of the stronghold. It is acceptable to exchange it for some combat power items. Yen Country Z021 War Zone XXX. The Yen survival game also specially standardizes the opponent's war zone number, but there is a string of asterisks in the name. There are multiple price negotiation records under this bottle. Brother, are you crazy? You want to exchange a broken bottle for combat power items? I trade with a bag of chili peppers. Dude, where did you pick up this junk? It's something that exploded from a treasure chest in a stronghold. Are you kidding me? I give you 2 packs of spicy strips, no more. I found this by accident. It's just this thing. It's an insult to my intelligence to ask me to exchange it for a low-level magic scroll. Ha ha ha, but I can buy it with 3 packs of spicy strips. There are a few records of bids and negotiations, but they are all for fun, and no one really wants to buy it. In the end, all these negotiation bids were rejected by the seller without exception. Yifeng also started to bid for this item, although he didn't know what the use of this thing was and how to repair it. But if you buy it first, maybe it will be useful someday in the future. After all, among the many special items whose uses were unknown, there was Michael's Blessing, a treasure that can remove the negative effects of chess pieces. Brother, I give you a chain mail in exchange for this thing. I believe it should be useful. I'm not kidding. Please reply as soon as you see it. After the offer was made, the reminder sound of the survival game sounded. Do you want to prepay the transaction items? If the other party agrees to this transaction, the items of both parties will be traded directly by the survival game. If the other party refuses this transaction, the items will be directly returned to the survivor's backpack. There is also a prepayment function. Of course, Yifeng chose to confirm. After all, after the prepayment, it can better show sincerity, so as not to make the seller feel that he is making fun of him and wasting an extra round of time in vain. After Yifeng chose to confirm, a chain mail in the backpack disappeared directly. It seems that it was temporarily kept by the survival game. This is not bad. With the survival game as a middleman, it ensures that there will be no problems in the transaction. After the offer was completed, Yifeng turned off the cross-zone transaction. Looking at the time, it was not too early. Yifeng was about to go into the room to rest, but suddenly, he was reminded that there were several private chat messages coming from him. Only after both parties add each other as friends, there will be a prompt when sending private messages. Among Yifeng's current friends, there are only Yongbin and Wen Jiahao. It's late at night, and I don't know what they are doing. After opening the private message, Yifeng took a closer look and found that it was the message sent by Yongbin. Brother Feng, please check the chat channel. Something big seems to have happened to a survivor. Please check it out. From the content of Yongbin's message, it seems that there is something important. Yifeng hurriedly opened the chat channel and asked what happened. Seeing Yifeng's bubble, Yongbin did not explain, but just sent a photo and tagged another survivor's name. Chapter 221. The photo shows a survivor not far from the base. A few kilometers away from the base, a huge crack more than 10 meters wide appeared on the ground. In the crack, there was a dazzling scarlet light. This light dyed everything around with a layer of scarlet gauze. The survivor named by Yongbin also appeared at this moment, and supplemented Yifeng with words to explain the situation on his side. The name of this survivor is Lu Jinlong. When everyone left the chat channel and prepared to go to bed, he also turned off the chat channel and prepared to rest. But lying on the bed, he suddenly heard a tremor outside. Not knowing what was going on, he hurriedly put on his pants and looked outside. It doesn't matter if he doesn't look, but he saw a scene that he will never forget in his life. Standing at the gate of the base, Lu Jinlong saw the ground in the distance shaking continuously, as if something was about to break out of the ground. Then, the earth began to tear apart, as if there was some terrifying power underground, breaking the ground in half with bare hands. As the crack in the ground widened, a scarlet light shone from inside. Somehow, this light made Lu Jinlong feel creepy at a glance. The crack in the ground became wider and wider, and the scarlet light became brighter and brighter, and from the depths of the crack, various shrill roars continued to be heard. The sound was like resentment and crying, and Lu Jinlong's hair stood on end. In the crack, it seemed that some terrifying existence that had been sealed for a long time was about to break through the earth. Lu Jinlong knew this terrifying scene very well. If a monster appeared, it would definitely not be something he could deal with. So he quickly posted the situation to the chat channel, hoping that other survivors could give some help. After explaining the situation, everyone had different opinions. But if they really wanted to help, they were all out of reach. After all, everyone's bases in the Scarlet Land were far apart, and no one could go to help. If everyone was asked to provide material support remotely, it would not work if there were too few. Everyone could not afford the cost if there were too many. And if Lu Jinlong was finally solved by the unknown monster, then everyone's investment would be wasted. Just when everyone was anxious, Yang Ben happened to see this message. Although he couldn't help himself, he knew that Yifeng could go to the other party's base to assist the other party. So he immediately contacted the other party, and after the contact, he comforted Lu Jinlong a few words. Hearing that Yang Ben had found Yifeng to help, Lu Jinlong felt a little more at ease. Seeing Yifeng bubbling at this moment, he quickly told the whole story. The other survivors were relieved when they saw Yifeng coming. At this time, one person seemed to be unaware of Yifeng's methods and asked everyone, "Does Boss Yifeng have any methods to get to the other side's base?" Hearing this question, someone immediately gave that person a popular science explanation. "I'm not saying anything bad about you, brother. You didn't really look at the chat channel before. Don't forget, Boss Yifeng has a teleport emblem, which can take 10 chess pieces to teleport to other people's bases. The forest banshee in my base was originally swiped by Boss Yifeng. The teleport emblem was originally purchased from Yang Ben, and the price was just to pull Yifeng to the base to soak in the hot spring every few days." After hearing this tip, someone couldn't help but ask worriedly, "I remember that Yifeng's teleport emblem can only carry 10 chess pieces. Is this really possible? After all, it looks like some super boss is about to appear. This worry is not unreasonable. After all, no matter how strong Yifeng is, he can only carry 10 chess pieces. How much effect can 10 chess pieces have? Even if Yifeng is a top survivor, the effect that 10 chess pieces can have can only be said to be limited." Of course, some people refuted this. What's wrong with 10 chess pieces? You don't know how powerful Yifeng's chess pieces are? The 4-star Darius in the front row is like a wall, ridiculously tanky. The 4-star Draven and Malzahar in the back row also have terrifying damage. 10 chess pieces can easily kill the boss. Ha ha, when everyone thought that the Forest Banshee was very powerful, Yifeng could kill 10 chess pieces without any damage. Now that so many days have passed, Yifeng's strength is probably even better, and solving the problem over there is definitely no problem. Everyone was talking about it, and Yifeng was also considering how to go to help. If the problem is not big, even if he brings 10 chess pieces himself, there will be no problem if they are well matched. Just looking at the situation in the photo, who knows what will jump out of it? If he takes 10 chess pieces with him, it would be embarrassing if he accidentally capsizes in the gutter. It may even lead to Lu Jinlong being completely eliminated by the monster. So for safety reasons, Yifeng decided to temporarily pull Lu Jinlong into the alliance. Survivor Yifeng invites you to join the Harden Alliance. Do you want to join? Lu Jinlong was waiting for Yifeng to make a move, but suddenly received a prompt from Yifeng inviting him to join the alliance. Alliance? What is that? And why is the name of this alliance so strange? Although he didn't understand the situation, Lu Jinlong still chose to confirm. After all, Big Boss Yifeng wouldn't cheat him. When Lu Jinlong agreed, he turned around and saw that a huge portal appeared out of thin air in the open space of his base. What is this? Before Lu Jinlong could react, the portal lit up, and batches of chess pieces came out of the portal. Lu Jinlong roughly counted, and there were about 300 chess pieces. After all the chess pieces came out, the last Yifeng came out. Looking at the boy in front of him, who was dressed casually but looked handsome, Lu Jinlong immediately guessed that the other party was Yifeng. Boss Yifeng, you teleported here directly? Lu Jinlong didn't expect that Yifeng could actually open the portal and bring all the chess pieces here directly. He didn't expect that Yifeng actually had hundreds of chess pieces. After Yifeng greeted Lu Jinlong briefly, he asked him to quickly follow him to the crack outside the base to see the situation. Boss Yifeng, look, it's over there, a few kilometers away from here, and the huge crack can be seen clearly with the naked eye. Looking in the direction of Lu Jinlong's finger, Yifeng saw the huge crack, and the scarlet breath was pervasive, which had dyed the surrounding area into a blood-red appearance. It seems that this thing is really a bit weird. I don't know what is inside. Chapter 222. In order to rush over and check the situation up close as soon as possible, Yifeng directly took out the space shuttle. In Lu Jinlong's shocked eyes, Yifeng directly put all the chess pieces into the shuttle, and then took the lead to shuttle to the crack. He only left Lu Jinlong a sentence. I go and see the situation first, you just wait. Lu Jinlong blinked his eyes, and saw that the wooden boat that Yifeng had taken out earlier had already cut through the space, and went to a place a few kilometers away. It was only 200 meters away from the crack. Although he knew that Yifeng asked him to wait here for his safety, Lu Jinlong couldn't suppress his curiosity and decided to follow. However, without the shuttle device, he could only take his chess pieces and rely on his legs to rush all the way. Yifeng stood on the edge of the crack, and a smell of sulfur hit him. The crack was about 10 meters wide and more than 1,000 meters long, like a wound torn on the ground. Scarlet, could it be the so-called scarlet monster? Thinking of this, Yifeng stuck his head out and looked down. In the crack, only a patch of red could be seen, and it was impossible to see the situation inside clearly. But just as Lu Jinlong said, there were always strange sounds coming from the crack. It was as if the underground was a den of evil spirits, or the legendary underworld. If left alone, this crack might not be a problem, but it is also possible that one day in the future, the terrifying existence inside would break out of the ground and instantly swallow up Lu Jinlong, who was nearby. I wonder if there is any way to lead the things inside out in advance. Yifeng is now very sure that there is definitely some monster under this crack. In terms of strength, it may be even stronger than the tree spirit boss he encountered before. As Yifeng continued to watch, the sound in the crack became clearer and clearer, just like countless resentful ghosts howling in his ears. The sound is getting closer. That means that the thing below is closer to the ground. A few minutes later, Yifeng saw something different in the crack. From a distance, it was countless small black dots rushing towards the ground. After all, the size of the small black dots was still getting bigger. Taking out the telescope to observe, these so-called small black dots turned out to be monsters one after another. The roar of the monster in the crack spread through the air, and the sound became elongated and desolate. Yifeng led the chess pieces back more than 100 meters, and then arranged the chess pieces into a circle, waiting for the monsters to appear. Darius and Crow Swain were at the outermost edge as the front row, while the warrior cards, such as Anbisa and Sevika, were scattered by Yifeng, ready to attack freely later. Inside the circle were Yifeng's late-stage chess pieces, Draven, Malzahar, LeBlanc, Renata, and Morgana. And in the center was Yifeng. The next moment, the ground shook again. Countless monsters crawled out of the cracks, so dense that there seemed to be thousands of them, and monsters were still crawling out of the cracks. These monsters looked similar to the Yikshan monsters that Yifeng had killed before, but they had a layer of scarlet light on their bodies, and they looked very strong. They climbed with their hands and feet, and their movements were very fast. After seeing Yifeng, countless monsters rushed towards Yifeng like a tide, and instantly surrounded Yifeng, and in the crack, there were more monsters pouring out. Lu Jinlong, who was still on his way at this time, saw this horrible scene from afar. Thousands of monsters gathered together, like a torrent, rushing towards Yifeng's hundreds of chess pieces, as if to completely engulf Yifeng. Looking at this overwhelming monster tide that was like a world-destroying disaster, Lu Jinlong stopped and didn't dare to move forward at all. There are too many monsters. Basically, there are monsters crawling out every second, and there are thousands of monsters crawling out every time. There must be more than 100,000 monsters under this crack. With so many monsters, even if Yifeng is powerful, can he really withstand it? After all, even if these monsters only hit the chess pieces for a few points of blood each time, if they attack together, the chess pieces may also die suddenly. Thinking of this, Lu Jinlong couldn't help but worry about Yifeng. At this time, Yifeng, looking at the monsters rushing up, also launched his own counterattack. Advanced Life Field Magic Scroll was opened, creating an area of continuous blood recovery. Then came the Advanced Life Magic Scroll, which can provide 10% of the maximum health of the chess pieces. Yifeng also used it for all the chess pieces one by one. After that, various magic scrolls that increase attributes did not stop, constantly enhancing the attributes of the chess pieces. Soon, The monster in the front exchanged fire with Yi Feng's chess pieces. The monster's damage was not high, and one attack only caused more than 10 points of damage to Darius. But the advantage is the large number and long-range attack. Each Darius can be attacked by dozens of monsters, and the blood loss in one round is also a large number. However, compared with Darius's blood recovery, it will not cause any great damage to Darius. And the blood volume and defense of these monsters are not too high either, and the efficiency of Yi Feng's chess piece output to eliminate monsters is also very fast. And Crow Swain, in this kind of team battle, showed the most terrifying group battle strength. After Crow Swain released the Demon Ascension, the blood volume was improved. After all, it is still recovering blood. And the surrounding monsters were basically killed by 2 axes under Draven's flying axe, and the death of the monsters extended the duration of the Demon Ascension. It created a virtuous circle. The blood volume of the monsters is not high, and LeBlanc can take away several monsters every time he attacks. And the mechanical door released by Malzahar, although it cannot kill the monsters in the first time. But the infection level is like a plague. After the target dies, the infection level will spread to other monsters around. And the speed of this spread is getting faster and faster. Wave after wave of monsters rushed towards Yi Feng's position like a tide. But Yi Feng remained motionless, and did not suffer much damage at all. Even as the blood volume of Crow Swain continued to increase and Malzahar's infection level continued to spread, Yi Feng's killing speed was vaguely equal to the speed of the monsters crawling out of the cracks. The monsters that originally surrounded Yi Feng were slowly cleared, forming a circle of open areas around Yi Feng. Speaking of fighting in a group, Yi Feng was really not afraid. And the past equipment collector that Yi Feng carried with him was also constantly absorbing the red light on the bodies of these monsters after they died. Chapter 223. Lu Jinlong, who was looking at the crack from a distance, had stopped in fear because of the terrifying monsters that were coming like a tide. At this time, he saw Yi Feng steady his footing, and even the speed of killing monsters slowly exceeded the speed of monster refresh. This made him excited again. As expected of Yi Feng, this is too strong. Standing in the distance, he simply became a war correspondent and took a few photos from a distance. Then Lu Jinlong directly opened the chat channel and prepared to share these photos with others. As soon as he opened the chat channel, Lu Jinlong found a group of people tagging him. At Lu Jinlong, what's the situation over there? Yi Feng said he would help you, but now there is no news from you and him. Indeed, I am also curious, what is the situation of the crack? I feel like I can't sleep because I don't know. Where is the person involved? Come out and tell me, I am too curious. Looking at everyone's discussion, Lu Jinlong gave a response. There are monsters spawning inside. There are tens of thousands of monsters crawling out at once, and new monsters are constantly surging out. Seeing Lu Jinlong's reply, many people imagined the terrifying scene in their minds. Tens of thousands of monsters, and they are constantly spawning. With so many monsters, if they go there, they will probably be swallowed up by the monster army in an instant. Thinking of that scene, they all shudder. So you and Boss Yi Feng just escaped? With so many monsters, it's not easy to escape. But brother, what about your base? Did the monsters attack your base? In everyone's mind, with so many monsters, no matter how strong Yi Feng is, his chess pieces can only number a few hundred at most. Facing tens of thousands of monsters, the most likely outcome is to run away. It can even be said that being able to successfully escape from such a terrifying monster tide is a kind of strength in itself. As for completely solving the monster tide, they dare not even think about it. There are tens of thousands of monsters that are constantly refreshing. It is already very powerful to be able to withstand it, let alone counterattack. However, the photos sent by Lu Jinlong shocked everyone. No escape. Yi Feng will kill the monsters in the crack alone. Behind this message, there are several photos attached, arranged in chronological order. From the photos, you can see from a distance that countless monsters crawled out from the edge of the crack, like evil spirits from hell crawling to the human world. These monsters turned into a black tide, as if they were going to devour all life. And the square array formed by Yi Feng's chess pieces is like a solid stone lying in the monster tide. No matter how the monsters attack, they cannot be shaken at all. Even from the following few photos, it can be seen that the monsters around Yi Feng are getting fewer and fewer. In other words, Yi Feng not only withstood the monsters' attacks, but also had the ability to launch a counterattack against the monsters, and the number of monsters was continuously reduced. If this trend continues, killing all the monsters in the crack will be easy for Yi Feng. The monsters are scary, but Yi Feng's chess pieces are scarier than the monsters. After the photos were posted, everyone was shocked by the content of the photos. What a joke, those monsters were slaughtered like lambs by Yifeng. They seemed to be overwhelming, but in fact, they were just a mob, and could not do anything to Yifeng. Brother, is the damage of this monster very low? Some people raise such doubts. After all, with so many monsters, even if each monster caused a little damage, they could kill an elephant with ants together. Lu Jinlong had no answer to this question. After all, he was about 1,000 meters away from Yifeng at this moment, and he was just watching from a distance. However, Lu Jinlong got the answer soon. Somehow, 4 of the monsters that had originally besieged Yifeng actually passed Yifeng and rushed straight towards Lu Jinlong. Seeing these 4 escaped monsters, Lu Jinlong simply disdained them. Although he was not as good as Yifeng, Yifeng could kill a group of monsters by himself, and he couldn't fail to deal with all 4 of them. And seeing Yifeng's relaxed posture, these monsters were probably not very strong. Here they come, for escaped monsters are rushing towards me. I test the damage for you, and you get the answer right away. Lu Jinlong took a photo of the monsters rushing towards him. The monsters in the photo were as ugly as evil spirits, with spikes growing on the joints of their hands and feet, and their bodies emitting scarlet light. After sending the photo, Lu Jinlong called the chess pieces behind him to prepare to meet the enemy. Although his strength was not too strong, he had more than 100 chess pieces. No matter what, the battle force was more than 100 against 4, and the advantage was on me. Soon, 4 monsters rushed over, and Lu Jinlong's front row of chess pieces also rushed up immediately. The quality of his chess piece was not very good, only 2 stars. But with the Sentinel Bond, the front row was still able to resist. When the 4 monsters attacked Aurelia in the front row of Lu Jinlong, the damage came out, which immediately scared Lu Jinlong. That monster hit Aurelia, causing more than 100 damage. And the damage of these 4 monsters was concentrated on the same chess piece, causing nearly 600 points of damage. You know, the health of 2-star Aurelia is only more than 1,200 points. Even if Lu Jinlong equipped it with 2 finished equipment, the health is only more than 2,000 points. In other words, this round of attack directly took nearly 1/3 of the health of the chess piece. Hiss. Lu Jinlong took a long breath. This monster is not as weak as I expected. If there are more, I might really capsize in the gutter. Lu Jinlong's back row output is also pretty good. After paying the price of several recovery scrolls, he finally eliminated the 4 monsters in front of him. He looked at Yifeng not far away, his eyes full of respect. It took some effort to deal with 4 monsters, and Big Brother Yifeng must have dealt with nearly 100,000 monsters now. The two are simply not on the same level. If Big Brother Yifeng didn't help, what would I do? Thinking of this, the terrifying picture appeared in his mind. If Big Brother Yifeng didn't help, the monsters in the sky would kill his base. He didn't dare to continue to imagine that picture. I would definitely be swallowed up by the endless waves of monsters, and there would be nothing left in the end. At this time, everyone in the chat channel was still waiting for Lu Jinlong to share the monster strength with everyone after he solved the monster. In the end, there was no response after waiting for several minutes. Why did you go for so long? That monster shouldn't be that powerful, otherwise Master Yifeng wouldn't be able to deal with it so easily. At this time, Lu Jinlong popped up again. He just saw the previous message, and said something that stunned everyone. My 2-star Aurelia with dual Sentinel Bond, equipped with 2 tank equipment, was attacked by that monster and lost more than 100 HP. Chapter 224. One monster can cause the chess piece to suffer more than 100 points of damage. So how did Yifeng withstand tens of thousands of monsters at the same time? After Lu Jinlong told everyone about the damage of the monsters, everyone had this question in their minds. Could it be that the gap between the boss and everyone else has been exaggerated to this extent? No one could figure out how Yifeng could withstand so many monsters. What a joke. Your 2 sentinels will take more than 100 points of damage each time they are attacked. Even if Big Brother Yifeng is more powerful, he only takes 50 points of damage each time. There are tens of thousands of monsters, and Big Brother Yifeng can't withstand it. More than 100 points of damage at once? I saw the photos just now. They are all black and full of monsters. Can we really withstand it? Is Big Brother Yifeng playing the same survival game as us? What's so great about it? If I go, I will become cannon fodder for the monsters in less than 3 seconds. Everyone was puzzled. They racked their brains, but couldn't understand why Yifeng could face so many monsters so calmly. At this time, someone asked about the monster's health and defense. Lu Jinlong also gave an answer immediately. The monster's HP is not high, I estimate it's around 5,000 points, but its defense is not too bad. My 100-point attack only has around 70 points of physical output. Fortunately, I have a lot of chess pieces, so I can quickly deal with the few monsters that slip through the net. After hearing Lu Jinlong's answer, everyone started to think about how long it would take to kill a monster if it were their turn. How long would it take for them to kill all the estimated 100,000 monsters? Soon they came to a desperate conclusion. Even if they concentrated all their chess pieces on one monster and killed one in 1 second, it would take more than 27 hours to kill 100,000 monsters. In other words, if these monsters stood still for them to kill, they would need to kill them for more than a day without sleep. Thinking of this, everyone was even more terrified that Yifeng could kill as many monsters as the monsters that kept rushing out of the cracks. Before they knew the situation, they only knew that Yifeng was powerful, but this kind of power was at most like looking at the moon in a well. But now that they knew the attributes of the monsters, they suddenly understood in their hearts that they had underestimated the strength of Yifeng. The gap between the two was completely like a mayfly meeting the sky. While everyone was discussing, Yifeng had already started a major counterattack. The blood volume of Crow Swain had reached a terrifying level. Malzahar's infection, at this moment, was superimposed like a terrifying death plague. All the monsters that were touched by the infection would basically die, and Malzahar's infection layers were not all spread to the same enemy. After the infected target died, these infection layers were often dispersed and spread to several or even more than 10 other monsters around. And these dispersed infection layers were enough to kill in 1 second. Soon, the monsters outside the crack had been almost cleared, leaving only a few monsters scattered in an area far away from Yifeng. Soon, Yifeng kept pressing forward, and it didn't take long for him to reach the edge of the crack. Malzahar's infection level has become the most terrifying poison. The monsters that emerged from these cracks were infected by the dead companions around them, as soon as they crawled out of the cracks, and then died instantly. Even later, no new monsters crawled out of the cracks. Yifeng walked boldly to the edge of the crack, and even saw countless monsters climbing up along the cracks, but they were infected only halfway up and died directly into the depths of the cracks. At this time, Lu Jinlong in the distance watched Yifeng continue to move towards the cracks. His chess pieces continued to attack around, and later, it seemed that there was a death field around Yifeng. You can't see Yifeng's chess pieces make a move, but you can see these monsters die one after another. This exaggerated scene made Lu Jinlong dumbfounded, and also made him understand that the crisis of the cracks this time was completely solved by Yifeng. He was still afraid before, but now he has thrown these thoughts behind his head. With such a powerful boss in charge, no matter how many monsters appear, we are not afraid. Lu Jinlong was naturally very curious about what was inside the crack. Seeing that the situation had stabilized, he immediately prepared to go up and take a look. At this time, he posted a photo of the monsters almost cleared out in the chat channel. Boss Yifeng is so powerful. He basically killed all the monsters. And now every monster that is missed will die. It's like the realm of the god of death. I'm going to go up and see what is under the crack. I'm so curious. After Lu Jinlong sent the message, it also aroused the curiosity of others. Go quickly and show the brothers what's under the crack. Go quickly, explore again and report back. At this time, Yifeng stood at the edge of the crack, watching the monsters crawling out of the crack becoming fewer and fewer. Looking at this situation, perhaps in less than a few minutes, the monsters will no longer refresh. Lu Jinlong also ran over at this time, got close to Yifeng, panting and greeted, Boss Yifeng, thanks to you this time. Thank you so much. Speaking of which, what is under this crack? Let me see it too. After saying that, Lu Jinlong also stuck his head out. The bottom was scarlet, and it was unclear what was inside. But those monsters all crawled out from the scarlet light below. But due to Yifeng's crazy killing, the monsters crawling out from below have become fewer and fewer. It won't be long before it will be completely over. Lu Jinlong took a photo, stepped back, and sent the photo below to the chat channel. After seeing the photos, everyone started a heated discussion about what was under the crack. Is this thing really the legendary underworld? Oh my god, it's all bloody and red, and you can't see anything, but our map is called the Scarlet Land. Could it have something to do with the things behind the survival game? At Lu Jinlong, brother, why don't you sacrifice yourself and jump down to scout the way for everyone? Seeing the message that he was asked to jump down, Lu Jinlong curled his lips. These people are really bullshitting. No new monsters appeared in the crack, but a roar came from the depths of the crack. The roar came from far away, as if it wanted to break through the scarlet light. Under this red light, it seemed that some great terror was about to burst out. Chapter 225. Listening to the roar from underground, Lu Jinlong felt a little uncertain. Judging from the situation, there seemed to be more powerful monsters underground. If this thing rushed out again, could Yi Feng resist it? However, he looked at Yi Feng's chess pieces again, and seemed to have a lot of confidence again. Maybe, other monsters underground would not necessarily come out. After all, there has been no movement for so long. Boss Yi Feng, there should be no monsters coming out. Thank you so much. If there are any problems in the future, can I ask you for help again? In Lu Jinlong's cognition, this crisis was completely resolved. But this crack is always like a time bomb, and it is unknown when it will explode. So for safety reasons, it is better to contact Boss Yi Feng first, and when there is a situation later, you can ask Boss Yi Feng for help as soon as possible. Hearing Lu Jinlong's words, Yi Feng was not as optimistic as Lu Jinlong. Because although no monsters were refreshed, the archangels on the chess pieces were still constantly increasing the strength of spells. And at this time, Swain had participated in killing countless monsters, and the duration of the demon's ascension was too long to count. At this moment, although no monsters appeared, the blood volume of Crow Swain was still increasing. These two things represent one thing. That is, the battle is not over. No monsters appeared underground for the time being, but it does not mean that there are no monsters. The roar coming from the underground is most likely from the monster. Yi Feng frowned, but the ground suddenly shook. Yi Feng, who was standing on the edge of the crack, lost his balance and almost fell into the crack. Fortunately, LeBlanc beside him pulled him up and stabilized his body. Something is wrong, step back first. Yi Feng took the chess piece and stepped back a distance. Suddenly, he saw the original edge of the crack. The huge rocks collapsed and rolled into the crack. Then countless huge red vines pierced out from the ground, like a life-taking blade, densely piercing the position where Yi Feng was originally located like a hedgehog. If Yi Feng hadn't noticed something wrong, he would have quickly taken the chess piece back a distance. This time, it is estimated that all the chess pieces would have been pierced through. The ground was still collapsing, and these huge vines were several meters thick in diameter. Each vine required several people to hug. There were hundreds of vines that had just pierced out. The cracks on the ground continued to spread and expand, and the entire ground was torn apart. This was the most severe collapse of the sky and the earth. The scope of the shattering continued to expand, and soon the land on both sides of the crack was completely shattered. The width of the crack has increased from more than 10 meters to more than 30 meters. The roar under the crack became clearer, as if the monster was close at hand. Roar. With a soul-stirring roar, the red light from the ground shot up into the sky. The rich scarlet color turned the night sky into a bloody red dye. The light was so bright that it was impossible to look directly at it with the naked eye. Yi Feng and Lu Jinlong both used their arms to block their eyes, and turn their heads, to avoid the strong red light. When the red light slowly dissipated, Yi Feng hurried to check what happened, but saw a shocking scene. Countless vines rushed out from the ground, densely packed, completely occupying the surrounding space. And these huge red vines seemed to have life, constantly wriggling. Countless vines came from all directions at this time. They launched an all-round attack on Yi Feng's chess pieces. Countless vines, like a cage, were going to strangle all of Yi Feng's chess pieces. Lu Jinlong was frightened by this scene. The vines all over the sky seemed to him to be irresistible. Thousands of vines completely sealed off Yi Feng's chess pieces. Could Yi Feng successfully deal with it? At this time, Lu Jinlong subconsciously took a few steps back. He was even ready to run away at any time. But when he saw Yi Feng's calm appearance, he felt more confident. Yi Feng is so calm, there should be no problem. Yi Feng looked at the countless vines and smiled in his heart. This must be the big boss underground. It looks really powerful, and with this attack method, I think the strength is definitely not too bad. If Yi Feng's chess pieces are really attacked by the vines from all directions, the back row will most likely be dead or injured. However, can these vines really attack their own chess pieces? After all, if you look closely at those vines, they still have the infection effects of Malzahar's skills. In other words, after killing so many miscellaneous monsters before, Malzahar's infection layers that Yi Feng didn't know how many times have not disappeared. Instead, they have spread to the big boss underground. This is why Yi Feng did not end the battle state. Sure enough, everything was just as Yi Feng expected. When the vines were about to approach Yi Feng's chess piece, they began to wither and decay, turning into pieces of rotten wood falling to the ground. In just a moment, the vines that covered the sky withered and died before they even approached Yi Feng's chess piece. This scene made Lu Jinlong behind him widen his eyes. He didn't know the skills of Yi Feng's chess piece, so he naturally didn't know the situation. He only knew that Yi Feng stood there calmly, as if he didn't take the terrifying scene seriously at all. And the fact was indeed so. The monster that looked extremely terrifying attacked. As a result, Yi Feng just stood there and solved it directly with a method that Lu Jinlong didn't understand. Suddenly, Yi Feng's image in Lu Jinlong's eyes became taller and more mysterious. Yi Feng's back was infinitely taller in his sight, like a giant standing tall. At this time, after the thousands of vines that broke through the ground were destroyed, the monster body underneath completely crawled out of the ground. At a distance of about 1,000 meters from Yi Feng, the monster broke out of the ground. The body looked like a huge twisted aggregate. In the middle area, some looked like wooden stakes. And around the body, countless vines extended outward. The thousands of vines that attacked Yi Feng before were part of its body vines. At this time, the monster completely walked out of the ground, with tens of thousands of vines on its body, and it can be seen that on the vines, there are still many of the Ixia-like monsters hanging. In the core area of the monster, there is a huge human face, and at this time, the human face is angry. The height of the monster is tens of meters. From a distance, it looks like an octopus in the sea. Countless vines are like its tentacles, dancing around. Chapter 226. The vines all over its body kept shaking, and the monsters hanging on the vines fell like ripe fruits. These monsters were numerous and rushed towards Yi Feng. The origin of the underground monsters was suddenly revealed. It turned out that these monsters were all cultivated by this huge vine monster. Countless monsters rushed towards Yi Feng, and their number was even greater than the monsters that crawled out of the cracks before. Even because the distance was too close, and there was no need to climb the cracks, these monsters came more violently. Seeing this scene, Lu Jinlong trembled with fear. Yi Feng might be able to resist such a terrifying monster tide, but what about himself? If all the chess pieces died, the survivor himself would die. Thinking of this, Lu Jinlong only felt the threat of death coming at him. He had no choice but to move towards Yi Feng, hoping to survive under Yi Feng's protection. When the monster tide came into contact with the chess pieces, Yi Feng's chess pieces absorbed most of the firepower. But some scattered monsters attacked Lu Jinlong's chess pieces, which made Lu Jinlong feel embarrassed. Yi Feng was very relaxed, but Lu Jinlong was in a dilemma. Boss Yi Feng, I can't stand it anymore. At this time, Lu Jinlong's face flushed, and he asked Yi Feng for help anxiously. The development of the situation was beyond his expectations. The huge monster that looked extremely terrifying summoned countless soldiers and came aggressively. It was definitely not an easy guy to deal with. His chess pieces had already been killed, and he was not as calm as Yi Feng. Facing Lu Jinlong's request for help, Yi Feng just threw him a few advanced life domain magic scrolls. Don't worry, it will be over soon. After taking the magic scrolls thrown by Yi Feng, Lu Jinlong's pressure was temporarily relieved. But looking out, the endless monsters could not be seen at all. What's more, not far away, there was a huge monster staring at him. Given the size of the boss monster, if it participated in the battle, the balance of victory would probably soon tilt towards the monster. At this point, Lu Jinlong couldn't help but become curious. Why didn't the boss monster take action? And what did Yi Feng mean by saying that it would be over soon? In this situation, it doesn't look like it will be over soon. If it goes on like this, even if he can kill the monster, he will suffer heavy losses. Lu Jinlong was extremely anxious, while Yi Feng was calm, because he noticed that all the infection layers were now superimposed on the monster's torso. Yi Feng could no longer remember the number of monsters he had killed before, but he was sure, if the damage of the infection layers was concentrated on one target, the damage per second would definitely be over 1,000,000. The damage that could be released every minute was as high as hundreds of millions. No matter how fierce this monster was, how long could it last? So just wait a moment, and this boss would collapse without any attack. It lasted for 2 minutes. The huge monster suddenly let out a shrill scream and fell directly to the ground. Boom! The body of the huge monster fell, shaking the ground. As the monster fell, its body slowly withered and turned into rotten wood like the vines before, and finally turned into a handful of flying ash. And the monsters that emerged from the monster also lost all their power like rootless duckweed after the monster died. These monsters, like machines with broken springs, all stopped in place without moving. And these monsters, with a breeze, turned into flying ash and scattered into dust in the air. As all the monsters died, red light flew out of the bodies of the monsters after they died. Then these red lights were all absorbed by the small bottle on Yi Feng's waist. That was the past day equipment collector. So many monsters died, so the energy of this small bottle was completely collected. However, Yi Feng didn't have time to check at this time, and was interrupted by Lu Jinlong's excited shout. They're all dead? They're all dead? Damn it, I thought I was going to die here. How come that monster died so quickly? At this moment, Lu Jinlong was so excited that he couldn't express it in words. The last moment, he was still worried about his life, struggling to hold on without knowing when it would end. But in just a few minutes, the offensive and defensive situation changed. The terrifying monster that Lu Jinlong thought was impossible to defeat was easily solved by Yi Feng. Even Lu Jinlong didn't know how Yi Feng solved the boss. Yi Feng didn't seem to do anything, and the monster fell down. "Boss, this monster is finally dead." "That's great." Lu Jinlong was cheering, but the ground suddenly trembled again. This froze the smile on his face. "Oh no, are there any more monsters coming out?" Lu Jinlong was so scared that his face turned pale. The appearance of the previous two waves of monsters had made him realize that this was not something he could deal with. If there was another wave of monsters, even with Yi Feng in front, he was not sure whether the aftermath of the battle would leak small monsters. The few small monsters that were leaked were very difficult for Lu Jinlong. However, Yi Feng did not show any surprise. He was sure that the battle was over. After all, the health of Crow Swain had returned to the initial value again. And Malzahar's spell strength had also returned to the value when he was out of battle. This was the most direct evidence. Sure enough, the source of this vibration was the crack. The red light in the crack had completely disappeared, turning into an ordinary crack. At this time, the cracks were slowly moving towards the center, and it would not take long for them to completely merge together. Yi Feng and Lu Jinlong looked at the changes in the ground in front of them. After spending more than 2 minutes, the cracked ground closed again. If it weren't for the ground that seemed to have been renovated, it would seem as if nothing had ever happened. "Okay, it should be fine. I go back first. If there are any abnormalities later, remember to contact me at any time." At this time, Yi Feng just wanted to go back and check what the past day equipment collector that had absorbed all the energy could provide him. And after the cracks disappeared, Yi Feng heard a series of reward prompts, but he didn't have time to check. After talking to Lu Jinlong casually for a few words, Yi Feng left quickly. After Yi Feng left, Lu Jinlong opened the chat interface, and many people asked him how he was doing now. In response to everyone's inquiries, Lu Jinlong sent a photo of the huge monster and added a sentence. "Boss Yi Feng was killed instantly." What's there to say? Chapter 227. Lu Jinlong said it lightly, but the content was like a heavy bomb dropped into the water, and the entire lake surface was completely boiling. The huge boss in the photo was not an easy monster to deal with in the eyes of everyone. And it was a monster that appeared from the strange crack, so its strength was probably even more powerful. But now, Lu Jinlong actually said that Yi Feng killed it in seconds. What a joke. No matter how strong Yi Feng is, there must be a limit. Even if he is a master, with invincible front row and explosive output in the back row, it will take some time to beat the boss. Knowing that everyone did not believe it, after all, even Lu Jinlong himself did not believe this news at first. When Yi Feng left, he finally plucked up the courage to ask Yi Feng how he did it. This question was somewhat offensive. After all, for many people, the best way to kill a killer is naturally not to let others know. If others know your secret, it may have an adverse effect on you. However, Yi Feng was not angry. He was very calm, and told Lu Jinlong the answer directly. "One of my chess pieces is called Malzahar, which can infinitely stack damage. It's that simple." Lu Jinlong silently memorized the name of the barracks Malzahar. "Malzahar, right? I must take this chess piece when I see it in the future." At this moment, other people had doubts about Yi Feng's ability to kill the boss instantly, so Lu Jinlong did not hide it either, and told everyone the secret directly. Boss Yi Feng said that it was because there was a barracks chess piece called Malzahar in his barracks, which could infinitely stack damage, so he could kill the boss instantly. It was the first time for everyone to hear the name of this barracks. For them, this name was very unfamiliar, and they had never seen it before. But this was natural. Malzahar was a 5-cost barracks. To get him, the base level must be at least level 7, but now the survivors, if they can have a level 5 base, they can be considered as the best among the best. Like Lu Jinlong, everyone silently remembered the name of the Malzahar barracks. Everyone wanted to get this chess piece later, and no matter how expensive it was, they must buy this barracks. After all, it was the barracks used by Yi Feng, and there was no problem with its strength. In fact, the ability to kill the boss in seconds depends on the infinite stacking of infection layers by Malzahar. But this premise also requires that Malzahar's skill release speed is fast enough and the damage is not bad. The most important thing is that the front row can always hold on. And with so many conditions met, Yi Feng was able to kill the boss instantly this time, and there was another most important point. That is, the boss summoned so many miscellaneous soldiers at the beginning to give Yi Feng layers. It was just like the villain boss gave experience packs to the protagonist all the way. If the monster chose to rush out from the ground to fight at the beginning, perhaps Yi Feng would still have to fight hard. It's a pity that his strategy was perfectly restrained by Yi Feng's Malzahar. Future survivors simply remembered the Malzahar barracks. When you really buy it, you will find out how big the gap between ideal and reality is. Infinitely stacking damage is true, but can other people's lineups be as tough as Yi Feng's lineup? Can you give Malzahar enough time to develop when facing the boss? Can you equip Malzahar with a set of light equipment? Yi Feng's strength is formed by countless conditions stacked together. It can't be explained by a simple Malzahar. But Yi Feng didn't see these. Even if he saw them, he wouldn't have the energy to explain them. Anyway, 5-cost chess pieces are still a distant existence for most survivors now. And at this time, Yi Feng, after returning to the base, hurriedly took out the past equipment collector. That is, the prop that looks like a small bottle. At this time, the collector has absorbed enough energy, and when Yi Feng touched it, he got a prompt. The energy of the past equipment collector has been collected. Do you want to create the past equipment now? After waiting for so long, I can finally see the result. Yi Feng was full of curiosity about this so-called equipment from the past. Now, he could finally know what it was. Choose to create. After Yi Feng made his choice, the mouth of the small bottle emitted a red glow, which slowly floated into the air and condensed and shrank in the air. In the red light, Yi Feng could vaguely see the shadows of some equipment icons, but it was not clear. What kind of equipment was it? Yi Feng was so curious that he wanted to know the answer immediately. But the more anxious Yi Feng was, the slower it condensed, making Yi Feng want to fly up and help. The waiting time lasted for a full minute. For Yi Feng, this minute was like a year. Yi Feng finally understood what it meant to be eager. His current state was eager. Finally, the red light condensed into a tangible entity. From that ball of light, a weapon slowly emerged. The result of this creation is, Giant Hydra. Hearing this name, Yi Feng was stunned. Isn't this a Summoner's Canyon equipment? How did it come to the Golden Shovel? Giant Hydra. Add 15% attack speed, add 200 health limit. Special effect. Attack the target, and the enemy behind the target to cause magic damage based on 5% of the carrier's maximum health. Seeing this attribute, Yi Feng's eyes lit up. This thing is actually the equipment that the Golden Shovel has deleted in previous seasons. No, it should not be completely deleted. In the time and space rift version made by the official Golden Shovel, it can still be seen. Could it be that the so-called equipment of the past days is the equipment that has been deleted? Thinking of this, Yi Feng was excited. If this guess is true, then wouldn't it be possible to get the legendary Star-Falling Blade, Disarming Blade, 1st edition Dragon Claw, 1st edition Anti-Armor and other invincible divine equipment in the future? Thinking this way, the future is really promising. Yi Feng's thoughts went further and further, but he quickly collected his thoughts. After all, it is still quite difficult to collect this thing. After so long, I only encountered monsters in the Peach Forest and collected some of the energy. If Lu Jinlong hadn't asked for help tonight, perhaps this first piece of equipment from the past would not have been obtained. Who will carry this giant Hydra? The answer is self-evident. Of course, it will be given to Crow Swain to carry it. Heavyweight Striker causes additional physical damage based on health points, and Giant Hydra causes additional magic damage based on health points. The invincible Big Crow with dual damage is both meaty and resistant. Chapter 228. The only problem now is that the equipment slots are too scarce. The previous increase of 1 in all equipment slots made Yi Feng think that he should not be short of slots. Now it seems that he was too optimistic. Giant Hydra is the most suitable chess piece. If Crow dares to claim second place, no one dares to claim first place. Crow Swain, who can stack blood volume infinitely, only needs blood volume of more than 10,000 and equip Giant Hydra. Then every general attack can be accompanied by 500 points of magic damage, and this damage is still range AoE. In addition, it can also be accompanied by physical damage of 20% of the health value of heavyweight strikers, which is 2,000 points of physical damage. Physical and magical dual cultivation, who can withstand it, and if Crow Swain's blood volume is stacked to 100,000, or even 1 million, how exaggerated will this value be? Crow Swain's equipment is currently full. The current equipment is Dragon's Tooth, Arfu Angel Staff, Supervision Emblem, Eternal Flame. Dragon's Fang provides continuous health recovery, especially when Crow Swain's health is stacked. This effect is even more exaggerated, naturally irreplaceable. Then Arfu Angel Staff, which is the bright version of Archangel Staff, increases spell power by 40 points every 4 seconds, which is equivalent to 10 points per second, and can increase spell power by 600 points every minute. This is also the key to Crow Swain's health stacking speed, and there is no substitute. As for the high damage reduction provided by Monitoring Emblem, Yifeng doesn't need to say anything. Everyone can understand the importance of damage reduction. The only thing that can be replaced is naturally Eternal Flame. As an auxiliary equipment, the attributes it provides to the carrier are not very good. It only provides 150 points of basic health bonus. The special effect is to cause serious damage to the enemy, and provide damage increase to the whole team. This equipment is not very suitable for the current Crow Swain. It's just that there was no good equipment for Yifeng to replace before. Now that Giant Hydra is in hand, it is natural to replace the auxiliary equipment Eternal Flame. Dragon's Tooth, Arfu Angel Staff, Monitoring Emblem, Giant Hydra, Crow Swain's equipment is a perfect match. Health recovery plus magic power increase plus damage reduction plus high AoE damage. It can be said to be comprehensive and perfect. After completing the equipment replacement of Crow Swain, Yifeng hung the replaced Eternal Flame on Anbisa. As a 2-star 4-cost chess piece, Anbisa also carries 3 pieces of light version warrior equipment, with decent output and good survivability. Giving her the equipment, there is no need to worry about Anbisa's sudden death and the disappearance of the damage increase effect of the whole team. After building the Giant Hydra, the energy of the past day equipment collector is about half. In other words, the monster in the underground crack today directly provided Yifeng with a piece of past day equipment. This harvest is very good. And the loss is almost negligible, just a few magic scrolls are lost. For Yifeng, it is not even a loss at all. After all, what Yifeng lacks the least now is magic essence. The existence of the Gobi Giant Scorpion is the mobile magic essence extract of Yifeng. And this time, after clearing the monsters in the underground cracks, in addition to collecting the energy of the past days equipment collector to create the Giant Hydra, the survival game itself also rewarded Yifeng with a lot of rewards. Yifeng finally calmed down to check the rewards for killing the huge monster. There were several reward information in total, and Yifeng checked them one by one at this time. Congratulations to the survivor for killing the Scarlet Power Monster Crypt Vine Monster. Rewards are being distributed. 1. Reward the survivor with 50 gold coins. Seeing this, Yifeng frowned slightly. 50 gold coins? This number is a bit small. You know, the strength of the monster is definitely not too bad. According to Yifeng's inference, if the monster rushed up at the beginning, Yifeng might not be able to kill it. It can kill instantly, and the proportion of luck is also very high. But the survival game only gave 50 gold coins, which made Yifeng feel a little sorry for the huge monster. But it's okay, just think of it as picking up 50 gold coins for free. After comforting himself, Yifeng continued to look at the next reward. Second, reward survivors with 15 days to upgrade their base. Seeing this reward, Yifeng felt like he suddenly realized something. In other words, his gold coin reward was split into 2 aspects, gold coins and base upgrade. If the 15 days of base upgrade time were converted into gold coins, it would be another 60 gold coins. In other words, the economic reward provided by this boss is as much as 100 gold coins, which is a considerable profit, but for Yifeng, this is simply a big loss. After all, Yifeng only needs 3 gold coins to upgrade the base each time. If there is a choice, Yifeng will definitely choose 110 gold coins, rather than 50 gold coins plus 15 base upgrade time. After the economic rewards were distributed, it was finally time for various rewards that can improve combat power. Third, reward survivors with a Light Equipment Upgrader X1. Light Equipment Upgrader can upgrade a finished equipment to the corresponding light equipment version. This reward is not bad. Although Yifeng previously got a lot of light equipment from the Iron Blood Conqueror reward, it is still lacking at present. Not to mention anything else, the Dragon's Fawn on Crow Swain is still a normal version of equipment. Use this thing to upgrade to the light version of Dragon's Will, then Crow Swain's combat power can also be taken to the next level. Yifeng looked through his backpack, and there was indeed a light equipment upgrader inside. Without hesitation, he directly chose the equipment Dragon's Fawn on Crow Swain's barracks. The light version of Dragon will restores 10% of health every 2 seconds. For the crows who easily reach 100,000 or even 1 million health points, it is simply a mobile fountain. With this equipment, Yifeng can confidently consume the opponent to death even if it is a powerful boss. This reward makes Yifeng very satisfied. Even if there are no other rewards in the future, it is enough to make Yifeng satisfied. However, when Yifeng's eyes moved downward, he was immediately surprised. My god, there are actually 4 survival game tips below. In other words, this boss gave him 7 rewards? Yifeng continued to look at the 4th reward, his eyes full of light. For Yifeng, this thing is even more attractive than the sum of the previous 3 rewards. 4. Secret Realm Extra Exploration Scroll X1. Chapter 229. Secret Realm Extra Exploration Scroll. After using, you could open a secret realm for solo exploration. Looking at this item, Yifeng's face was filled with excitement. Originally, the Secret Realm challenge would only be opened on the 30th day, and survivors from all sides would go together. But this scroll not only allows Yifeng to understand the secret realm in advance, but also allows him to go alone without anyone interfering with his actions. This thing is quite useful for Yifeng now. There are 3 more reward information at the back, and Yifeng scanned them all at a glance. 5th, Reward Random Artifact Equipment X1. 6th, Reward Random Light Equipment X1. 7th, Reward Random Emblem X1. The remaining 3 rewards are a bit boring for Yifeng. For conventional equipment, Yifeng basically has nothing missing. At most, the random emblem is slightly attracted to Yifeng. If possible, Yifeng would rather exchange random artifact equipment and random light equipment for chest piece abnormal mutator or equipment slot expander. These things are what Yifeng wants most at the moment. However, it is better than nothing. The reward for random artifacts is Wither Jewel. Wither Jewel, add 40 spell power and 15 mana. Special effect, when causing magic damage, the target's magic resistance will be reduced by 4 points. If the target's magic resistance is 0, it will provide 5 mana points to the carrier instead. The effect of this equipment is naturally the best match for mages with high attack frequency. Speaking of high frequency mages, it is naturally Malzahar. However, Malzahar's equipment is also full, so he needs to modify the equipment in the equipment slot first. Iron Conqueror's Emblem, Helana's Spear, Hextech Life Blade, Crown of Emblem, Ginsu's Reckoning, Arfu's Angel Staff. All 6 pieces of equipment are full. Iron Conqueror's Emblem is the basis of Malzahar's high spell power, so it cannot be replaced. Helana's Spear is a mana recovery equipment, and the mana recovery effect of the light version is also very significant, so there is no need to replace it. Archangel of Light and Light Tech Gun enhance spell power and provide life recovery, and it seems that there is no place to replace them. So if you want to equip Malzahar with Wither Jewel, you can only choose between Crown of Emblem and Ginsu's Reckoning. Crown of Emblem mainly provides damage increase and attack speed. The main function of the Light Sheath Knife is to increase attack speed. After reaching the upper limit of attack speed, it can provide faster mana recovery and make skills release faster. However, once Wither Jewel weakens the enemy's magic resistance to 0 points, each attack can provide 5 mana points. And the infection effect of Malzahar is calculated separately for multiple layers. Wouldn't it be possible to fill up the mana in 1 second? If this is the case, then from the later stage, Malzahar equipped with Wither Jewel will definitely be more powerful than Malzahar equipped with the Light Sheath Knife. In the end, Yifeng replaced the Light Sheath Knife with Wither Jewel. The random light equipment Yifeng obtained was Titan's Oath. Yifeng couldn't find a barracks to equip this warrior equipment. After all, the 2 warrior barracks, and Bisa and Sevika, have already completed the assembly of 4 pieces of divine equipment. Let's put it in the backpack for the time being and wait for later. The random emblem is not very ideal, only providing a mage emblem. But for Yifeng, it is also a small improvement. At present, Yifeng's chess pieces are Vampire Vladimir, Crow Swain, and Enchanter LeBlanc, and 3 mage barracks. But the mage bond is at levels 2, 4, and 6 respectively. After equipping this mage emblem, the mage bond can be gathered to 4 mage. In this way, the initial magic power of the mage chess piece can be increased by 30 points. Yifeng took a look at the mini barracks, and Spider Elise had the most free equipment slots, so he gave it to Spider. Mage Emblem was equipped to Spider Elise's barracks, and Yifeng's Mage Bond also successfully reached 4 mage. All the rewards for this time have been counted. Yifeng looked at his gold coins, which were 192 in total, and there were only 10 days left to upgrade to level 8 base. Without hesitation, Yifeng directly consumed 30 gold coins and raised the base level to level 8. After reaching level 8, it took 180 days to upgrade to level 9. For other survivors, the gold coins required were 420 gold coins. Such a large number of gold coins is simply an astronomical figure. Of course, it is only for other survivors. For Yifeng, there is no great pressure at present. If all the gold coins obtained daily are used for upgrading, it will take at most 10 days to successfully reach level 9 base. After the base was upgraded to level 8, Yifeng's base town was obviously expanded again. It has become the size of a small ancient city, and the scale is not too different from the Taer city encountered last time. Perhaps when Yifeng's base reaches level 10, the size of the base will be as huge as that city. The number of idle barracks has reached 3. After the barracks are refreshed tomorrow, perhaps the strength can be improved again, and tomorrow is quite a lot for Yi Feng. The trial portal is refreshed again, and Secret Realm Extra Exploration Scroll also requires Yi Feng to explore in advance. The most important thing is that Yi Feng will get a new hex enhancement tomorrow. 1 hex enhancement per week. This is the core of Yi Feng's continuous strengthening and walking ahead of all survivors. It is also a secret that Yi Feng has never revealed to anyone. I don't know what kind of hex enhancement I can get tomorrow. Yi Feng suddenly remembered the Gobi area and the red light area he saw when he went to the Gobi area at night last time. In that red light area, there is a terrifying existence that Yi Feng has not yet understood. When Yi Feng encountered it, just a casual attack caused nearly 10,000 points of terrifying damage to Yi Feng. Yi Feng hesitated to explore it. Maybe tomorrow, after getting new hex tech enhancements and matching them with the magic scroll of Last Stand, he can really explore that area. The red light may be related to the so-called Scarlet. If so, the past day equipment collector may be able to harvest a lot of energy, and it is not impossible to create a second piece of past day equipment. Yi Feng had more and more thoughts in his mind, lying on the bed, and soon fell asleep. When he woke up the next day, Yi Feng saw another hex tech enhancement that belonged to him. Chapter 230. Congratulations to all survivors for making it to the 28th day. Daily gold coins have been issued. Investment strategy hex enhancement has taken effect. All barracks chess pieces have 50 health points. Survivor, Yi Feng. Base level, LV8. The current maximum number of barracks that can be built, 8 plus 12. Base upgrade, 179 days later Yi Feng took a look at his gold coins. The number jumped directly from 162 gold coins last night to 225. This amount is not right. Yi Feng's daily free gold coins plus interest gold coins plus triple crown gold coins and interest from alliance members are only 61 coins per day, but now there are 2 more. However, Yi Feng reacted immediately. He patted his head lightly. He was really busy and confused. In order to help Lu Jinlong yesterday, he also pulled Lu Jinlong into his hard deal on an alliance. Naturally, he can get more interest from members. The 2 extra gold coins were provided by the new member Lu Jinlong. These are not the most important. What Yi Feng is thinking about is the extra hex enhancement he got today. Congratulations to the host, this time you have drawn the gold level hex enhancement, DD Block. DD Block. You can get a free barrack store refresh every day, and the number of refreshes can be saved although this is not a color hex enhancement. For Yi Feng, the significance of this reward is more important than the color hex bond. For a long time, the barrack store in the survival game has not been refreshed. The way for everyone to get the barracks is the 5 barracks that are refreshed every day. It can be said that everything depends on the dealer. In addition, it is to collect barracks fragments from the survivors to make up the barracks you want. Now that there is a chance to refresh, it will be easier to get the lineup you want. And this refresh number can be retained. If Yi Feng keeps it all the way to level 9 or even level 10, maybe all 3-star 5 costs can be chased in one wave. Among the survivors in the entire survival game, Yi Feng is also unique, the only one who can refresh the daily barrack store. So far, Yi Feng has obtained a total of 5 hex tech enhancements. War Treasure 3, Investment Strategy 2, Golden Cookware, Hedge Fund, DD Block. After getting the hex tech enhancement, Yi Feng quickly opened the barracks interface, wanting to see what the barracks refreshed daily have. See if the dealer has given him some useful barracks. Aurelia, Urgot, Gangplank, Loris, Echo. The chess pieces refreshed this time are very effective. Aurelia and Loris both have the Sentinel bond. If these 2 chess pieces are purchased, the original 4 Sentinels bond can be further upgraded to 6 Sentinels. 6 Sentinels provide 42 points of dual resistance for the whole team, which is 17 points more than 4 Sentinels. And the Sentinel chess piece itself has been tripled. In other words, the Sentinel chess piece can get more than 50 points of dual resistance improvement. 6 Sentinel chess pieces are enough to turn Yi Feng's chess pieces into a solid wall. And Urgot and Gangplank, the 2 chess pieces also have a common bond brawler. If you buy these 2 pieces, the original brawler bond can be upgraded from 2 brawlers to 4 brawlers. The additional true damage caused by 4 brawlers directly increases from the original 6% to 12%, which can be said to be doubled. For Draven's output, it can also be improved. Although this is not a full member upgrade, Lump has another bond. That is Double Warrior. There are 4 Double Warrior pieces in total. After reaching 4 Double Warriors, the damage reduction can be further increased from the original 15% to 33%. If you can gather them together, it will be a huge improvement for the subsequent Crow Swain. As for the last Echo, although it is a noble 4-cost barracks worth 20 gold coins, But the Bond's ambush expert, Wildfire Gang, and Geek are not of much use to Yifeng. This is still a polite way of saying it. To be more direct, it is a completely irrelevant Bond. Even if it is a 4-cost chess piece, Yifeng will not consider buying this barracks. A refresh button appeared at the bottom of the barracks purchase interface, with a small number 1 written in the lower right corner. This means that Yifeng currently has 1 refresh. Yifeng is not in a hurry to use this refresh opportunity. His plan is to save it for chasing 5-cost cards later, and the probability of refreshing 5-cost cards at level 8 is still too low and not suitable. From a rational point of view, 6 Sentinels will improve the whole team more. But gank among the 4 brawlers can provide a more powerful 4-dual warrior Bond for the subsequent Crow Swain. This caused Yifeng to fall into a brief dilemma. However, this dilemma only lasted for a few minutes, and Yifeng made the final decision. A total of 20 gold coins were consumed, and Yifeng bought the Aurelia and Loris barracks. Another 4 gold coins were spent to recruit an Aurelia and Loris. In this way, Yifeng's Sentinel Bond can be regarded as 6 Sentinels, with the highest Bond level. Now the team's additional armor and magic resistance have reached 142 points. Diplomat provides 100 points, and 6 Sentinels provide another 42 points. The remaining gold coins, 201. Yifeng was not in a hurry to use them. There were more things to do today, and the trial portal was refreshed again. Thinking of this, Yifeng decided to take a look at the difficulty of the trial refresh today on the trial portal. Difficulty of this trial portal, SS level. The difficulty of this trial portal is too high. Please challenge it carefully. Do you want to open the trial portal now? What the hell? SS level? Yifeng originally thought that the highest difficulty of the trial portal was S level. I didn't expect that the difficulty of SS level would appear now. But after thinking about it, Yifeng felt it was reasonable. After all, when Yifeng was not too strong before, he had already passed the S level trial. The S level trial was as easy as drinking water for Yifeng. If the highest difficulty was only S level, then for the later stage, this trial portal would be a copy of weekly rewards without any challenge. SS level trial challenge. And the survival game also reminded Yifeng to challenge it carefully. So Yifeng did not open the trial portal directly, but prepared to use all the remaining gold coins to buy chess pieces, maximize the chess piece's combat power, and then add some magic essence, and then go to this SS level trial portal. Chapter 231. For Yifeng, there are many types of magic scrolls. Damage increase, life recovery, armor increase, magic resistance increase, extra life increase, attack power increase, spell strength increase, and last stand magic scroll. Basically, Yifeng's magic scrolls have all kinds of attribute increase. And the effects are pretty good. In addition, Yifeng contacted Deng Shiji again. Yifeng took a look at Deng Shiji's place, and found a magic scroll that Yifeng didn't have. Intermediate additional damage magic scroll. After use, you can specify 20 chess pieces, and within 30 minutes, each attack will add 5 points of real damage for most people. The effect of this magic scroll is considered useless. Even Deng Shiji himself thinks so. Each time with 5 points of real damage, it can only be said that it is not painful, but better than nothing. But for Yifeng, if he matches Malzahar with this, each infection layer will add 5 points of real damage. When the number of layers is stacked to a certain number, it is also very good damage. Brother, can you help me exchange 100 intermediate additional damage magic scrolls? I will mail the crystal stone to you. After Yifeng sent the private message, he directly mailed the crystal stone to the other party through the War Zone Administrator Authority. Deng Shiji on the other side was about to set off to start a new day of hunting when he received Yifeng's private message and email. After reading Yifeng's private message, Deng Shiji replied no problem and prepared to get 100 magic scrolls for Yifeng first. After this magic scroll was announced to everyone, basically no one asked about it. After all, the effect is too useless, and one needs 30 points of magic essence to make. You know, a magic scroll that can increase the damage bonus by 5% only needs 5 points of magic essence. No matter how you think about it, this magic scroll is a useless scroll. Although he didn't know why Yifeng wanted this magic scroll, Deng Shiji still exchanged 100 of them in one go. His remaining magic essence was enough to exchange for so many scrolls. After the transaction was completed, Yifeng sent a message to Deng Shiji and directly closed the private chat interface. Brother, I sent you a crystal stone, and the rest is your hard work fee. Deng Shiji smiled when he saw the message. How many magic essences can a crystal stone exchange for? I'm afraid the cost may not be recovered. But Deng Shiji didn't plan to say anything. Previously, Yifeng sent everyone magic scrolls, which was already a big expense. In this survival game, people who are willing to help each other, why should they care about a little loss? However, when Deng Shiji took the crystal stone that Yifeng mailed to exchange for magic essence, he was shocked. Gobi Giant Scorpion Monster Crystal Stone can be exchanged for 7,000 points of magic essence. Deng Shiji was stunned. What kind of monster crystal stone is this? It is actually worth 7,000 points of magic essence. You know, he took great pains to kill a boss a few days ago, and the crystal stone he got in the end was only exchanged for 2,000 points of magic essence. And this boss with 2,000 points of magic essence has already made Deng Shiji suffer a lot. But now a monster crystal stone that Yifeng mailed can actually be exchanged for 7,000 points of magic essence. After getting the magic scroll, Yifeng didn't know that Deng Shiji would be surprised by the crystal stone of the Gobi Giant Scorpion. He was still preparing for the SS level trial difficulty, and he would first play the daily gold coins of God-given Ergot and Sevika, and then replenish the chess pieces before setting off. Yifeng was lucky today. There were 24 gold coins in the treasure box that God-given Ergot exploded, and only 2 basic equipment appeared. Adding the 9 gold coins exploded by Sevika, Yifeng's gold coins reached 234 gold coins. If it can be refreshed infinitely, the 8 levels plus 234 gold coins may allow Yifeng to chase 3 stars and 4 costs. However, this survival game does not have the option of refreshing the barracks. There are 134 extra gold coins available. Darius previously lost 30 people in the Peach Forest, and has not been replenished yet. Yifeng directly replenished the number of Darius to the upper limit of 200. 104 gold coins remaining. For Yifeng, it is not about quantity but quality. The strongest back row output is Malzahar, and the strongest late-stage tank is Crow's Swain with frost power. There are currently 53 Malzahars, 2 of whom were lent to Wen Jiahao and Yang Bin. Yifeng spent 45 gold coins, and added 9 more Malzahars, reaching an integer of 62. On his side, there are exactly 60 integers to use. There are 59 gold coins left. The number of Crow's Swain is relatively small, with only 11 at present. With these 59 gold coins, Yifeng directly pulled 14 Crow's Swain, which cost another 42 gold coins. With the last 17 gold coins, Yifeng exchanged for 7 Dravens, and with the last 10 gold coins, he added 5 more Renatas to ensure that Renata's shield could cover the front row in all directions when there were more pieces in the front row. After counting all kinds of magic scrolls, Yifeng was ready to set off. This time, Yifeng went all out for the SS level trial portal mission. All Darius members were dispatched. Draven was also replenished to more than 80 people, and the output of 1,000 swords Draven could also make many boss drink a pot. 25 Crow's Swains, who have the power of frost, will be invincible in the battlefield in the later stage. In addition to Darius and Crow's Swain in the front row, Yifeng added 5 Leonas. Then there are 60 Malzahars, 27 LeBlanc, 15 Morganas, and 9 Renatas in the back row, all ready to go. As for the other chess pieces, they were not of much help to the battle, so Yifeng did not carry them. With these chess pieces, it should be enough to deal with the boss. As for the remaining chess pieces, Yifeng directly arranged for the intelligent chess pieces and Bisa and Spider Iris to carry the remaining chess pieces to the forest base for daily hunting. Although they could not help much in fighting the boss, they could still slaughter at will when they returned to the novice village in the forest base. After arranging the tasks, Yifeng led a large group of chess pieces and stood in front of the trial portal again. Difficulty of this trial portal, SS level. The difficulty of this trial portal is too high. Please challenge it carefully. Do you want to open the trial portal now? This time, Yifeng did not hesitate and decisively chose yes. As Yifeng's voice fell, the light curtain appeared again, the portal was completed, and the back of the portal was the location of the SS level trial. After adding various magic scroll buffs with longer duration to the chess pieces, Yifeng stepped into the portal with the chess pieces. Chapter 232. After passing through the trial portal, Yifeng arrived at the location of the SS level trial. The destination this time was actually in an underground cave. And the place where Yifeng was teleported was in a wide cave chamber. The size of the cave chamber was as wide as several football fields. Although it was a cave, the light was not dim. The whole cave was illuminated by a faint red light from nowhere, which made the whole cave a little dim, but everything in the cave could be seen clearly. Yifeng looked up at the top of the cave, which was more than 20 meters high. There were many stalactites on it, like swords hanging on the top, and the dim red light reflected on it made people look a little creepy. There were more than a dozen caves more than 3 meters high around the cave chamber, and no one knew where they led. The entrances of these caves were not regular, as if they were dug out by something, and they were of different sizes. A pungent smell of sulfur came from the cave. In addition, there was a strange fragrance entering the nose. The two smells mixed together, making Yifeng's nose feel a little strange, and his brain a little dizzy. Yifeng searched through his backpack. In the survival game, anything can be dropped, and naturally, a mask has also been dropped. After taking out the mask and putting it on, Yifeng felt a little more comfortable. At this time, Yifeng actually had the mind to laugh at himself. Am I almost in the same state as Xiao Duo, who can take out anything? Having said that, Yifeng's hands were not idle. He took out the advanced life field magic scroll and held it in his hand. As long as there was something wrong, he would tear the magic scroll open. As expected, the monster will appear soon. In the more than 10 caves around, it was pitch black and it was unclear what was inside. But at this time, there was a sound of a monster rushing in from the cave. The sound was like a huge army, and it was like a huge monster. The dull sound came from the cave, which made people feel nervous. The unknown existence is the most uncertain. Yifeng quickly distributed the chess pieces and dispersed them into more than 10 small teams, aiming at those caves respectively, waiting for the monsters to appear. Soon, the monsters in the cave appeared. They were Yiksha monsters more than 2 meters tall. There was not much difference from the Yiksha monsters that Yifeng had encountered before. There were 12 caves in total, and 12 Yiksha monsters appeared. These monsters wore red armor, held a long spear, and walked out of each cave in a uniform pace. The 12 Yiksha monsters were like carved out of the same mold. But if you look closely, you will find that different symbols are engraved on the armor of each monster. However, Yifeng does not recognize these symbols at all. When he saw the monsters appear, Yifeng immediately tore open the magic scroll in his hand. Suddenly, the green light representing life lit up under his feet, continuously providing life recovery for the chess pieces. These armored monsters roared, and the sound was like a bell, rushing towards Yifeng's chess pieces. And Yifeng's front row chess pieces also rushed up at the first time, fighting each other. As an SS level trial, Yifeng naturally took these monsters very seriously. He took out another magic scroll of last stand from his hand. If something goes wrong, use this magic scroll immediately. After the two sides fought, Yifeng was shocked. It was not that the monster's damage was high, but that the damage was too low for Yifeng. The knight swung the spear in his hand and hit several chess pieces in the front row, causing only a few hundred points of damage. And for Yifeng, this damage can be completely supplemented by Malzahar's technology gun and 6 profit bonds. Not to mention that Yifeng also used the advanced life domain magic scroll. The damage this monster caused to Yifeng's chess pieces could not take down much health. Malzahar, who replaced his sheath knife with Wither Jewel, started up a little slower at the beginning. But it can be seen with the naked eye that, after Malzahar's infection skill attached to the monster's magic resistance was constantly being reduced. The most obvious thing is that the damage caused by Malzahar's skills is constantly increasing every time he releases a skill. Such a battle does not put any pressure on Yifeng. In addition to swinging the spear in its hand, the armored Yiksha monster released several other moves that seemed powerful, but the damage it caused to Yifeng's chess piece was only more than 2,000 points at most. Although it was a bit painful, it was still within Yifeng's tolerance range. Crow Swain's health increased very quickly, and soon it reached a 6-digit value. Heavyweight Striker plus Giant Hydra made Crow Swain's output quite good. Although I don't know how long it will take to get rid of these monsters. But Yifeng always felt something was wrong. Everything went too smoothly to be the intensity of an SS level trial. If there were no accidents, it would not take long for Yifeng to easily deal with the 12 monsters. Especially after the battle lasted for a while, Malzahar's Withered Jewel special effect finally reduced the magic resistance of the 12 monsters to 0. At this time, the true power of Withered Jewel was revealed. When the enemy's magic resistance is 0, each attack can gain extra mana. And Malzahar's infection layers are calculated separately, that is, the mana is maxed out in 1 second. Sure enough, Malzahar just released a skill, and the mana was instantly maxed out again, and then another skill was used. There was no ordinary attack throughout the whole process, and the skills could not be stopped at all. Malzahar was firing at full power. Especially when the monster's magic resistance was 0, the magic damage was completely treated as real damage. Moreover, LeBlanc's skill Fade Chain can link nearby monsters together and spread the damage. This caused Malzahar's output to explode, and soon some monsters fell to the ground and died. As the first Yiksha monster died, the infection layer on his body instantly transferred to other monsters around. This spread, like a plague, continued to infect, causing these monsters to die faster and faster. Soon, all 12 monsters died, and only crystal stones and armor on the ground were left. Yi Feng went forward and picked up these crystal stones one by one. Special item: Round Table Warrior Yiksha Monster Crystal Stone. From the name of the crystal stone, the name of the monster was learned. Yi Feng picked up the 12 sets of armor and put them in his backpack. After completing all this, he did not get the prompt to complete the SS level trial. Chapter 233. Yi Feng immediately understood what was going on. It seemed that there was a high probability that there were some monsters. Based on Yi Feng's understanding of survival games, the more than 10 monsters that appeared at the moment were probably just a vanguard. As expected, after Yi Feng cleaned up the battlefield, the ground shook again. And this time, the vibration was even more exaggerated than before. From the cave, one could even hear the sound of a giant hitting the rock wall and shattering the surrounding boulders. It seemed that the monster that was about to appear was much larger than the surrounding cave. There was a friction sound in the cave, as if something was forcibly squeezing through the cave. The friction sound was as harsh as metal scratching glass, and Yi Feng felt uncomfortable all over. Boom. The 9 caves closest to Yi Feng were directly stretched open by something, expanding the cave entrance. The gravel flew, and the entire cave was filled with dust, making it impossible to see the situation behind the cave. Hiss. A monster's breath sounded, and before Yi Feng could react, a huge snake head rushed out of the dust. The snake head opened its huge mouth, with its fangs clearly visible, and attacked the Darius in front of Yi Feng. The giant snake had a huge head, and it bit 7 Darius in one bite. If the chess piece would not be captured, it is estimated that this bite would have completely buried the chess piece in the snake's mouth. The giant snake's attack damage is not low. This bite caused more than 2,000 points of damage to the Dariuses. If it were any other survivor, this bite would probably kill the chess piece. That's not all. The chess piece that was bitten had a negative bleeding state on its body. This bleeding state was losing blood at a rate of 800 points per second. When the dust cleared, Yi Feng could see the true face of the monster. The 9 holes that were close to each other were all completely squeezed and turned into a huge irregular hole. And the monster turned out to be a giant snake with 9 heads. The heads of the giant snake had entered this place through different holes before. The body was stuck at the back, which led to the current scene. The upper body of the giant snake looked a little creepy. The 9 heads were different and had different colors on them. It looked a little creepy. The 9 heads of the Hydra-like monster attacked at the same time, rushing towards different chess pieces. Fortunately, Yi Feng's front row chess pieces were strong enough to withstand this wave. The 9 snake heads all had different special effects. After the previous snake head attacked, it could make the chess piece bleed. A dark blue snake head bit the chess piece, and immediately covered the chess piece with a layer of ice crystals, slowing down the attack speed and movement speed. There was also a red snake head, which left a ball of fire on the chess piece after the attack, which was continuously burning the chess piece's health. After the khaki snake head launched the attack, it actually petrified the attacked chess pieces in place, motionless, like a terracotta warrior. The damage of the snake heads was still a bit troublesome for Yi Feng. Yi Feng opened the recovery scrolls in his hand one after another like crazy. The 9 snake heads seemed to calculate the damage independently. This was good news for Yi Feng. Because LeBlanc's chain of fate could play a greater role, the 4 snake heads were chained together. The damage suffered by one of the snake heads was immediately shared as real damage to the other 3. The damage caused in this way would obviously be higher. The damage of the giant snake was obviously much more than that of the previous monster. Fortunately, Yi Feng had enough magic scrolls, so he could resist it smoothly. The battle lasted for about 5 minutes, and the giant snake seemed to find that it could not do anything to Yi Feng. The 9 snake heads roared to the sky together, and the roar even shook the entire cave. A lot of stalactites above the cave fell down. This roar also carried things like sonic attacks, causing considerable damage to all of Yi Feng's chess pieces. Fortunately, Malzahar's level has been stacked up, and the recovery can make up for the damage. After the roar, the 9 heads of the giant snake slowly overlapped. This wave of operations shocked Yi Feng. This is unscientific, however, the survival game itself is not something that can be explained by science. When the 9 heads of the giant snake were all fused together, the giant snake seemed to show its true appearance. The original snake head looked even more ferocious at this moment, and it was full of barbs. The giant snake attacked again at this time, and it was directly magical damage. It opened its mouth and exhaled, and suddenly a flame burned towards the chess pieces in the front row of Yi Feng. The damage this time shocked Yi Feng. Reduce 5,000. Reduce 5,000. 5,000 points of damage came out of Darius in 1 second. You know, Darius's damage reduction itself has reached an exaggerated value, and the magic resistance of all chess pieces has exceeded 200 points. As a result, such a high defense can still be hit with 5,000 points of terrifying damage. If the back row chess pieces were hit like this, they would probably evaporate instantly. This damage made Yifeng a little nervous. Although Malzahar's infection layer has been stacked up now, it can basically fill up the health of the chess pieces instantly. But with such high damage, if the giant snake's head tilts slightly and burns the back row chess pieces, the maximum health of the back row chess pieces is not so much. Seemingly finding that the flame did not work, the giant snake roared again, and its body slapped on the nearby wall, which immediately broke and flew out countless stones. From the mouth of the giant snake, a burst of icy breath spurted out again. The flames and frost intertwined and attacked Yifeng's chess piece in the front row together. Minus 11,000. The terrible damage almost frightened Yifeng. If Darius's health was not higher than this, the previous blow would be enough to melt the front row instantly. Although Malzahar instantly pulled back the injured Darius's health. But this battle of health bungee jumping still made Yifeng feel uneasy. If the damage of this monster was higher, wouldn't his chess piece be gone directly? Bad things often come as you think. The energy spewed out of the giant snake's mouth had another earthy yellow breath. Seeing this situation, Yifeng was quick-witted. He quickly took out the magic scroll of the last stand and opened it. The next moment, the scroll took effect. The damage also hit the chess piece. Minus 20,000. Chapter 234. The terrible damage hit the chess pieces. Except for the Crow Swain, other chess pieces that were touched by this damage would only end in death. Fortunately, Yifeng opened the magic scroll of last stand in time. This is how he escaped this disaster. The terrible damage hit the chess pieces, directly reducing the health of the chess pieces in the front row to only 1 drop of blood. This is the special effect of the magic scroll of last stand. Within 1 minute, no matter how high the output of the monster is, it cannot defeat the chess piece. With the blessing of the magic scroll, Yifeng's chess pieces have no worries at all, and there is no need to worry about being taken away by the giant snake monster. Everything is going on in an orderly manner. Malzahar's infection layers are constantly stacking up, causing damage while constantly restoring the lives of all the chess pieces in the team. Of course, all the recovery effects are now stored by the scroll effect. The monster's triple breath didn't last too long. After seeing that it didn't work, the monster actually changed its attack method again. This time, it exhaled a red light. The chess pieces illuminated by the red light immediately entered a state of chaos and attacked without distinguishing between friend and foe. Seeing this, the giant snake roared excitedly, slapped the stone wall with its body, and smashed a lot of stones. However, its happiness did not last more than 2 seconds. Yifeng directly took out the brass bell Michael's blessing. As soon as this prop was taken out, a series of lights appeared on the chess pieces, dispersing and purifying the chaotic red light. After seeing Yifeng solve his attack, the giant snake roared angrily, rolled over, and changed its moves again. Unfortunately, no matter how much output, the final damage could not kill Yifeng's chess piece. Soon the 1-minute duration ended. Magic Scroll of Last Stand also began to calculate the damage and treatment effects of each chess piece. 2 values appeared above the head of each chess piece. A red damage value, and a green treatment value. After the red damage value was tripled, it was merged with the green treatment value. This is the settlement after the end of Magic Scroll of Last Stand. After the 2 values are offset, it is the final damage or treatment received by the chess piece. Yifeng took a rough look and found that the green value of most chess pieces was greater than the red injury value, even if the injury value was tripled. All this was due to Malzahar's output. However, there was also a chess piece with bad luck. For some reason, the Crow Swain did not share much of Malzahar's treatment. As a result, the final calculation resulted in a total of 100,000 damages. Fortunately, the health of Crow Swain has been increased to more than 100,000. After the calculation, although he was left with little health, he was not killed. The giant snake was angry at this moment, and was ready to attack again. Unfortunately, this time, Yifeng still held up the attack with the magic scroll of the last stand. Not only that, Malzahar's Wither Jewel finally reduced the monster's magic resistance to 0. Now Malzahar's skill release speed is several times faster than before, just like he couldn't stop after eating Xianmai. The giant snake was also completely angry at this moment, with bloodshot eyes. The enemy in front of it resisted its attacks several times, which made the giant snake a little angry, and even felt that its dignity was challenged. It absolutely used its strongest attack method to eliminate all the ants in front of it. The giant snake's body was straightened, the snake's head was raised high, and then it spit out a terrifying energy light towards the area. This time, the energy light contained a full 9 different colors, as if it had integrated the abilities of the previous 9 heads. And this time, the giant snake no longer only attacked the front row of chess pieces, but also attacked the chess pieces in the back. Unfortunately, facing the effect of the backwater magic scroll, this method had to return empty-handed. If the giant snake had directly aimed at the back row of chess pieces when it launched its first attack, it might have caused considerable damage to Yifeng's chess pieces. However, there is no if. The giant snake monster that missed the opportunity, the terrible damage it exploded, hit the chess pieces. But he still couldn't reduce the health of the chess piece to 0. After 1 minute, the damage was calculated, and one of the unlucky Darius was killed. But for the overall situation, it was harmless. The giant snake, which had exhaled 9 kinds of energy in one breath, now lay limp on the ground, as if it had lost its strength and its spirit was very weak. Seeing that its attack only killed one enemy, the giant snake roared unwillingly. Facing Yifeng's attack again, it became powerless, and only twisted its huge body symbolically to cause damage to the chess pieces near it in the front row. Unfortunately, such an attack was doomed to not cause much damage to Yifeng's front line, which was like a solid wall of steel. In the end, the giant snake ended its life with an unwilling roar. After the giant snake died, the past equipment collector absorbed a stream of energy from the giant snake's body, which greatly increased the collection progress. It seemed that only 1/10 of it was left to create another piece of equipment from the past. In addition, after the giant snake died, in addition to a crystal stone, there was also a strange stone. It was a dazzling gem with a texture like crystal, and a colorful luster reflected inside. If it could be brought back to the real world, it would definitely become a gem that all local tyrants would fight for. All system energy stone. Holding it can release unexpected power. It was another strange special item, although the usage was not specified. But judging from the performance of the giant snake and Yifeng's many years of experience, this thing is most likely the key prop that the giant snake can release different energies. If it weren't for the magic scroll of last stand and Malzahar's high recovery, Yifeng would have no chance of winning against this giant snake. You know, when the giant snake was at its most terrifying, it exploded with 100,000 damage per second. How could the survivors resist this? It was enough to wipe out all the survivors. If it weren't for Yifeng, would other survivors be able to pass this SS level trial? Thinking of this, Yifeng couldn't help but wonder. Yes, this difficulty is obviously wrong. You call this giant snake an SS level trial? Just then, Yifeng heard the reminder sound of the survival game. Congratulations to the survivors for killing the SSS level trial monster, the 9-headed giant snake. Chapter 235. Wait a minute? SSS level trial monster 9-headed giant snake? How did it become an SSS level monster? Yifeng wanted to find someone to ask about his doubts. The answer came soon. Since the survivors completed the SS level trial too well and successfully killed the 12 Night Yiksha monsters, this survival game will open the SSS level trial monster challenge for the survivors in advance. Congratulations to the survivors for successfully completing the SSS level trial challenge. The reward will be collected after returning. Congratulations to the survivors for completing the SS level trial. The reward will be collected after returning one prompt after another made Yifeng understand what happened. It turns out that the 12 Yiksha monsters in armor before were the SS level trial itself. In other words, the SS level trial is actually not difficult for Yifeng now. The so-called difficulty hint is probably just based on the average strength of most survivors, right? If nothing unexpected happens, this SS trial trip is easy for Yifeng. But he never expected that because Yifeng was too fast, the survival game secretly increased the difficulty for Yifeng. If Yifeng didn't happen to have the backwater magic scroll, this wave of operations might have completely wiped out Yifeng. It seems that sometimes it's not a good thing for men to be too fast, but why did this survival game increase the difficulty without saying a word? Shouldn't we reflect on whether it violated the wishes of the survivors? Yifeng cursed and greeted the people behind the survival game. However, despite the scolding, Yifeng was still full of expectations for this reward. SSS level trial and SS level trial, 1 trial, 2 rewards, who knows how much it can improve. After cleaning the battlefield, Yifeng was also teleported back by the survival game. However, before leaving, Yifeng also did a wave of positioning for this location. The previous trial located the Gobi area and found the Gobi giant scorpion, a treasure that can swipe crystal stones. So this time, there may be some treasures at the location. When returning to the base, the reward broadcast for this trial sounded. SS level trial task completed, rewards issued. This reward: Golden Shovel Crown, Golden Pot Crown, Golden Pot Crown. Do you want to collect it now? Survival game prompt. 3 different crowns. If they collide together, what new sparks can appear? This is the SS level trial reward, directly giving 3 crowns, and even worried that the survivors did not find the 3 crowns Easter eggs, and gave warm prompts. He is so considerate, I am crying. This reward for Yifeng, although it does not directly improve his combat power, but he can get an extra 9 gold coins every day, which is quite effective. After receiving the 3 crowns of the SS level trial reward, Yifeng was not in a hurry to equip it. After all, for Yifeng now, the most important thing is the SSS level reward. This monster that is so terrifying that it can instantly kill Yifeng's chess pieces. If the reward given is not good, Yifeng will not agree. SSS level trial task completed, rewards issued. This reward is a copy of the Ascension Power, full version, a random 2-star 5-cost barracks builder, and a construction map of the future Power Barracks recruitment platform. Looking at these 3 rewards, although there is no equipment, it is enough for Yifeng. Yifeng is very familiar with the power of Ascension. When he activated the Doghead statue on the Gobi Desert, Darius ascended. However, the power of Ascension was insufficient, and Darius did not take off completely. It only improved some attributes and gained a new skill. If it was a complete power of Ascension, Yifeng did not know to what extent the chess piece could be improved. The power of Ascension is a ball of golden energy, which looks very gorgeous. The energy contained in this energy is enough to make a barracks chess piece undergo earth-shaking changes. Holding the power of Ascension in your hand, you feel no weight, just like holding a ball of gas in your hand. Detecting the survivors' barracks. Detection completed. Chess pieces that can use the power of Ascension: Darius, Draven, Amumu, Singed, Morgana, Leona, Swain. A total of 7 barracks can ascend. Yifeng still didn't understand the rules of Ascension, and he didn't know why only these barracks could ascend. However, if he was asked to choose one of these barracks to ascend, Yifeng lifted his chin and thought carefully. Darius had already partially ascended. If he ascended again, would it be a waste of Ascension power? And Swain had the power of Frost. Is it worth investing in Crow? Swain, Amumu and Singed were originally pendants, and there was no need to ascend for them. Then the final choice was only between Draven, Morgana, and Leona. If you think about it carefully, even if Draven doesn't ascend now, relying on the strength of 4 stars, a set of light equipment, and 1,000 swords abnormal mutation, he could already shine on the battlefield, but Leona's performance is not satisfactory now, and she can't even go to the battlefield in many cases. After all, he had a life-threatening exchange with Leona, so Yifeng finally decided to give the power of Ascension to Leona's barracks to see how much Leona's strength can be improved. After thinking of the goal, Yifeng chose to use the power of Ascension on Leona. As the golden light in his hand slowly flew towards Leona's barracks, Leona's barracks suddenly changed, and the luster of the entire barracks became more textured, and the gold was as dazzling as the sun. After it was finished, the original Leona chess piece also changed a little. There was a sun pattern on the front of the shield in Leona's hand, and the long sword and shield in his hand have now become as bright and brilliant as gold. Leona's barracks has absorbed the power of Ascension, and its attributes are being improved. Health increased by 7582. Armor increased by 350. Magic resistance increased by 360. Damage reduction increased by 20%. Eclipse skill gains new special effect, Sunfall. Sunfall. After releasing the Eclipse, Leona summons a beam of sunlight to attack an enemy. It causes 5000% of the spell power in true damage per second, and causes 2000% of the spell power in magic damage to surrounding enemies. The duration of the Eclipse is increased by 7 seconds. Leona's improvement made Yifeng drop his jaw. This complete power of Ascension, the effect is too exaggerated. This Leona's current attributes are simply the true appearance of the Goddess of Dawn. Chapter 236. Leona's basic attributes have been greatly improved, and her health has now exceeded the 7,000 mark. And her armor and magic resistance can be regarded as the strongest among all the chess pieces, if the monster has no means of armor penetration or magic resistance reduction. Leona's current dual resistance alone can resist about 80% of the damage. That is to say, even if the boss attacks 10,000 times, it will only cause 2,000 points of damage to Leona at most. And with Leona's life armor and light equipment absolution, the former restores 3.5% of health per second, and the latter provides 10% additional damage reduction every 5 seconds, and restores 25% of the lost health of surrounding friendly forces in a range. Basically, for Leona, her current tankiness is also not to be underestimated. The improvement in attributes is enough for Leona to deal with some powerful bosses in the future without becoming a burden. But these are not the most important. The most important thing is the new effect of the skill. Leona's original Eclipse effect was to gain damage reduction, which lasted for 3 seconds, but now it has been directly increased to 10 seconds. Leona equipped with Iron Blood Conqueror emblem also has 10 points of spell power provided by the Mage Bond in the lineup. Leona's spell power has already reached 360 points. The damage reduction after releasing Eclipse has exceeded 100%. That is to say, during the release of Eclipse, Leona is directly in an invincible state. The original duration was 3 seconds, and the effect was not too significant. But now the duration has reached 10 seconds. 10 seconds of invincibility, as long as you don't die before releasing the skill. After releasing the skill, you can basically restore your health back to full health with the recovery effect of the equipment on your body. After the skill ends, as long as you are not killed by the boss in the few seconds of the window when the mana is not full, then Leona can be invincible again, and the cycle repeats. In terms of tankiness, Leona is now not weaker than Darius. More importantly, there is the special Sunlight Strike. During the solar eclipse, it can cause 5000% of the spell strength real damage to a target per second. With Leona's 360 spell strength, 5000% spell strength per second, it is a full 18,000 points, and this damage is real damage. In other words, in 10 seconds, Leona can also cause 180,000 real damage to the enemy. This doesn't seem too powerful. But what if the number of Leona reaches the full limit of 200 in the future? In 10 seconds, it can stably cause more than 30 million real damage to the boss. Not only that, if it is a group battle, this sunlight will also cause 2000% magic damage to other enemies around. That is, more than 7,000 points of magic damage AoE per second. If it is used to clear the miscellaneous soldiers, the efficiency is also high enough. For example, the crack monsters that appeared in Lu Jinlong's base last time, those dense monsters. If Leona has completed the ascension in the last battle, perhaps Leona can also perform well. This ascension power is a good thing. However, Yifeng always felt that Leona's new ability had a sense of familiarity. But for a moment, he couldn't remember where the familiarity came from. Yifeng shook his head, and threw these thoughts out of his mind. Since he couldn't figure it out, there was no need to continue thinking about it. Anyway, it was enough to know that Leona's current strength was exaggerated to an extremely powerful level. And as investment strategy continued to increase her health, Leona's strength would continue to improve. This reward made Yifeng very satisfied. It was also a reward worthy of the SSS level trial. Next, the second reward. A random 2-star 5-cost barracks builder. The survival game that Yifeng participated in currently has 8 5-cost cards. LeBlanc, Jinx, Sevica, Jace, Caitlyn, Rambo, Malzahar, Mordekaiser. At present, Yifeng already has 3 5-cost barracks cards. LeBlanc, Sevica, and Malzahar. Among the remaining 5-cost barracks, only Jace, Rambo, and Mordekaiser are slightly useful to Yifeng. As for Jinx and Caitlyn, the bond between them has almost no coordination with Yifeng's existing bond. I don't know which barracks builder I got this time. With excitement, Yifeng opened the item backpack as if he had opened a blind box. In the backpack, a barracks builder was lying quietly, waiting for Yifeng to take it out. Looking at the avatar icon above, Yifeng's eyes lit up. The rewarded 2-star 5-cost barracks builder turned out to be the Malzahar barracks builder. There are 3 barracks replicators in Yifeng's backpack. That is to say, as long as he gets 2 more Malzahar barracks, he can directly upgrade to a 3-star Malzahar. 3 stars and 5 mana, that is enough to destroy the world. 3 stars Malzahar's skill changes from the original 1 door to countless mechanical doors in the whole map. And the damage has also become much higher. I don't know if there will be some difference between the 3 stars and 5 mana in this survival game. If there is only one thing that makes Yifeng feel dissatisfied, there is only one point. That is, the survival game is not like the game, where you can replace 2-star chess pieces with 1-star chess pieces. If Yifeng now uses the 2-star Malzahar barracks builder to build a 2-star Malzahar barracks, then the chess pieces need to be recruited separately. And the chess piece attributes of the 2 Malzahar barracks are calculated separately. In other words, Yifeng is now building a new 2-star Malzahar barracks. For the 60 Malzahars, who had already spent more than 300 gold coins to recruit, there would not be any improvement. And the health of the new Malzahar chess piece recruited from the 2-star Malzahar barracks is even lower than that of the original Malzahar. After all, after so many days of investment strategy, and Yifeng's baptism of golden cookware for several days, the health of the Malzahar in the back row has exceeded 3,000 points. You know, the basic health of the 2-star Malzahar is only more than 1,700 points. So, this is a good reward, but for Yifeng now, it is a prop that can only play a role in the later stage. When the 9th level base is matched with the refresh time saved by DD Block, Yifeng is confident that he will soon be able to make a 3-star Malzahar. Even when everyone is still using low-cost cards as the main C, he has already pulled up 3 stars and 5 costs. 3-star Malzahar. The basic health alone is 7,000 points, plus the effect of Hex Enhancement. By then, the HP can directly exceed 10,000, and the damage of 3 stars and 5 mana, even if it is just one chess piece, can have the power to destroy the world. Thinking of this, Yifeng's heart surged, and he looked at the last reward of this SSS level trial. Chapter 237. Future Power Barracks Recruitment Platform Construction Plan. Hearing the name, Yifeng knew that this was a new building. But what is this building, and what is its use? Yifeng had no idea. However, judging from the name, it seems to be somewhat similar to the God-given barracks recruitment platform that Yifeng had obtained before. It is probably also a building for obtaining some special chess pieces. Taking out the construction plan, Yifeng checked the requirements of the construction plan. It actually requires 1,000,000 magic essences to unlock the so-called Future Power Barracks recruitment platform. The number of magic essences is not much, just take this opportunity to replenish more. So, Yifeng took the chess pieces and went to the Gobi area first. This time, in addition to Darius and Malzahar, Yifeng also brought Leona. It was a good opportunity to try out Leona's strength after obtaining the power of Ascension. Yifeng went to the Gobi area with ease, and once again started hunting Gobi giant scorpions in the Gobi area. Now, he seemed more calm in the face of these Gobi giant scorpions. Leona finally showed her true strength after she had the power of Ascension. When Leona's mana was full, she pointed the golden long sword in her hand to the sky, and her whole body was immediately wrapped in golden light. This was the effect of Leona's skill eclipse. More than 100% damage reduction made Leona invincible. The long sword pointed to the sky, and a ray of sunlight descended from the sky, as if a divine punishment had descended on the world. The sunlight was like a rainbow, and tens of thousands of real damage hit the Gobi giant scorpion. For the Gobi giant scorpion with thick skin and flesh, this damage was not high. But for Yifeng, it was enough. On the way to hunt, Yifeng passed by the statue of dog-headed Nasus. The mission of Proof of the Strong is to find the broken statue of God and provide energy for it to wake up again. And the so-called broken statue is the statue that Yifeng encountered in the Gobi Desert at the beginning. Now it can be identified as the statue of dog-headed Nasus. The way to replenish energy is to activate the statue with void energy. The one to rely on is the special item Thor badge. However, during this period of time, Yifeng did not encounter any void monsters, so this mission has been shelved. I don't know when I will have the chance to encounter void monsters again. After hunting enough Gobi giant scorpion crystal stones in the Gobi Desert, Yifeng came to the place where the red light was found at night. This place is peaceful during the day, and there is no problem. At the beginning, Yifeng did not know what the so-called red light and monster were. However, after the incident with the monster in the crack of Lu Jinlong base, Yifeng had a certain understanding of the red light. The so-called red light is the embodiment of the power of the so-called scarlet monster. The void monster is dark purple. These two are probably the two forces that this survival game wants to fight against. And the red light that night was probably hidden under the ground, and there was also a scarlet monster, and the strength of that monster is probably similar to that of the monster in Lu Jinlong base, or even stronger. Yifeng did not rush to explore the traces of this monster, but left this place after collecting enough magic essence. After returning to the base and exchanging the monster's crystal stone for magic essence, Yifeng finally picked up the construction plan and prepared to build the Future Power Barracks recruitment station. With the use of the construction plan, a new building suddenly appeared in Yifeng City. However, the architectural style this time made Yifeng feel quite abrupt. The Future Power Barracks recruitment station was actually made of metal, with graffiti in blue, purple, and other colors sprayed on it. The entire recruitment station has a cyberpunk atmosphere. It forms a sharp contrast with other buildings in Yifeng's base. Is this the Future Power Barracks recruitment station? I don't know what kind of barracks chess pieces can be recruited. With curiosity, Yifeng approached the barracks recruitment station full of modern atmosphere. Do you want to spend 25 gold coins to buy a random Future Power Barracks? The price requires 25 gold coins, which means this is a 5-cost barracks. Sure enough, it is the same as the God-given barracks recruitment station. The God-given barracks recruitment platform recruited Urgot from the previous season for Yifeng. So what can the Future Force recruitment platform offer this time? If Yifeng wants to buy it directly, then the remaining 100 gold coins will only be 75. In other words, if the Future Force barracks is recruited directly today, then tomorrow, 3 gold coins will be lost in interest, and all chess pieces will lose 15 health points. However, Yifeng doesn't care. The SS level trial just now gave 3 crowns. All of them were equipped by Yifeng on the newly joined Aurelia barracks. 9 more gold coins can be obtained every day. This loss for Yifeng now seems to be a small matter, not worth mentioning. As for the loss of 15 health points, for Yifeng now, it is just dispensable. Recruit for me. As Yifeng shouted, the shadows of gold coins appeared in the sky. Yifeng's remaining gold coins went from 100 to 75. The gold coins were put into the recruitment table, and a brilliant and dazzling light suddenly lit up. A figure appeared in the light. It was a figure of a strong man. Holding a huge sword, with white hair on his head, he looked quite unruly and unrestrained. This look, Yifeng searched in his mind for a moment, and found the closest answer. Garen? However, Yifeng had never seen Garen in this look. He tried to recall all the way from S1 of Cloud Top, but he didn't expect that there was Garen in this look. Five-cost Garen, isn't that just a God King Garen? Looking at the phantom of Garen in front of him, Yifeng fell into deep thought. What is this thing? Soon, after the phantom appeared, it held a giant sword and made several poses, then turned into a ray of light and slowly shrank, and finally turned into a barracks builder. Congratulations to the survivor for obtaining the network god Garen barracks builder. Hearing this prompt, Yifeng was stunned. He knew Garen, and he also knew the barracks builder. But what the hell is this network god Garen? This is a new version of the ship that he has never seen before. Wait. Some memories suddenly emerged in Yifeng's mind. I remembered a sentence from the Yodel Jack Shui. Perhaps it won't be long before people of the next era will also begin to cultivate. Could it be that this so-called future power is the product of the barracks of the next era? The next version of the 5-cost barracks is the network god Garen? Chapter 238. With a curious attitude, Yifeng immediately used the builder. After using it, a new barracks rose from the ground. The phantom of the chess piece on the barracks was Garen. However, the Garen on this barracks looked very different from the original diplomat Garen. Looking at the remaining 75 gold coins, Yifeng spent another 5 gold coins and recruited a network god Garen. As the chess piece appeared, Yifeng was surprised to find that this time, the chess piece can not only view the skill attributes and basic attributes, but also the bond effect can be directly viewed. Network god Garen. Basic health, 1,100 points. Basic armor, 60 points. Basic magic resistance, 60 points. Basic attack, 80 points. Basic spell strength, 100 points. Mana, 30/100. Hero skill, Forbidden Wave. Forbidden Wave. Get a 700% spell strength shield value that lasts for 1.5 seconds. Causes 650% physical damage to the current target, and sends out a wave, causing 260% physical damage to the enemy's hit. If the number of enemies hit by the wave is less than or equal to 2, gain 30 mana, but from the attribute point of view, it is just a regular 5-cost card attribute, and the skills are not special or supermodel. Causing damage and gaining shields, at most, it can be regarded as relatively strong. It seems that the chess pieces recruited by the so-called future power barracks are not that strong. And in the bond column of this chess piece, there's a bond that Yifeng has never seen before. Network god bond? What kind of bond is this? I have never heard of it. It seems that it is not very useful. Yifeng shook his head, and came to a conclusion directly. It seems that the so-called chess pieces of the future power have bonds that are calculated separately. Without bonds, the attributes are also average. Isn't this pure cheating? However, when Yifeng turned his eyes to the introduction of the network god bond, his mouth was wide open enough to stuff a duck egg, and he couldn't even close it for a long time. Network god. Every 2 days of the game, open a weapons depot, and the bond modifiers contained in it can permanently reprogram a barracks to benefit from a bond, but do not contribute to the bond count. Every time you get a bond modifier, the number of days required for the next one increases by 1. Each barracks can only have 1 bond modifier according to this text description, that is, after 2 days, he can get a bond modifier. If Yifeng understood correctly, that is to say, other chess pieces that are not bound to Iron Blood Conqueror can also enjoy the bond effect of Iron Blood Conqueror. In other words, as long as there is enough time, sooner or later all chess pieces can enjoy the high attack power and spell strength brought by 9 Iron Blood Conqueror. Thinking of this, Yifeng was excited. That picture, It feels so beautiful just thinking about it. This network god bond is simply invincible. This network god Garen is so easy to use. This is simply a perfect effect. At this time, Yifeng, after seeing that the bond of network god Garen is so powerful, can't help but be curious. What are the attributes of other future power barracks? Should I try recruiting another barracks myself? With this idea in mind, Yifeng prepared to recruit again regardless of the interest. However, his excitement was soon dampened. The future power barracks recruitment station is in cooling time, and the current remaining cooling time is 10 days sure enough. Like the god-given barracks, it has a cooling time of 10 days. The possibility of unlimited extraction is eliminated. This is reasonable, otherwise, as long as there are enough gold coins, 3 stars, and 5 fees can be drawn quickly. However, Yifeng is already very satisfied with the current income. After counting the rewards, Yifeng took out the rewards for killing the monsters that emerged from the underground cracks in Lu Jilong. Among these rewards, there is a scroll, which is the Secret Realm Extra Exploration Scroll. Secret Realm Extra Exploration Scroll. After using it, you can open a secret realm for independent exploration. As long as you have this thing, you can successfully open the secret realm. However, before that, Yifeng needs to bring another item. That is the quest item in the Painting Altar Construction quest, the strange drawing paper. Carry the drawing paper, and collect the Secret Realm Starlight in the Secret Realm. After collecting all the Secret Realm Starlight, the Painting Altar will be unlocked, although it is not clear what the so-called Secret Realm Starlight is. Since you are going to the Secret Realm, you will naturally carry the drawing paper with you, and complete the so-called Painting Altar quest smoothly. After finishing all this, Yifeng decided to officially open the Secret Realm. As the Secret Realm Extra Exploration Scroll was opened, a space vortex appeared in front of Yifeng. After the formation of this space vortex, it did not tear the current space and form a space crack. Instead, like water, another world was reflected in the vortex. From the space vortex, it was a plain area. On that boundless plain, there seemed to be no living creatures. The perspective of this picture seemed to be looking down at the ground of that world from the sky. Yifeng wanted to take a closer look, but found that it was a little unclear. In this case, let's go and find out in person. Darius, Leona, Crow Swain, these 3 front row chess pieces. Yifeng is ready to go out in full force, and brought 5 Amumu with him, so that he can send heads to Alchemist Baron every day to ensure that he can get a higher number of glimmer layers. The back row chess pieces are still Draven, Morgana, Renata, LeBlanc, and Malzahar. After getting ready, Yifeng plunged into the space vortex. The feeling of stepping into the space vortex is very mysterious. It is not like stepping into the space portal before, and arriving at a new place instantly. Instead, I watched everything around me twisting, as if 2 worlds were constantly alternating and merging. The scene of the surrounding base was gradually covered by the plain scenery seen in the vortex. After 2.5 minutes, all the surrounding scenes changed into that plain scenery. And Yifeng's chess pieces were all tightly around Yifeng. Is this the so-called secret realm? The warm breeze blew gently, and Yifeng looked up at the sky. It was actually a normal sun hanging in the sky. Warm and dazzling. Accustomed to the blood-red sun in the Scarlet Land. This normal sun, in Yifeng's eyes, was a little uncomfortable. Yifeng took out the telescope and looked around. This is a plain area dominated by yellow soil, and there is no obvious area around. The only difference is that there is a huge pine tree growing in the southwest direction. The trunk of the tree soars into the sky, as if it is a bridge connecting heaven and earth. Without a hint, you can only explore it yourself. Chapter 239. When Yifeng came under the giant tree, he found that the tree was much bigger than he had imagined. The trunk of the tree was large enough to hollow out the middle, and build a 3-bedroom and 1 living room inside. When Yifeng touched the tree with his hand, a reminder sounded. Secret Realm mission issued. Protect the Secret Realm sacred tree from enemy attacks and damage. As the reminder sound of the survival game sounded, the roar of monsters came from all directions in the distance. Then, groups of purple light appeared on the ground. In the light, a large number of beetle monsters with purple shells rushed out. It's obvious that it must be the so-called void monster. Seeing this situation, Yifeng did not panic. Instead, he took out the Thor badge in an orderly manner. This emblem can absorb the energy of the dead void monsters, and this energy can provide energy for the dog-headed statue on the Gobi Desert. This trip to the secret realm was perfect. These void monsters are about 2 meters long, have 6 legs, crawl very fast, and have a layer of carapace on their backs, which looks amazing in terms of defense. Yifeng scattered the chess pieces in all directions of the giant tree to ensure that the monsters would not cause damage to the giant tree. After all, according to the mission, it is necessary to ensure that the giant tree is not attacked and damaged by monsters. After the formation was completed, Yifeng smiled self-deprecatingly. This really looks like a tower defense game. The giant tree behind him is the crystal of Yifeng's side. Ensuring that the enemy does not push down the crystal is considered a success. Monsters came like a tide. But the strength of these monsters is not strong. The health of each monster is about 5,000 points. The only advantage is the large number. For many people, it takes a lot of effort to kill a monster with 5,000 HP. And such a huge monster keeps attacking. As long as the output can't keep up, it will soon be completely swallowed by the monster. Leona, who has just obtained the power of Ascension, showed her true terrifying strength at this moment. When the 10 Leonas opened the solar eclipse, 10 golden sun rays fell from the sky, aiming directly at the monsters near Leona. Under the sunlight, the evil spirits have nowhere to hide. Under the sunlight, the monsters are like snow encountering warm sun, and they are melted instantly. And what surprised Yifeng was that when the original target was killed, the sunlight did not disappear. Instead, it chose a new target and launched a new round of attacks again. This dazzling sunlight, shining on the monster, carries the breath of death and destruction. Looking at this scene, Yifeng's face showed joy. Sure enough, the rewards of this SSS level trial are good. The damage of the monster is not high. It only causes a little over 100 points of damage to Yifeng's chest piece. This damage is simply not painful for Yifeng. Each dead monster was absorbed by the Thor badge held by Yifeng. In just half an hour, the endless invasion of void monsters was completely repelled by Yifeng. Is this the end? Looking at the secret realm where everything is returned to normal, Yifeng couldn't help but ask questions. At this moment, the earth shook again, tearing open a huge hole. From the huge hole, another void monster several tens of meters long appeared. The appearance of the void monster looked like a fish, but it had 4 legs under its feet, and it was rushing towards Yifeng at a high speed. Judging from this posture, the monster's strength would not be too bad. Unfortunately, that was only an appearance. After the monster fought with Yifeng's chest piece, it was completely killed in just a few minutes. This time, after the monster was killed, the giant tree behind Yifeng suddenly changed. I saw a little green fluorescence on the trunk. The green light, like the color of life, dyed everything around it with a layer of green. On the giant tree, it seemed that some creature was laughing softly, and the sound was as crisp as a silver bell, which was very pleasant. The giant tree turned into a ball of green light, flew up directly, and surrounded Yifeng. This secret realm exploration is completed. Secret realm level, C level, secret realm completion, 100%. Secret realm exploration rewards will be issued after returning 2 reminder sounds rang out, proving that this secret realm exploration has ended. However, Yifeng was a little anxious when he heard this. Wait, the secret realm starlight needed for his scroll has not been obtained yet. I don't even know how to get this thing. Yifeng raised the rice paper anxiously. The green light that originally surrounded Yifeng stopped immediately after seeing the scroll. It floated in front of Yifeng, floated up and down a few times, and then suddenly soared into the sky. The green light rushed higher and higher, and soon flew into the sky. The sky was originally a cloudless clear sky, but it suddenly darkened at this moment. Then, the sun in the sky disappeared, and a sky full of stars appeared. The starlight shone, and countless stars lit up. The stars were connected together to form a symbol that Yifeng had never seen before. These stars shone together, shedding starlight. The light gathered and finally shone on the rice paper. The rice paper used starlight as ink to slowly outline the appearance of a sky full of stars. After the rice paper was completely filled, the stars in the sky slowly disappeared. The sun rose again, and everything was normal. In front of Yifeng, a space vortex appeared again. Through the vortex, he could see the situation at his base. This time, Yifeng did not wait for him to step into the space vortex. The vortex sent an irresistible attraction, forcibly pulling Yifeng into the vortex. Not only that, Yifeng's other chess pieces were also constantly pulled into the space vortex. When the surrounding scene returned to normal, Yifeng returned to the base again. After absorbing enough secret realm starlight, the rice paper in his hand flew up automatically as soon as it came back. As the rice paper flew up, it flew all the way to the ink altar in the previous ink frame. Yifeng hurriedly followed. As the rice paper came to the ink altar frame, the starlight in the rice paper lit up one by one and merged into the altar frame. As the starlight continued to pour in, the starlight on the rice paper became more and more blurred. Finally, it completely turned into a piece of white paper. An altar with ink as the main color and starlight as embellishment was completely completed and appeared in Yifeng's base, Looking at this altar, Yifeng was quite excited. He had completed a new building. I don't know what the effect of this building will be. The scroll altar mission is completed. The scroll altar is built. Chapter 240. After unlocking the scroll altar, Yifeng couldn't wait to see what benefits the scroll altar could bring to him, or what special effects it could have. Scroll altar, you can specify a build barracks, and after a certain period of time, copy the corresponding barracks 1-star barracks builder. Time consumed. Barracks level X2 days. Yifeng understood immediately. Isn't this the magic brush Maoliang? No matter what barracks it is, as long as you choose it, you can draw one. It's just that the time required is different. If you want to copy a 5-cost barracks, it will take 10 days to copy one. If you want 3 stars and 5 costs, it will take 80 days. Of course, this is based on the situation of only one 1-star barracks. For Yifeng, Malzahar now has a 2-star builder and a 1-star barracks, as well as 3 barracks replicators. In other words, only the last 2 barracks builders are needed to get 3 stars and 5 mana. Seeching Arcane Gloves, an upgraded version of Seeching Arcane Gloves, consumes 8 equipment slots, and you cannot randomly obtain 2 Seeching equipment every day. It is too possible. No one can exchange magic scrolls for you, and no one can share more experience with you. Thinking of this, Yifeng decisively set the barracks to Malzahar. It is not that the painting altar is actually like the special effects of the Brushman Wisdom. Is it some auxiliary equipment? The 7-cost chess piece of S11, the Brushman Wisdom. I finally know what this is. It is not that 9 people have been sacrificed again? Pride of the Madman, Will of the Dragon, Zenith Blade, Titan's Oath. After all, the synthesis formula of the equipment has not been fully disclosed, and there are no new equipment. However, we don't have any ordinary items. Even if we don't, we think it is more valuable than the dark equipment. But if it is put in there, it will probably make everyone salivate. Young man Yifeng, what is Seeching equipment? Can't you tell me about it? At this time, Yifeng remembered that he was so happy that he forgot to claim the punishment he got when he came back from the secret realm. Seeing that the bad boy had not seen the dark equipment yet, Shanshan decisively sent Seeching the attributes of several pieces of Seeching equipment. Yifeng asked his doubts in the chat channel. That attribute is too powerful. Ha ha ha. Is it a tank-like Malza device that is weaker than life armor? Thinking of that, several people suddenly felt cold-blooded, and even directly imagined how cool it would be before they got that thing. This secret realm punishment. Seeching mystic gloves, which brother is that? Did the family change so many magic scrolls? Why is there still a problem? Go, there were still 1075 people at 2 o'clock in the middle of the night last night. How come 4 brothers died in just one day? New equipment? Yifeng put away his sigh in his heart. Why are there 9 more people? That is one of the most difficult resources to obtain. Yifeng suddenly remembered that he had hunted many void monsters in the secret realm. By the way, Thor Badge has also absorbed enough power, and should not be able to complete the 7th stage of Proof of the Week. Is the effect of the scroll alter the effect of the Brushman's Wisdom? This means that it is definitely the finished equipment later. A light suddenly flashed in his mind, and Yifeng instantly caught that light. Yes, I have seen the attributes of dark equipment. I heard it is very powerful. Doesn't he have it here? Can I take a look? Before taking out the dark mystic gloves, Shanshan thought about it. If he took it out and asked others to see if he could exchange it for other Seeching items. Thinking of that, everyone started to speculate. For a few people, Speculator's Blade is considered to be the best Malza device. After all, it can get extra gold coins. When facing various stronghold bosses, everyone knows to use a chess piece to test the opponent's strength first. It seems to be a little pressure, but you never know when another group of people will have it. This season's alien painter Hui, bound to painting Saint Seeching, can't copy the builder of all barracks. When Yifeng opened the chat interface, he found something. The family was sighing that the survival game was too safe. Looking at the name and attribute introduction of the equipment, the people online were stunned for a moment. What exactly is that thing? The recent gains are too little, so Yifeng couldn't help but hum in his heart. The attributes of the 7 pieces of equipment made the people present envious. Before finishing those, Yifeng was satisfied. What bad equipment? Is it more powerful than the Malza device, like Speculator's Blade? And it's a chance for many people to be resurrected. Before Yifeng said it, it immediately aroused the interest of the family. Come on, Shujia. By the way, you don't have any new equipment. Please help me promote it. It must be nothing ordinary, so it can't be exchanged. Dark equipment? Seeching mystic gloves. After finishing the painting altar, Yifeng always felt very familiar. So the new equipment that Shanshan mentioned Could it be a Shanshan weapon or auxiliary equipment that Xiujia has never seen before? Although I have heard of the dark equipment, those people have never seen the specific properties of dark equipment. Please help me promote it a little. If there is really no equipment, I will give it to you based on your contribution to the war zone. That thing can improve other survivors. It can't be said to be earth-shaking. It also knows what happened to those 4 people. Shanshan hurriedly checked the various prompts of the survival game. Among the latest prompts, he found the punishment for the trip to the secret realm. The people were talking about it, and Shanshan gave the answer directly, and sent out the properties of the equipment. It doesn't mean that this dark mystic gloves can randomly obtain 2 dark equipment with weak attributes. Before seeing the doubt raised by Yifeng, no one immediately responded to the question. It doesn't mean that the 7th stage task of proof of the weak that was stuck in the middle can't be completed. When the war zone battle comes, Yifeng takes out the 3-star Malzahar, and the picture is very beautiful. The original number of survivors of 1075 has increased again, leaving only 1066. So what made the small family have 9 more people overnight? That is also something that can be avoided. In other words, it only takes 20 days. For Yifeng, is there too little attraction, even a bit useless? The probability of wanting to overturn is particularly high. You can even get a 3-star 5 cost before the 50th day to deal with the war zone battle at that time. Chapter 241. Although he didn't know what the future direction would be, Yifeng knew that the follow-up would inevitably be a confrontation between various war zones, and even countries. Improving the strength of other survivors would also add more strength to the Yen Kingdom war zone. Yifeng's words made everyone excited, and their breathing became a little rapid. After closing the chat channel, Yifeng thought about it. At present, his hard D-Honor alliance already had 4 people. Yifeng himself, Yang Wen, Wen Jiahao, and Lu Jinlong. After reaching the 8th level base, there are still 4 places. Recruiting members can get more daily gold coins, and Yifeng thinks it is still necessary to fill up all the members. Deng Shiji can also be a development target, in addition to the previous middle-aged uncle Zhang Jianguo. After sending a private chat to the 2, Yifeng successfully pulled Deng Shiji and Zhang Jianguo into the alliance. For the remaining 2 places, Yifeng thought about the survivors, who had previously exchanged magic scrolls for everyone for free with Deng Shiji. One of them was named Xiaobin, and the other was named Lu Renjia. Although Deng Shiji and his group didn't quite understand what Yifeng's invitation was about, they still felt that since Yifeng had invited them, there would definitely be no pitfalls. After gathering all the alliance members, Yifeng lent a Darius to Zhang Jianguo, Xiaobin, and Lu Renjia. And for Deng Shiji, he lent a Malzahar. After all, Deng Shiji's lineup was now a 4-sentinel lineup, and the front row was pretty good, but the output of the back row was not that great. Giving him a Malzahar would just make up for the problem of insufficient output. After finishing, Yifeng started a day of hunting. In the evening, everyone started making scrolls for each other, and at the same time, everyone shared some of the information they had obtained with each other. The atmosphere in the entire chat channel became very harmonious. Is this God's eyes open? The 9 people missing today are Zhao Jinxian, Zhang Tao, and the guys who previously slandered Yifeng. Someone broke the news that 9 people were missing in the war zone, and they were the 9 people who had previously slandered Yifeng and wanted to guide public opinion to make everyone think that Yifeng had ulterior motives. After this person broke the news, someone immediately sighed. Oh my god! It's them? That's really gratifying. This time, the bitch will be punished by God. Good thing. It seems that God can't stand it anymore. Everyone talked about it. Since the missing people were Zhao Jinxian and a few others, there was no sadness for everyone. They were even about to raise their glasses to celebrate. Yifeng also saw this news and always felt that something was strange. This is too coincidental. It just so happens that the people who died in battle are the ones that everyone dislikes. However, apart from the death in battle, Yifeng couldn't think of any other reason that could make people disappear overnight. It can only be said that there is no coincidence. Yifeng took the Thor badge to the dog-head statue, and this time, he injected a lot of energy into the statue. But the second stage of the proof of the strong task is still not completed. Everything was calm, and Yifeng's light mystic gloves were hung up, but no one took out valuable special items to exchange. The only thing that made Yifeng happy was the special item Broken Vial, that was previously bid in the Cross-War Zone transaction. At this time, the other party received the transaction application, and the items were sent directly by the survival game. Congratulations to the survivors for obtaining the item in the Cross-War Zone transaction. The Broken Vial, the item has been sent to the backpack. Yifeng slept comfortably that night. The 29th day, This is the last day before the secret realm opens. Everyone is working hard to improve their strength and prepare for the upcoming secret realm battle. After all, everyone knows that the opponents in this secret realm are not only various monsters, but also survivors from other war zones. The struggle between people is often the most terrifying and thrilling. Yifeng is no exception, and is constantly advancing the surrounding maps, constantly hunting and collecting various items. Congratulations to all survivors for successfully surviving to the 30th day, and the daily gold coins have been issued. Secret realm matching is open. All survivors are requested to go to the secret realm before 9 a.m. The game has finally reached the 30th day, and the secret realm that everyone is looking forward to has finally opened. Early in the morning, the chat channel has exploded. It's finally here, the secret realm challenge. Watch me kill everyone in there, get enough rewards, and then I suppress you. Ha ha ha, brother Joe, don't brag, you enter the secret realm. Just don't let others kill all your chess pieces. Brothers, look at me this time. I will definitely dominate the world and take off in one wave. Don't brag, you will fly away if you brag again. After some survivors were ready, they stepped directly into the space vortex that appeared in the base, that is, the secret realm. There are also some survivors who are hesitant and dare not step in directly, wanting to wait for some information from the survivors who entered earlier. Unfortunately, all the survivors who stepped into the vortex of the secret realm had no message replies. However, the number of survivors in the channel has not changed, which means that no one has died. Yifeng did not rush to go there, and took Sevica and God-given ergot to fill up the daily rewards. Now it will take 178 days to upgrade the base to level 9, and Yifeng has saved 271 gold coins in the past few days. The number of free refreshes of DD block has also reached 2 times. Such gold coins are obviously not enough to pull the base to level 9. So Yifeng chose to explode again. The number of Draven was replenished to 100, consuming 16 gold coins. Then Yifeng replenished 40 Leona, and the number of Leona was also replenished to 50. Morgana and Renata, who were used as auxiliary in the back row, are now a little insufficient. Yifeng added 5 more Morganas and 11 more Renatas, bringing the number of both chess pieces to 20. For the last 49 gold coins, Yifeng raised the base level for 13 days, and added 2 more Malzahars, leaving only the last 100 gold coins. The gold coins were used up. The number of glimmers of Alchemist Baron finally broke through 200 today. A level 1 glimmer equipment, a Renata barracks builder, a secondary glimmer replicator, and 2 gold coins. This reward, Yifeng just glanced at it, and skipped to continue stacking glimmers. Yifeng's goal is only 800 layers of high-dimensional heirlooms. In addition, there is another thing that makes Yifeng very happy. That is, the god of the internet, Garen, also provided Yifeng with a bond modification today. It allows any barracks to enjoy the bond effect of Iron Blood Conqueror. Yifeng gave this bond modification to Sevica, which immediately increased Sevica's attack power and spell strength by a large margin. After doing all this, Yifeng took the chess piece with confidence and stepped into the vortex of the secret realm this time. Chapter 242. In this secret realm battle, Yifeng brought not only the main battle chess piece, but also the 2 warrior chess pieces, and Bisa and Sevica. After making all the preparations, Yifeng contacted Yang Bin. Among the people in his alliance, Yang Bin has the worst combat power. This guy has never thought about pulling up combat power all day long, and he just lives one day at a time. Yifeng is really worried that this trip to the secret realm will cause him to have an accident. In addition to the light mystic gloves, Yifeng also has 2 Gunsu's Reckoning and Titan's Oath in his hand. These are all light equipment with very good attributes. Have you been to the secret realm? If not, I will mail you some equipment. Don't worry. The message was sent, and Yang Bin quickly replied. Ha ha ha, brother Yifeng, my chess piece's equipment is not bad, there should be no problem. After receiving this message, Yifeng knew that the other party must not have stepped into the secret realm. That's enough. After mailing light mystic gloves, Titan's Oath and golden disassembler to Yang Bin, Yifeng added a message. It's fate that we met. Please keep the things first. Just think of them as loans to you. Don't worry. After finishing these, Yifeng officially stepped into the secret realm. There are 5 survivors in this secret realm. The secret realm will provide rewards based on the contribution of each survivor to the completion of the secret realm. Please explore this secret realm by yourself and try to uncover the secrets in the secret realm. After the secret realm exploration is completed, all survivors will be forcibly teleported back to their base. Friendly reminder, if you kill survivors in other war zones in the secret realm, You have a chance to obtain some of the items held by the survivor. Sure enough, it is different from Yi Feng's last single-player secret realm. As soon as I entered the secret realm this time, I received a reminder sound of the survival game. This time, there were actually 5 survivors participating in the secret realm battle. According to the prompts of the survival game, 5 survivors are required to explore the secret realm by themselves, uncover the secrets in the secret realm, and finally score according to their contributions to the exploration of this secret realm. More importantly, in this secret realm, survivors are encouraged to fight each other, kill other survivors, and you will have a chance to get the props of that survivor. This is definitely a huge benefit for everyone. After all, the props in the backpack of the survivors, who can survive to this day, must not be too bad. After figuring out the situation, Yi Feng found that the system interface of the survival game actually displayed the names and war zones of the 5 survivors. Yi Feng in Yin War Zone, Yigua War Zone Yamanaka Meiji, Daka War Zone Jin Jigao, Lifeng War Zone Micah Bai, White Elephant War Zone Shiva Gandhi. Sure enough, the 5 survivors all came from different war zones, and they were war zones from different countries. After seeing the list of opponents, Yi Feng sneered. It was a good match. None of the other 4 survivors had any good impression on Yi Feng. Riyadh, Dhaka, Fierce Wind, and White Elephant. These 4 countries did not have a good impression on Yen country. If there is a chance, kill them all, especially Yamada Kame, the survivor from Riyadh. If the exploration of the secret realm fails, the reward can be taken by the survivors from the war zones of other countries, but the survivor from Riyadh must die. Yi Feng collected his thoughts and began to look at the surrounding environment. The terrain of the secret realm was different this time. It was an endless expanse of yellow sand, and there were no other creatures around except Yi Feng and his chess pieces. The location of the other 4 survivors was unknown. Perhaps the other survivors, like Yi Feng, entered the secret realm and were randomly assigned to different places. Yi Feng wanted to open the map function, but found that the map function was disabled. This was not good news, with endless yellow sand and no reference. It was easy to get lost in this desert. Fortunately, the backpack could be opened normally, and there was no shortage of supplies for the time being. And although it was a desert, the temperature in this secret realm was not too hot, only in the early 20s, which was still suitable. Yi Feng took out a telescope and surveyed everywhere, but did not find any useful information. He had to find a direction at random and prepare to move forward in a straight line. At the same time, in another area of the secret realm, there was a small oasis in the desert. In the oasis, there was a pyramid more than 20 meters high. However, the pyramid was full of deep purple light, which made people feel uncomfortable. Yamada Kameji, a survivor from the kingdom of Riyadh, was directly near the oasis as soon as he entered the secret realm. He also checked the information of other survivors and took another chess piece to test the oasis in front. When the chess piece entered the oasis, before it could react, it was attacked by a mysterious force, and the chess piece was losing blood at a terrifying speed of 500 points per second. In just a few seconds, Yamada Kameji's Amumba chess piece died in the oasis. It seems that this oasis is in danger, and it should be the key to the secret realm. I will ambush first, and wait for the survivors of other countries to open the way first, and then I will come out to kill their chess pieces. This is called the mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole is behind. Thinking of this, he walked towards a sand dune near the oasis, preparing to hide himself and the chess piece near the sand dune. The survivors of the 3 countries of Dhaka, Gale, and Bering, although they did not enter the secret realm as far as Riyadh, they could also see the oasis in the distance with their naked eyes. It seems that the oasis is the key to the secret realm. We must hurry there, and not let other survivors get there first. Shiva Gandhi of the White Elephant Kingdom anxiously called his chess piece to rush towards the oasis. There must be something in that oasis. We have to go and explore it. Micah Bai from Life's own country also discovered the oasis. His reaction was that the oasis was the key to the secret realm. He was relatively strong in this war zone, so he was naturally not worried about anything. He also called on the chess pieces to rush to the oasis. And Jin Jigao, the survivor from Dhaka country, saw the oasis, thought about it for a while, and made a decision. I will find a place to hide around the oasis first, and wait until they are in poor condition, and then I will harvest them. The survivors from Dhaka country chose the same strategy as the survivors from Riyadh country, preparing to hide carefully all the way and harvest other survivors at that time. At this time, Yi Feng was still aimlessly looking forward for the situation in the secret realm. Chapter 243. At this time, Yi Feng did not know that the teleportation position of the secret realm this time was sorted according to strength. The weaker the survivor, the closest to the oasis that needs to be explored in this secret realm. The stronger the survivor, the farther away. This is also a rule made by the secret realm to balance the strength of each survivor. And Yifeng's strength, because it far exceeds that of other survivors, was thrown far away. Half an hour later, Yifeng finally saw the oasis in the distance. At this time, the survivors of the other 4 war zones on the oasis have all arrived here. The 2 survivors from the White Elephant Country and the Fierce Wind Country did not act rashly after arriving near the oasis. They also used chess pieces to conduct a wave of tests. After discovering that there were monsters in the oasis that could not be detected at all, they directly set up camp nearby. The 2 survivors discovered each other's existence, but did not attack brazenly. Because both of them have more than 200 chess pieces, fighting is likely to result in both sides being hurt. And there are still 3 survivors who have not appeared, which makes them dare not act rashly. How about we form an alliance for the time being? Mikabai of the Fierce Wind Country took the lead in inviting the survivors of the White Elephant Country to form an alliance. After a little thought about this invitation, the survivors of the White Elephant Country agreed to this alliance. However, no one knows how long this so-called alliance can last. After all, the White Elephant Country and the Fierce Wind Country are both good at tearing up alliances. Rya and Daka hid in the dark, originally wanting to wait for the survivors of the White Elephant Country and the Fierce Wind Country to fight. But they never expected that the 2 would actually live in peace. This is not a good thing for them. If the remaining survivors come and reach an agreement, then they who are hiding in the dark may become the weaker party. Thinking of this, the survivors of Daka and Rya can't sit still. They also rush out to the oasis. Except for the weakest survivor of Rya, the remaining 3 survivors are equally strong. Therefore, no one attacks anyone. Even the survivor of Rya, who is at a disadvantage, has found a balance point in the struggle between the parties. No one wants to attack him first. After all, although the survivor of Rya is weak, killing him will definitely cause certain losses to his own chess pieces. And at that time, the person who takes the lead will be at a disadvantage. The 4 survivors reached a temporary peace. Why haven't the survivors of Yen appeared yet? Mikabai of Lifeng asked. Faced with this question, no one else had an answer. But Yamada Kameji of Rya arrogantly put forward his conjecture. The survivors of Yin Country have always been a group of mice who can only hide. When our Daria Country attacked them, they hid like digging holes in the ground. He must be too weak and dare not show up at all. Yamada Kameji's tone was very arrogant, and he did not take Yin Country Yifeng, who had not yet appeared, seriously. Daka Country made a suggestion at this time. If 5 people share the reward of a secret realm, it is estimated that they will not get much reward. Why don't we unite the 4 parties first, and wait for Yen Country Yifeng to appear, and then eliminate him first? This proposal immediately made Shiva Gantian of the White Elephant Kingdom happy. What a good proposal. I agree, kill the man from Yen Kingdom first. We will distribute it later. Soon, the 4 parties reached a consensus to kill Yifeng from Yen Kingdom first, and then explore the oasis together. For the survivors of these 4 countries, Yen Kingdom has always been a thorn in their eyes, and a thorn in their flesh. It is also a common idea of the 4 parties to get rid of the survivors of Yen Kingdom first. After waiting for a while, Yifeng finally approached the oasis. From a distance, Yifeng saw 4 teams of people scattered around the oasis. Each occupied an area, and their strength was not too strong. I don't know if there are any traps or snares waiting for me. Thinking of this, Yifeng divided most of the chess pieces, and the number of chess pieces he carried was similar to that of the strongest party among the 4 forces. The remaining chess pieces, led by several intelligent chess pieces, slowly approached the oasis from other corners. When Yifeng gave the order, they would all surround him. The 4 people who were getting impatient finally saw a figure in the distance. Shiva Gantian of the White Elephant Kingdom stared at the direction where Yifeng was coming from, silently counting the number of Yifeng's chess pieces in his mind. When the number of chess pieces following Yifeng was only more than 200, the survivors of the White Elephant Kingdom breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the strength of the survivors of the Yen Kingdom is not too strong. When we join forces to eliminate the Yen Kingdom players later, we have to be a little more careful to avoid too much loss of our chess pieces. The 2 survivors from Daka and Lifeng were relieved after seeing the number of Yifeng's chess pieces, and they believed that Yifeng from Yen was already their meal, and Yamada Kameji from Naria was scared after seeing the number of Yifeng's chess pieces. The strength of this Yen survivor was very strong. He recognized the Crow Swain, Leona, and Darius in the front row. These were all good chess pieces, and the quantity and quality were stronger than that of Yamada Kameji. However, fortunately, everyone had reached a consensus to kill the Yen survivor first. Thinking of this, Yamada Kameji showed a cruel smile on his face. If he killed this Yin survivor and got some of his items, he might be able to improve his strength. It is possible that he will be stronger than the remaining survivors. If so, he will be the biggest winner in this trip to the secret realm. Thinking of this, Yamada Kameji showed a wretched smile on his face. Yi Feng walked slowly towards the 4 people with his chess pieces. Although Yi Feng's chess pieces are more powerful, it is always right to say that it is better to be safe than sorry. When he got closer, Yi Feng couldn't help but frown at the quality of the chess pieces of these 4 people. What a joke! Among these people's chess pieces, at most 1 or 2 1-cost chess pieces have reached 3 stars, and the rest are 2-star chess pieces. With such strength, Yi Feng felt that if he sent out a Leona at random and activated a skill, sunlight could completely wipe them out. Could it be that this group of people were also deliberately showing weakness, and there were some hidden tricks? When Yi Feng approached, the 4 people surrounded Yi Feng with their chess pieces. Yamada Kameji of Rya was the most excited, and shouted to Yi Feng, "Yen people, surrender now, maybe we can spare your life." Looking at the small mustache in the middle of him, Yi Feng knew that this must be Yamada Kameji of Rya. "Yen survivor, your death is inevitable. Stop talking nonsense, the 4 of us are much stronger than him. Just surround and kill him. Kill the Yin survivor first, everyone get ready." Yi Feng swept a circle of chess pieces around him, and asked again to confirm, "Are you sure you want to kill me with just these few chess pieces?" Chapter 244. Looking at the opponent's chess pieces, which were simply called shabby, Yi Feng couldn't believe it. Where did the opponent get the confidence to kill him? Not to mention other chess pieces, can't they recognize the 3-star Darius, 3-star Leona, and 3-star Crow Swain in the front row? Could it be that Liang Jingru gave them the courage? Could it be that they really have a backup plan? Yi Feng looked at the 4 of them with a puzzled look. But this action, in the eyes of these 4 people, they thought that Yi Feng was timid. Jin Jigo of Dhaka had a cruel look on his face at this time. "You have only more than 200 chess pieces, and the 4 of us have nearly 1,000 chess pieces together. Go to hell." After saying this, with Jin Jigo of Dhaka shouting to kill, his chess pieces stood up, ready to attack Yi Feng at any time. And the remaining 3 people also commanded their chess pieces to move a few steps forward towards Yi Feng. The survivors of Dhaka have 5 different chess pieces. Amumu, Darius, Mordekaiser, Akali, Tristana. Among his chess pieces, Amumu has reached 3 stars, and the others are only 2-star chess pieces. The bond is not bad, 2 inspectors plus 2 hextech plus 2 swift warriors plus diplomat. But it's just good. Yi Feng couldn't help laughing. Seeing Yi Feng's smile, Yamada Kameji of Rya was puzzled. What's wrong with this Yin countryman? He is surrounded by everyone and is about to die, but he can still laugh. Is this what Yin country calls heroic death? What are you still laughing about, Yin countryman? You will die soon. After the survivor from Rya said this, Yi Feng laughed even louder, as if he had heard the best joke. This immediately made Yamada Kameji from Rya furious. Yi Feng's smile was so dazzling in his eyes. Yi Feng said nothing, but just laughed wildly. He even laughed so hard that he almost couldn't breathe while holding his stomach. It's a bit humorous, brother. Yi Feng called his chess pieces to come forward, ready to give these people a little shock. In order not to defeat them in an instant, he even called only 1 Darius, 1 Leona, and 1 Crow to come forward. "Sorry, it's you 4 who are surrounded by me." Yi Feng's words immediately angered the survivor from White Elephant. This damn survivor from Yin dared to speak so arrogantly. Micah Bai, a survivor from Lifeng, also sneered in his heart at this moment, thinking that Yi Feng was just being mysterious. He called out 3 chess pieces. Did he think that he could fight against thousands of chess pieces with 3 chess pieces? It was just wishful thinking. Everyone, come together and kill the survivors of Yin country. The reward will be shared by everyone. No one should be lazy. Micah Bai of Fierce Wind Country saw that although the strength of the survivors of Yin country was definitely not as much as the 4 people combined, everyone was worried that if they took the lead, they would suffer a higher loss. This led to the fact that the 2 sides had not fought. At this moment, he shouted like this, and everyone had no excuse to be lazy. Immediately, the survivors of the 4 war zones of Dhaka, Rya, White Elephant, and Fierce Wind attacked Yi Feng's chess pieces together. Yi Feng was not in a hurry. Only Darius, Leona, and Crow Swain went up. The chess piece of Dhaka country took the lead in fighting with the Darius of Yi Feng. His chess piece attacked Yi Feng's chess piece, causing only 8 points of damage. Seeing the -8 value pop up, Jin Jigao couldn't believe his eyes. How could this be possible? Yamada Kameji of Rya country also hit Darius, but the few points of damage that appeared immediately broke his defense completely. Masaka, this is impossible. How could someone's chess piece have such high defense? The chess piece of Gale Country attacked Crow Swain, also causing only single-digit damage. The target of the survivor of White Elephant Country's attack was Leona. Among the 3 front-row chess pieces, only Leona's defense ability was relatively weak. Therefore, he dealt double-digit damage to Leona. Seeing that other people only caused single-digit damage to Yifeng's Darius and Crow Swain, he suddenly felt a sense of superiority. Sure enough, these people were a bunch of rubbish. He was the most powerful person. However, he seemed to have overlooked that even if his output was higher, it would only hit Yifeng's chess piece by more than 10 points. Don't panic, everyone. No matter how tanky his chess pieces are, he only sent out 3 chess pieces. We have more than the opponent, and we can consume them to death. The survivors of Lifeng Country were still cheering everyone up. However, Yifeng wanted to laugh out loud when he heard this encouragement. Soon, they will know what despair is. The large number of chess pieces of these 4 people did cause some damage to Yifeng's chess pieces. But Darius's recovery is not low. The little damage caused can't even be called scraping. At most it's just rubbing Darius back. Instantly, Darius's health was restored. This situation immediately made several people's faces change suddenly. This is not the end. When Crow Swain's mana was full and released Demon Ascension, they were completely dumbfounded. At this moment, Crow Swain's health increased a lot, and it was still recovering. As for Leona, when Eclipse lit up, it seemed to announce the end of the 4 of them. The sunlight shines, dispels filth, and eliminates all enemies in front of them like judging evil spirits. The damage of sunlight is so terrible that the opponent can't stand it for 2 seconds. The sunlight changes the target every second, and each time it accurately turns a chess piece into ashes. And the other chess pieces around were also taken away by the AoE damage. Not only that, the chess piece that was still attacking Leona, all the damage at this time became 0 points. This made the survivors of the White Elephant Kingdom completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Why is his attack ineffective? And what is the terrifying sunlight attack? He has seen Leona, a chess piece, before. She is a frontline tank. He also knows her skills, but it only increases damage reduction for a short time. But why? Why can Leona, a survivor of the Yin Kingdom, summon sunlight to attack? The survivors of the White Elephant Kingdom were full of doubts, but no one gave him an answer. The chess army they were proud of. In just a few seconds, Yifeng destroyed it with a crushing force. And Yifeng only sent out 3 chess pieces. And behind him, there were more than 200 chess pieces. If they attacked together. Chapter 245. When the 4 people realized this problem, they all felt a chill down their spines. The strength of the survivors from Yin Country was completely different from theirs. Plop. Jin Jigao from Dhaka Country was the first to kneel down. Please spare my life, I know I was wrong. Bang bang bang. The survivors from Dhaka Country were no longer arrogant at this moment. Knelt in front of Yifeng, cowed out frantically to ask Yifeng to spare his life. Soon, all 4 chess pieces were solved. Looking at Yifeng approaching step by step, everyone's psychological defense line completely collapsed. Especially when the sound of Dhaka Country kneeling down and begging for mercy came into their ears, it made everyone panic. Bang. The survivors from White Elephant Country also quickly joined the team kneeling down and begging for mercy. After the 2 begged for mercy, Micah Bai from Lifeng Country kept retreating, and did not kneel down and beg for mercy from Yifeng immediately. Kneel down and beg for mercy, maybe I can let you live. With Yifeng's shout, hundreds of chess pieces appeared in various places in the desert. Do you think I only have so many chess pieces? When they turned their heads and looked around, the chess pieces rushing in from all directions made them nervous. How could the survivors of Yin Country have so many chess pieces? Although he didn't know why this happened, looking at the chess pieces rushing in, Micah Bai knelt down directly. In the end, only Yamada Kameji, a survivor of Ria Country, was left. He kept retreating, but he was unwilling to kneel down. It was not until the other 3 knelt down that his face became uncertain, and he knelt down. To be honest, can't we just have a good conversation? You must attack me. Now your lives are in my hands. I advise you to think about how to survive. Yifeng looked at the 4 people without any expression, as if he was looking at a dead person. The chess pieces led by the intelligent chess pieces around him also slowly gathered around Yifeng. Being surrounded by a group of chess pieces put great pressure on the 4 people. Especially when Yifeng's expression, which was like looking at a dead person, made them even more scared. Before the chess pieces survive, the survivors are invincible, and will not be hurt. But once the chess pieces die, the survivors are just mortals. Will get hurt, bleed, and die. At this time, The four people completely lost their previous arrogant attitude and kept kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. It's not that they don't want to escape, but it's just wishful thinking to want to escape surrounded by so many chess pieces. Once Yifeng ordered these chess pieces to attack them, the only outcome would be death. Hand over the treasures on you, and I can consider sparing your lives. Yifeng made a finger-rubbing motion towards the four people, hoping that they could understand what he meant. Micah Bai from Lifeown Country was the first to react, and asked with an expectant tone, "As long as the things you take out are enough, are you sure you can let us live?" Yifeng nodded, and immediately the survivors of Lifeown Country began to think. As a survivor of Ria Country, he didn't believe what Yifeng said at all. Of course, he knew how many crimes their Ria Country had committed against Yin Country. For the descendants of Yin Country, these crimes can only be paid with blood, so even if he takes out something good, he will most likely be killed by the survivors of Yin Country. Mr. Mike, don't believe what this Yin Countryman says. Maybe when we hand the things over to him, we can't escape death. Yamada Kameji's words immediately calmed down the remaining three people. They began to analyze how likely it is that Yifeng can let people go. Mr. Mike, I don't think we have too many grievances. As long as there are enough benefits, enemies can also become friends. According to your Lifeown Country, everything can be business. What do you think? Seeing Yamada Kameji's sabotage, Yifeng spoke again, and gave a few people a reassurance. I can swear to God, as long as you can take out enough things, then I can let you go. Hearing this, Micah Bai felt relieved a lot. He had heard that the Yin Country people believed in God, which was probably the same as their belief in God. I swore to God, so I won't lie. Thinking of this, Micah Bai hurriedly thought about what was in his backpack that could attract the attention of a strong man like Yifeng. The survivors from Baixiang and Dhaka were also thinking about it. The survivor from Dhaka took out an item first. I have a special item here. I wonder if you are interested. Jin Jigao took out a prop like a glass bottle, held it in his hand, and his eyes were full of reluctance. In the bottle, there was a ball of golden energy. The power of the statue. The energy in it can repair the damaged statue. Although Jin Jigao didn't know what this thing was for, from the introduction, it involved the so-called statue, which must be a great thing. Therefore, he took out this thing, hoping to impress Yifeng and let him go. Seeing that Yifeng accepted the thing, Jin Jigao of Dhaka continued to make amends for himself, worried that Yifeng would regret it. Dhaka and Yin Country have the same origin, and we all have many common cultures. It can be said that many years ago, we were all one family. Spring Festival, Dragon Boat Festival, Yin and Yang, 5 elements, these are our common cultures. We are all one family, and I hope you don't forget the agreement just now. Hearing this, Yifeng's eyes flashed with a barely noticeable coldness. However, Yifeng covered it up well, and responded with a smile. Indeed, we have so many similar cultural heritages. Looking at Yifeng's kind smile, the survivors of Dhaka felt a lot more at ease. It seems that his life is saved. It's just a pity for that treasure. And the rewards in the secret realm this time are definitely out of his reach. Soon, Lifeown Country and Baixiang Country also took out things that Yifeng was more interested in. The White Elephant Country took out an SS-level trial mission scroll, which can open an SS-level trial portal mission. And the thing given by the Fierce Wind Country was a scroll. Battlefield Opening Scroll. After using it, you can reach the real battlefield. It can only be opened when the base level is above 8. After the survivors of the Fierce Wind Country got this thing, they have not been able to use it. At this moment, he took it out, and he did not expect that Yifeng would be very interested. It's a good thing, Mr. Mike, you are good at business. Hearing this, Micah Bai's face also relaxed a lot. In his opinion, his life should be saved. At this time, everyone's eyes were looking at Yamada Kameji of the Rya Country, and he was the only one who did not take out anything in exchange for his life. Chapter 246. Seeing this, the survivors of Rya Country, no matter how tough they were a little scared at this time. Especially since the other 3 people had already taken out things to save their lives. If he couldn't take out anything, he would probably die. However, there was really nothing attractive in his hand. What should he do? The survivors of Rya Country kept thinking about what items in his backpack could satisfy Yifeng, but he didn't get any useful answers. I count to 3 again. If there's nothing, I send you on your way. 3, 2. Yifeng's voice sounded in Yamada Kameji's ears like a death curse, making him lose his mind. When Yifeng was about to shout 1, Yamada Kameji finally couldn't stand the huge pressure. Yes! Yes! I have a special item here, but I don't know if you like it. Warzone Invasion Order. After using it, you can launch an invasion of a multinational war zone. Warning: after use, The invaded war zone can gather the survivors in the war zone to fight the enemy together. Please use with caution. This thing can invade other war zones. However, the invaded war zone can gather the survivors to fight the enemy together. In the eyes of Yamada Kameji, although this thing is special, its actual value is not great. After all, there are at least thousands of people in a war zone. If one person invades and faces the opponent's 1,000-man army, there is no chance of winning at all, and it can even be said that he is sending his head. After taking out this thing, Yamada Kameji did not hold much hope, and even said that he just wanted to delay a little more time. However, something unexpected happened. When he took out the prop, Yifeng was very satisfied and put it away. It's good, I'm very satisfied. Hearing this, Yamada Kameji even suspected that he was hallucinating. What a joke, such a rubbish prop. The other party really likes it? Although he didn't know what was going on, Yamada Kameji knew that his life should be saved. At least he thought so. You have got the things. Shouldn't you let us go? At this time, Mikabai of Life Own Country spoke to Yifeng to remind him. I hope Yifeng can keep his promise and let them go. Yifeng thought for a while, held his chin with his hand, and looked at a few people, then waved to the 4 people. Okay, you go, I let you go this time. But next time I meet you, only one side can survive. Hearing this, the 4 people ran out as if they were pardoned. However, before they ran out a few dozen meters, they were surrounded and stopped by a group of chess pieces. The 4 people's faces were uncertain, and they didn't understand what the survivor from Yen country meant. Yifeng looked at the 4 people, and smiled at Yamada Kameji from Rya country. The other party didn't understand, but seeing Yifeng's smile, he had to force a smile. Friend from Yen country, what do you mean? Yamada Kameji asked with confusion. Facing his question, Yifeng did not answer directly, but walked around him and greeted him. What a coincidence, we meet again. Mikabai from Life Own Country didn't understand what Yifeng said. How did they meet again? Haven't we left yet? But the Rya and Daka countries, which were once cultural vassals of Yen, naturally understood the meaning of Yifeng's words. Yamada Kameji panicked and started shouting. No! You can't say the wrong thing. At this time, even if Mikabai of Life Own Country was stupid, he understood what this meant. He was also anxious immediately. Yen people, liar. The 4 people all sent the most friendly consolation to Yi Bufan. Yifeng did not let the chess piece end Yamada Kameji's life, but took out a long knife from his backpack and ended Yamada Kameji's life with one knife under the control of the chess piece. From the beginning, Yifeng had no intention of letting the survivors of Rya go. If he let them go, then who would the countless martyrs and predecessors of Yen who were killed by Rya go to tell their grievances? Whether to let them go is up to those predecessors, and what Yifeng has to do is to send them to see the martyrs and predecessors. After killing Yamada Kameji, Yifeng walked towards the survivors of Daka step by step with a bloody long knife. Seeing this scene, the survivors of Daka were so scared that they lost their courage, and knelt on the ground begging Yifeng to let them go. Daka and Yen share the same culture, and we are also our own people. Please, spare my life. Looking at the survivors of Daka, who kowtowed and begged for mercy in front of him, Yifeng sneered in his heart. The same culture? A thief country, all the culture was stolen from Yen. After stealing, they still shamelessly said that they were the origin of these cultures. Even many traditional festivals of Yen country were directly applied for as world heritage of their own civilization. For this thief civilization, Yifeng also did not think of letting them go. With one cut, the survivors of Daka country were also sent down. Now there are only 2 survivors from Baixiang country and Life Own country. At this time, Mikabai hurriedly shouted, Our deal is done. You can't breach the contract. It's wrong for you to do this, you will go to hell. Hearing the words of the survivors of Life Own Country, Yifeng laughed. Do the people of Life Own Country really have the face to say this? Isn't it Life Own Country that has the least contract spirit? When it is beneficial to them, they mention the spirit of contract. If it is not beneficial to them, then the contract becomes a piece of waste paper. So Mikabai has only one ending, following the footsteps of the 2 survivors of Daka country and Liao country. In the end, there is only one person left, that is the survivor of Baixiang country. At this time, the survivor of Baixiang country has been completely desperate, watching the 3 people in front of him being killed. His plea for mercy seemed to have no effect on the Yen country man in front of him. He didn't care. He was going to die anyway, so he might as well scold Yifeng. At least he felt relieved. Okay, let me send you back to your Ganges. Drink the water of the Ganges, and I wish you will be a Stan in your next life. The knife flashed, and another life was taken by Yifeng. The long knife produced in this survival game is really sharp, and it can be said to cut iron like mud. All 4 survivors died, and their bodies slowly turned into light spots at this moment, and finally disappeared. Even the blood on the long knife in Yi Feng's hand was slowly disappearing. It seemed that there had never been any trace of these 4 people in this world. After cleaning up the other survivors in this secret realm, Yi Feng can now explore the secrets in the secret realm with confidence. From now on, no one in the entire secret realm will come to disturb Yi Feng. When Yi Feng was about to step into the oasis, the reminder sound of the survival game rang in his ears again. Chapter 247. Congratulations to the survivor for defeating Yamada Kameji of Rya, and randomly obtained some items from the other survivor. Congratulations to the survivor for defeating Jin Jigo of Dhaka, and randomly obtained some items from the other survivor. Congratulations to the survivor for defeating Mikabai of Gale, and randomly obtained some items from the other survivor. Congratulations to the survivor for defeating Shiva Gantian of White Elephant, and randomly obtained some items from the other survivor. 4 voices sounded in Yi Feng's ears, killing other survivors and obtaining the others' items. This survival game is turning into a killing game, and only one country's survivor survived in the end. Yi Feng did not sigh about this. He only knew that he could not change the rules of the survival game, so he would try his best to lead Yin country to become the final winner. Killing the survivors in the enemy war zone can also directly explode some things, but what is exploded is up to fate. Yi Feng checked the backpack, and the things that these 4 people exploded were not valuable, mostly some basic equipment. Even Yamada Kameji of Rya was so poor that he only dropped a few low-level magic scrolls. He was so poor. After checking all the gains, Yi Feng secretly made up his mind. In the future, if he meets people from other war zones, he still has to rob them first. If he doesn't rob them, the good stuff may not drop out. Taking back his thoughts, Yi Feng looked at the oasis that was within reach, and did not rush into it directly. The other 4 survivors were able to gather here, and did not explore the situation in the oasis. Yi Feng did not think that they could unite to target him. The biggest possibility is that there is something strange in this oasis, so no one dares to enter first. To be safe, Yi Feng also arranged a Darius to enter the oasis first. When Darius entered the oasis, he began to lose blood, with more than 100 damage per second. This damage is very low for Yi Feng. But for other survivors, this value may be several times higher. It seems that this is the reason why those people are unwilling to enter. The Darius chess piece kept moving forward under Yi Feng's command, but did not encounter any monsters along the way. There are no creatures in the entire oasis. Only the continuous loss of blood reminds Yi Feng that there is something strange. What is in this oasis? Yi Feng looked around, but he didn't analyze it. However, the damage was not high, so Yi Feng didn't worry too much, and directly took all the front row chess pieces into the oasis. The chess pieces with lower HP in the back row waited outside the oasis for the time being. When Yi Feng led the large army into the oasis, he immediately found something wrong. The grass on the ground felt very strange when stepped on. It didn't look like a plant, but more like a pool of mud, which felt sticky when stepped on. When several chess pieces stepped into the oasis, the entire oasis began to shake. A huge lake in the center of the oasis, the water level was constantly dropping, and the water surface was boiling, and bubbles kept coming out. When the water level dropped to a certain level, many rugged and white boulders appeared in the lake. These boulders were extremely sharp, and looked like the fangs of a monster. The ground began to crack, and the ground in some areas was rising. All of Yi Feng's chess pieces were pushed out of the oasis by the bumps, and came to the outside of the oasis. Standing outside the oasis, Yi Feng got an astonishing truth at this time. The so-called lake was actually the mouth of a huge monster. And those jagged boulders were really the teeth of the monster, and the entire oasis was just a disguise of the monster. The previous green land was just the green hair on the monster's body. The entire oasis was actually a huge and weird monster. Yi Feng immediately understood why the chess pieces would be hurt when they entered the oasis. It turned out that they stepped on the monster, and were quietly attacked by the monster. The monster directly covered the sky, and the huge shadow enveloped Yi Feng and his many chess pieces. If it were other survivors, they might be scared and want to run away when they saw this situation. But Yi Feng won't. When he didn't know the situation before, Yi Feng was a little worried. But now the monster has come out. For Yi Feng, there is nothing to worry about. Since you dare to show your blood bar, then die. The countless green hairs on the monster's body extend out like vines, like tentacles waving around the body, which looks quite weird. When the green hairs fluttered, a burst of green poison came out and attacked Yi Feng's chess piece. The damage of this poison is not bad, and it can cause more than 100 points of damage to Yi Feng's chess piece. However, this damage is still not enough. The monster attacked, and Yifeng also attacked. With Yifeng's current strength, it was not too difficult to face this monster. Originally, I thought there would be a hard fight, but the monster's strength was indeed a bit weak. It only held on in Yifeng's hands for 10 minutes before it fell down with a bang. After the monster fell, it did not drop any trophies, but its body kept shrinking. Finally, it turned into a green ball of light. The ball of light flew up into the sky. When it flew to a certain height, the green ball of light exploded. There was no sound. It just broke suddenly, like a huge bubble that was suddenly pierced by a needle. After the green ball of light broke, it dispersed into countless green lights that sprinkled everywhere in the secret realm. When the green light fell on the sand on the ground, it immediately turned the desert into fertile soil, and even grew various plants. In just 1 minute, the original desert of the secret realm completely disappeared, replaced by a green scene. Yifeng could even smell the fresh fragrance of the soil from his nose. The entire secret realm has now been turned upside down, and it has no resemblance to its original appearance. This secret realm exploration is completed. Secret realm level, D level, secret realm completion, 100%, survivor's personal contribution, 100%. The level of this secret realm is lower than the secret realm that Yifeng went to alone, only D level. The monsters in this secret realm are only a little bit more tanky, and the output is very limited. After the survival game prompt ended, Yifeng was sent back to the base by the space vortex. Back to the base, Yifeng glanced at the time, and it was only more than an hour. And for Yifeng, most of the time on this trip to the secret realm was spent on the road. I wonder how the others are doing, Yifeng said to himself, and then opened the chat channel. Chapter 248. When Yifeng opened the chat channel, the number of survivors in the war zone beside him pierced Yifeng's heart like a sharp sword. Number of survivors in the war zone, 943. Previously, the remaining number of people in the war zone was 1066, but unexpectedly, only 943 people were left in just over an hour. In other words, in this battle of the secret realm, the survivors in Yifeng's war zone sacrificed a full 123 people, and this number is only a temporary statistic. Some survivors are still in the secret realm, and their situation is unknown. Damn! It's so frustrating. There are 8 survivors in our secret realm, only 2 are from the Yin Kingdom war zone, and the remaining 6 are from the Southeast Monkey war zone. They were besieged by 6 monkeys, and returned tragically. I was also besieged by survivors from the Ryak Kingdom, and the Fey Monkey Kingdom. Fortunately, Boss Yifeng gave me the Advanced Life Domain Magic Scroll, which allowed me to return. The Secret Realm contribution settlement was only 10%, and I was rewarded with a few broken equipment. It's good to be able to come back. This time, my buddy almost escaped death. Ryak Kingdom, Dhaka Kingdom, Lifeng. Survivors from 3 countries besieged me, but luckily I had enough magic scrolls to exchange, so I ran away. Why does it feel like everyone has encountered survivors from Rhea? Fortunately, I killed the survivors from Rhea in our secret realm. I hate that I am not strong enough, otherwise I would like to kill all the survivors from other war zones. It seems that my luck is pretty good. We are a secret realm with 10 people, 6 Yin people, and 4 Rhea people. We killed the 4 survivors from Rhea together at the beginning, and then we won the secret realm rewards together. Yifeng combined the messages sent by everyone and roughly came to some conclusions. The survivors of other war zones encountered in the secret realm competition will basically have conflicts with other countries. It is basically impossible for a secret realm to be full of Yin people. Moreover, the matches between different countries are mostly countries with relatively large conflicts. I don't know if this is a coincidence or the survival game is intentional. People keep returning to the base to share their secret realm experiences with everyone. However, some people will never come back. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the reminder sound of the survival game came. This secret realm matching is completed. All surviving survivors have returned to the base, and the next secret realm matching will be held again in 5 days. The sound of the survival game reminder sound represents the end of this round of secret realm matching. Yifeng looked at the number of people in the war zone in the upper right corner. Now there are only 801 people left. Many survivors were sacrificed later. In one day, more than 1/5 of the survivors in Yifeng's war zone died. This casualty ratio is terrifying. Not only Yifeng, but others also realized this. Just one match caused everyone to suffer heavy losses. What will happen in the secret realm 5 days later? No one has a clue. The detailed battle report of the secret realm match has been sent to the administrators of each war zone. Please check and understand it yourself. The chat channel of the administrator of the Yin Kingdom war zone has been opened. Please check and understand it yourself. Two prompts suddenly sounded in Yifeng's mind, both of which were prompts from the survival game. This so-called detailed battle report of the secret realm, Yifeng also wanted to see the specific situation. Following the instructions of the survival game, Yifeng immediately opened the so-called detailed battle report. Yen Country War Zone Z031, a total of 1,066 people matched in this secret realm match, and 265 people were killed. Yen Country War Zone Z031 defeated 327 survivors from other countries' war zones. Detailed battle conditions in each secret realm can be viewed. Do you want to view it? Yifeng randomly selected a survivor who died and chose to view it. After opening it, it showed the situation in the secret realm like a holographic image. There were a total of 8 survivors in this secret realm, 2 Yen Country survivors, 2 Rya Country survivors, 2 Dhaka Country survivors, and 2 Sun Never Sets Country survivors. As soon as they entered the secret realm, the 6 survivors formed an alliance and attacked the 2 survivors from Yen Country first. The survivor in Yifeng's war zone and another Yen Country survivor joined forces, and were chased and intercepted by the other side all the way. After being forced into a dead end, the 2 of them took out all their assets and fought back. The 2 survivors from Yen State had the same goal, and they focused on the chess pieces of the survivors from Rya State. Even if they lost more chess pieces, they would try their best to bite off a piece of meat from the survivors from Rya State. However, they were outnumbered, and their chess pieces were not too strong, so they could only be killed with hatred. In the end, they died on the enemy's butcher knife. But before that, a chess piece of a survivor from Rya State was also killed by the 2 of them. The last scene Yifeng saw was the survivor in the war zone, who took out a long knife from his backpack and rushed towards the survivors from Rya State. Both of them had no chess pieces, and their bodies could be directly hurt. With one strike, he first severely injured the survivor from Rya. At least I got a Rya man to take the blame. These were the last words he said. The next moment, he was killed by several other survivors. Yifeng withdrew from watching, his face livid, and he said nothing. He continued to open another detailed battle report. This survivor had worse luck. Among the 6 people in the secret realm, he was the only one from Yen. The remaining 5 were all survivors from the war zone of some hostile countries. The content of their secret realm was to clear 8 small bosses. This survivor was chased and intercepted by 5 people. With many magic scrolls, he withstood the enemy's siege and even emptied the chess pieces of 3 people, successfully killing them. Unfortunately, in the end, he had only a few chess pieces left, and he had to suffer in the end. The last scene was the survivor falling to the ground, mumbling to himself with regret. What a pity, I didn't kill the people from Rya. After reading the 2 detailed battle reports, Yifeng did not choose to continue to open the 3rd video. He felt a surge of blood rushing to his head, making him want to go to the war zone of other countries to make a scene. Yifeng suddenly thought of the props seized from the secret realm. The special prop given by Yamada Kameji of Rya. War zone invasion order. After use, you can launch an invasion of a multinational war zone. Warning. After use, the invaded war zone can gather the survivors of the war zone to fight the enemy together. Please use with caution. This thing can invade other war zones to launch an invasion. At this time, Yifeng took out this prop, and the detailed intelligence of the war zone secret realm had the detailed numbers of other war zones, which also allowed the invading war zone to accurately find the target. Please confirm the name of the invaded war zone after activating the invasion order. Yifeng sent a message in the chat channel. Everyone, wait for me to avenge you. Chapter 249. Invasion of the war zone. Rya B018 war zone. Yifeng coldly said the name of a war zone without any emotion. As if the god of death had called out their names, the people in the Rya war zone had never expected that death was about to come. After Yifeng's message was sent out, it immediately caused heated discussions in the chat channel. Boss Yifeng, how are you going to take revenge? If possible, can you kill a few Rya survivors who are living a good life for me? Can you really take revenge? Can you kill those Dhaka survivors? Everyone shared the same hatred, but Yifeng did not respond. Yang Ben wanted to chat with Yifeng privately, but got a strange prompt. The survivor you are chatting with privately is not in this war zone for the time being, and private chat messages cannot be sent. This was the first time Yang Ben encountered such a prompt, and for a moment, he was a little confused about what happened on Yifeng's end. At this time, Yifeng finally entered another area. This is a continuous mountainous area, with mountains separated from each other, and there are countless dangerous monsters in it. At this moment, Yifeng is on the top of a mountain with his chess piece. From a distance, he can see a survivor base located on a nearby mountain. Judging from the scale, the survivor's base is probably at level 6. Level 6? It should be considered a good existence in this war zone of Rhea. Let's start with him. In the B018 war zone of Rhea, Matsushita Inujiro is happily counting his gains in this secret realm. In this secret realm match, he joined forces with the survivors of Daka to chase and kill a survivor of Yin. And a lot of good things exploded from the other party. This made him very satisfied. Not only did he get enough rewards in the secret realm, but he also got rewards from killing other survivors. What excited him the most was killing the survivors of Yin country. This matter, even if there was no reward, was enough to make him excited. In his heart, the people of Yin country were always inferior to the people of their Rhea country. But it was such a group of people who were inferior to them, but they occupied the most fertile land in the east. They were the people of Rhea country, but they could only curl up in one place. This was simply an insult and slander to the people of their Rhea country. If it is possible, all the people of Yin country will be slaughtered. If they can return to the real world in the future, perhaps the people of Rhea country will really have a chance to get their hands on the enviable and fascinating land in the east. After collecting all the rewards of this secret realm, Matsushita Inujiro prepared to go out hunting with his chess pieces. The areas allocated to the survivors of Rhea country in the Scarlet Land are mostly mountainous areas, and the environment is not good. Through the secret realm matching, he knew that the survivors of Yin country were in a plain. This made him very envious, and even more jealous. Even if we can't return to the real world, we must grab the plain area of Yin country. Matsushita Inujiro said this, of course, he had his confidence. His base level is currently level 6, but he has a golden spatula crown and enforcer emblem. His lineup is Strub, Maddie, Camille, Loris, Card Twisted Fate, Mordekaiser, and Kog'Maw. He gave the enforcer emblem to Kog'Maw. This lineup formed a bond of 6 enforcers, 2 snipers, 2 hex mechs, and 2 swift attack warriors. And his Steb, Maddie, and Mordecai have all reached 3 stars. In the entire B018 war zone of the Rhea Kingdom, they are all considered to be among the best. In this secret realm match, he is the strongest survivor in the entire secret realm. He easily controlled and ravaged the survivor from the Yin Kingdom. When he walked out of the base gate, he found a figure standing outside his base. The man was standing on a wooden boat, and there was no one else around except him. "Who are you?" Matsushita Inujiro looked at the man vigilantly. That man was none other than Yifeng. "The one who wants you dead?" Yifeng just said one sentence. Although there are survival games that can translate different languages into languages that can be understood by each other, but everyone can still hear the original language tone. Therefore, Matsushita Inujiro immediately realized that this was a survivor from Yin country. How could a survivor from Yin country appear outside his base? This was something Matsushita Inujiro could not figure out. At the same time, all the survivors in the B018 war zone of Rhea country heard the prompt of the survival game. Yifeng, a survivor from Yin country, has invaded this war zone. Coordinates, XXXXX. A portal will appear in all the survivors' bases in the B018 war zone of Rhea country. The invader can be killed through the portal. This naturally included Matsushita Inujiro in front of Yifeng. After hearing this news, he was greatly shocked. When will the survivors of Yin country also be able to run to the territory of Rhea country to show off their power? Also, why does Yifeng's name sound familiar? By the way, the survivor of Yin country that he killed in the secret realm seemed to have mentioned this name. Matsushita Inujiro remembered that when he killed the survivor of Yin country, the man was dying, and said something about how the boss Yifeng in their war zone would definitely wipe out all the people of Rhea country. At that time, he thought it was very ridiculous. There are many geniuses and masters among the survivors of Rhea country. A survivor of Yin country wants to kill them. It's just a foolish dream. But Matsushita Inujiro never thought. The boss Yifeng mentioned by the dead survivor actually appeared in the war zone of Rhea country. Since the other party is going to die, let him do it. At this moment, it is estimated that other survivors have also received the prompt. It won't be long before everyone can gather here. Each person can easily eliminate the Yin country survivors in front of him by sending out a chess piece. Thinking of this, Matsushita Inujiro was not in a hurry at all, and he was not even prepared to send out chess pieces to attack first. At this time, Yifeng also received the reminder sound of the survival game in his ears. Warning, all survivors in the invasion zone will gather here soon. Please consider evacuating as soon as possible. Hearing this reminder sound, Yifeng was not worried, but trembling with excitement. All the survivors of the Rhea country in this zone are coming here? This is simply the best. But before that, I still have to get rid of the survivor of the Rhea country in front of me first. All chess pieces, fire freely, demolish the opponent's base, kill all the opponent's chess pieces, and finally kill the opponent's survivors with one knife. In this battle, there is only killing. After the invasion, all the buildings in the opponent's base had blood bars in front of Yifeng. Following Yifeng's order, Darius, Leona, and Crow Swain were the first to rush out as the front row. As warriors, Anbisa and Sevica also rushed into the battlefield. In the back row, Draven, Malzahar, LeBlanc, Urgot, Morgana, and Renata also launched attacks. Chapter 250. Matsushita and Nujiro originally wanted to delay the time a little longer, and wait for other survivors to arrive, and then jointly eliminate the Yin country survivor. However, Yifeng did not give him a chance at all. Yifeng's chess pieces were terrifying in terms of damage, and they pushed forward all the way. All the buildings in Matsushita and Nujiro's base were destroyed. The chess pieces were so damaging that Matsushita and Nujiro had not reacted to several barracks. This scene made him very sad. Finally, he could no longer bear it, and commanded his chess pieces to rush towards Yifeng's chess pieces. However, Crow Swain instantly activated his ultimate move, Demon Sublimation. Endless demon energy surrounded him, and instantly turned into death energy, turning all the enemy chess pieces that were touched into ashes. Leona was not to be outdone. Under solar eclipse, the sunlight shone, and instantly burned and destroyed Matsushita and Nujiro's chess pieces. Darius's performance didn't seem so exaggerated, but one chop was enough to kill a chess piece. In just 1 minute, all of Matsushita and Nujiro's chess pieces were slaughtered by Yifeng. At this time, Yifeng held a butcher knife and walked towards Matsushita and Nujiro step by step. Every step made Matsushita and Nujiro feel horrified. Just as Yifeng was about to reach the opponent, more than 10 space cracks appeared in front of him. More than 10 survivors came out of the space cracks, each with hundreds of chess pieces. Mr. Matsushita, where is the person who dared to invade our Daria country? Look, I'm going to take him down. After a short survivor with a somewhat wretched face came out, the first thing he did was to ask Matsushita and Nujiro not far away, without noticing Yifeng not far away. When he saw the shocked expression of Matsushita and Nujiro, following the other party's gaze, he saw Yifeng, and the countless chess pieces following Yifeng. Is this the invader? The survivor who just arrived was not worried. After all, they had so many people. How could just one survivor be their opponent? Thinking of this, he directly called on the others around him to attack Yifeng together. However, their calculations fell through. Yifeng's strength was not what they could imagine. Therefore, even if they had the advantage of numbers, they were still slaughtered by Yifeng in 1 or 2 minutes. And the group of survivors from the kingdom of Rhea, who lost the protection of the chess pieces, naturally became the dead souls under Yifeng's knife. There are still new survivors from the kingdom of Rhea rushing to this side through the space cracks in this base. Yifeng just waited for them, and every survivor who came out was ruthlessly wiped out by Yifeng. At this moment, Yifeng turned into an emotionless killing machine, destroying all the survivors who dared to come. At this moment, the war zone administrator of the B018 war zone of Rhea, Kojiro Yasumoto, was exchanging some intelligence information with other survivors of Rhea on the war zone administrator channel of Rhea. Kojiro Yasumoto did not take the survivor who dared to invade the war zone of Rhea seriously. All survivors can go and kill the invader. For the invader, that is a certain death. As the strongest person in this war zone, there is no need for me to take action. A survivor from the Yin war zone invaded our war zone, and it is estimated that he has been dealt with by now. He told the other war zone administrators and survivors as a small episode. This immediately attracted a lot of ridicule from the survivors of the Rhea kingdom. Ha! That Yin kingdom survivor is simply overestimating his own capabilities. He can't return at any time after invading other war zones. It will take at least 3 hours. This time is enough for him to die 100 times, 1,000 times. Ha ha ha, stupid Yin kingdom survivor, probably because he was slaughtered too many times by our great Rhea kingdom survivors in the secret realm, and now he is completely crazy. And Ben-Jun, I don't think you need to do anything. The other Rhea kingdom survivors in your war zone can also handle it smoothly. Obviously, no one took this invasion seriously. After all, invading other war zones means facing the entire war zone with one person's strength. In their view, this behavior is undoubtedly a mantis trying to stop a chariot and hitting a stone with an egg. There is no chance of winning at all. Therefore, they quickly changed the topic back to the sharing of various intelligence information. Kojiro Yasumoto also shared with everyone how he used the golden spatula to synthesize the golden spatula crown, thereby increasing the maximum number of barracks that can be built in the base. Yasumoto, so according to what you said, golden spatula and golden pot can be synthesized at will to synthesize the so-called crown equipment, increasing the number of barracks that can be built in the base, is that right? This is good news. I thought that it could only synthesize various emblem props. There should be many people in our war zone who have golden spatula and golden pot. I will collect some to provide myself with strength later. Yasumoto, the information you provided is that the Corki in the forecast barracks can continuously weaken the enemy's armor value. This is very important. After I get him, I will also equip my chess piece with a Corki barracks. Kojiro Yasumoto was lucky. His base was currently at level 6, but he had 9 barracks. Among them, there was a Kuchi barracks that he bought for 20 gold coins. The chess piece of this forecast barracks can weaken the enemy's armor by using skills. Even the most tanky enemy can have his armor weakened to 0, and Kojiro Yasumoto was even more lucky. He got 3 Kuchi barracks in the level 6 base and raised Kuchi to 2 stars. With 2 stars and 4 costs, and the bond of many chess pieces, his strength made him the first in this war zone. In the chat channel of the war zone administrator, he shared some news and obtained some intelligence. These were very profitable for him. I think the invader has been solved. After chatting for a long time, Kojiro Yasumoto finally decided to end the chat and guessed in his heart. He guessed that the so-called Yin country survivor had been successfully solved by everyone. He opened the chat channel and wanted to ask others about the situation. He was completely dumbfounded when he opened it. There was an Arabic numeral written on the number of survivors in the war zone. 1. In other words, he was the only one alive in the entire war zone? What a joke. Could it be that the survival game was stuck? Yasumoto Kojiro hurriedly reopened the chat channel, hoping that it was just a display error in the survival game. However, after reopening it, the number did not change. Those idiots. Are they lining up one by one to give heads to the invaders? At this time, Yifeng was alone in the base waiting to see if there were other survivors coming. Not far away from him, there was a hill made of human heads. Chapter 251. Yifeng has been waiting here for a long time, and has killed 663 survivors from the kingdom of Rya. However, when the invasion occurred, the survival game gave a reminder that there were 664 people in this war zone. In other words, there was still one person who had not arrived yet. Yifeng did not take the initiative to look for him, because the survivors in a war zone were scattered. It was too difficult to find the last survivor in a haystack. Perhaps if he continued to wait here, he could wait until the survivor also came here. At the same time, after Yasumoto Kojiro found that he was the only one left alive in the entire war zone, he immediately sent a message in the chat channel of the war zone administrator. Damn it, all the people in our war zone were killed by the Yin invader, and I am the only one left in the entire war zone. After Yasumoto Kojiro's message was sent out, it immediately attracted many replies. However, most survivors did not believe this message, and even thought that Yasumoto Kojiro was deliberately scaring everyone. Anbin, this joke is not funny. You must have successfully killed the Yin country invader, and are deliberately joking with everyone. That's right. How could someone kill all the survivors in the war zone by himself? How did Anbin deal with that Yin country survivor? Tell us. Seeing that no one believed what he said, Anbin Kojiro reiterated that he was not joking. Everything is true. After Anbin Kojiro reiterated it again, the people in the chat channel believed that Anbin Kojiro was not lying. How is it possible? How could that Yin country survivor be so powerful? Kojiro Yasumoto, you'd better be careful. This survivor from Yin country is so powerful? You'd better be careful, Yasumoto. Looking at the reminders from other survivors, Kojiro Yasumoto didn't take it seriously. After the Secret Realm match ended, most of the survivors' chess pieces were damaged. If the survivor from Yin country seized the opportunity and made good use of various magic scrolls, there was still hope to defeat the other survivors one by one. At least for Yasumoto Kojiro, he could achieve such a record. After all, he had an adventure. Not only did he get a lot of gold coins, but also made the number of chess pieces in each barracks reach the upper limit of 100. In other words, Yasumoto Kojiro actually has more than 600 chess pieces. And the strength of the chess pieces is not weak. Several one-cost barracks chess pieces have reached 3 stars. There is even a 4-star barracks. With his strength, he is confident that no matter how strong the survivors of Yin country are, they can only be 50-50 at most. Don't worry, the survivor of Yin country is not to be feared. I can take him down. After killing him, I will use his head to worship the people in our war zone. After saying that, Yasumoto Kojiro went to the magic scroll making house at his base, and made magic scrolls with all the remaining magic essence. Yin country survivor, you dare to massacre so many people from our Rhea country, you will definitely die. This Rhea country survivor completely forgot that the blood debt committed by Rhea country to Yin country was far more than the number of people killed by Yi Feng. It can be said that the survivors of Rhea country killed by Yi Feng, even if regarded as interest on the blood feud of Yin country, seems a little insufficient. Yi Feng took out a chair out of boredom, crossed his legs, and waited quietly for the last survivor to come here. Around Yi Feng, many chess pieces spread out and turned into a huge sky net. As long as the survivors from the country of Yi appear, they will die. Soon, the last survivor, Yasumoto Kojiro, finally came. He brought more than 600 chess pieces with him, and went to the direction of Yi Feng with anger on his face. As soon as he came, he saw Yi Feng sitting on a chair with his legs crossed. Looking into the distance, he saw the Jingwan made of the heads of more than 600 survivors from the country of Yi. Suddenly, Yasumoto Kojiro felt angry. This survivor from the country of Yin was really bullying. He looked at the chess pieces around Yi Feng again. Although he and his chess pieces were surrounded, the number of Yi Feng's chess pieces was actually not as many as his. This made Yasumoto Kojiro feel more relaxed. Sure enough, it was not much different from what he guessed. The strength of this survivor from Yin country was about the same as his, or even a level weaker than him. All the other party relied on was the 4-star chess piece and a few 3-star chess pieces, but for Anbin Kojiro, he also had them, so he did not take Yi Feng seriously. Yin country, you deserve to die. You slaughtered so many people from Rhea country, I will cut off your flesh and blood one by one, and let you die by slow slicing. Anbin Kojiro was the first to complain, as if Yi Feng was the unforgivable sinner. Faced with Anbin Kojiro's roar, Yi Feng did not take it seriously. The blood feuds of the past history, and the blood feuds of this secret realm match. For these new and old hatreds, Yi Feng decided to start from the B018 war zone of Rhea country, and let Rhea country pay for its blood debt step by step. Do it. Yi Feng didn't want to waste time talking to the other party. He didn't do it before because he wanted to see what the other party had to say. Now it seems that it's all nonsense. It's better to kill him directly, and put the last head on the top floor of Jingwan. Seeing Yi Feng take action, Anbin Kojiro didn't panic. He took out a lot of magic scrolls from his backpack to provide a lot of gains for his chess pieces. Darius and Anbin Kojiro's chess pieces in the front row collided with each other. Both sides are 4-star chess pieces, so Anbin Kojiro didn't worry about anything. But when the damage on both sides appeared, Anbin Kojiro was completely dumbfounded. Yi Feng's 4-star Darius not only has high damage, but also has a terrifying life recovery efficiency. Compared with the opponent, his 4-star chess piece seems like a joke. However, he also has a lot of recovery scrolls, and he hasn't shown any signs of defeat for a while. Even Yasumoto Kojiro was still guessing in his heart that Yi Feng must have used a lot of buff magic scrolls in advance to slightly suppress him. However, he was not bad. Thinking of this, he took out all the magic scrolls he had kept in the bottom of the box and used them one by one, striving to defeat Yi Feng directly. It must be said that Yasumoto Kojiro's various magic scrolls provided a lot of recovery scrolls, and the health of the 4-star chess pieces in the front row was also relatively thick. If Yi Feng's chess piece failed to kill his chess piece in 1 second, he could heal it back. However, this balance was soon broken. When Malzahar's infection layers were stacked up, Yasumoto Kojiro's chess pieces seemed to be infected with a plague called death and fell down crazily. Even if he had more magic scrolls, it would be useless. Yasumoto Kojiro's strength was indeed much higher than the previous survivors. It took 6 or 7 minutes before all the chess pieces were eliminated. Yi Feng walked towards Yasumoto Kojiro step by step, with a long sword in hand. The last head of Jingwan is yours. Chapter 252. Yi Feng walked forward, like the god of death, constantly moving towards Anbin Kojiro. This survivor from the Rhea country is obviously the strongest survivor in the entire war zone. His strength is not bad, but it's just good. Yi Feng didn't intend to kill the other party directly. This guy must have a lot of good treasures in his hands. Try to squeeze the things in the other party's hands dry, and then send it on the road? If you can take out enough things, maybe I can let you live. Yi Feng looked at the other party in a very calm tone. Hearing this, Anbin Kojiro's brain spun rapidly, thinking about the truth of Yi Feng's words. After a moment, Anbin Kojiro suddenly laughed wildly. Yin people, don't lie to me. You and I know the hatred between the two countries. If you really want to let people go, you won't kill all the people before. Anbin Kojiro was rarely smart at this time, knowing that he would definitely not escape the fate of death. So he would never give anything to Yi Feng. Otherwise, this behavior would be completely aiding the enemy. After saying this, Yasumoto Kojiro said nothing more, closed his eyes, and waited for death to come. At the last moment of his life, he opened the War Zone Administrator chat channel and sent the last message to the survivors of each war zone in Rhea. Rhea B018 War Zone was completely wiped out by a survivor from Yin. I hope you will avenge us in the future. The moment this message was sent, many War Zone administrators in Rhea were stunned. What a joke Yasumoto Kojiro is making at this time. And Ben, this joke is not funny. What's the latest joke? How could there be such a powerful survivor from Yin country? And Ben, what's the situation? Tell me. However, their news did not receive any response from Ben Kojiro. In the war zone, Yifeng saw the other party closing his eyes and waiting for death, and realized that it was impossible to dig anything out of his hand. Thinking of this, Yifeng did not say too much nonsense, and cut off the last head with a knife. Yifeng picked up the last head and walked towards the stacked Jingwan step by step. Put the head at the highest point of the Jingwan. The Jingwan, which was stacked by more than 600 survivors from Rhea country, was completely completed. Yifeng took out a barrel of gasoline from his backpack and sprinkled it directly on it. After the gasoline was finished, Yifeng took a photo. This photo is just to comfort all the survivors who were slaughtered by the survivors of Rhea. The number of survivors in the B018 war zone of Rhea is 0, and the war zone will be completely destroyed. We are about to return to the war zone where the survivors are. As the reminder sound of the survival game sounded, it proved that this war zone had been completely wiped out by Yifeng. When Yifeng was teleported back, all the survivor bases in the B018 area of the Rhea war zone began to turn into ashes and disappear little by little. In just a few breaths, there was no trace of the survivors of Rhea in the area. The B018 war zone of Rhea was wiped out, and among the survivors in the administrator channel of the Rhea war zone, many war zone administrators in Rhea noticed that the number of survivors had decreased by 1. In other words, Yasumoto Kojiro was really killed. Such a thing stunned countless war zone administrators in Rhea. What a joke. Yasumoto Kojiro's strength is considered good among many war zone administrators. How could he be killed so easily? Rhea B018 war zone has been completely destroyed. The reminder sound of the survival game rang in the ears of survivors in all war zones in Rhea. Many survivors who were hunting were dumbfounded. What is going on? There are at least hundreds of survivors in a war zone. How could it be completely destroyed suddenly? Could it be that some terrifying boss appeared in the war zone and killed all the survivors in an instant? This is unlikely. If there is such a powerful monster, then the development of the survival game before is a joke. The survival game can't be just to kill everyone. In fact, their guess is not wrong. There is indeed a person who killed all the survivors in the B018 war zone of Rhea in a short period of time, and this person is more terrifying than the boss they imagined. This person is Yifeng, who is capable of killing countless bosses. Compared to the confusion of ordinary survivors in Rhea, the war zone administrators of Rhea are more aware of the inside story. What Yasumoto Kojiro said is really not a joke. Everything is actually true. There is really a survivor from Yin who wiped out the entire war zone by himself. This made their heart sink to the bottom. In the chat channel of the war zone administrator of Rhea. Damn, this survivor of Yin is simply a butcher. We must avenge this. Damn, the problem is that we don't know which war zone of Yin or which survivor did it. How can we avenge it? It's very simple. The Yin people killed us. We just have to kill them back. No matter if it's that person or not, as long as they are Yin people, kill them all. This unknown Yin butcher. We must avenge this in the future. Should we tell other people in each war zone about this? An administrator of the war zone of Rhea raised this question. After a group of people talked, they unanimously decided not to tell others the truth for the time being. They were afraid that some survivors would be scared by this horrible thing. After discussing Yifeng's matter, the strongest person in the major war zones of Rhea, Junichiro, came. At this moment, he looked at the 14 barracks in his base and clenched his fists. Junichiro Kame's base has reached level 7, and he has 7 crowns that provide 7 barracks. His 14 barracks also have very good bonds, with 2 4-star 1-cost barracks and 3 other 3-star barracks. The remaining barracks are almost all 2-star barracks. The 7 members of the Blue Hair Squad except Jinx, plus the 4 Sentinel pieces Rel, Leona, Singed, and Loris, and the other 2 Sentinel pieces in the Blue Hair Squad make up 6 Sentinels. In addition, the remaining 3 barracks are Darius, Vampire, and Crow Swain. And he also has an Iron Blood Conqueror emblem. His bonds are 7 Blue Hair Squad, 6 Sentinels, for Iron Blood Conquerors, 2 Mages, 2 Prophets, and 2 Supervisors. In this secret realm, Kane Tang Junichiro easily killed all other survivors and enjoyed the reward in the secret realm, A piece of light equipment. Destroy a war zone? Yin people, you are a bit too much. In this case, I can only let you taste the pain we have suffered. Chapter 253. When Yifeng returned to his war zone, he looked at the familiar appearance of the base around him, which made Yifeng feel inexplicably at ease. As soon as he came back, he received one private message after another. Deng Shiji, Yang Bin, Wen Jiahao and many others sent messages to Yifeng. However, Yifeng was not in his own war zone before, so all the messages sent could not be delivered to Yifeng. At this time, when Yifeng came back, it was considered to be reconnected to the signal. This caused all the messages to be transmitted in an instant. Yifeng opened these messages. Basically, they were worried about Yifeng. Especially when the survival game prompted that Yifeng was no longer in the scope of this war zone, and could not send private messages, everyone became more worried about Yifeng. Brother Yifeng, you are not really going to the war zone of the Kingdom of Ria, right? It is too dangerous for you to fight the entire war zone alone. This is the message sent by Yang Bin. Boss Yifeng, why don't you come back quickly? Let's discuss it together, and wait for the next secret battle to avenge this. When Jiahao's message seemed much more rational. Have you really gone to the war zone in Ria? I believe you may be able to kill people in a war zone in Ria. You are really strong. So strong that I feel I can't catch up with you at all. This is Deng Shiji's message. From the initial desire to surpass Yifeng, to now, he found that Yifeng's back has been getting farther and farther away. Perhaps it won't be long before he can't see Yifeng's back at all. In this case, Deng Shiji was completely impressed by Yifeng's strength. He no longer had the idea of surpassing Yifeng. He just wanted to follow Yifeng and help him a little. Looking at the news that everyone was concerned about, Yifeng felt warm in his heart. His action to the war zone in Ria this time was not in vain. Yifeng opened the chat channel and posted the photo he had taken earlier. Don't worry, everything is fine, I'm fine. Yifeng's sudden appearance made everyone in the chat channel feel at ease. Yifeng made magic scrolls for everyone for free and helped everyone a lot, so that everyone unknowingly regarded Yifeng as the backbone. Now that Yifeng came, many people felt at ease. Everyone expressed their concern for Yifeng in the chat channel. Perhaps when Yifeng made magic scrolls for everyone before, some people had the idea of taking shortcuts and did not have much respect for Yifeng. But when the first Secret Realm match ended, everyone understood Yifeng's good intentions. This survival game is not only a confrontation between people and monsters, but also a confrontation between people. If Yifeng had not generously distributed advanced life domain magic scrolls to everyone before, the number of casualties in this Secret Realm match might have increased a lot. This trip to the Secret Realm allowed everyone to see the true cruelty of the survival game. The people who returned also had a thorough understanding of Yifeng's views. Perhaps only under Yifeng's leadership can everyone successfully pass this so-called survival game and reach the end of the survival game. It is with this idea that the cohesion of Yifeng's war zone has become unprecedentedly strong. This point was unexpected even for Yifeng. It's great that you are okay, Boss Yifeng. You must have killed the other survivors in this secret realm, right? Did you kill the survivors from the Ria country? Some people didn't want to mention the more than 200 people who died in the war zone, so they deliberately found a relatively relaxing topic. However, this topic made many people want to know the answer. Although they knew that Yifeng must have killed many people in the secret realm, but everyone was still very curious about how many survivors from other countries he had killed. Yifeng did not answer this question, but sent the previous picture to the chat channel. It was a jingwan made of countless heads, and the flames burned, turning all these heads into white bones. Yifeng did not tell everyone the origin of this picture. Many people felt a little scared after seeing this picture. Boss Yifeng, is this picture of yours real? Where did so many heads come from? It looks creepy. I feel like I can't sleep tonight. I have to hug my intelligent chess piece to sleep peacefully. Oh my god, I just opened the chat channel and saw such an exciting picture. Boss Yifeng, where did you get this picture? Of course, some people are more agile. Thinking of what Yifeng said before about revenge for everyone, he immediately thought of a terrible answer. Yifeng really went to another war zone to kill a group of survivors from Ria. However, this guess was too outrageous and exaggerated, and he didn't dare to think about it at all. But he still sent this guess out. Boss Yifeng, aren't all the heads in this picture the heads of survivors from Ria? After this message was sent out, even he himself felt that it was too far-fetched. There are more than 600 heads in this photo. Could it be that Boss Yifeng could kill more than 600 survivors in such a short time? No matter how strong Yifeng is, he can't be so strong as to be so terrifying. Obviously, not only he can't believe it, but most of the other survivors don't believe it either. They know that Yifeng is very strong, but they don't have a clear concept. Therefore, they can't imagine how strong Yifeng is. This is impossible. There are more than 600 heads in this photo. It will be difficult for Yifeng to deal with so many survivors from the Rhea Kingdom alone. Ha ha ha, although I know it's impossible, I still hope it's true. It's really unlikely. If it's true, it means that Yifeng really avenged everyone. However, some survivors who know Yifeng's true strength also went online in the chat channel. Deng Shiji is one of them. Because he joined Yifeng's alliance, Yifeng lent him a Malzahar chess piece. After using it, he naturally understood how terrifying Malzahar's strength was, and he went to Yifeng's base once and saw the number of Yifeng's chess pieces. There are more than 60 powerful Malzahars like this one. He looked at the photos sent by Yifeng and was very excited. He was sure that the heads in the photos were definitely the heads of the survivors of the Rhea Kingdom. Although he didn't kill them personally, just looking at the photos made Deng Shiji feel excited. Don't doubt it. This is absolutely true. The heads in it must be the survivors of the Rhea Kingdom. With Deng Shiji standing up for Yifeng, many people changed their minds from the initial disbelief. Suddenly, the chat channel burst into exclamations. Chapter 254. Really? This is too cool. Fiercely Gossamer Rhea. One man formed an army and wiped out hundreds of Rhea's little days. How cool is this? I can't even imagine it. I also want to kill Rhea's little days. If I can kill hundreds of Rhea's little days, I'd be willing to eat abalone and shark's fin every day. The above, you told me all the benefits, so what's the price? Boss Yifeng, can you call me for such good things in the future? I'm willing to serve you, as long as I can kill one with my own hands. This time, I was chased and beaten by 2 survivors in the secret realm. It's too aggrieved. Everyone talked about it, and they were very excited about the fact that Yifeng killed more than 600 Rhea's little days. After everyone vented their emotions, Yifeng told everyone the whole situation this time. All 664 survivors in the B018 war zone of Rhea, all beheaded, and a Jingwan will be built to comfort all the brothers who sacrificed their lives. Yifeng's words were simple, but they set off a huge wave in the hearts of others. More than 600 survivors were killed by Yifeng alone. Everyone was thinking about how fierce the battle was. Some people even put themselves in Yifeng's shoes, imagining that they were killing people in the war zone of Rhea. That scene, just thinking about it makes people excited. After everyone calmed down, Yifeng expressed his new idea. I think everyone already knows that the survival game has developed to the point where it has become a confrontation between people. My idea is very simple, which is to let the survivors of our Yin country have the last laugh. Yifeng's words were naturally recognized by everyone. Especially those survivors who were chased and beaten in the secret realm, they felt the most aggrieved. If there is a chance, they naturally hope to get revenge in the next secret realm match. Everyone agreed with Yifeng's proposal. Yifeng then continued to talk about his subsequent plans. As a war zone administrator, I can check everyone's situation in each secret realm. I still have some equipment and supplies, and I plan to allocate these resources according to everyone's performance in the secret realm to enhance everyone's collective strength. For the specific evaluation criteria, I hope everyone will brainstorm and come up with the most appropriate allocation plan. Yifeng has the Hextech War Treasure, and the God-given ergot can explode the treasure chest containing basic equipment every day. After so many days, the amount of basic equipment accumulated is already a huge amount. These things are no longer very attractive to Yifeng. After all, Yifeng's main chess pieces are already fully equipped with light equipment, and the equipment slots of each barracks are limited. Even if Yifeng has more equipment slots, he can no longer use these basic equipment. But these basic equipment are still good treasures for many survivors. After all, except for the top survivors, most survivors only have 1 or 2 finished equipment in the main barracks. When they heard Yifeng say that he had more equipment resources to give to everyone. Although everyone was tempted, they still chose to decline Yifeng's kindness. Boss Yifeng, even if you have some extra equipment, it's probably not too much. You can keep it. When the base is upgraded and there are new barracks, you can also equip the new barracks with equipment. Giving it to us won't help us improve our strength. That's right. The same piece of equipment can be used more in the hands of the boss, but in our hands, it may have very limited ability. The explosion rate of basic equipment is very low. Boss Yifeng, you gave us so many advanced life field magic scrolls before, which wasted a lot of resources. There is no need to waste resources. Seeing everyone refuse, Yifeng certainly understood everyone's thoughts. However, he really didn't lack any basic equipment. In his backpack, there were at least more than 400 basic equipment and a few extra bright equipment. Don't worry, I have enough resources. The problem now is whether to distribute these equipment equally to everyone, or to distribute them according to everyone's performance in the secret realm. After Yifeng finished speaking, although everyone still didn't believe it, they were also attracted by the second half of Yifeng's words and expressed their opinions and views. If there are really a lot of them, I hope that everyone can get one like the magic scroll before, but this is too unrealistic. I support according to contribution. Whoever kills more other survivors in the secret realm should get more rewards. Yes, I also support more work, more pay, and the big pot is not conducive to everyone's development. More work, more pay, maybe our war zone can grow a second great god. I agree, but I have a small suggestion. That is, if we kill the survivors in other countries' war zones, should we calculate the contribution according to their strength? The above suggestion is indeed a good one, but I think we can add one more point. How about calculating the contribution twice for the survivors from Rhea? Other suggestions were controversial, but no one objected to the double calculation of the contribution for the survivors from Rhea. After everyone's discussion, the preliminary plan was finally finalized. The big bowl operation method is definitely not advisable. Everyone supports the allocation of resources based on everyone's performance in the secret realm. And it was unanimously agreed that the contribution points for the survivors from Rhea could be calculated twice. Seeing that everyone reached a unanimous agreement, Yifeng distributed his basic equipment. For the survivors with better performance in the secret realm, 2 basic equipment to 1 basic equipment were allocated from high to low. In addition, Yifeng gave everyone 2 advanced life field magic scrolls. No one had any objection to Yifeng's distribution. After finishing these, Yifeng took out the 2 extra light equipment Jinsu's reckoning from before. During this trip to the secret realm, 2 brothers performed very well. I have 2 light equipment here. I will give them the things. What do you think? No one naturally objected to Yifeng's inquiry. It was originally Yifeng's things, and how to distribute them was up to Yifeng himself. Seeing that everyone had no objection, Yifeng announced the 2 people. Deng Shiji, Wen Jiahao, both of them defeated the survivors in other countries' war zones in the secret realm, and these 2 light equipment will be given to them. Chapter 255. When the light equipment Ginsu's reckoning was displayed to everyone to check its attributes. Everyone was amazed at the extraordinary attributes of this light equipment. However, compared with the finished equipment Ginsu's Rage Blade, Ginsu's reckoning only improved in terms of numerical value and stacked attack speed. For everyone, it didn't seem very powerful. Boss Yifeng, this light equipment does have better attributes, but the upper limit of the chess piece's attack speed is 5.0, and the special effects are not much improved. Indeed, it's just that the basic attributes have been improved. Light equipment sounds very powerful, but it's just this little improvement. Isn't it unworthy of the position? I feel that this thing is a bit tasteless. The attributes should at least be equipped with an attack with extra damage. Everyone was talking about it. It was indeed for a survival game. The improvement of the light sheath knife was not great. After all, it takes a long time to fight the boss, and it is easy to stack to the full attack speed. This light equipment Ginsu's reckoning only reaches the full attack speed faster. It's really not good enough. That being said, these are 2 pieces of light equipment after all. After Deng Shiji and Wen Jiahao received Jinsu's reckoning, Yifeng gave another tip. By the way, if you have an equipment recaster, you can try to recast this light equipment. Some light equipment has very powerful attributes. After Yifeng's reminder, Deng Shiji and Wen Jiahao were immediately delighted. Especially Deng Shiji, he has saved 5 equipment recasters, and now he can use them to recast light equipment. Really? I try it now. Deng Shiji was very excited. Yifeng said that some light equipment had very powerful attributes, so it must be really powerful. After all, Yifeng now looked down on finished equipment. Thinking of this, Deng Shiji excitedly took out the equipment recaster from his backpack. There are 5 equipment recasters in total, and 5 chances. I guess I can get a good treasure. Not only Deng Shiji was looking forward to it, but everyone in the chat channel was also curious about what other light equipment there was, and what its attributes were. When Deng Shiji used the equipment recaster for the first time, the original Jinsu's reckoning emitted a ray of light, and slowly transformed into another piece of equipment. It was a blue chain weapon. Deng Shiji hurriedly checked the attributes of this equipment. Willbreaker, add 150 health limit, 20% crit rate, 30% attack speed, and 30 spell strength. Special effect, after damaging the shield, gain 30% extra damage for 3 seconds. Looking at the basic attributes of this equipment, health, attack speed, spell strength, and critical strike rate are all complete. It is very good for a mage to use. But the special effect is a bit useless. When attacking the shield, you can get 30% extra damage, which looks very good. But once the monster has no shield, it is equivalent to losing this special effect, which is equivalent to an equipment with relatively good basic attributes. It seems that it has to be recast. At this time, everyone waiting in the chat channel frantically tagged Ding Shiji, wanting to know what equipment Ding Shiji recast. After Ding Shiji released the attributes of Willbreaker, others also thought that this equipment was somewhat useless. Soon, the world began its second recast. I hope there will be something good this time. Ding Shiji continued to start the second wave of recasting. This time, after the light flashed, the result made him speechless. Jinsuo's reckoning. That's right, after this recast, the equipment returned to the original starting point again. What a joke, this is simply a waste of recasting. When he told everyone the result of the second time, everyone sighed that Ding Shiji's luck seemed to be a little too bad. Even Yifeng had to sigh that Ding Shiji's luck was really bad after seeing Ding Shiji's two results. The third shot, this time the result finally made Ding Shiji's eyes light up. It was a vest-like equipment. Rose Thorn Vest. Add 100 armor. Special effect. Gain 15% maximum health. Reduces damage from attacks by 25%. After being hit by any attack, causes 175 points of magic damage to all surrounding enemies. Cooldown time is 2 seconds. This equipment provides 100 points of armor. This has surpassed the attributes provided by many equipment. In terms of tankiness, it is absolutely unbeatable, for Sentinels only provide 75 points of armor for Sentinel chest pieces. The armor provided by this equipment is even stronger than the 4 Sentinels bond. In addition to the basic attributes, the special effects also make Ding Shiji very satisfied. 15% of the maximum health value can greatly increase the health of the barracks chest pieces. The damage received by attacks is reduced by 25%, which can provide more tankiness for the front row. It can also cause 175 points of AoE magic damage every 2 seconds, and can also play a greater role in large-scale battles. Ding Shiji immediately posted the attributes of this equipment to the chat channel to show off. The attributes of this equipment are basically double compared to the ordinary version of the finished equipment Thorn Vest. It can be said that one piece of equipment is equivalent to 2 finished equipment. If a barracks can be equipped with 3 pieces of light equipment, wouldn't it be comparable to others carrying 6 pieces of equipment, and the upper limit of the equipment grid is only 3 grids. So 3 pieces of light equipment against 3 ordinary finished equipment can be said to be crushing. This attribute is good. 1 piece is equivalent to 2 pieces. Oh my god, I envy this attribute, but it's a pity that I can't get it. Are all these light equipment enhanced versions of ordinary finished equipment? Someone asked a question, and Yifeng gave a direct answer to this question. That's true. The properties and special effects of light equipment are about double the normal equipment. Hearing this, everyone imagined how powerful the effects of various light equipment were. At this time, Ding Shiji looked at the crazy outlaw armor on his barracks and speculated in his heart. Could it be that the crazy outlaw armor of light equipment can provide 1,200 health points and 24% of the maximum health? If this is true, shouldn't I try again? Thinking of this, he decided to give it a try. There are still 2 equipment recasters. If the bet is successful, the strength of his chest pieces will be greatly improved. Thinking of this, Ding Shiji used the equipment recaster again. This time, a cloak burning with flames came out. Obtain light equipment, sunlight cloak. Chapter 256. After finishing everything, Yifeng prepared to take a look at the newly unlocked War Zone Administrator chat channel. With the population of Yin country, there must be tens of thousands of people in this War Zone Administrator chat channel. When Yifeng opened the War Zone Administrator channel, he immediately looked at the number of survivors in the corner. 9,527. The number of War Zone Administrators did not exceed 10,000, which surprised Yifeng. Yifeng did not speak, but in the chat channel, he found that everyone was talking about him. What's the situation with the War Zone Administrator of War Zone Z031? Why hasn't he been active for so long? Do you want to pretend to be an expert? Yifeng glanced at the spokesperson, and it was Wang Wei of Yin Country War Zone A003. After he sent this message, dozens of people immediately echoed it. That's right, everyone has at least popped up, but the War Zone Administrator of the Z031 War Zone has not responded. He really doesn't take everyone seriously. I don't know what this guy is thinking. The survival game prompts that the War Zone Administrator channel has been opened, but he still doesn't come to check it out. It's simply, we have discussed how to deal with the future and shared some intelligence information. This guy is good? He doesn't pop up at all. Is he silently reading the intelligence we gave him and doesn't want to share it with us at all? There are not too many people chatting at this time. Yifeng looked and saw that there are about 200 people popping up. The others may be busy hunting and improving their own strength at this time. However, what surprised Yifeng was why they could clearly know that they had not popped up. Did someone count the war zone information of all speakers? However, when Yifeng clicked on the number of survivors, a detailed list of personnel popped up. Warzone AA-25 Zhao Lijiao last spoke 5 minutes ago. Warzone C-153 He Ming last spoke 13 minutes ago. Warzone A-003 Wang Wei last spoke 1 minute ago. Warzone Z-031 Yifeng last spoke. None. Yifeng immediately understood why everyone knew that he had not spoken. It turned out that the survival game was thoughtful enough to remind everyone of the detailed list and speaking time. In these lists, Yifeng found Wang San from Warzone T-003 and Zhuang Hao from X-016. These two people were the survivors from the other two war zones that he met in a handling. Advanced Life Field Magic Scroll Design and Frost Compass were both snatched from the two people. No, they were obtained through friendly exchanges. These two things provided a lot of help to Yifeng, especially the Frost Compass, which allowed Yifeng to obtain the power of Frost for Crow Swain. This made Crow's strength improve again. I really missed them both. However, it is unknown whether Zhuang Hao and Wang San think so. Each of these administrators in the Yin Kingdom War Zone is the strongest in the War Zone, and many of them are proud. Although it is known that the Secret Realm matching is a matching of survivors in war zones of different countries, the future war zone battles will most likely be carried out by country. However, it is still difficult to unite these people. I've been busy with something, and only check the chat channel now. I want to ask everyone what they think about the matching of different war zones in the Secret Realm, and what direction they will deal with in the future. Yifeng was very curious. Everyone must have discussed the matching of the Secret Realm and the future war zone battles before. I want to know if everyone has reached a unified strategy on this matter. If everyone has discussed the response plan, Yifeng can also understand it, and support and cooperate with everyone's plan as much as possible. But what Yifeng didn't expect was that the administrators in this war zone were actually divided into countless different ideas, and no one could convince anyone. There's nothing to say. This is no longer the orderly society of the past. The most important thing is to see who is stronger. We should kill the survivors in other war zones, and leave only the survivors of our Yin country in this survival game. This is the opinion of the radicals, who believe that all survivors except those of Yin country should be killed. There are many supporters of this opinion. But soon someone refuted it. Kill them all? Are you very powerful? One country against the whole world. What should we do if the survivors from other countries unite to deal with us? That's right, we should develop well first and not offend all forces. These people don't believe that Yin country can fight other survivors with the power of one country, and think that they should develop peacefully. In fact, everyone has come to the survival world. Shouldn't the original concept of countries be put aside? Why should everyone be bound by the boundaries between countries? Let's sit down and have a good talk. As long as we can develop peacefully, it is more important than anything else. There is also a group of people whose ideas, in Yifeng's opinion, are simply traitors of Yin state. They believe that since the original order no longer exists, they don't need to continue to defend the name of Yin state. As long as they can develop peacefully, they can do whatever they want. Yifeng is naturally extremely disgusted with this statement. This is simply the surrender faction. No, it is even more hateful than the surrender faction. Many surrender factions in the history of Yin state surrendered after they found that they could not win after fighting a battle, but these people have plans to surrender before they have even fought, watching everyone quarreling in a mess. Yifeng knew that under the current situation, the administrators of the Yin State War Zone could not unite at all. Thinking of this, Yifeng felt a headache. These people have no idea what they will face in the future. Forget it, let's get the war zone done first, manage this war zone first, and then coordinate other war zones when there is a chance. After Yifeng said this, he was ready to close the chat channel and set off hunting. Even though he was very strong, Yifeng still believed that he needed to keep exploring to improve his strength faster. When the war zone war started, he would have enough power to crush everyone alone. At Z-031 War Zone Yifeng, my friend, we haven't seen each other for a long time. An ATT called Yifeng, which surprised Yifeng. Who is this? He actually said he hadn't seen each other for a long time. When Yifeng checked the spokesperson, he immediately remembered who he was. Zhuang Hao, the War Zone Administrator of Yin Country X-016 War Zone. At the beginning, he had already reached 7 barracks, and his strength was not bad. Now his strength may be even stronger. Is he preparing to seek revenge on me? After all, Yifeng took a very good magic scroll design from the other party. I don't know what the other party wants to do, but Yifeng still responded. What a coincidence, we meet again. Chapter 257. Yifeng had made various assumptions, but when he saw the private message sent by Zhuang Hao, Yifeng was still a little surprised. Brother, I hope everyone will not take the previous things to heart. Just think of it as no fight, no acquaintance. In the future, I hope everyone can unite and fight against survivors from other countries. I understand that in the end of this survival game, fighting between countries is impossible to avoid, and the only way is war. I wonder if you are interested in joining us. The chat channel of the Warzone administrator can allow private chats, but both parties must be online in the chat channel to do so. After reading Zhuang Hao's private message, Yifeng was a little surprised. Originally, he thought there would be some drama of wanting revenge and then being taught a lesson by himself, but he didn't expect Zhuang Hao to directly pass on the previous conflict. He even saw the future direction of the survival game and wanted to invite Yifeng to join them. I just don't know how many people are in Zhuang Hao's us. No problem. Yifeng answered neatly. After Yifeng answered, he received a notification sound. Zhuang Hao, a survivor in Warzone X016, invites you to join a private chat channel. War private chat channel. This is the first time Yifeng has seen it. It seems that other survivors also have their own opportunities and treasures. Yifeng agreed to Zhuang Hao's invitation. Suddenly, another private chat channel appeared on Yifeng's interface, and the channel name was just one word, War. After entering the channel, Yifeng took a look at the number of people in the channel. There were only 154 people. This number is not large, and it can even be said to be very small. Welcome new members. Welcome brother to join us. As soon as he joined, someone welcomed Yifeng. Everyone exchanged greetings, and Yifeng also had a certain understanding of the situation in this private chat channel. Zhuang Hao was lucky. After he got a base, he got a private channel creation token. After joining a private channel, in addition to facilitating private chats, there is also a battle assistance function. Every day, everyone can request other channel members to go to their own battle zone to assist in the battle once. This function is the core function of this private channel. Otherwise, it is just a chat channel and cannot enhance everyone's cohesion. Zhuang Hao spoke for Yifeng in the chat channel at this time. Yifeng, you were better than me at the beginning, but now it is completely different. I have also received many opportunities later, and discovered many secrets in this survival game. I now have 13 barracks. That boss, I think now with my strength, I can easily solve it. Although it is just text, Zhuang Hao's pride can still be seen from it. 10 days ago, when I met Zhuang Hao, he only had 7 barracks, but now he has 13 barracks. It seems that Zhuang Hao has had many adventures in the past 10 days. So it is not surprising that he has such great confidence. However, Zhuang Hao's strength is still far behind Yifeng, but Yifeng did not attack him. It is a good thing that everyone can fight for the common goal with high morale. Join our private channel, and help each other in the future, improve your strength as soon as possible, and strive to kill the survivors in other countries' war zones in the next secret realm. In addition, after everyone trusts each other, I will tell you a little secret that can improve your strength. After Yifeng looked at the situation in the chat channel again, he closed the chat and prepared to go out hunting. Everyone in this private channel, at least from the verbal point of view now, all have the same belief. After closing the chat channel, Yifeng directly led the chess pieces to kill all the way. According to the guidance of the map, he was ready to sweep all the nearby strongholds. Nowadays, Yifeng is almost walking sideways in the Scarlet Land. Various strongholds are like paper tigers in front of him, which are good-looking but useless, and they can be killed soon. It was not until the evening that Yifeng returned to the base. Today's harvest is very good for Yifeng. At this time, a not-so-good news came out from the Warzone Administrator chat channel. Jiangwenxin, the T541 war zone of Yan country, was extremely angry at this time, and said a shocking and angry news in the chat channel. Damn it! A survivor from Riyadh invaded our war zone just now, and killed more than 300 people in our war zone by himself, and then escaped unscathed. This message was sent out, and it immediately caused an uproar in the chat channel. This behavior of Riyadh is a naked insult to everyone. It is even more of a humiliation. At the same time, it also made many people panic in their hearts. These people are all relatively weak war zone administrators. They asked themselves if they could enter another country's war zone by themselves, and kill hundreds of people, and then escape unscathed. They even thought that if they encountered such a thing, it would be hard to say whether they could survive. Everyone asked Jiangwenxin from the T541 war zone about the specific situation. The opponent is very strong. He has 14 different chess pieces, and the number of chess pieces exceeds the limit of 50. Our people are no match for him. He killed more than 300 people. He took the initiative to leave and left us a message, asking me to tell everyone in the Warzone Administrator chat group. What did you say? Tell me. Damn, what did the survivor from Riyadh say? Did he kill our people and still show off? Looking at everyone's questions, Jiang Wenqin thought of the previous scene again. It was too frightening. There was only one survivor from Riyadh who killed more than 300 people in his war zone. Thinking of the words left by Riyadh, his body couldn't help shaking again. After recovering for a while, he told everyone in the chat channel what the survivor from Riyadh left. He said that if we, the survivors of Yin country, massacred one of their war zones, he would pay with our blood, and if we don't tell us which war zone did it, he would randomly pick someone from our war zone to kill every day. When these words came out, many people panicked. If he randomly invaded a war zone every day, what would happen if he happened to invade their war zone? Many people who were originally surrenderists seemed to have found an excuse at this time, and immediately started shouting. Look! We said peaceful development, but you want to fight. Now, how can we develop properly if both sides are fighting? Who is the one who is totally disregarding the overall situation? Hurry up and take the initiative to give an explanation to the Riyadh country. Maybe you can calm the other side's anger. Killing and killing like this, what's the end? Who did it? This is too chaotic. Hurry up and find a way to solve this matter yourself. Everyone is fine. Why do you have to provoke the people of Riyadh? This result is the worst result. These surrenderists did not blame Riyadh for slaughtering their own people, but instead blamed their own people for causing the anger of Riyadh. Looking at these words, Yifeng just felt like laughing. Perhaps these people are more hateful than the enemies of Riyadh. Chapter 258. What a joke. Seeking peace through compromise will never bring real peace. Have you forgotten the history of Yin country? I was the one who killed the people in the war zone of Riyadh country, but I have done nothing wrong. Are you going to pass my information to Riyadh country? Yifeng did not hide anything and told everyone the truth directly. It was he who killed the entire war zone of Riyadh country. Yifeng's words were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, causing a shocking wave. After seeing someone take the initiative to admit it, the surrender survivors immediately began to speak out and accuse Yifeng. It's you? Do you know how much impact your behavior will have on the overall situation? Do you know that it is because of your behavior that more than 300 people were killed by the survivors of Riyadh country, and you are the culprit who killed them? Why don't you take the initiative to explain to Riyadh country, otherwise more people will die because of you? Looking at these radical surrender people accusing himself, Yifeng just felt funny. Especially when they said that the survivors who died in Yin country were all sacrificed because of Yifeng, Yifeng sneered. This kind of word seems to make sense, but in fact it is just a substitution of concepts. The two war zones are already enemies, and the future is destined to be a fight to the death. A battle will break out between the two sides sooner or later. Blaming the enemy's counterattack on your own people is a manifestation of incompetence and cowardice. Blaming Yifeng only, but not asking why Yifeng did this. Not mentioning why Yifeng was so radical, but only talking about Yifeng's radical performance, unable to solve the root problem, just thinking about solving Yifeng. This behavior is simply spineless. Naturally, while these people were shouting, some people also raised objections. We and the kingdom of Riyadh are enemies, so let's kill them. If they dare to invade us, then we will invade back, and fight them with one punch to avoid 100 punches. People who blame Yifeng, have you been kneeling for too long and can't stand up? It's embarrassing to be in the same chat channel with you. If the people of the kingdom of Riyadh want to fight, we will fight back. Give them an explanation? They should first give an explanation to the countless martyrs who died in the land of Yin. Soon the chat channel was in chaos, and everyone was expressing their own opinions, trying to convince the other party that their opinions were correct. But in online debates, it is basically impossible to convince the other party. Yifeng looked at this chaotic chat channel and felt a headache. Don't worry, the matter of Riyadh is very simple. At worst, I can just kill all the people of Riyadh. As for those surrenderists, if possible, I really want to kick you out of the Yin State war zone. You have tarnished the name Yin State. Yifeng's words did not give the surrenderists any face. He downplayed the threat of Riyadh, and even the content of his reply made people feel it. Yifeng hated these surrenderists even more. Riyadh was like a roadside road, not to be feared. He wanted to wipe out all the surrenderists of Yin State. Yifeng pointed at them and scolded them for tarnishing the name Yin State. These surrenderists became more emotional. One by one, they put big hats on Yifeng. Yifeng said nothing, but silently wrote down the names of these surrenderists. At this time, a group of people in the private chat channel created by Zhuang Hao also spoke up. That group of surrenderists is so annoying. It hurts my liver to see them. I want to give them a big slap across the face. Give me some blue pills. I want to kill these people along the network cable. The people in this private chat channel are all pro-war people, and naturally they will not compromise or surrender. They are even more applauding of Yi Feng's behavior. Brother, it's so awesome to take down a war zone by yourself. It seems that your strength is not much different from Zhuang Hao's. Zhuang Hao looked at everyone's praise for Yi Feng, and his face suddenly blushed. Earlier, he told Yi Feng that his strength had been greatly improved, far surpassing Yi Feng. As a result, in less than a day, he was slapped in the face. He estimated that if he wanted to enter the war zone of Ria with his current combat power and kill all the survivors in the war zone, he might succeed, but it would definitely consume a lot of disposable trump card props. But looking at Yi Feng's appearance, it was clear that he completed it very easily. That is to say, even now, Yi Feng is still more powerful than him. This made Zhuang Hao feel embarrassed when he recalled what he had said to Yi Feng before, especially when he told Yi Feng that if he had any difficulties in the future or encountered a boss that he couldn't beat, he could ask him for help. This made him feel like he was going to die. The only thing he was thankful for was that these words were only said to Yi Feng in private chat, and not in front of everyone in the private chat channel. Otherwise he, the founder, would have probably just logged out of the chat channel and run away. No one took this matter seriously. But Jiang Wenqin from the T541 war zone of Yin country, after a mental struggle, still took out a prop. That was the prop provided to him by the survivor of Ria country, Junichiro Kamatang. Let him find the war zone where the survivor who killed Ria country is and tell him. This is the reason why their war zone was not completely slaughtered. Otherwise, according to the survivor of Ria country, he could have directly slaughtered all the survivors in the entire war zone at that time. Although he didn't kill them all, the survivor of Ria country gave Jiang Wenqin a harsh word. Remember, if you don't tell me the detailed situation of the survivors' war zone before tomorrow night, I will come to visit you again. Jiang Wenqin naturally understood that the visit in this sentence would not be a good thing. In order to survive, he decided to sell Yi Feng. Otherwise, he might really be killed by the survivors of Ria. He used the tool to contact Junichiro Kame of Ria, and said a few words. That person is Yi Feng, a survivor from the Z031 war zone of Yin. After passing the information, Jiang Wenqin breathed a sigh of relief. At least he was safe for a short time. At this time, in the war zone of Ria, Junichiro Kame, who was still hunting at night, suddenly received a message. That was the contact method he left for the survivors of Yin. After reading the message sent by the other party, Junichiro Kame had a murderous look on his face. Yi Feng from the Z031 war zone? Very good. When the invasion cools down tomorrow, it will be the day for you to be buried with the people of Daria. Chapter 259. Towards evening, Yi Feng once again came to the location of the dog-headed Nasu statue in the Gobi area. This time, in addition to the normal harvest, Yi Feng also got a special item from the survivors of the Fierce Wind country. The power of the statue. The energy in it can repair the damaged statue. The Thor badge absorbed some energy before, but after injecting energy into the statue, it was still not completely repaired. Now with the power of the statue, Yi Feng doesn't believe that it can't be completely repaired. Coming to the statue, the current statue is much more complete than when Yi Feng first saw it. Although there are still some damaged places on the statue, the appearance of the entire statue has changed dramatically. The power of the statue is a ball of energy suspended in the air. When Yi Feng took it out, this ball of energy took the initiative to fly up to the dog-headed statue and slowly merged into the statue. This time, the statue burst out with amazing light. The earth was shaking. The bottom of the statue that had sunk into the ground suddenly rose up, revealing the statue completely. At this time, the statue was completely restored to its original state, and even had a hint of golden light around it. Second stage mission of the Proof of the Strong. Find the damaged statue of God and provide it with energy to wake it up again completed. As the reminder sound of the survival game sounded, the statue suddenly rose up from the ground, rushed into the sky, tore a crack, and completely disappeared. Second stage mission reward. Unlock the Nasu statue building, and ask the survivors to check it by themselves. The final stage mission of the Proof of the Strong. Go to the real battlefield and hunt 100s level or above void monsters. The third stage mission. Yi Feng felt that this was a coincidence at first glance. The reward of this secret realm happened to contain Battlefield Opening Scroll. Battlefield Opening Scroll. After using, you can reach the real battlefield. Requires base level 8 or above to open. It was already late at this time. so Yi Feng was not in a hurry to go there immediately. Instead, he was going to return to the base to see what the so-called Nasu's statue building was used for. When Yi Feng returned to the base, he saw a statue of Nasu's in the base from a distance. This statue was obviously much smaller than the statue in the Gobi Desert, and its height was about 20 meters. However, the 20-meter statue, compared with Yi Feng's height of 1.8 meters, still looked extremely spectacular. When Yi Feng came to the statue, he immediately felt the shock. Standing in front of the statue, Yi Feng seemed to be looking at a giant, full of oppression. The statue was golden all over, and it looked golden, as if it was made of pure gold. Statue of Nasu's can provide complete ascension power to a random chess piece every 45 days. Seeing this prompt, Yi Feng was very excited. The reward of this certificate of strength is a bit too good. The attribute improvement of Leona after ascension is vivid in my mind. The skills of Leona now are ridiculously strong. If another chess piece is ascended, how much Yi Feng's combat power can expand is simply unimaginable. The only drawback is that the CD is too long. It takes 45 days, 1.5 months to use it once. Use the statue for me. Yi Feng did not delay. As the saying goes, the sooner you use it, the sooner the CD will be over. Hurry up and use the first power of ascension, so that the CD can be quickly restored later. I just don't know which chess piece will be strengthened by this random provision. I hope it won't be for those pendant chess pieces. Otherwise, I have to reconsider the training direction. The power of ascension is being prepared, and the chess piece Darius, who will be randomly ascended this time. Hearing the prompt sound of the survival game, Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Darius, as his main battle chess piece, can naturally improve his strength, which is naturally the best. If there is a shortcoming, it is that Darius has obtained part of the power of ascension before. Now the complete ascension will not waste the previous reward. As the prompt sound of the survival game sounded, the original statue lit up with dazzling light. All the golden light gathered towards the top of the statue's head, and finally turned into a small ball of golden light. The small ball rushed and flew to the Darius barracks below. The original statue seemed to have been drained of all its power, and turned into a gray stone statue. When the golden light ball flew into the Darius barracks, it suddenly burst into the most brilliant light. At this moment, it was as if a new sun had appeared. Yi Feng couldn't open his eyes at all, and couldn't look directly at that area. When the light gradually faded away, Darius barracks had undergone earth-shaking changes. Today's Darius barracks is made of dark gold, looking elegant and luxurious, with the aura of a superior and full of oppression. Yi Feng quickly checked the changes in the attributes of the chess pieces. Health increased to 21,743 points. Armor increased to 302 points. Magic resistance increased to 367 points. Attack power increased to 1,000 points. Damage reduction increased by an additional 20%. Original skill Darius Guillotine invalidated. Skill Massive Killing adds additional Wolf Rage effect. Darius's basic attributes have reached a terrifying level. With a health value of more than 20,000, he will hardly have any major problems. In addition, his own supervision bond, the light equipment inheritance of the Colossus, and the additional 20% damage reduction now make Darius's defense power unprecedentedly strong. For the improvement of skills, Yi Feng is most excited and looking forward to it. After all, Leona's performance after ascending is simply terrifying. Additional effect God Wolf Rage. After Darius releases the skill, he will transform into a God Wolf, and become immune to control until the end of the battle. At the same time, 10 God Wolves are summoned to assist in hunting. The God Wolf's attack will cause Darius 2,000% attack damage, and weaken the enemy's armor by 70% for 10 seconds. In the God Wolf state, Darius will restore 100 points of his own health with each attack. This effect immediately made Yi Feng react. Isn't this the skill of Darius, the God King of Nightbringer, a 5-cost card from a very early version? The skill is slightly different in comparison. Summon 10 Divine Wolves, each of which can cause 20 times the attack power of Darius. That is to say, with Darius' current 1,000 points of physical attack, it is enough to cause a full 20,000 points of physical attack damage to the enemy. And as long as the target is attacked by the Divine Wolf, the armor value will be reduced by 70%. Combined with the armor reduction of Obsidian Cutter, even the most powerful monsters will be as fragile as thin paper in front of Yi Feng. Darius's improvement has greatly enhanced Yi Feng's combat power. Chapter 260. At this time, when Jiahao, who was still hunting in the night, found that Darius, who was lent to him by Yi Feng, had suddenly changed. The Darius chess piece suddenly turned dark gold, revealing a mysterious and luxurious style. And Darius's attack damage suddenly became higher, The health value that was originally restored per second also skyrocketed at this moment. Facing the attack of the boss, Darius was like the strongest wall, not letting the boss get close. Wen Jiahao always knew that Yi Feng's Darius was different from others. After releasing a skill, he could release another skill. After watching Darius's full health, he looked at the chess piece. This time, he didn't release the last skill. What's going on? However, before he could react to what was going on, Darius's next performance made Wen Jiahao's eyes widen. After Darius released the killing skill, his body was shrouded by a ball of black light. Then the original Darius turned into a black giant wolf. After a wolf howl, dozens of black giant wolves appeared on the battlefield. As the giant wave bit down, it actually did more than 10,000 points of terrifying damage to the boss. Not only that, as the giant wolf bit the boss's defense power was visibly reduced. Wen Jiahao's back row physical output Matty now has a higher damage. Does this giant wolf have armor-breaking effect? Wen Jiahao was extremely surprised. As Darius released the divine wolf to wreak havoc, the boss that was still fighting was quickly killed. The speed was so fast that Wen Jiahao was shocked. Is this still the one-cost barracks Darius? What did Yi Feng do? Why did he suddenly become stronger again after killing the boss? Wen Jiahao immediately opened a private chat and couldn't help asking Yi Feng how he did it. Yi Feng, after receiving Wen Jiahao's question, did not hide anything. I completed some tasks and obtained the power of ascension, which can improve the strength of the chess pieces. After receiving Yi Feng's reply, Wen Jiahao didn't know what the so-called power of ascension was. But he still remembered this word firmly in his heart. The power of ascension. I hope I can get it in the future. At this time, after Yi Feng figured out the role of the statue of Nasus, he also confidently tried the strength of Darius. The result made him very satisfied. The invasion order allows only one invasion per day. Have a good rest. Wait until tomorrow to invade another war zone in the Rhea country, so that those Rhea people who have a good life can also taste the power of the god wolf. After making plans, Yi Feng went to bed early. That night, he dreamed a lot. He dreamed again of those Rhea survivors, who were killed one by him. Congratulations to all survivors for successfully surviving to the 31st day. Daily gold coins have been issued. Survivor, Yi Feng. Base level, LV8. Current maximum number of barracks that can be built, 8 plus 15. Base upgrade, 164 days later. Remaining gold coins, 223. Looking at the remaining gold coins, Yi Feng did not use them directly, but decided to extract the rewards from Seneca and God-given ergot first, and then make plans. Seneca's rewards are quite stable, providing 9 gold coins every day. However, the treasure chest of God-given ergot has not been stable enough. Today, the gold coins provided are only 12. When Yi Feng finished hunting, the remaining gold coins reached 244. Thinking of God-given ergot, Yi Feng slapped his head and thought to himself, "Oh no, how could I forget the God-given barracks recruitment station?" The God-given barracks recruitment station was last used on the 20th day of the survival game, so a new God-given barracks could have been recruited yesterday. But there were too many things yesterday: the secret realm, the raid on the Rhea Kingdom war zone, and a bunch of other things later, so Yi Feng actually forgot such an important thing. Yi Feng hurried to the God-given barracks, ready to see what God-given barracks he could get this time. As 30 gold coins were thrown into it, a colorful cloud appeared in the sky again. In the sky, the phantoms of countless chess pieces flashed by. Finally, a beam of colorful light penetrated the clouds and landed on the God-given barracks recruitment platform, condensing into the shape of a barracks builder. Congratulations to the survivors for obtaining the God-given barracks. God-given Sona holding the new God-given barracks builder in his hand, Yi Feng looked at the ancient and charming appearance of the piano girl Sona, and suddenly had a bold guess in his heart. Could this be? A guess came up, and Yi Feng was immediately excited. If this guess is true, then he will really take off. There are still vacant barracks construction locations in the base, and there are still many vacancies. So Yi Feng did not hesitate, and directly chose to build the newly obtained God-given barracks. After the construction was completed, when Yi Feng recruited the chess pieces, he was 100% sure that he would really take off this time. That's right, this chess piece wearing an ancient robe and holding a zither is the New Year's messenger Sona in the lucky star. Yi Feng hurriedly checked the bond and attributes of Sona. Unlike the God-given ergot, this time Sona did not let the existing bond be selected to obtain attributes, but had a unique bond. Qin Safari bond. Qin Safari the barracks can randomly obtain a note every day. Ordinary notes will provide a free refresh for the survivors, and advanced notes will provide a refresh of all 5 cost chess pieces for the survivors. The number of notes that can be obtained can increase with the star level. Sure enough, this time the god-given Sona is the Sona who can brush out notes. As long as you are lucky enough and brush a few more big notes, 3 stars and 5 costs can be quickly caught up. Sina's skill Chinsa Harmony. It will enter the state of playing the harp for 6 seconds, emitting a string sound every 0.5 seconds, and the string sound will switch between 3 effects. Cause 400% magic damage to the nearest enemy, restore 225% of spell strength to the friendly army with the lowest health, deal 200% spell strength to the enemy with the highest attack speed, and apply a freezing effect for 0.5 seconds. The skill is also very practical, but for Yifeng, he doesn't need Sona to deal damage or provide treatment for himself. For this duty, Malzahar equipped with a light technology gun is enough. My Qin only needs to stay in the base beautifully and brush a high-level note for herself every day. That is the perfect ending. Yifeng took out a chess piece intelligent scroll and directly gave Sona intelligence. Suddenly, a crisp and gentle voice sounded in Yifeng's mind. Master, Sona obeys your orders. Hearing Sona's voice sounding in his mind, Yifeng was very satisfied. I will discuss this with my Qin when I have time. However, now he wants to use the invasion order again to wipe out another war zone in the Riyadh Kingdom. Chapter 261. There is no pattern in the war zones of Riyadh that Yifeng found. He randomly selected a war zone and prepared to invade. After all, no matter which war zone he invaded, the ending was doomed to fail, only to be wiped out by Yifeng. Just when Yifeng picked a number casually, before he had time to choose to invade, he heard the prompt of the survival game. Riyadh survivor Kame Tung Junichiro has invaded this war zone. Coordinates XXXXX. A portal will appear in all survivor bases of Yin Country Z031 war zone. The invader can be killed through the portal. The sudden prompt made Yifeng stunned. When did the survivors of Riyadh dare to come to the door? It's really like an old man who hangs himself because he thinks his life is too long. At this time, a group of people in the war zone chat channel were discussing this matter. What's going on? The people of Riyadh dare to invade us? Brothers, grab your weapons and attack. Go, go, go! Everyone, attack together. Kill, kill, kill! Everyone was furious, and some even prepared to kill directly through the portal. Some people thought the situation was a bit strange, and sent a message in the chat channel to ask everyone to be careful. The survivors of Riyadh dared to invade us. There must be a problem. Everyone should be careful. Maybe the survivors of Riyadh are really powerful. Everyone must not be too anxious to get into trouble. I think we should quickly contact Yifeng and let him come out and easily kill the little devils of Riyadh. These tips were all out of goodwill, and they also stopped many survivors who were hot-headed. But there were still some people who got carried away for a while and killed directly without carefully reading the chat channel. As soon as Junichiro Cutting entered the war zone where Yifeng was, he found that the area here was a plain. Compared with the various hills and mountains in their Riyadh country, it is obviously richer in resources and has better territory. I wonder if we can occupy this area after we kill the entire Yin country war zone. Junichiro Cutting was still dreaming. Soon more than a dozen people rushed here. Looking at the survivors from Yin country who came over, Junichiro Cutting looked disdainful. These people basically only brought 5 or 6 types of barracks. It's just a mob. Are these weaklings coming? Call out your Yifeng. Junichiro Cutting acted very arrogantly, and didn't take the survivors who came here seriously at all. He immediately prepared to command his chess pieces to kill them. His chess pieces have high damage, and they can easily deal 3-digit damage to other survivors' chess pieces. Seeing this, Kame Tung Junichiro was extremely arrogant. The survivors of Yin country were indeed vulnerable. Only a waste like Yasumoto Kojiro would lead to the annihilation of a war zone by the Yin people. It was simply a disgrace to the country of Riyadh. Thinking of this, he was even more full of hatred for Yifeng. The Yin country survivors, who made Riyadh suffer such a great humiliation, must die. Your pawns are vulnerable to me. Hand over your administrator Yifeng, maybe I can let you go. Kame Tung Junichiro thought he had won, and didn't take everyone seriously at all. At this time, several survivors who came over also found that something was wrong. The country of Yahir has some strength. With such little strength, you still want to fight head-on with Boss Yifeng? It's simply funny. Good brothers, I really can't hold on any longer. No, I have to use the scroll first, my advanced magic scroll. A survivor couldn't stand the pressure, so he directly used the advanced life field magic scroll in his hand. Suddenly, a life field was revealed. The abundant life energy continued to replenish the health of the chess piece. For a while, the output of Guitung Junichiro was equal to the recovery of the Yin country survivors. No one could do anything to anyone. Guitung Junichiro was a little surprised. Looking at the green life force in the battlefield, he had a bad feeling in his heart. How could these Yin country survivors have such powerful props? Before he could think more, he heard a roar. Where did the roadside stray dog come from, and dared to show off in my Yin country war zone? Everyone present looked over in the direction of the voice. It was Yi Feng who came with his chess pieces. More than 10 survivors from Yin country all breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Yi Feng coming. Although they could still hold on for a while, they would definitely suffer losses. Now that Yi Feng is here, it is the best outcome to kill the guys from your country without any injuries. Boss Yi Feng, you are finally here. I miscalculated. This group is quite strong. We can't beat them. That's right. If it weren't for the scroll you gave us, we would have been defeated. Boss, I leave it to you later. Hee. Boss Yi Feng is here, and the days of this group's arrogance are over. Junichiro Kametang from Rya country naturally heard what everyone said. A nameless anger surged in his heart. What do these people mean? They don't take me seriously at all. It seems that as soon as this so-called Yi Feng arrives, I will become a fish on the chopping board, and let the other party slaughter me. This feeling makes Kametang Junichiro extremely unhappy. They actually underestimated me so much, so let them see my true strength. Thinking of this, Kametang Junichiro took out a dark red crystal bottle from his backpack. After opening it directly, Kametang Junichiro's chess pieces were all covered with a layer of dark red light. The damage instantly increased a lot. You are Yi Feng? You are the one who killed Yasumoto Kojiro, right? Wait until I kill these miscellaneous soldiers, and then we will have a game against each other. Kametang Junichiro just wanted to get rid of everyone else, and then have a head-on battle with Yi Feng. It's a pity that he has only this little strength. Yi Feng didn't put him on the same level at all. You, a piece of trash, want to fight me? Yi Feng's face was full of disdain and indifference, as if the invading Junichiro Kametang in front of him was just a piece of trash. He was totally unworthy of being Yi Feng's opponent. The rest of you take your chess pieces and retreat. Let me show you how to kill this wild dog on the roadside. With Yi Feng as a backing, the survivors who came all ordered their chess pieces to retreat. No longer fighting with Junichiro Kametang. At this time, other survivors rushed to the scene from time to time. But with Yi Feng there, they didn't come forward, just waiting for Yi Feng to kill the guy from the Asian country. You're here, just let me try the power of my god wolf. In Yi Feng's eyes, the people sent to the door by the Asian country here are just live targets. Just let him try Darius's strength after ascending. Chapter 262. Darius took the lead. When Guitung Junichiro saw Yi Feng's front row chess piece Darius, he couldn't help but feel relieved. It seems that the so-called Yi Feng strength is about the same, and everyone is still using low-level barracks as the front row. And the number of chess pieces on the opponent seems to be only a few. Guitung Junichiro took a rough look and found that there were definitely no more than 10 types. In other words, 14 types of troops are fighting against the opponent's less than 10 types of barracks, and the advantage is definitely on me. Thinking of this, Guitung Junichiro became even more arrogant. You are Yi Feng from Yin country? You are very arrogant. You must know that I have seen Yin country survivors who are more arrogant than you in the secret realm before, but the results were very miserable, and I killed them one by one. Guitung Junichiro seemed to be showing off his deeds, and seemed to want to deliberately anger Yi Feng. Unfortunately, Yi Feng did not have any emotional fluctuations. Guitung Junichiro's psychological tactics were useless to Yi Feng. Kneel down and worship our country, and I can guarantee you a way out. Otherwise, those who resist our country will die. Junichiro thought that after he shouted this, he would be able to scare off the many Yin country survivors in front of him. There must be Yin country survivors who are scared by their own strength and choose to surrender. After all, in other war zones before, several survivors surrendered to the war zone on the side of the Rya country. However, after he finished speaking, Yi Feng and the other survivors looked at him as if he was a fool. Some of the survivors even had pity in their eyes, as if they saw a stray dog on the roadside that was about to die, and they couldn't bear it. This little thing from the Yi country is quite pretentious. Do you really think you are the opponent of the big boss Yi Feng? I am dying of laughter. The guy from Asia here should go to a mental hospital. His paranoia is so serious. I am a doctor. This disease cannot be cured. I suggest you send him to be cremated directly. Everyone was talking to each other, not taking each other seriously at all. The look he gave to Kamehameha Junichiro even made him feel familiar. That was the expression of tourists watching monkeys in the zoo. Junichiro Kamehameha felt greatly humiliated. Under his command, the chess piece rushed towards Darius in the front row of Yifeng. When the two sides fought, Junichiro Kamehameha found something wrong. Why was the opponent's Darius dark gold? The colors of 1 star to 4 stars are not this color. There was no time to think about it. The chess pieces of both sides had already attacked each other. His chess piece hit Darius, causing only more than 30 points of damage. This damage was beyond Junichiro Kamehameha's expectation. How is it possible? How could the opponent's Darius be so tanky? It's simply unscientific. Then, Darius also attacked. A normal attack directly hit the chess piece in front of Kane Tung Junichiro, causing hundreds of points of terrifying damage. Kane Tung Junichiro took a breath of cold air. Why is the Darius attribute of Yin Gui Yifeng so powerful? Could it be that his chess piece is a 5-star chess piece? No, this is impossible. They tried it. After 4 stars, the chess piece has reached the highest level. There is no possibility of further improvement, because a 4-star chess piece can only have 1 barracks, and there is no way to combine the second and third ones. Is this the confidence of the survivors of Yin country? Should I use my trump card now? At this time, Kutang Junichiro felt that he seemed to have taken the wrong path, and should not have gone to Yin country. Facing Yifeng's chess piece, he still had a trump card to fight. But the price of that trump card was too high, and he didn't dare to use it, but the next moment, his mind changed. I saw that Yifeng's hundreds of Darius suddenly let out a wolf howl in an instant. With this wolf howl, Darius turned into a black giant wolf more than 4 meters long. Not only that, in addition to the giant wolf transformed by Darius, thousands of black giant wolves appeared out of thin air in the battlefield. The difference in the number of people on the entire battlefield was crazy towards Yifeng. This is not over yet. Thousands of giant wolves, every bite, can easily take the life of a chess piece. Every bite or claw attack is more than tens of thousands of damage. This made Kutang Junichiro dumbfounded. He didn't even have time to use his trump card, and the chess pieces were completely cleared in an instant. It was so fast that it was as if these chess pieces had never existed. It took only a few seconds. Kane Tung Junichiro looked at his empty chess pieces, and was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? Where did these thousands of giant wolves come from? Wasn't the opponent's chess piece Darius a 1-cost barracks? This giant wolf that can bite off tens of thousands of health points of a chess piece with 1 bite, can this be summoned by a 1-cost chess piece? Not only Kane Tung Junichiro was dumbfounded. Everyone present was dumbfounded as well. Especially the survivors who had just arrived, looking at the groups of giant wolves on the battlefield. Some even almost thought that some monsters were attacking. After being reminded by others around, they realized that these giant wolves were actually summoned by Yifeng's chess pieces. What the hell? Darius turned into a giant wolf. And can he summon thousands of wolves? Brother, I don't have much education. Don't lie to me. If a Darius is so powerful, I will immediately demolish my base to build Darius. It's fake. Isn't Darius's skill there? How can he summon a pack of wolves? There are many opinions. Although they believe what the people around them said, that Yifeng's Darius can turn into a giant wolf, and even summon a pack of wolves. But reason still tells them that this is simply incredible. At this time, Kane Tung Junichiro looked ashen, and the whole person fell to the ground, and he didn't even figure out why he failed. And he was defeated so thoroughly, it can basically be said to be a one-sided massacre. He originally had a treasure in his hand that could double the health, attack, spell strength, armor, magic resistance, and other attributes of the chess piece for 1 hour. But after using it, the chess piece will only have 50% of its attribute value within a few days. Previously, he was still worried about the impact on himself after using it, but now, he doesn't even have the chance to use it, and after using the invasion order to enter other war zones, no matter what the situation is, it will take more than half an hour before you can return to your base. And now the time to return is far from reaching, looking at the people who kept coming forward and surrounding him. Many people have drawn their weapons, as long as he makes a slight move. Kane Tung Junichiro has no doubt that he will be chopped into meat paste by everyone in an instant. Yifeng stepped forward at this time, looking down at the other party, his voice cold and indifferent. Tell me, how do you know my war zone information? Chapter 263. Faced with Yifeng's question, Kane Tung Junichiro suddenly laughed. He knew that he was not far from death. Before he died, he would drop an unstable bomb on the Yin Kingdom war zone. I know, even if I tell you how I know the news, you will never let me go. Kane Tung Junichiro laughed wildly, as if he was the winner. Seeing the angry expressions on the faces of the survivors around him, Kane Tung Junichiro changed the subject, making everyone look forward to his next words. But I still want to tell you the truth. How about it? Are you interested in listening? Guiding Junichiro's expression made the people around him want to punch him a few times. However, it would be a lie to say that everyone didn't want to know why the Asian country here found the war zone so accurately to seek revenge on Yifeng. Everyone looked at him, waiting for him to say the follow-up. Yifeng also came to Guitung Junichiro at this moment, with a cold face. Don't think about delaying time. It takes half an hour to return after the invasion. You and I know this. If you want to delay time, I will kill you 1 minute before you can return. Guitung Junichiro didn't seem to take Yifeng's threat seriously. He had no intention of living. After all the chess pieces were killed. Even if he survived, he almost lost the possibility of fighting in the future. Even if he improved his strength again in the future, the gap between him and others has already opened up a long way. We only know that the survivors of Yin country invaded one of our war zones. We only know his name, but we don't know who he is. We can know that your war zone is Z031, naturally all thanks to the information provided by Yu Yin people. At this point, Guitung Junichiro laughed very wantonly. Yu Yin people, when we invaded, some people surrendered. Now in the survival game, some people surrender as well. This is why you are not as good as us. Before Guitung Junichiro finished his words, he was slapped in the face, and 5 finger marks appeared on his face. It was a burly survivor who attacked him. Fuck you, you are still so arrogant even though you are a prisoner. I will teach you a lesson. With this burly man taking the lead, the other survivors around also rushed up in anger, punching and kicking the survivors from Asia. It's really refreshing to kick a few times. You just came to our war zone and said so many pretentious things. That's not right. The brother in front, Pearl Harbor, is not ours. Why do we have to beat him? Why do you care about so many details? Just beat him up. Soon, Guitung Junichiro from Riyadh was beaten to a state of exhaustion by everyone, and could die on the spot at any time. Yifeng stopped the people who were venting their anger, fearing that they would really kill someone. It was not that Yifeng was merciful, but that Yifeng had not yet told this person some words. I know your purpose, but I'm afraid you will be disappointed. In my great Yin country, there are people who live in disgrace, and naturally there are countless passionate people. There may be scum in Yin country, but there will always be a group of passionate people who will open up a new direction and future for Yin country. What I want to say is that the Yin country civilization has been passed down for thousands of years, relying on the will of our Yin people to strive for self-improvement and the efforts of generations of ambitious people. You wait down there, and I will massacre a war zone in the Ria country every day, and try to make all your compatriots go to hell with you as soon as possible. After Yifeng finished speaking, Junichiro didn't know how to refute. He originally wanted Yifeng to doubt the internal affairs of Yin country, but he didn't tell Yifeng who betrayed him. Like Yifeng suspected himself, but Yifeng didn't seem to take it to heart at all. This made Junichiro feel frustrated. Okay, it's time for you to get going. Yifeng knew that a Riyadh man like Junichiro would definitely not give him any benefits. In this case, it's better to kill him early to avoid more trouble. As Yifeng waved the long knife in his hand, scarlet blood spurted out, staining the clothes of many people nearby. Okay, everyone, do what you should do. Thank you for your hard work. This is just a small episode. Yifeng was ready to call everyone to leave, but everyone did not leave directly. Boss Yifeng, he said someone provided him with information about our war zone. Is there a traitor in our war zone? That's right, we have to catch this traitor. This kind of person is not worthy of being called a Yin countryman. Yes, we can put aside the materials and other things. Let's solve this matter first. Don't let me find out who is the traitor. If I know, I will kill this beast. Seeing that everyone was very excited, Yifeng quickly calmed everyone down. Don't worry, there will be no problem in our war zone. I already know who the person who leaked the information is. Everyone suddenly became curious and wanted to know who was so excessive. This is no different from being a traitor and a running dog. However, Yifeng did not say it clearly, but just told everyone that the strongest person in each war zone, as the war zone administrator, has another chat channel. Immediately, some smart people understood what Yifeng meant. In other words, an administrator of a certain war zone leaked your information to the kingdom of Ria. If that's the case, that person deserves to die. The war zone administrator did not lead everyone to resist together, but actually wanted to cause civil strife. Everyone was very excited, although they did not know who that person was. They greeted the many female relatives of that person in the purest, simplest and roughest words of Yin country. And from the 3 generations of descendants to the 18 generations of ancestors, they were all greeted. After everyone dispersed, Yifeng looked up at the sky and couldn't help but sigh. There are some scums in Yin country, maybe they should be eliminated together, otherwise, they will be a disaster sooner or later if they stay. This time, he revealed Yifeng's war zone information. Fortunately, Yifeng came in time, and everyone had magic scrolls in their hands, so there were no casualties. But if the information is leaked to other war zones, and then the strong men from the Rya country invade, it will probably be a huge loss. This kind of person should be killed. Yifeng's heart was filled with murderous intent, and he was thinking in his heart how to kill the other party. Chapter 264. Yifeng had already guessed about this traitor. Yesterday, someone in the chat channel of the War Zone Administrator said that a survivor from the Rya country came and killed hundreds of people in a war zone. He even threatened to ask others to provide the location of the war zone where Yifeng was, otherwise he would continue to invade these war zones. As a result, early this morning, Kane Teng Junichiro came to the door. How could it be so coincidental? The biggest suspect is Jiang Wenqin, the administrator of the T541 war zone that was invaded yesterday. The reason why Yifeng suspected him was naturally not just this. As an enemy, Yifeng was very sure that if his strength was not enough, this Kane Teng Junichiro from the Rya country would definitely kill everyone in the war zone before leaving. It is absolutely impossible to just kill some people and leave. The biggest possibility of doing so is to leave a living person to tip off. Then the biggest possibility is Jiang Wenqin, the pipeline operator of the T541 war zone. However, Yifeng was not prepared to expose the other party directly. After all, if it was exposed, everyone was in different war zones, and could not go to deal with each other, so it would not be of much significance. But Yifeng still told Zhuang Hao about this matter so that others could deal with it. My war zone was just invaded by the survivors of the Rya country. Yifeng sent this message in Zhuang Hao's private chat channel. Suddenly, many people online came out. Everyone is smart, so they naturally understand what Yifeng meant by this sentence. Damn it, there is a traitor in the chat channel of our war zone administrator. Why don't you be a good person, and be a dog for the Rya people? Associating with these people really lowers my status. Damn it, it's a pity that we can only communicate through the administrator channel, and we can't even beat him up offline. Everyone was indignant, and naturally many people asked about the casualties on Yifeng's side. What are the casualties in your war zone? Do you need support? Brother, why didn't you contact everyone earlier? You can pull a brother in the channel to help you, so that the loss may be much less. That's right, brother, if you had told me earlier, I would definitely be the first to help. Seeing that you posted this now, I think it should be solved. I guess your losses are not small. When you have time, pull me to your side. I have some supplies here. I will support you a little. Otherwise, the chess pieces will be too damaged and subsequent development will be difficult. While everyone lamented that Yifeng didn't tell them earlier, some people also said that they were ready to provide Yifeng with some resources to make up for the losses. These words made Yifeng feel the warmth and enthusiasm in the survival game. Yifeng even had to admire Zhuang Hao's ability to judge people. Although there were few people in this private chat channel, they were all comrades, who stood together against the outside world. Thank you, everyone. Fortunately, I went there in time and there were no casualties. I just wanted to discuss with you how to deal with this matter in the future, and how to eliminate the traitors in Yinhua. After Yifeng said this, he found that everyone's focus was on Yifeng's sentence, no casualties. What a joke. No casualties. Could it be that the guys from Naya invaded the Yinhua war zone just to chat with people? Or was it that the survivor from the kingdom of Rya, who was so arrogant that he killed hundreds of people in a war zone yesterday, was easily defeated by Yifeng today? What a joke. Could it be that Yifeng's base level far exceeds everyone else's, and his chess pieces can also crush everyone else's? After all, some people in this private chat channel think that they can't be so powerful. Brother, are you sure you are not kidding us? You killed the invader without any casualties? Are you a group of people fighting one person, and everyone lost some chess pieces? Someone made a deduction, thinking that Yifeng might have achieved no damage by relying on the advantage of numbers. And everyone assumes that the concept of no damage means no deaths, not no loss of chess pieces. This is indeed the general concept, but Yifeng is not an ordinary person. Well, what I mean by no casualties is that I didn't lose a single chess piece. Yifeng's words immediately caused the entire chat channel to fall into a brief silence. Everyone was silent, not knowing what to say. Although they were not familiar with Yifeng, everyone thought that Yifeng did not need to lie about this matter. After all, lying would not do Yifeng any good. At most, he would pretend to be cool in front of everyone. It would not make any sense. So, if what Yifeng said was true, it would mean that everyone's strength was not at the same level. This was undoubtedly a blow to those who were confident that they were strong. At this time, Zhuang Hao appeared. He naturally saw the silence of everyone in the chat channel, so he broke the silence. This is a good thing. The stronger brother Yifeng is, the stronger our small alliance will be, right? After Zhuang Hao said this, everyone immediately opened up new ideas. It is indeed as Zhuang Hao said, the stronger Yifeng is, the stronger our small alliance will be. Then everyone's safety factor can be improved a lot. After all, if you really encounter any unsolvable problems, you can still ask Yifeng for help. Suddenly, everyone's thinking changed. Zhuang Hao saw this change and smiled, and mentioned the old story of his encounter with Yifeng. Speaking of which, Yifeng and I met before in the abnormal handling. At that time, Yifeng was already very powerful. I and another war zone administrator were suppressed by him alone, and were not his opponents at all. Zhuang Hao did not take that incident to heart. Instead, Yifeng showed amazing strength now, and he took it out as a fun thing to share with everyone. After chatting for a while, everyone finally pointed the finger at the traitor who leaked Yifeng's information. So, who leaked the information of Yifeng's war zone? It was obviously leaked by someone in the war zone administrator, otherwise other channels would not be able to get this war zone information. Yes, there must be a thief among the war zone administrators. Seeing that everyone was guessing, Yifeng spoke out his guess. According to my guess, it is most likely Jian Wenqin, the war zone administrator, who was invaded yesterday. Yifeng spoke out his guess, and immediately attracted many people's approval. Fuck, it really could be this guy. Yesterday, the Ria country invaded, and they said that everyone should hand over Yifeng's war zone information, otherwise they would continue to invade this guy's war zone. That's right, the Ria country came to the door yesterday, and Yifeng was invaded today. Someone must have tipped off. Everyone spoke, and directly locked the possible traitor to Jian Wenqin. Chapter 265. All the clues are connected together. The biggest possibility is naturally Jian Wenqin from the T541 war zone. Everything is too coincidental. It is so coincidental that there is no other explanation except that Jian Wenqin has a problem. Many people are ready to go directly to the war zone administrator channel to find Jian Wenqin to ask for clarification. Fortunately, Yifeng stopped everyone in time. Don't rush to alert the enemy. And if you go to question him like this, the other party will definitely not admit it. We know who it might be in private, and it is enough to guard against him. Yifeng's words immediately calmed many people down. Just now, knowing that there is a traitor in the war zone, and he is a traitor to the Ria country, made everyone feel angry. Traitors are more hateful and disgusting than enemies most of the time. Many of them want to question Jian Wenqin, why he chose to associate with the people of Ria. But what Yifeng said is indeed correct. If he questions like this, the other party will not admit it, and it will only be a mess. Many people sighed in the channel, and they obviously had a lot of complaints in their hearts. In the end, it was Zhuang Hao who stood up and calmed everyone down. Don't worry, let me handle the traitors. Please don't speak in the war zone administrator chat channel for the time being. Zhuang Hao's words were very confident, as if he was fully confident that he could properly resolve the matter. Yifeng was also very curious, and wanted to ask Zhuang Hao how he was going to handle this matter. However, Zhuang Hao deliberately kept it a secret. Ha ha ha, just wait. Don't worry about it, the result will definitely satisfy everyone. Seeing Zhuang Hao say this, Yifeng did not ask any more questions. But Yifeng still muttered in his heart. Riddler should die. This matter came to an end, and Yifeng only noticed at this moment that after killing the invader came Tung Junichiro, the reward sound of the survival game was heard. This surprised Yifeng. After all, he had invaded and killed the entire Ria war zone before, and did not get any rewards. When King Tang Junichiro was killed before, everyone around was talking about it in a mess, covering up the prompt sound of the survival game. After that, Yifeng talked about this matter in the private chat channel again, and did not notice the prompt of the survival game. Now he was completely relaxed, and then he noticed this prompt of the survival game. Congratulations to Yifeng, the administrator of the Z031 war zone of Yen country, for successfully defeating Junichiro Kame Tang, the invader of Ria country, and the reward is issued. This time the reward is Potential Release Magic Scroll, Rechargeable. Potential Release Magic Scroll, rechargeable after use. It can increase all the attributes of all the chess pieces of the user by 100% within 2 hours. After the end, the attributes of the chess pieces will be only 50% within 48 hours. After each use, 100,000 magic essences can be consumed for recharging. This is a good thing. After use, the attributes of the chess pieces can be doubled in all aspects. In other words, health, attack power, spell strength, armor, and magic resistance are comprehensively improved, it can be used as a trump card. Even if it is only a 2-star chess piece, after using this magic scroll, it can burst out with combat power far exceeding that of a 3-star chess piece. As for the side effect, it is also somewhat terrifying. If you are not forced into a desperate situation, there is no need to use it. For other people, this magic scroll is definitely a good treasure that can save lives at critical moments, but for Yi Feng, it is a bit useless. After all, with Yi Feng's current strength, he can almost crush all the way. Using this potential to release the magic scroll means that the crushing process will become faster. But the side effect is still a bit too big for Yi Feng. Why don't you keep this thing as a trump card for others? I am better than everyone else. After putting away the reward, Yi Feng opened the War Zone chat channel and dropped a heavy bomb in it. Brothers, in the next Secret Realm match, there will be extra rewards for the top 3 survivors, who kill the most survivors in other countries' war zones. As soon as Yi Feng said this, many people got excited. They all spoke out to guess what rewards Yi Feng would give out. Could it be that there are also light equipment? It's a pity that I'm not that strong, otherwise I would also like to strive for the extra rewards for the top 3. Me too. Me too. Boss Yi Feng, what exactly is the reward? Can you let everyone see it first? That's right, although we can't get it, it's still okay to let everyone see it. Yi Feng didn't hide these things at first, and was originally going to show everyone the content of the reward. Potential release magic scroll, light equipment light mystic gloves, light equipment Titan's oath. The first place has priority, the second place is the second choice, and the third place can only take the last reward. After the item was sent out, the potential release magic scroll immediately attracted a lot of attention. Oh my god, this scroll is awesome. If you get this scroll, use it every time you find other survivors in a Secret Realm match, and the attributes will double, and you can kill all the opponents. The worst that can happen is that you will be weak for 2 days after returning, which will not affect anything. You can use it again in the next Secret Realm match. Double the attributes? My front row fighter bonded chess piece now has more than 4,000 points with all the equipment. If I use this magic scroll, it will be 8,000 points directly. Even if I am not tanky. Although everyone did not get this item, they all excitedly discussed how to use it to maximize its use if they got this reward. Of course, some survivors are more interested in light mystic gloves. Light secret gloves? Are they randomly giving 2 pieces of light equipment? I remember that the properties of light equipment are very cool. If the light version of the Madman is given the sunlight cape, it will take off directly. I also feel that the light secret gloves seem to be more useful. If this one day gives me the most suitable equipment, even if it is a boss, I can kill it for you to see. Looking at everyone's discussion, Yi Feng only left one sentence. Then please cheer together, point your guns at the outside, and then we will all go to the end of the survival game together. After sending the message, Yi Feng took out the War Zone Invasion Order again. It's a new day again, and the War Zone Invasion Order has been refreshed. So today, there will be another war zone in the Rhea Kingdom, paying the price of blood. It's dawn, let the Rhea Kingdom add another Jingwan. Start the invasion order, invade the war zone. Rhea Kingdom A001 War Zone. Chapter 266. In the chat channel of the War Zone administrators in Rhea, Kame Tung Junichiro told everyone early that he already knew the information of yesterday's invaders. At that time, Kame Tung Junichiro was extremely heroic and left a message for everyone in the administrator channel. I already know who invaded my Rhea war zone yesterday. Yi Feng of Yen country, I will bring back his head now. Kill everyone in their war zone to avenge my compatriots. Kame Tung Junichiro's words were full of confidence. When many administrators exchanged their lineup strengths, everyone already knew that he was the strongest survivor in Rhea. The luxurious combination of 14 barracks made him a great success in the survival game. Many people regarded him as the future hope of Rhea. At this time, more than 10 minutes had passed since Kame Tung Junichiro went to the Yen country war zone. Xiaoquan Chunju was the war zone administrator of the A001 war zone in Rhea. His strength was much weaker than Kame Tung Junichiro. But the overall strength of his war zone is not weak. To be precise, their A001 war zone of Rhea is a multi-power separatist war zone, and he also won the position of war zone administrator with a slight advantage. At this time, he sighed in the war zone administrator channel. I really envy Junichiro Kame Tung. I wish I could invade Yen country at will. After his message was sent, many people responded immediately. Indeed, Junichiro Kame Tung is the pride of our Rhea country. With Junichiro Kame Tung, Rhea will dominate this survival world in no time. Let's wait for the news of Junichiro Kametang's victory together. While everyone was still chatting, Shakwon Chunju suddenly received a notification sound from the survival game. Yin Country survivor Yi Feng has invaded this war zone. Coordinates XXX. All survivor bases in the A001 war zone of Ria will have portals, and the invader can be killed through the portals. This sudden invasion news made Shakwon Chunju stunned. What's going on? Why was his war zone invaded? My strength is not that strong. Wait, there is also the name of the invader, Yin Country Yi Feng. Isn't this the Yin Country ruthless man that Guitung Junilang said killed all the people in a war zone of Ria yesterday? Didn't Guitung Junilang say that he was going to the other side's war zone to prepare revenge for Ria? How could the other side invade his war zone at this time? In the chat channel of the A001 war zone of Ria, many people were discussing the invasion of Yin Country. As the war zone administrator, Shakwon Chunju did not share the information he got in the war zone administrator channel with others, because he was worried that others would surpass him. For this reason, others did not know who Yi Feng of Yin State was. When did the Yin State dare to invade our Daria State? I will go and deal with this guy after I defeat this boss. I happen to be free. I will kill him for you and show you. Let's go together. Let's see who can cut off the head of this Yin State man. Looking at the excitement of everyone, there were even a few people who often opposed Shakwon Chunju. Shakwon Chunju originally wanted to let others go, but in the end, they were all killed by Yin State Yi Feng, so that he could kill several opponents without bloodshed. But seeing that there was a group of people going there besides his opponent, he couldn't help but have some doubts in his heart. In the end, he decided to tell everyone the truth. Don't go. That Yin countryman is very strong, so strong that he wiped out the entire war zone alone. Everyone, hurry away from that coordinate point and stay away from the invader as much as possible. Our territory is very large, and it will be very difficult for him to find all of us slowly. When he can't find anyone, he will definitely leave on his own. The suggestion of the little dog Chunju was originally well-intentioned, and it was also the best choice for the group of survivors in the country of Ria. If they didn't take the initiative to kill Yi Feng, it would take a lot of energy for Yi Feng to find all the survivors in a war zone, but no one believed what Shakwon Chunju said. Ha ha ha, one person kills through a war zone? Are all the people in that war zone pigs? Using you, Shakwon Chunju, as an analogy, even if there are 10 of you, you can't kill all of us. That's right. I think this is probably a means for you to kill the invaders alone to get rewards. Yes, if you kill the invaders, there is a high probability that there will be rewards in the survival game. Brothers, hurry up. Even if you didn't kill them yourself, you have made a certain contribution, and you may get a lot of rewards. When they heard about the rewards, the other survivors of the Ryak Kingdom who were originally a little hesitant, at this time, like sharks smelling blood, rushed to the prey in a hurry. They all took their chess pieces through the base portal. Even those who were killing monsters outside, as long as it was not an emergency, used the return item to return to the base. I was afraid that I would be late and not even be able to drink the soup, but who is the real prey? Seeing that he couldn't persuade everyone, Shakwon Chunju had to run away with all the chess pieces. Since he couldn't persuade them, don't blame yourself if you die. While running, Shakwon Chunju sent a new message in the War Zone Administrator chat channel. It's over. Guitingyuan is likely to fail. Yi Feng of Yin Country suddenly invaded my war zone, and the people in our war zone didn't believe me at all, and they all killed him. After Shakwon Chunju sent the message, someone immediately checked the number of people in the War Zone Administrator chat channel. You don't know until you see it. You will be shocked when you see it. There really is one person missing, and the missing person is none other than Junichiro Kametang. There is one person missing in the Administrator chat channel, and it is Junichiro Kametang. Damn it, what happened to Junichiro Kametang? He said he was so powerful, but he died like this? It's really embarrassing for our Ryak country. Damn it, isn't Yi Feng from Yin Country invincible? In their eyes, Junichiro Kametang is already a nearly invincible man. But now, this man who is invincible in their eyes has failed in the Yin Country war zone. And the people in the Yin Country war zone, after killing Junichiro Kametang, turned around and killed him. This makes everyone a little scared. If Yi Feng enters their war zone one day, can they resist? Thinking of this, everyone feels powerless and desperate. It even feels that the breath of death is slowly approaching. Why is Yi Feng from Yin Country so strong? Thinking of this, the administrators of the Rya war zone were silent, as if their strength had been completely drained. What should we do in the future of our country of Rya? Chapter 267. Compared to the despair in the chat channel of the administrator of the Rya war zone. Many survivors in the A001 war zone of Rhea have rushed towards Yifeng's coordinates, like a swarm of bees. Not long after Yifeng arrived at the destination, more than 30 survivors from Rhea have surrounded him. Their strength is not bad, and most of them have 6 to 8 barracks. At this stage, except for Yifeng, the pervert, there are probably no other people who can reach the 8th level base. Therefore, the biggest possibility for these people is that they know the way to synthesize the crown with golden spatula and golden pot. It seems that the strength of the people in this war zone is not too bad. Yifeng did not carry many chess pieces this time, only Darius, Leona, Crow Swain and Malzahar. Therefore, the number of chess pieces is a bit thin. But the strength of these chess pieces is enough to kill through the entire war zone of Rhea. However, with such a small number of troops, these short-sighted survivors from the Rhea kingdom really think that Yifeng is just a piece of fish to be slaughtered. With just such a small number of chess pieces, you dare to attack our Rhea kingdom war zone as scheduled? You are really tired of living. Ha ha ha, Shaoquan Chunju actually wants to deceive us. Fortunately, we came early, otherwise the Yin kingdom invaders would not last for 5 minutes. Do you want to discuss how to distribute the Yin kingdom invaders first? In the eyes of these survivors from the Rhea kingdom, it seems that Yifeng is not to be feared, but a piece of fat meat. What everyone has to do, when they get together, is to distribute the benefits. Yifeng listened to the Rhea kingdom survivors around him mumbling these ridiculous remarks, but he did not refute them, but looked at the person in the front. Who is your war zone administrator? Let him come out, and have a good talk. When Yifeng heard that he was looking for the war zone administrator, everyone around him laughed. Ha ha ha, you are looking for that loser Shaoquan Chunju. Shaoquan Chunju is just a loser. He was lucky to take down the war zone administrator. Do you think he can command all of us? From these people's words, Yifeng extracted 2 pieces of information. One is that the war zone administrator of the country war zone here is called Shaoquan Chunju. Well, it's really a vivid name. The second is that it seems that the strength of everyone in this war zone is not very different, which makes Shaoquan Chunju, the war zone administrator, unable to convince everyone. In other words, there are no very strong people in this war zone. Even if it is that war zone administrator, it is estimated that his strength is at most 1 level higher than the survivors from the Rhea country who came here. Otherwise, these people would not have disdained the war zone administrator. People came one after another, and soon there were more than 80 people. A huge crowd of chess pieces surrounded Yifeng like a huge army. Damn it, why are there more and more people coming? If this continues, more people will come. It's hard to say whether we can eat this piece of fat meat. A survivor from the Rhea kingdom expressed his concerns. He was worried that it would be difficult to distribute the benefits after more people came. After he said this, many other survivors agreed. Jing Yejun is right. If we don't eat this piece of fat meat, it may be eaten by others. Everyone, do it, each with their own ability. Whoever eats the fat meat of the Yin kingdom invaders will own it. As one person shouted, everyone hurriedly commanded the chess pieces to attack Yifeng. The chess pieces of dozens of people added up to tens of thousands. A large group of them rushed towards Yifeng not far away, as if they could crush Yifeng in an instant. On Yifeng's side, Darius, Leona, and Crow Swain mixed together and spread out in a fan-shaped formation. And Malzahar took Yifeng as the center of the circle, ready to attack the approaching enemy at any time. Looking from a high place, Yifeng was on a hillside, looking down and making good defense. And dozens of people from the kingdom of Rhea commanded thousands of troops to rush towards Yifeng. The black chess pieces clashed with Yifeng's chess pieces. There was no abnormality at the first time, and it seemed that Yifeng only temporarily delayed the advancement of these chess pieces. But in just a few seconds, all the chess pieces in the front row of Yifeng reached a full blue state. Darius used the killing all around to kill many chess pieces in the front row in an instant. This exaggerated output immediately made many survivors of the Rhea kingdom feel a little shocked. The chess pieces of the Yin kingdom invaders are really powerful. That being said, they were not afraid. After all, no matter how powerful they are, the opponent only has about 300 chess pieces. Even if they pile up in a sea of people, they can kill the opponent's chess pieces alive. However, this is just a beautiful idea in their hearts. It can even be said to be a delusion. After Darius used the killing all around, he immediately turned into a divine wolf. The several-meter-long huge black wolf appeared on the battlefield, full of oppression, and the wolf howl sounded on the battlefield. It penetrated many people's eardrums, and shocked the souls of these Rhea people. Not only that, as the wolf howl sounded, thousands of giant wolves of the same appearance appeared out of thin air on the battlefield. For a time, the number of chess pieces on Yifeng's side increased by nearly 2,000 giant wolves. The giant wolves were extremely fast, and every attack could directly tear a Riyadh chess piece into pieces, turning it into ashes. And Leona on the battlefield, when Eclipse lit up, rays of light shone down from the sky. The sunlight was like the strongest nuclear strike, and all chess pieces that came into contact were almost killed instantly. Wherever the sunlight went, the Riyadh chess pieces were left without a single piece of armor. This terrifying blow from the sky, I wonder if it will make these Riyadh survivors recall the fear of being dominated by a little boy. Among the 3 front row chess pieces, the performance of Crow Swain seemed slightly inferior. When his mana was full, a pair of demon wings made of energy grew from his back. The release of the skill Demon Ascension instantly increased Crow Swain's maximum health by a large margin. And as the demonic energy raged, it continued to cause high damage to the surrounding chess pieces. This damage was indeed not low, but it could not kill them in one blow. Many of the front row chess pieces of the survivors of the Kingdom of Rhea could hold on for a few seconds under the attack of Crow Swain. But Crow Swain's skill was AoE, which could cause damage to enemies in the area regardless of how many enemies were around. And as the enemies were killed by the demonic energy attack, the duration of Crow Swain's demon ascension was increased again. More than 20 Crow Swains formed a death zone, constantly harvesting the lives of the chess pieces of the survivors of the Kingdom of Rhea. Soon, this battlefield turned into the most terrifying harvester, constantly harvesting the lives of the chess pieces of the Kingdom of Rhea. Yifeng looked at the chess pieces that were constantly being killed by him, and whispered a sentence. So now, who is the fat meat? Chapter 268. The chess pieces in the front row kept killing the enemy chess pieces in seconds. During this period, Malzahar in the back row also kept releasing skills, allowing the infection layer to attach to the enemy chess pieces. However, the front row killed too quickly, resulting in the front row chess pieces being killed in seconds before the infection layer took effect. Even so, the infection layer is constantly stacking. When the outbreak occurs, all the survivors of the Riyadh Kingdom will understand what despair is. From the sky, the attack of the Riyadh Kingdom chess pieces is still fierce, like a huge wave about to swallow Yifeng. However, the area where Yifeng is located is like the sun, completely evaporating the swarming enemies. During this period, some people kept going here. Some people saw that the situation was not right, and were even ready to give up their chess pieces and run away. Some people regretted it at this time, and warned others in the chat channel not to come here. Don't come! This Yin country invader is a demon. We are no match for him. Run for your life. There are several similar messages, but not many people believe them. Most people believe that it must be a lie that a group of people don't want others to go. After all, there are more than 1,000 survivors in the A001 war zone of Rhea country. How could they be completely killed by a survivor? Some people also sent photos of the battlefield to dispel these people's ideas. However, this photo was taken from the perspective of the survivors of Rhea country. The content of the photo shows that tens of thousands of chess pieces are killing in the direction of the survivors of Yin country. In the center of the battlefield, it seems that the battle is very intense. After all, the survivors of Rhea country have not advanced the front line. This photo not only failed to show Yifeng's horror, but also made more people determined that if they went too late, they would not even get a sip of soup. With so many people besieging, the Yin invaders will soon be finished. Damn it, wait for me for a while, otherwise there will be no benefit. I go back now. I hope the Yin invaders can hold on for a while longer. The survivor who sent the photo suddenly vomited blood in his heart. He kindly reminded others, but it strengthened their confidence to go here. He didn't want to explain anything else, just ran out with one mind. However, on the battlefield at this time, Malzahar's Archangel of Light had already superimposed a very high spell strength, and the number of infection layers was also superimposed to a terrifying degree. The original battle line was instantly pushed outward by Yifeng's chess pieces. Yifeng, who seemed to be on the defensive, now turned into an offensive and attacked the survivors of Rhea. And as the number of infection layers piled up, the front row of Rhea's chess pieces suddenly seemed to be infected with a plague called death, and kept falling down. Malzahar is a 5-cost card, so naturally no one has seen it. They didn't know the reason, but they just saw that their chess pieces were killed instantly without even being attacked. This unknown can spread the emotion called fear. In just a few minutes, the survivors of Rhea on the entire battlefield were already terrified. As the survivors shouted, "The opponent is not a human. This is impossible to win. Run for your life." Morale is like an avalanche. As long as one part collapses, it is likely to trigger a huge avalanche. All of the survivors from the Rhea kingdom on the battlefield immediately ignored their chess pieces and fled madly. They wanted to escape madly, but their legs were not very fast. Moreover, this was in a mountainous area, and the terrain was relatively complex, so the speed of escape was even slower. This time, Yifeng did not choose to chop off the heads one by himself. He just gave orders to the chess pieces to freely pursue every target they saw. As a member of the siege of Yifeng, Mianna regretted his previous choice at this moment. He regretted not listening to Shaoquan Chuanju's words. If he had stayed far away, he might have survived. Now, he could only run in the opposite direction of the Yin Kingdom invader Yifeng, hoping to escape. However, he had only run for less than 2 minutes when he heard the survival game prompt sound. This prompt sound was the first time he heard it, but it made him feel like he was falling into an ice cave. Warning! All survivors have been killed, and the survivors will be attacked before he could even react. A huge black wolf rushed in front of him. The giant wolf's figure occupied his entire field of vision, and he was so scared that he sat down on the ground. As the giant wolf opened its huge mouth, its sharp fangs flashed with a terrifying cold light. A moment later, Mianna was torn into pieces by the wolf. The wolf that killed a survivor did not stop, and continued to chase the subsequent target. The increase in the number of infection layers made the newly arrived survivors of the Kingdom of Rhea have all their pieces killed in an instant, before they even knew what was happening. People kept arriving, and then instantly became cannon fodder on the battlefield. At most, they had time to let out 1 or 2 screams, and then they lost their lives. Survivors from the Rhea Kingdom kept dying, and the number of enemies on the battlefield became fewer and fewer. Later, Yifeng had killed all the survivors from the Rhea Kingdom who came over, just waited at the teleportation point, and the survivors from the Rhea Kingdom who came later were sent to hell by Yifeng before they even had time to react after being teleported. This time, Yifeng killed more than 800 survivors in total. Later, no more survivors came. At this time, in the chat channel of the A001 war zone of the Rhea Kingdom, Shaoquan Chuanju looked at the survivors, who were only more than 100 people left, and his heart became more and more depressed. These people didn't believe what he said at all, and now they are all dead. Everyone escape from your base as soon as possible, the farther away the better. At this time, Shaoquan Chuanju sent a message again in the chat channel. Now no one refuted Shaoquan Chuanju anymore, and everyone wished they could grow wings and run as far as possible. As for invading other war zones, Shaoquan Chuanju also knew some information among the war zone administrators. After invading, it takes at least half an hour to leave on your own, and the maximum time you can stay is 6 hours. And the invader will randomly spawn near a random survivor base at the beginning. In addition, the invader can be directly teleported to the vicinity of other surviving survivors through the invasion order. In other words, as long as you stay away from the base and hold on for 6 hours, you can survive. Hold on for another 6 hours, and the Yin country survivor will be forced to leave. Shaoquan Chuanju's words gave many Liao people a little comfort. At this moment Yifeng, seeing that no one came again, decided to use the invasion order to kill towards another survivor base. Chapter 269. Yifeng was disappointed this time. The remaining survivors of the Rhea Kingdom were not in the base. Although they could see the other party's position on the map, it would still take a lot of energy to rush over. In this case, the only way was to completely destroy the other party's foundation. Yifeng commanded the chess pieces to attack the base where he was. The main goal was the barracks. After the barracks were destroyed, if they wanted to recruit chess pieces again, they had to rebuild the barracks, and the resources needed would definitely not be too little. Watching the chess pieces completely destroy the barracks, Yifeng looked at the other buildings in the base. Except for the basic rooms in the base, Yifeng destroyed everything else that could be destroyed. The survivors of the Rhea Kingdom, who were fleeing outside, listened to the prompt sound of the survival game. One after another of their buildings were destroyed, but they did not dare to return to the base. He didn't even dare to look back, and ran all the way with the chess pieces, fearing that if he stopped, he would be caught up by Yifeng. After completely destroying this base, Yifeng found a discarded wooden sign and wrote a sentence on it. Those who offend Yin country will die. After cleaning up this base, Yifeng immediately rushed to the next base. The time he stayed here was only 3 minutes. There are more than 100 surviving remnants of the Liao country. He had to speed up to destroy everyone's base before being forced back to the base. Yifeng didn't rest all the way, and even had time to replenish himself with a few bottles of water in the middle, and then rushed to the next base. The survivors in the A001 war zone of Rhea country were extremely pessimistic in the chat channel at this time. It's over. All my buildings have been demolished by the survivor of Yin country. What should I do? This Yin country person is so hateful. My base is also finished. If this goes on, living is also a slow death. Damn it! My base is still intact, but I dare not go back at all. I can only hope that this guy will be sent back before he can attack my base. But what if he comes again tomorrow? As soon as this question came out, everyone was silent. Even if Yifeng left, if he continued to kill tomorrow, how should everyone resist? You can't always run away with your pawns, right? For a while, the chat channel was terribly silent, seeing that people kept saying that their bases were destroyed. As the administrator of the war zone, Shaoquan Chunju began to struggle fiercely in his heart. If he continues at this speed, Yifeng will definitely be able to destroy everyone's base before returning to the Yan country war zone. Once the base was destroyed, all his previous efforts would be wasted. Finally, he made a bold decision. A few hours later, Yifeng returned to his base from the A001 war zone of Ria. This time, he killed more than 800 survivors of Ria and destroyed nearly 200 bases. He even brought back a prop with a skull printed on it. This may be the biggest gain of this invasion. At this time, in the A001 war zone of Ria, the little dog Chunju finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw his intact base. When facing Yifeng from Yin country before, he didn't dare to look directly at him because of the oppression. The opponent's strength was too strong. The two sides were not at the same level at all, but fortunately, he had a treasure, which also aroused the other party's interest. As long as he had this thing, his life would be saved. Shaoquan Chunju remembered a sentence. Can I sacrifice everything else for my life? In the past, he was dismissive of this question, thinking that some things must be higher than life. But now he understands that life is the most important. If he died, it would be really over. As long as he could survive, everything else could be sacrificed. At this time, in the chat channel of the A001 war zone of Ria country, after the reminder sound of Yifeng's departure sounded, there was finally movement. Finally left, you can use the return scroll to return to the base. After someone excitedly sent this message, he used the return scroll to return to the base. After returning to the base, these survivors discovered a desperate fact. All the buildings had been destroyed, leaving only countless broken walls and ruins. Especially the destruction of the barracks was a huge blow to everyone. This barracks is gone. What should we do in the future? Similar words were constantly mentioned in the chat channel. It can be said that there were wailing everywhere. Shaoquan Chunju looked at these words and pretended to comfort them. At least we survived, right? Compared with those survivors who died, we are lucky enough. Shaoquan Chunju's words gave a lot of comfort to the survivors. Yes, at least they survived. Many people praised Shaoquan Chunju for his open-mindedness. However, when Shaoquan Chunju looked at his intact base, a bitter smile appeared on his lips. After comforting everyone, Shaoquan Chunju told the situation to the war zone administrators. A lot of our people escaped and finally survived. However, all kinds of buildings were destroyed, and they can only survive in the future. After Shaoquan Chunju's words came out, everyone was panicked. Someone asked about Yifeng's strength. After Shaoquan Chunju told everyone about Yifeng's chess piece ability, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Darius, who can transform into a giant black wolf, Leona, who can use the scorching sun to attack the enemy from air to ground, and Crow Swain, who can infinitely stack health. These things are simply incredible to them. Some of them also have chess pieces such as Darius, Leona, and Crow Swain, but their skills are not like this at all. What a joke. Is that Yin country survivor the chosen one who can have different skills? Shaoquan Chunju, I hope you can answer everyone well. This lie has no meaning. When Shaoquan Chunju posted the photo of Yifeng Darius transformed into a giant wolf, everyone was silent. How is this possible? How can someone be so powerful? The strongest Kame Teng Junichiro has already sacrificed. What should the rest of the people do? For a moment, everyone was confused again. At this time, a war zone administrator named Muto Gojo stood up. I understand. That survivor also got the power of ascension. The power of ascension is a very unfamiliar term to many people in the kingdom of Ria. After a brief explanation, Muto Gojo acted very heroically. I didn't want to be so high profile, and let a loser like Kame Teng Junichiro become the strongest in your eyes. Now that I see you are so negative, I have to stand up. Kame Teng Junichiro is nothing at all. Wait a few days, I can get another power of ascension, and then I will completely defeat the people of Yin Kingdom. Chapter 270. When Yifeng returned to the base, it was already afternoon. He received a message, and after reading it, his face suddenly became interesting. Someone in the country of Ria actually possessed the power of ascension. That's quite interesting. Yifeng did not doubt the authenticity of this message. It seemed that some other survivors, even without Hextech enhancement, could have some opportunities and luck that belonged to them. However, this was just interesting. Even if the opponent had the power of Ascension, the strength of the chess pieces was not as strong as Yi Feng's. This is the combat power of the 9 Iron Blood Conqueror bonds plus a lot of hex deck enhancements. Therefore, Yi Feng did not worry too much. Tonight, as usual, there will be a Beast-Tide invasion. However, the remaining survivors now have no great pressure on the Beast-Tide invasion. Especially Yi Feng gave everyone some more magic scrolls to help everyone pass the Beast-Tide smoothly. In the evening, Yi Feng used the SS level trial scroll he had obtained before. In order to prevent the survival game from causing any trouble again, Yi Feng deliberately controlled the killing time this time to ensure that no SSS level trial monsters would appear again. Yi Feng is very strong now, but he is also worried that the SSS level monsters that appear this time will be even stronger. After all, using the magic scroll of the last stand to defeat the SSS level trial boss is already a bit of a tightrope walk. If the boss has a reduced healing effect or some control effect, it is very likely that the boat will capsize in the ditch. This time, the SS level trial is simply a piece of cake for Yi Feng. The final reward was quite satisfying for Yi Feng. It turned out to be 2 pieces of light equipment. Holy Pearl Gauntlet, which is light magic explosion. This thing is just right for Malzahar to equip later. The game entered the 32nd day, and Yi Feng already had more than 300 gold coins in his hand, and the gold coins were kept and not used. The Chinsa Fairy Bond of the Sona provided Yi Feng with a common note and a free refresh opportunity. In addition to the refresh opportunity given by Hex Tech Enhancement, Yi Feng now has 5 refresh opportunities. It was still early in the morning, and Yi Feng launched an invasion towards a war zone of the Rhea Kingdom. According to some clues obtained, the strength of the Rhea Kingdom war zone this time is quite good. After killing them, the strength of the Rhea Kingdom can be weakened again. This invasion was very easy, although the opponent resisted. But for Yi Feng, it was not a big problem. The only thing that made Yi Feng unhappy was that there was still a group of people who chose to abandon the base and run away, so Yi Feng could not find the survivors themselves. After several days, the time came to the 34th day. When Yi Feng extracted the gold coins given by the gods to Urgot and Sevika, he began to check his own situation. Congratulations to all survivors for successfully surviving to the 34th day, and the daily gold coins have been issued. Survivor, Yi Feng. Base level, LV8. The current maximum number of barracks that can be built, 8 plus 15. Base upgrade, 161 days later. Remaining gold coins, 536 currently. Yi Feng has 21 barracks. The number of glimmer layers has reached 340, and the progress to high-dimensional heirloom is almost halfway. The number of free refreshes has reached 9 times, but Yi Feng still hasn't used it. He keeps it in his hand and waits for the moment when the base reaches level 9. The gold coins required for level 9 are at least 480, and after using them, there will be less than 100 gold coins to earn interest. Therefore, Yi Feng is ready to hold back for another wave, and wait until tomorrow, the 35th, to reach the level 9 base in one wave. The equipment production house 7 days ago has once again reached the full 7-day waiting time, and it is time to open the reward. This time, the reward is coincidentally another chess piece abnormal mutator. There are currently 4 chess pieces with abnormal mutation effects: Draven, Crow Swain, Malzahar, and LeBlanc. For this new abnormal mutation, Yi Feng decisively chose Darius as the target. Today's Darius has long been reborn, comparable to the terrifying existence of 3 stars and 5 costs. For Darius, after transforming into a divine wolf, the output is enough to use. As a frontline tank, it cannot be replaced by other chess pieces for the time being. Therefore, Yi Feng's goal this time is to further improve Darius's tankiness. After using chess piece abnormal mutator on Darius, an abnormal mutation option suddenly appeared. Protective shield. At the beginning of the battle and every 8 seconds, provide yourself and the 2 friendly troops with the lowest health with a shield equivalent to 20% of the maximum health, which lasts for 5 seconds. Looking at the abnormal mutation that appeared, Yi Feng's eyes lit up. First of all, he had to declare that he really didn't open it, and he didn't bribe the dealer. This abnormal mutation is simply a pillow for someone who is sleepy. Darius's health has now reached about 22,000 points. A shield of 20% of the maximum health value is a full 4,000 points of shield value. 200 Darius in full state can provide shields for 400 teammates, enough to support the fragile back row for a long time, and this shield will refresh every 8 seconds. In general, it can make a Darius's tankiness far exceed that of a Darius with 30,000 health points. The effect is simply immeasurable. Thinking of this, Yi Feng felt that his breathing was a little hurried. This time, There is no need to waste gold coins to refresh, and Darius's abnormal mutation can be directly determined. After taking the protective shield, Yifeng felt happy. Moreover, the god of network, Garen, also provided a bond modification on the 30th, allowing Sevica to enjoy the high spell strength and physical attack improvement of the 9 Iron Blood Conquerors. Now the god of network, Garen, has provided another bond modification, and the next one will be provided on the 37th. Yifeng took off the Iron Blood Conqueror on Malzahar, and provided Malzahar with a blank equipment grid. As for the original Iron Blood Conqueror bond effect, it was used by the bond modification of the god of network to continue to provide Malzahar with the Iron Blood Conqueror effect. This empty equipment grid was just equipped with the Holy Pearl Gauntlets obtained in the last SS level trial. Holy Pearl Gauntlets, Spear of Solana, Hextech Life Blade, Crown of Embers, Wither Jewel, Arfu Angel Staff. These are Malzahar's 6 pieces of equipment now: skill crit, mana recovery efficiency, all-around healing, percentage burn and damage increase, magic resistance reduction, and spell strength increase. Malzahar's current equipment is fully armed. Chapter 271. Until the evening, the chat channel gradually became lively. The people in Yifeng's war zone, with the help of each other, had a good life. Everyone was looking forward to tomorrow's Secret Realm match. There were worries and confusion, but more excitement. After all, Yifeng took out a lot of rewards for everyone, and everyone wanted to get these rewards. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Yifeng was ready to go to bed early. These days, after many in-depth exchanges with the piano girl Sona, Yifeng felt like his body was hollowed out. Tomorrow, there will be another Secret Realm match, so you should conserve your energy to ensure that you are full of energy. Just when Yifeng was resting his head on Sona as a pillow and preparing to fall asleep, the reminder sound of the survival game suddenly rang. The second Secret Realm match will be held tomorrow, and the Secret Realm match rules will be changed as follows. 1. The Secret Realm match will be carried out according to the base level to ensure that the strength gap between the survivors is not too big. 2. There is only one survivor from each country in the Secret Realm. 3. This Secret Realm is a melee mode, the enemy is only other survivors, and there are no additional monsters. 4. The duration of this Secret Realm is 12 hours, and rewards will be set according to the number of survivors after it ends. 5. After this Secret Realm ends, all surviving survivors will be issued chess abnormal mutation devices. 6. After this Secret Realm ends, some special barracks will be added to the daily refresh barracks, and killing the boss will have a chance to drop high-cost barracks fragments. 6 messages in a row rang in the ears of all survivors at this moment. Yifeng, who was enjoying the warmth from the 36E thunder under him, was also awakened by the prompt sound. Yifeng's eyes, which were originally closed, opened again at this moment. There were new changes in this Secret Realm. Yifeng carefully pondered these 6 changes, sitting on the bed, with one hand touching his chin, and the other hand touching the 36E of Qin Nu. The first change means that the strength of everyone will not be too different in the future, and it is basically the same level of base. However, this also has loopholes. That is, the crown and the equipment can bring additional barracks, but it is not counted into it. But this is understandable. If it is absolutely fair, then who survives in the end will be random. What the survival game needs to do is to select the strongest Gu King. It is not fair as everyone imagines. The second prompt announced one thing to all survivors. That is, there are no friends in this Secret Realm match. Everyone is an enemy. No one can be trusted. Only yourself can be trusted. Yifeng thinks that the third and second prompts should be combined as a reminder. They are simply telling everyone that there are no monsters in the Secret Realm match. So who are the enemies? It can only be survivors from other countries. In other words, this Secret Realm match is simply a place for everyone to fight each other, kill other survivors, even if you pass this Secret Realm match. The time limit of the fourth one makes Yifeng a little confused. That is to say, in this Secret Realm, not only one person can survive to the end. But the second half of the sentence, which is to distribute rewards based on the number of survivors, makes people think about it. Is it true that the fewer people there are, the richer the rewards will be? The last 2 tips can be regarded as proof that the survival game is about to enter a new stage. Sending chess piece abnormal mutator to all members can also be regarded as enhancing the strength of all members. The addition of new barracks makes Yifeng more curious. What new barracks will there be? Yifeng is still a little curious about this. Could it be the 3 6-cost cards? After all, in the Golden Shovel battle in Season 13, 3 6-cost chess pieces were added. Mel, Werewolf Warwick, and Victor. These 3 6-cost cards have good combat power when hung alone, and they are all unlocked after all members get abnormal mutations. but the probability of appearance is extremely low. Many times, you can't brush it at all. As a result, the opponent, who was about to be carried away, suddenly took out a Mel from his crotch. In the end, relying on Mel to hold on, he successfully won the chicken. At that time, it was enough to make every Golden Spade player's blood pressure rise to the maximum. Some European dogs even played chess with their lifespans. Not only did they get a 6-cost card for free, sometimes they could even draw a 2-star 6-cost card. The combat power was directly increased, and the road to winning streak in the Northern Expedition was instantly opened. The appearance of 6-cost cards, with randomness, also brought more uncertainty to the game. If these chess pieces were really added, Yifeng was looking forward to it. The chat channel at this time suddenly became lively. 10 o'clock in the evening was not too early, and there was another Secret Realm match the next day. Most people were ready to rest early. But this reminder made everyone lose their sleepiness. They opened the chat channel one after another, discussing and analyzing what this change meant. Why did this Secret Realm match suddenly come up with a reminder? It will be a fierce battle tomorrow. We are all alone, everyone must be careful. That's right, if we really can't beat other survivors, we will stay here. As long as we can survive for 12 hours, we can come back. Yes, yes, brothers with weak strength must not be stubborn. It's best for everyone to come back alive. But speaking of it, what is that abnormal mutant? I don't know, but since it's a reward, it must be a good thing. Everyone's discussion made the chat channel very lively at this time. There was worry about tomorrow, and curiosity about the chess piece abnormal mutant. Yifeng opened the chat channel, and saw that everyone was chatting so enthusiastically, so he also joined the chat. Take all the magic scrolls given to you, use them when you need them, don't be reluctant to use them. The most important thing is that everyone survives. The appearance of Yifeng made everyone more interested. Boss Yifeng, do you know chess piece abnormal mutator? It seems that you know everything. Tell everyone what this thing is. This sentence is the true words of many people. After all, in their opinion, as the strongest, Yifeng must be omnipotent. Seeing that everyone is so curious, Yifeng did not hide it, and told everyone the effect of abnormal mutation. Isn't this just enhancing the strength of the chess piece out of thin air? This is too cool. There are different effects that need to be refreshed with gold coins? Isn't that a lot of randomness? Ha ha ha, wait until I come back and get an invincible abnormal mutation, then I will show you what is awesome. Everyone started to discuss, and even began to look forward to the day when they get abnormal mutations after returning. Seeing this, Yifeng just left a sentence. Everyone try hard to survive. For the future, let's encourage each other. Chapter 272. Congratulations to all survivors for making it to the 35th day. Daily gold coins have been issued. Survivor, Yifeng. Base level, LV8. The current maximum number of barracks that can be built, 8 plus 15. Base upgrade, 160 days later. The second Secret Realm match is open. All survivors are requested to enter the Secret Realm before 9 o'clock early in the morning. Yifeng woke up. A new space crack appeared in the base, which was the passage to the Secret Realm. After discussing the changes in the Secret Realm with everyone in the chat channel last night, Yifeng also went to the War Zone Administrator channel to take a look. Among these people, many are still fantasizing about negotiating peaceful coexistence with survivors from other countries after entering the Secret Realm. As long as everyone does not attack each other, they can return safely after the 12 hours are over. This concept has actually been supported by some people. Yifeng sneered at this. This is simply handing his life over to others. Praying for the enemy to be reasonable is simply a joke. A great man of Yin State once said that peace can be achieved through struggle, but peace will die through compromise. Civilization allows us to sit down and reason with others, while fists can make those who don't listen to advice sit down and listen to you. If you can't figure this out, then there are examples in history of the fate of this group of people. After closing the chat channel, Yifeng heard another prompt. This is not the prompt of the survival game, but the prompt of the golden finger that Yifeng brought. That's right, the game has reached the 35th day, and Yifeng has also ushered in his 6th hex enhancement. Congratulations to the host. This time I drew the gold level hex deck enhancement, Void Summoner. Void Summoner, during the battle, prophets will summon a void for every 100 mana consumed. The attributes of the void are related to the sum of the attributes of the prophet chess piece. This hex enhancement is a must-have hex for the prophet lineup in the Golden Shovel game. With this hex enhancement, the strength can be greatly improved. Yifeng's current prophet chess pieces are Amumu, with the prophet emblem, Morgana, Vigus, Rel, Renata, Malzahar. The attributes of the summoned void should not be too bad. A mumu is the designated chess piece for the alchemist baron to give away heads. Yi Feng thought about it, and decided to take the prophet emblem out of a mumu and equip it on the fairy Sona. With the prophet bond, the strength of the subsequent fairy Sona can also be greatly improved. The final equipment of fairy Sona is prophet's emblem, archangel staff, Ginsu's rage blade, spear of Shojin. It's just that there is only one Sona now, so the effect is not obvious enough. Yi Feng is preparing to upgrade the base level to level 9, and use the remaining gold coins to see if he can find useful chess pieces. There are still 160 days to upgrade to level 9, which means that the group needs 480 gold coins. Hundreds of gold coins are an astronomical figure for most survivors, but for Yi Feng, who has saved gold coins for several days, he can still take out this amount of gold coins. After consuming a full 480 gold coins, Yi Feng's base finally reached level 9. The remaining number of gold coins is 178. Survivor, Yi Feng. Base level, LV9. Current maximum number of barracks that can be built, 9 plus 15. Base upgrade, 300 days later. If you want to pull a level 10 base, the number of days required has suddenly increased by nearly one-fold. It takes 300 days, nearly a year to reach it. After so many days, Yi Feng's free refresh times have reached 10 times. And today's notes of the Qinu have not been checked yet. The Qinsa Fairy Bond provides an advanced note. When Yi Feng saw this prompt, he was ecstatic. Here it comes. The advanced notes are finally here. Advanced notes, steadily refresh 5 cost barracks. As long as the luck is not too bad, it is not a dream to pull out a 3-star Malzahar. Yi Feng decided to use the refresh opportunity of the advanced notes, this time to see how it works. Open the barracks interface. The 5 barracks refreshed today are not very attractive to Yi Feng. Do you want to use advanced notes for a special refresh? After choosing yes, Yi Feng felt a flash of golden light before his eyes. On the barracks purchase interface, there were 5 golden 5-cost barracks. Cadlin, Malzahar, LeBlanc, Malzahar, Sevica. Cadlin's bond was not very useful to Yi Feng, so he was directly excluded. The remaining 4 barracks made Yi Feng's eyes light up completely. 2 Malzahar barracks. This is enough for Yi Feng to raise Malzahar to 3 stars. 3 stars and 5 mana, then who can resist the Secret Realm trip? Each barracks requires 25 gold coins to buy. This is not a big deal for Yi Feng. Yi Feng spent a total of 75 gold coins to buy 2 Malzahar barracks and 1 LeBlanc barracks. As for Sevica, he gave up for the time being. After the barracks were purchased, they turned into Barracks Builder and entered Yi Feng's backpack. It is detected that the survivors can synthesize a 2-star Malzahar barracks. Do you want to synthesize it now? What is there to hesitate about? Yi Feng decisively chose to synthesize. The 1-star Malzahar barracks in the base turned into a silver 2-star barracks at this moment. This is not over yet. Yi Feng took out the 3 barracks replicators that had been stored in his backpack for a long time. 3 barracks replicators directly choose to copy the Malzahar barracks. Suddenly, another new prompt sounded. Detected that the survivor can synthesize a 3-star Malzahar barracks. Do you want to synthesize? Congratulations to the first survivor to achieve a 3-star Malzahar. The number of 3-star Malzahars is limited. 1/1 watching Malzahar become 3-star. The skill strength has undergone a qualitative change. With a 3-star Malzahar in hand, this time in the Secret Realm, no matter how many enemies come, Yi Feng can wipe them out by himself. The only regret is that this Secret Realm cannot be matched with other people's chess pieces. Otherwise, as long as Malzahar is lent to others, it will be enough for others to kill all sides in the Secret Realm. After synthesizing a 3-star Malzahar, Yi Feng thought about it again and again, and confirmed that there was nothing missing, and then he prepared to go to the Secret Realm. Brothers, see you tonight. Yi Feng, who synthesized a 3-star Malzahar, was naturally very happy. After humming a little song and sending this message, he took his chess pieces and walked towards the vortex of the Secret Realm. This trip to the Secret Realm will let others know how powerful 3 stars and 5 costs are. Chapter 273. This time the Secret Realm will last for 12 hours, and it will take until 9 o'clock in the evening for everyone to return. Perhaps killing other survivors in advance can allow people to return early. However, Yi Feng is not sure about this. When Yi Feng walked into the vortex of the Secret Realm, he suddenly felt that he was in a strange space. His body felt very comfortable, but he could not tell east, south, west, north, up, down, left, and right. It was as if the concept of direction in the whole world had disappeared. This Secret Realm will be officially opened at 9 o'clock, and it is temporarily impossible to go to the Secret Realm. Hearing this prompt, Yi Feng immediately understood that this was considered a matching waiting area. At 9 o'clock, the survival game sent everyone into the secret realm on time. Just when Yifeng closed his eyes and waited for a while, he finally heard a new prompt from the survival game. 5 survivors are matched in this secret realm, and they are about to be teleported into the secret realm. After Yifeng was sent into the secret realm, he found himself in a mountainous area, right on top of a small hill. Looking around, the endless mountains can provide many hiding spots for people. There is no trace of other survivors at all. How can I find other survivors? What are the rules of this secret realm? Just when Yifeng was still confused, the survival game told everyone all the rules of this secret realm. This secret realm will last for 12 hours. After it ends, rewards will be distributed according to the number of surviving survivors. The rewards will double for every decrease in the number of survivors. Members of this secret realm: Yifeng from Yin State War Zone, Koichi Tanosho from Ria State War Zone, Baron from Lifeng State War Zone, Henri Peyton from Kaohsiung Chicken State War Zone, and Pierre from the Sun Never Set State War Zone. All survivors will be randomly assigned to various parts of the secret realm. As time goes by, the range of activities will gradually decrease. Please be careful. For this secret realm match, the secret realm channel will be temporarily opened. What Yifeng is most interested in is that the rewards will double for every decrease in the number of survivors. In other words, as long as you kill the other 4 survivors, the basic reward will be doubled 4 times. If the initial reward is 1, then after killing 4 survivors, the reward will become 16. The 16-fold increase in rewards is enough to make everyone excited. Since ancient times, money has moved people's hearts. If you can kill 1 more person, you can double the reward. Who can resist this? So this time, the secret realm is unlikely to be peaceful from the beginning. Especially according to the survival game, the range of activities in the secret realm will continue to decrease. So the possibility of everyone breaking out in a fight is even greater. After the survival game prompt sound ended, Yifeng found that he had an extra temporary channel. Secret Realm Channel, temporary. After opening this channel, there were indeed only 5 people, and these 5 people were the 5 survivors announced by the Secret Realm earlier. No one sent any messages in the channel. Obviously, everyone viewed other survivors with a hostile idea. At this time, Henri Peyton, a survivor from the Kaohsiung Chicken Country, spoke first. According to the rules of the survival game, this time we will match everyone according to their strength, and I think everyone's strength will not be much different. Then the other 4 survivors will probably think that they are the chosen ones. Looking at the quiet chat channel, Yifeng was the first to break the silence. Everyone, I'm glad that you are the stepping stone for me to get the final reward. Yifeng did not take the other 4 people seriously, and said that he would treat the remaining 4 as rewards. These words naturally made the other 4 people unable to hold back, and began to scold Yifeng. Yin people, you are too arrogant. This is the message from Braun, a survivor in the Fierce Wind War Zone. Yifeng didn't bother to pay attention to this kind of useless threat. I came here with dozens of 3-star 5-cost Malzahars. What reason do I need to talk to others? After the Fierce Wind Country said this, Henri Peyton of Kaohsiungji also echoed. That's right, Yin people, you are too arrogant. Your arrogance will make you go to see God. Pierre, a survivor in the Sun Never Sets War Zone, frowned when he saw the arrogant speech of the Yin survivor. This Yin people are too arrogant. Do you really think you can fight 4 people alone? You know, this time the matching is roughly based on strength, and the difference in strength will not be too big. If the other survivors unite and attack him first, he will definitely die. Does this Yin countryman have any trump card? Tan Soa Koichi of Rya country saw Yifeng's arrogant speech and showed a happy look on his face. This Yin countryman is so arrogant, just in time to unite with others to get rid of him first. Thinking of this, Tan Soa Koichi couldn't help but let out a snort of transgression. He has a prop. The more chess pieces are killed, the stronger his chess pieces will be. As long as everyone takes the lead in besieging the Yin country survivors, then he will have the confidence to surpass the remaining 3 people. Become the only winner in this secret realm match. Thinking of this, he decisively mobilized everyone's emotions and questioned the Yin country survivors. Yin country survivors, don't you think you are really invincible? We are all the pride of each war zone, and no one is worse than anyone else. Since you look down on everyone so much, don't blame everyone for uniting to kill you first. As soon as Tiansuo however Ya said this, it immediately resonated with the other 3 people. Yes, everyone is a genius in each war zone. This time, the secret realm is matched according to the strength of the close ones. As the geniuses in the war zone, they dare not underestimate every opponent. But in this situation, the survivor of Yin country actually treated everyone as ants. It seems that he can kill all the others with his own strength. Yin country survivor, your arrogance will make you pay the price. just like your feudal dynasty. You once thought that your civilization was the best in the world, but in the end, our cannons blasted the country open. If you will be defeated by us again like your country? Yin country survivor, since you are so arrogant, then wait for the 4 of us to join forces to kill you first. Suddenly, the remaining 4 people formed an alliance. Decided to kill Yi Feng first, and then discuss the subsequent distribution of benefits. Seeing that everyone else agreed to his proposal to join forces, Tiansuo however was extremely excited. Yi Feng of Yin, you wait to be completely defeated by the coalition of the 4 of us. Looking at the words of the other 4, Yi Feng did not take them seriously. Only the weak need to unite. It's just a matter of raising my hand to eliminate you, a bunch of chickens and clay dogs. Chapter 274. Yi Feng spoke very arrogantly, and of course, he had the confidence to do so. Malzahar, a 3-star, 5-cost character, was Yi Feng's biggest confidence. For this secret realm match, the survival game thoughtfully prepared a map for every survivor to check. If there is a shortcoming, it is that the map does not show the terrain. From the map, we can see that this is a huge circular secret realm. At the outermost edge of the circular secret realm, there is a circle of flame-like light that wraps the entire secret realm. This may be the safety range mentioned in the survival game. Will this flame-light circle shrink further later? Thinking of this, Yi Feng remembered many games he had played before. Isn't this a complete chicken-eating shrinking circle? Thinking of this, Yi Feng directly looked at the direction of the map and walked towards the most central area. As long as you go to the central area and wait for the safe area to shrink, you will definitely meet other survivors. And no matter what the reason is, other survivors will also end up in the most central area. Therefore, waiting is the best choice. Yi Feng swaggered along the way, not taking the other survivors into consideration, not hiding his whereabouts, and even making a high-profile message in the chat channel. I be waiting for you in the central area. Don't make me wait too long. I don't like waiting. These arrogant words immediately made the 4 survivors even more angry. When Yi Feng arrived at the central area, he directly spread out the chess pieces, then took out a folding recliner on the spot, and lay on it beautifully, enjoying the massage from Leona and LeBlanc. The other 4 people seemed much more cautious. Although Yi Feng said that he was waiting for everyone in the central area. But no one dared to believe that what Yi Feng said was true 100%. If Yi Feng had an ambush somewhere and caught them off guard, they would definitely suffer. So they advanced very slowly. Along the way, Henri Payton from the Kaohsiung Chicken War Zone met Baron from the Fierce Wind Country. After the two met, they first tested each other and measured each other's chess pieces and combat power before they reached a temporary peace. Kill the arrogant Yin country survivor first, and then consider other things. No problem, I think so too. For God's sake, let's work together to kill that arrogant guy. The two gathered together and rushed to the central area together. Along the way, Tadakoro Koichi from the Ria country and Pierre from the Sun Never Sets country also met them. The 4 of them were assessing the remaining 3's fighting power in their hearts, and were thinking about how to attack the remaining people after killing the Yin country survivors. However, since Yi Feng, the open enemy, was still there, the 4 people with ulterior motives did form an alliance on the surface. But in their hearts, each of them kept their own backhands, hoping to become the last Oriole after preying on Yi Feng, the cicada. It took 2 full hours for this group of people with ulterior motives to reach the central area. From a distance, they saw Yi Feng's chess pieces. Nearly 200 Darius, 50 Leona, 25 Crow Swain, 10 Anbisa, and a total of more than 200 chess pieces in the front row formed a circle, protecting all 4 directions. In the back row, there were 100 Draven, 20 Morganas, 20 Renatas, 20 LeBlancs, and a group of 3-star Malzahars. The total number of chess pieces they carried was only more than 500. Seeing this scene, although there were 2 kinds of chess pieces they had never seen before, they relaxed a lot. The opponent doesn't have many chess pieces, but they dare to be so arrogant. The one who said this was Braun from the Fierce Wind Country. Although his base level was only level 6, he discovered the magical use of the golden shovel and golden pot at the beginning, and also collected some from many people and made several crown equipment. This made his number of barracks now 13. And he also obtained several bond emblems, and put his chess pieces together to form a powerful lineup of 6 sentinels and 6 prophet, and he even had a 4-cost barracks among them. This was the source of his confidence. Yi Feng's chess pieces. He scanned a circle and found that there were only 9 different chess pieces. There are 2 chess pieces in the back row that have never been seen before. According to his inference, it is likely that they are 4-cost barracks chess pieces that no one has seen yet. I didn't expect that this Yin country survivor has such a small force, but he dares to be so arrogant. Although Braun said so, he didn't want to be the first one to come forward, so as not to lose too many chess pieces. Pierre from the Sun Never Sets country reminded him, "Don't take it lightly. Do you see the black female warrior chess piece holding a chain? I remember that it's called Nbisa, a 4-cost barracks chess piece. Judging from the color of the chess piece, it has reached 2 stars, and it should be the most powerful chess piece among his front row chess pieces." As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Nbisa in the front row, and warned themselves to be more careful. However, Nbisa, who they regarded as the most powerful, was the weakest one among Yifeng's front row chess pieces. It can even be said that even if there were 10 Nbisa, it would not be enough to carry shoes for other chess pieces. At this time, the survivors of Kaohsiung Chicken Country proposed a possibility. Everyone be careful, he may have chess pieces ambushed elsewhere. After all, the number of everyone's barracks exceeds 10, and it is impossible for Yifeng of Yin Country to have only 9 barracks. This statement was unanimously agreed by everyone. After all, the current area is at the foot of a hillside, and there are many dense forests on the surrounding hillsides. If Yifeng hides some of the chess pieces in it, and waits for everyone to fight and directly attack the back row, he can really catch him off guard. Yifeng is right in front of him, but none of the 4 dares to act rashly. At this time, Yifeng, who was resting with his eyes closed, heard the prompt of the chess piece. "Master, they are here." Yifeng stood up and looked at the 4 people in the distance. There were quite a few chess pieces behind them. But the 4 people seemed to be afraid of the consequences, and no one dared to step forward first. Seeing this scene, Yifeng couldn't help but frown. "Brothers have been waiting for so long, and you are still dawdling? You guys really made me wait too long." As he said, Yifeng stretched his muscles and made his fingers crackle. Yifeng's expression didn't take the 4 people seriously at all, as if they were a group of insignificant guys who could be easily dealt with. Since all 4 of them are here, let's deal with them all in one go. Chapter 275. Yifeng's tone did not regard these 4 people as opponents. This made several people feel angry. However, although they had reached an alliance, these people also had ulterior motives. None of them wanted to be the first to attack, fearing that they would lose the most combat power, and then they would become the second target to be solved after Yifeng was dealt with. However, Yifeng didn't care so much. Since the opponent didn't take the initiative to attack, he would not be polite. Looking at the enemy in front of him, Yifeng didn't care who was who, and directly called the chess pieces to attack at will. Of course, he naturally slightly focused on the survivors of the Ria country. Seeing Yifeng's chess pieces take the initiative to attack, the 4 people were a little stunned. What a joke! What did the survivor of the Yin country think? However, there was no time to think more, and the chess pieces had already fought together. The first reaction of the 4 was to take out magic scrolls from their backpacks to provide various buffs for their chess pieces. Yifeng, on the other hand, watched the 2 sides' chess pieces fighting quietly. Seeing Yifeng so arrogant, the 4 people were angry and upset. They could only sigh in their hearts that they would make the other party look bad later. However, when the chess pieces really fought together, they understood what despair was. The combat power of Yifeng's front row chess pieces was comparable to some stronghold bosses. Not only was the health high, but the damage was also terrifying. After the Darius in the front row was full of mana, almost at the same time, hundreds of Darius let out a wolf howl and turned into black giant wolves. At the same time, the appearance of thousands of black giant wolves broke the numerical balance between the 2 sides. What's going on? The 4 people were all dumbfounded at this moment. The situation on the battlefield was reversed in an instant, and the advantages of the 4 chess pieces disappeared. Not only that, Darius, who turned into a giant wolf, was like the god of death in the dark night, and he could take away the life of a chess piece every time, and Leona's scorching sun could easily take away a large number of chess pieces. The 4 people were completely dumbfounded. How could the survivors of Yin country be so powerful? This kind of power, in their opinion, has long exceeded the normal range. This is impossible. What is this? Why? Why are your chess pieces so powerful? Oh my god! What's the matter with these damn giant wolves? No, my chess pieces. The voices of these 4 people are extremely real at this moment, and they are very distressed. After all, his own chess pieces were being destroyed by Yifeng at a very fast speed. Looking at the heart-wrenching cries of the 4 people, Yifeng just felt noisy. Are you scared now? My Malzahar in the back hasn't even exerted his strength yet. At this moment, Malzahar in the back kept moving forward and finally reached the attack range. 3-star Malzahar finally had time to release his skills at this moment. When a 5-cost chess piece reaches 3 stars, In addition to a significant increase in skill values, there will generally be special changes. However, Yifeng was not sure whether this information was still valid in this survival game. However, as Malzahar waved his hands to summon the mechanical door, Yifeng immediately knew that everything was back. There was only one mechanical door at first, but now there are more than 10 mechanical doors crisscrossing each other. When these mechanical doors hit the chess pieces, an exaggerated value suddenly appeared, and the dense mechanical doors fell like a rainstorm, not giving the opponent a chance to breathe. The damage of this violent storm attack itself is also terrifying enough. Suddenly, these mechanical doors turned into death doors, and the appearance of each door represents the appearance of death. Not only that, each mechanical door will add a layer of infection to the enemy. In just a moment, dozens of 3-star Malzahar summoned hundreds of mechanical doors. Instantly eliminated hundreds of chess pieces. That's not all. After these chess pieces died, the infection spread immediately. This infection layer spread like a plague, and immediately caused the chess pieces of these 4 people to be killed continuously. The speed was so fast that the 4 people couldn't react for a while. At this time, the survivor from the chicken country in Kaohsiung was the first to react. He woke up from a dream, and his face hesitated for a few times, as if he had some tricks that he was unwilling to use easily. But when he saw the chess pieces being slaughtered one after another, he finally bit his lips and made a decision. With a bang, the survivor from the chicken country in Kaohsiung actually knelt down. He took out a white flag from his backpack and waved it in his hand. "Hero of Yin country, I surrender. I surrender. Please let me go." The survivor from the chicken country in Kaohsiung was dumbfounded by the action. "Is this okay?" But Yifeng reacted immediately. The Kaohsiung chicken country has a nickname called the White Flag Country, which is a traditional skill. However, Yifeng will not be shaken by this, and has no intention of stopping. The remaining 3 people each used their own backup plan. The Fierce Wind country took out a magic scroll with golden light, which looked extremely exquisite and mysterious. After the scroll was opened, all the chess pieces of the survivors of the Fierce Wind country were stained with a layer of golden light. After the golden light covered, the health, defense, damage reduction, etc. of the chess pieces were greatly improved. For a while, they could barely rely on the healing scroll to hold on for a while. The survivors of the Sun Never Sets country took out something like a green pendant. He threw the pendant to the ground, and it broke immediately. Endless green light enveloped the surroundings, turning the surroundings into a green ocean. All his dead chess pieces were resurrected at this moment, and all the chess pieces were glowing green. All the damage to the chess pieces was intercepted by the green light, and the damage was reduced a lot, which stabilized the situation. The one who was under the most pressure at this time was Tadakoro from Rya. Seeing that both of them had used their trump cards, he looked gloomy. Because he didn't have such a trump card at all, he was so anxious that he was like an ant on a hot pot. Damn it! Damn it! The script shouldn't be like this. At this time, Tadakoro, watching his chess piece become the only one to die, finally didn't care about anything else. You forced me to do this. The survivor from Rya took out a crystal ball in the shape of a skull, and there seemed to be black air flowing inside. Then let's all die together. As the survivor from Rya activated the crystal ball, all the black air inside ran out, like a condensed fog, covering the entire battlefield. Suddenly, there was a gust of cold wind, and the surroundings seemed to have fallen into hell. Chapter 276. And as the scene changed, the chess piece of the survivors of the Rya kingdom was also covered with a layer of black air, which greatly improved his various attributes and barely withstood Yifeng's attack. Moreover, in this black air, the other chess pieces that had died before all turned into streams of black air and merged into the environment, adding another point to the strength of the chess pieces of the survivors of the Rya kingdom. This is the trump card of the survivors of the Rya kingdom Wrath Crystal Ball. It can be seen that the treasure can absorb the energy of the dead enemies and convert it into death energy, and the energy that can be absorbed by monsters is very small. However, after the chess piece dies, it can absorb a lot of energy. The higher the quality of the chess piece, the more death energy it can provide. Relying on this treasure, he has attacked his own people after entering the Scarlet Land. Even though he is notorious, because of his absolute strength, others dare not speak out, and every time he did not force the opponent to a dead end, giving the opponent a glimmer of life. It made many people choose to continue to endure. That's how it was. His crystal ball had accumulated so much energy for so long that it now had so much energy. His original plan was for everyone to fight. Then all the pawns of the Yin country survivors were eliminated, and the others were also injured. Everyone was a master, so they could naturally provide a lot of death energy. At that time, he would use the crystal ball again, and he would be able to make his power overwhelm all the remaining people, and then kill all these opponents in one fell swoop. However, he never expected that everyone had their own trump cards. This left him with no choice but to open the crystal ball and advance. Suddenly, the whole space was filled with golden light, green light, and black air, turning the whole space into a strange existence. The only thing that did not change was Yi Feng's chess pieces. The attributes of these opponents were greatly improved, especially in terms of defense, which reached an exaggerated level. But Yi Feng was not panicked. After all, after their attributes were improved, the damage to the chess pieces in the front row was only slightly damaged from the previous ones. And this slight damage is not to be feared at all. It is still not as much as Yi Feng recovered. The only trouble is that the high damage reduction makes it impossible for Yi Feng to kill all the chess pieces in the battlefield for a while. However, Yi Feng still discovered one thing very keenly. That is, the light on the 3 chess pieces was obviously dimmed after being hurt many times. I want to see how long your trump cards can hold up. In Yi Feng's opinion, the trump cards of these 3 people are nothing more than a slightly harder turtle shell. As long as you knock hard, sooner or later you will break the turtle shells of these people and kill them all in seconds. Moreover, the turtle shell can now support the infection level of Malzahar. But this level is still increasing. When the turtle shell breaks, Yi Feng dare not imagine how beautiful the scene will be. Unlike Yi Feng's calmness, the survivors of the White Flag country have no trump cards, and the chess pieces have been slaughtered in the melee. At this moment, he is still holding the white flag, hoping to survive. Although the remaining 3 people took out their trump cards to keep themselves safe for the time being, the situation is not optimistic. After all, the 3 of them knew that their trump cards were not unlimited. The current situation is nothing more than delaying the arrival of death. The 3 of them were so anxious that beads of sweat oozed from their foreheads. What trump cards do you have? Hurry up and take them out. Otherwise, we will all be killed by Yi Feng of Yen country alone. The 3 looked at each other, their eyes full of helplessness and despair. This is already their strongest trump card. There is really no other way to win by surprise. This stalemate lasted for about 2.5 minutes, and the light on the chess pieces was so dim that it was almost invisible. The green light on the ground is now only a few dots. The black air that originally covered the sky and the sun is now sparse, and only a little is left. The environment in the entire secret realm is about to return to normal again. When it returns to normal completely, it will be the time for the death of several people. Is this your trump card? It's interesting, but it's still vulnerable. At this time, Yi Feng stepped in front of several people and held a long knife in his hand. The chess piece was still alive, and no one could have any impact on the other. However, Yi Feng's posture of walking up with a long knife in his hand really frightened the 3 people. They also took out their weapons, but these weapons were more for their own comfort. How long can you hold on? 1 minute? 30 seconds? Or 10 seconds? Yi Feng's words suddenly sounded extremely harsh in the ears of the 3 people. It was as if the owner of this voice was the most terrifying existence in the world. Only 20 seconds later, the golden light on the chess piece of the Lifeng Kingdom completely disappeared. The last golden light scattered in the air, bringing a good viewing effect. At the moment when the golden light disappeared, even though the survivors of the Fierce Wind country were still using the recovery scroll, but the infection layers that had been stacked for an unknown number of times broke out at this moment. His hundreds of chess pieces all turned into ashes. The survivors of the Fierce Wind country looked ashen, and the other 2 were also in shock. Yi Feng said nothing more, raised the long knife in his hand and dropped it, and a splash of scarlet splashed. Seeing the death of the Fierce Wind country, the remaining 2 people looked even gloomier. However, the survivors of the Rhea country suddenly discovered something at this moment, and a look of joy suddenly appeared on their faces. A lot of the chess pieces of the Fierce Wind country were 3 stars, and there were hundreds of them. This wave caused the death aura shrouded by the chess pieces of the survivors of the Rhea country to surge instantly. This made the survivors of the Rhea country extremely happy. However, this joy was only for a moment. Originally, his chess pieces hit Yi Feng's Darius, causing only dozens of points of damage. Now it can cause 100 points of damage. The damage has doubled, but this improvement is just a drop in the bucket. Darius's recovery speed is much greater than this damage. His improvement can only delay a wave of death. In a few breaths, the survivors of the Sun Never Sets country could not hold on and all died instantly. Without the blessing of the chess pieces, there is only one ending for him, that is death. With the death of the Sun Never Sets country chess pieces, the death aura on the Rhea country chess pieces became stronger, and the damage increased again. However, the infection layers on the Sun Never Sets country, and the fierce wind country chess pieces were all transferred to the Rhea country chess pieces. Therefore, even if his strength was improved again, he still couldn't resist. Even the speed at which the black gas melted was faster than before. In just 3 breaths, all the Rhea country chess pieces died. At this time, Yifeng looked at the survivor of Rhea country and said the last words he heard in his life without a trace of emotion. "Don't worry, I will send the other survivors from Riyadh down to see you." Chapter 277. After sending all 3 away, Yifeng walked towards the survivor from the white flag country, who was still holding a white flag and begging for mercy. Yifeng was naturally not a soft-hearted person, even if the other party kept crying and begging Yifeng to let him go. But how could Yifeng be willing to let him go? After all, 3 people have been killed now. According to the rules of the secret realm, the current reward should be 8 times the basic reward. If the person from the white flag country is killed, the reward can be doubled again, reaching 16 times the original. Such a temptation, no one can refuse. Therefore, Yifeng still took action. The originally raised white flag fell to the ground weakly, and was stained with blood into a red and white flag. The secret realm, which originally existed for 12 hours, ushered in the settlement ahead of time. The secret realm ends early, and the survivors are settled. The only survivor, Yifeng, a survivor in the Yin Kingdom war zone. Reward multiple, 16 times. This secret realm reward distribution. 1. 160 gold coins. 2. The probability of the survivor Yifeng refreshing the special barracks is increased by an additional 8%. 3. 16 free refreshes, and a special barracks must appear in the first refresh. 4. Barracks Replicator X2, a total of 4 rewards. It seems that if everyone is alive, the basic reward should be 10 gold coins, a 0.5% increase in the probability of a special barracks, and 1 free refresh. As for the last barracks replicator, Yifeng inferred that it would be rewarded at least when there are only 2 people left. Perhaps it is possible to reward if no one is killed, but it is likely to be a low-level replicator that can only copy 3 cost or less barracks. Since the time of this secret realm has not reached 12 hours, it is impossible to return to the base. Please wait patiently in the secret realm. When Yifeng heard this prompt, he cursed. Isn't this a disguised way of putting me in jail? Yifeng regretted it at this time. If he had known earlier, he should have spent more time with the survivors from other countries. At least he should have kept the survivor from the white flag country to chat. Otherwise, it would be too hard for one person to stay here. Yifeng cursed for a few minutes, but did not get any response from the survival game. He had no choice but to take out all the tables, chairs and benches, put a bunch of food on them, and have a hearty lunch for himself. After the food was ready, Yifeng took out a KFC family bucket. It must be said that one advantage of the survival game world over the real world is that you don't need to look at the day of the week to eat KFC. Eat whenever you want. After all, Yifeng used the Hex Deck Enhancement War Treasure to brush countless supplies, and now the supplies in his backpack are piled up like a mountain. When Yifeng was about to eat, a new reminder sounded in his ears. After testing, the survivor Yifeng's base level has reached level 8 or above, and he is qualified to go to the real battlefield. Do you want to go now? Please choose whether to go within 10 seconds. The 10-second countdown sounded in his ears. Yifeng didn't have time to think too much, and his brain was working fast. The real battlefield. Yifeng remembered that his battlefield opening scroll also mentioned this thing, and you need to have a level 8 base before you can go there. 3. 2. Without time to think, Yifeng directly chose to go. Although it is still unclear what the so-called real battlefield is, there will be no big pitfalls when going there. After all, according to speculation, this place will have to be visited sooner or later in the future. Going earlier will also help you understand the truth earlier. With Yifeng's confirmation, he felt like he was in a strange space. The surrounding chaos seemed to be the beginning of the universe. In this space, Yifeng saw countless stars shining. The next moment, he came to an area full of purple unknown material. Looking up at the sky, Yifeng was stunned. In the sky, the sun and the moon coexist. And the sun and the full moon are like a pair of eyes, and you can see the eyeballs inside blinking. The sun is scarlet, and the moon is dark purple. Yifeng just took a look and felt that his whole consciousness fell into a trance. Damn, newcomer! Didn't people of your generation tell you that you can just look up at the guys? A scolding sounded not far from Yifeng, which made Yifeng's mind clear up. Looking in the direction of the voice, it was a middle-aged man in his 30s, who was calling Yifeng. Not far behind him, there was a pile of chess pieces. However, the chess pieces behind him were very different from Yifeng's chess pieces. Milio, Callista, Luo, Centaur Hecarim. and most of the chess pieces of this middle-aged man had a team of butterfly-like wings behind them. Yifeng suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Fuck? The flower fairy of S12? Hearing Yifeng's words, the middle-aged man Jiaosu was a little surprised. He looked at Yifeng with some curiosity. You actually know the chess piece bond of our era? It seems that they really have a match. The other side's chess piece is really the chess piece of the previous version. The middle-aged man Jiaosu smiled and greeted Yifeng. You are a survivor of the 13th era, right? There has been no newcomers in this base for a long time. It's great that you can fill in. How long did it take for you to open the real battlefield in this era? 2 years? Or 1 year? I remember the best record is that one person opened the real battlefield in more than 200 days. What, 2 years and 1 year? Yifeng was a little confused. I was sent here after the second Secret Realm match was over. We have only been going on for more than 30 days. The middle-aged man Jiaosu, who was originally serious, couldn't help coughing after hearing what Yifeng said, as if he had heard something shocking. Ahem, wait for me to calm down. You mean, you just reached the second Secret Realm match, and you came here? The middle-aged man Jiaosu's eyes were full of disbelief, and he almost said directly that Yifeng was fooling him. However, when Yifeng told the other party categorically that he was not lying, he was silent. After a while, the man sighed. Damn it, I was living like a dog? Just when Yifeng was about to ask the other party about the real situation of the battlefield. Suddenly, a roar of beasts came from not far away. Not good. The monster is coming again. Newcomers, hurry up and defend with me. As he said, he hurriedly called his pile of chess pieces to rush to the area over there. Looking at the middle-aged man's hurried appearance, Yifeng also hurriedly called his pile of chess pieces to follow him. The destination was a passage in the air. At this time, in the passage, countless dark purple void monsters could be vaguely seen about to rush out. Looking at these purple monsters, Yifeng quickly took out the Thor badge. This time, I have to kill as many as I can. Chapter 278. As Yifeng followed the middle-aged man Jiaosu to the destination, in addition to the middle-aged man, there were 3 other people gathered nearby. The 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, all looked to be in their early 30s. Oh, new people are here so soon? The chess pieces following the woman who spoke were Ari, Sword Demon, Yasuo, and other chess pieces, and all of them were the original skins in the LOL game. Yifeng immediately understood that the season this middle-aged woman was in must be the S9 season. Her lineup seemed to be High Ioria Bond. The other 2 were followed by Storm Dragon Aoshing and Dragon Lady Shyvana, who seemed to be the S7 Dragon Realm chess pieces. The last person was the S11 season Painting Spirit chess piece. His lineup was High Paper Cut Fairy Bond, and Yifeng saw Aurelia and Angel following behind him. After a brief greeting, many monsters began to emerge from the void channel in the sky. None of the 4 people on the real battlefield had 3-star 5-cost pieces, at most 1 or 2 3-star 4-cost pieces. Monsters swarmed out, like a dam releasing floodwaters. More and more rushed out, even stretching the passage in the air wider. The 4 commanded the pieces to rush up, and with the help of some magic scrolls to recover, there was no big problem. These damn things are coming again. It seems that the pressure ahead has increased. This was said by Jiaosu. His flower fairy lineup is quite good. The tanks composed of Luo and the centaur army in the front row are indestructible. And Milio, Dingzhen, in the back row keeps smoking to stabilize the situation. Newbies, remember, in this battlefield, there are countless survivors in different areas. You only need to defend your own area to complete the mission. Lu Shui, a woman from the S9 Iolia lineup, turned around and explained some of the battlefield situations to Yifeng. They have encountered these monster invasions countless times. Everyone has cooperated with each other very well, and can easily solve these problems. Don't worry about any mistakes. Not long after, the monsters pouring out of the passage became scarce, and it was even easier to clean up the sporadic monsters. Okay, this time the problem is almost solved. Just when someone blew a whistle, indicating that Yifeng was about to finish, something unexpected happened. I saw that the passage, that was slowly closing and shrinking suddenly stretched out a claw from it. The claw was so huge that it looked like a finger alone was more than half a meter long. It expanded the passage a lot. Then, more of the giant claw came over, as if it was a giant, forcibly squeezing into the human house. Seeing this scene, the 4 people who were originally in high spirits now looked gloomy. One person even showed the fear that only appears when facing death. What kind of monster is this? Yifeng didn't know about it, and asked Jiaosu, who was closest to him, what it was. Hearing Yifeng's question, Jiaosu forced a smile from his face. Newcomer, Although you like to brag, it doesn't matter. Your luck is not good. This time we may all die here. This is the core monster in the deepest part of the Scarlet that has come over. Although we don't know how it got here, there is only one result, that is, we are likely to be finished. Yifeng turned to look at Lu Shui, and her eyes were no longer as bright as before. Now they were full of fear and despair. What kind of monster is this? Is it so desperate? Everyone, this monster is not so scary. We should face it together instead of giving up directly. After Yifeng said this, the four people were silent, and did not respond to Yifeng. Even one of them sighed and said, "A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger, you are too unlucky. This monster needs a top survivor like Wang Tianxi to be able to deal with it. As for us, one claw can hit our chest piece thousands of blood and kill it instantly." Yifeng looked at their chest pieces, and the 5-cost chest pieces were basically 2 stars. The health of the 3-star and 4-cost chest pieces they had would not exceed 6,000. As for the 3-star chest pieces of 1 to 3 costs, even if they reached 3 stars, their health would not exceed 5,000 points. If the monster's attack caused thousands of damage, it would indeed be a bit too much for them to bear. But if this monster's attack really only has a few thousand HP, then Yifeng feels that it is not that powerful. Let the chess pieces retreat. Let me hold the front row. Let's kill this monster together. Yifeng acted quickly, and while speaking, he also called his front row chess pieces to move forward. At this time, the passage in the sky had been completely torn open by a huge crack, and fell directly to the ground. And the original monster claw has now emerged as a whole beast arm. This beast arm alone is more than 10 meters long. If this monster is allowed to come out completely, it will probably be more than 50 meters long. Yifeng's call did not make the few people take action. For them, the new survivors assigned to this rear battlefield must be of poor strength. After all, the powerful newcomers will go to the more core areas as soon as they come up. Little did they know that the reason why Yifeng came here was completely an accident. And the reason why he only came to the outer area was just a protection measure for Yifeng in the survival game. Zhao Su looked at Yifeng calling the chess pieces to rush up, shook his head, took out a token, and called the remaining few people and said, "It looks like we are going to die here today. Everyone, take out the things at the bottom of the box, try to hold on for a while, and don't let this newcomer steal the limelight." The remaining 3 nodded. They didn't believe that Yifeng could resist the monster. But they still had to act, delay the monster as much as possible, and wait for the members in the core area to receive the notice to come to support. However, at this time, Yifeng's chess pieces in the front row were already fighting with the huge arm. Seeing this, Zhao Su was very anxious. This kid was too reckless. He was just giving the monster a head. The monster squeezed in half of its body at this time. The giant claw looked at the chess piece that was attacking it, raised it high, and then slapped it down heavily. Zhao Su thought to himself that he was finished. This attack caused more than 7,000 damage to other survivors with a similar lineup as him, instantly killing a large group of chess pieces, and now, all the chess pieces in the front row of Yifeng were slapped by the giant claw. It is estimated that there is no hope of survival. Boom! The giant claw fell, and Yifeng's chess piece was not killed. The terrifying giant claw hit the chess piece, causing only less than 2,000 damage. How is this possible? Chapter 279. Zhao Su's expression at this moment was as if he saw the sun rising from the west, which made him completely dumbfounded. What a joke. The defense of this new chess piece is so amazing. The chess piece holding the giant axe, which seems to be called Darius, only received a little over 1,000 damage. Even the damage received by another Crow Swain chess piece was only close to 2,000. The most exaggerated thing is that Leona holding a sword and shield actually received 0 damage. How is this possible? Zhao Su felt that his worldview was shattered. He knew the 3 chess pieces in Yifeng's front row, but the cost of these chess pieces was different in different eras. Could it be that in this new era, these 3 chess pieces are all the 5-cost barracks chess pieces with the highest cost? This monster is just like this. Don't stand there. Quickly call on the chess pieces in the back row to output together, and output as much as you can. Don't stand there stupidly. Yifeng's shouting woke up the 4 people who were still immersed in shock. Lu Shui came to her senses at this moment, and called on Karma and Ari in her back row to attack the beast. She did not command the melee pieces to go forward, because that would undoubtedly be giving the opponent a head. Although she still didn't understand why this newcomer was so strong, she understood that this was everyone's only chance to survive. The remaining 3 people also called on their back row pieces to attack the beast. And Yifeng's Darius at this time, after a wolf howl, suddenly turned into countless giant wolves. frantically biting the beast that had already stuck out most of its body. Lu Shue's eyes lit up. Isn't this the skill of Darius, the so-called king of the night? This is clearly a chess piece from the past era. Why can this newcomer have it? And looking at the giant wolf summoned, it is definitely a 3-star strength. 3-star 5-cost strength, enough to kill the monsters in the core area. With such a newcomer, everyone will definitely be able to successfully survive this crisis this time. However, what shocked her was far more than that. When Leona summoned the scorching sun to attack, she was dumbfounded again. This is clearly a 5-cost Leona skill from the 8th era, and looking at this posture, it must have reached the height of 3 stars. This newcomer actually has 2 3-star 5-cost barracks? This is simply unscientific. At this moment, Lu Shue felt completely messed up. Soon, she remembered something was wrong. No, this new Leona is very wrong. Just now, she was attacked by the giant beast, but she received 0 damage. What a joke. 0 damage. Isn't that invincible? When did Leona of the 8th era have such a heaven-defying defense ability? In other words, this new Leona has far surpassed Leona of the 8th era, and the other people also reacted to this problem at this time. They looked at Yi Feng with complicated eyes. 2 3-star 5-cost barracks chess pieces. It seems that we have picked up a treasure this time. Lu Shue sighed. Although 2 3-star 5-cost barracks newcomers are rare, they are not unheard of. There are a few lucky people with natural talent in every era. It can only be said that their luck happened to meet the lucky ones of this era. Perhaps this newcomer will grow to the same level as Wang Tianxi and other top players in the future. That's right, such an existence can have some intersection with us at this stage, which is also our luck. Several people sighed to each other. In their hearts, Yi Feng has the potential to become one of the strongest survivors in the future. However, the operation of Yi Feng's back row chess pieces completely confused them. Yi Feng's Malzahar released skills. Suddenly, a total of 18 mechanical gates appeared horizontally and vertically, causing considerable damage to the behemoth. And this wave, 90 layers of infection were superimposed. Not only that, dozens of Malzahars attacked together, and the number of superimposed infection layers in this wave reached thousands of layers. The damage per second is already a very terrifying value. This value turned into recovery, instantly pulling up the blood volume of the front row chess pieces that had not yet been fully restored. Wait! What is that? Isn't that the Black Magician Malzahar from the 6th era? No! That's not it. Malzahar from the 6th era is just a 3-cost barracks chess piece. It doesn't have such a strong power at all. And if you look closely at the appearance of this chess piece, the appearance is also different. Could it be that this is a chess piece from the newcomer's own era? It's very likely. The appearance of this chess piece has never been seen before. It is likely to be a chess piece unique to their era. The 4 of them discussed one after another, looking at Yi Feng's chess piece, and guessed how many barracks the other chess piece cost. Did you see it? Every time Malzahar releases a skill, the damage that comes out of the behemoth will increase a lot per second. This value is too terrifying. This is definitely a 5-cost barracks. No one objected to this speculation. However, they all fell silent. In front of the output of the 3-star 5-cost Malzahar, their participation in the output seemed like a joke. After a long time and effort, the damage was not as good as the opponent's casual attack. This simply made them doubt themselves. So, this newcomer has 3 3-star 5-cost barracks? And he just came to the battlefield. As soon as these words came out, several people were silent again. After coming to the battlefield, you can get a lot of rewards to improve the strength of the barracks. A newcomer who has 3 3-star 5-cost barracks just after coming to the battlefield has never appeared in so many eras. In other words, this newcomer Yi Feng has surpassed everyone before, reached a new height. Soon, the whole body of the giant beast entered this side through the passage. The body is more than 60 meters long, covered with dark purple scales, and looks very majestic. It let out a roar, which made everyone's eardrums hurt slightly. But everyone could clearly hear the fear in the monster's roar. This monster was actually afraid? This was unheard of. It took only a few minutes for the monster to fall completely. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but take a breath. What a joke. This is a monster in the core area. Although it is not too strong in the core area, it is definitely a terrifying monster that can destroy the outer battlefield if it is placed outside. In just such a short time, this monster was killed by a newcomer. At this time, a common thought flashed through the minds of the 4 people. Compared with the monster in the core area, perhaps this newcomer is the real monster. Chapter 280. After the giant beast fell, Yi Feng took out the Thor badge. As the Thor badge lit up, it took the initiative to fly up and headed towards the corpses of countless monsters. A bright light lit up, and the Thor badge absorbed all the void energy in the corpses of these monsters. In just a few minutes, all the monster corpses in the battlefield were cleared. Yifeng looked at the other people at this moment, and they all stared at Yifeng with their mouths wide open, as if they saw a national treasure animal rarer than a panda. Yifeng smiled at the 4 people. It seemed that these people were also shocked by the strength of his chess pieces. Everyone, don't be stupid. However, the 4 people still didn't recover from the shock. And Yifeng followed the gazes of the 4 people, and found that the focus of their gaze was actually the Thor badge in his hand. The Thor badge, which absorbed a lot of void monster energy, was now golden with a hint of purple. It was as if there was too much energy, and it could not be digested all at once. Yifeng shook the badge in his hand, and then he was sure that everyone's focus was not on him, but on this small emblem. Is there anything special about this badge? Yifeng asked curiously. For Yifeng, the function of the Thor emblem is only to absorb its energy after killing the void monster. Apart from that, there seems to be no special way to use it. Why are these people so surprised after seeing the Thor emblem? Hearing Yifeng asking what is special about this badge, Lu Shui immediately gnashed her teeth in hatred. This guy is definitely deliberately showing off his superiority. Even Zhao Su was gritting his teeth. Finally, someone answered Yifeng exactly as he said. After this thing absorbs the energy of monsters, it can be transformed into something that improves the strength of the chess piece itself through some means. No more than 3 people can own this badge in each era. In other words, there are at most more than 30 in the entire survival world. What's so special about it? Hearing this answer, Yifeng suddenly realized that this is the case. However, the origin of his Thor badge does not seem to be the case, that there are only 3 in the entire era. Just as Yifeng was muttering, the reminder sound of the survival game came to his ears again. All the matches in this secret realm have been completed, and the host will be sent back to the base soon. Hearing this, Yifeng was stunned. What a joke. It's not long since I came here, and it's over like this? Yifeng only had time to say hello to the 4 people. Everyone, see you next time. In the puzzled eyes of the 4 people, Yifeng disappeared completely. Lu Shui looked at Yifeng, who disappeared suddenly, and looked at the other people with a blank face, trying to get the answer from their eyes. The other 3 people all looked at each other in confusion. No one understood what was going on. Could it be that he went directly to the core battlefield? Some of them raised this possibility. In the real battlefield, according to everyone's strength, it can be divided into the S-level area and A-level area of the core battlefield. The middle area is the B-level area, and they are in the D-level area of the outer area. Perhaps this newcomer Yifeng was too powerful, so he was directly promoted from the D-level area to a higher level area. This guess, in the eyes of several people, should be the most reasonable. There is also a chat channel for them on the real battlefield. The 4 people told this story. As a result, everyone talked about it, and most people didn't believe that there was such a powerful newcomer. Some people even said bluntly, if he is really that powerful, then our strongest boss Wang Tianxi may not be able to beat him. Wang Tianxi is currently one of the strongest people in the real battlefield. Everyone knows his deeds. When he first entered the real battlefield, his strength was not so strong. However, a survivor from the core area battlefield said a word, which silenced all the people who originally questioned the 4 people. They probably didn't lie. According to the intelligence, an S-class void beast suddenly appeared in the D-class battlefield area where they were. If there weren't the newcomers they mentioned, do you think they could resist the S-class beast? They naturally knew how powerful the S-class beasts were. An S-class beast from the core area ran to the outer D-class area. Logically speaking, it was an accident. It means that there was an oversight in the core battlefield area, allowing the monster to come to the periphery. An S-class beast is enough to wreak havoc in all the outer areas. It happened once before, and an S-class beast ran to the outer battlefield by some unknown means. It killed thousands of people in the outer battlefield area along the way, and was then solved by the big guy who came from the core area. In other words, if the newcomer with 3 3-star 5-cost chess pieces they mentioned did not exist, they would not be able to survive at all. That terrifying newcomer really exists. All of a sudden, everyone was excited. Such a powerful newcomer is naturally enough to shock everyone. What shocked them even more was that it had not been long since all the people of the 12th era came to the real battlefield. The 13th era was probably just beginning not long ago. How could such a powerful newcomer appear? And according to what the 4 people said, this newcomer suddenly teleported and disappeared, probably to a higher core battlefield area. Everyone couldn't help but be a little curious. What level of battlefield did such a person go to? The news about the newcomer Yifeng was immediately spread in the battlefield through various means. Some people even exaggerated the story, and described Yi Feng's strength more exaggeratedly. After rounds of spread, these news finally came to the core area of the real battlefield. A total of 12 survivors fought against the appearance of monsters here. Wang Tianxi was one of them. He couldn't help laughing when he heard the news. There is good news. Do you want to hear it? As soon as he said this, more than 10 people laughed. What good news? Tell us quickly. In this broken place, we eat, sleep, and fight monsters every day. If there is any good news, tell us quickly to make everyone happy. Everyone was curious about the good news Wang Tianxi said. I heard that a newcomer appeared in the outer area. His name is Yi Feng, and he is also from our Yin country. He killed the S-level monster alone and suddenly disappeared. Chapter 281. Everyone was shocked when these words came out. Even though they were the most powerful masters of each era, they were also amazed by Yi Feng's strength. The most important thing is that the first person to arrive at the real battlefield this time was still a Yin countryman. The 12 survivors with black hair, black eyes, and yellow skin all showed a relieved smile on their faces at this time. They are all the strongest survivors of each era, and they were arranged to the core area of the survival game to fight against the invasion of monsters. Although they belong to different parallel worlds. But they all have a common root, the same black hair, black eyes, and yellow skin, and they also grew up drinking the water of the Yellow River and the Yangtze River. They all have the same sense of identity for civilization. Now that they know that the strongest person of the latest era is most likely still a Yin countryman, they are naturally very happy. How long do you think this newcomer will be able to come here? Someone raised a question, asking everyone to guess when Yi Feng can reach the core area. Ha ha ha, our time flows at different speeds. According to the timekeeping of that era, I guess it will take this guy more than a year. 1 year. Are you worried that this guy will surpass you, and it will be too embarrassing? I heard that they only made it to the 35th day in this era. This is absolutely getting more and more outrageous. If this guy really only made it to the 35th day, I will broadcast Xiaolei eating Xia. Damn, you won't lose anyway, right? Ha ha ha, you can do anything, but don't lose yourself. Everyone was still joking, but suddenly heard a roar. Just hearing this roar is like a storm that is about to hit, as if it is going to completely destroy this place. Those two guys want to come in again. Let's do business first. Suddenly, the 12 people called their chess pieces and rushed to the depths of the area. As for Yi Feng, after the survival game prompt, the whole person was teleported back. When Yi Feng opened his eyes again, he found himself in the base. At this time, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Yi Feng went to the chat channel, and the first thing he paid attention to was the number of survivors in the corner. Number of survivors: 731 people. Seeing this number, Yi Feng felt a little relieved, and couldn't help but sigh for the dozens of people who died. He has been helping everyone to strengthen their own strength as much as possible. But this kind of secret realm matching battle, unless you have the strength to crush, everything is hard to say. After all, it is a melee between all parties. No matter how strong you are, if others unite together, accidents are likely to occur. In fact, according to this secret realm matching, each secret realm has 5 players, and in the end, at most 2 or 3 people survive in each secret realm. Nearly half of the survivors will die. Compared to this, the number of casualties in Yi Feng's war zone is already very small. At this time, everyone heard the prompt of the survival game. This secret realm match is over, and all players will be issued chess piece abnormal mutation device X1. Daily barracks refresh will add 6 cost barracks werewolves, Victor, and Mel. Regardless of the base level, the basic refresh probability of this barracks is 0.04%. When the base level reaches level 8 or above, it will be further improved. The monsters in the Scarlet Land will have a chance to drop 4 cost to 6 cost barracks fragments. The rewards for this secret realm have all been distributed. I wish all survivors good luck. Hearing this prompt, Yi Feng suddenly became excited. It is indeed a 6 cost barracks. And because Yi Feng became the last survivor in the secret realm, he also got an additional 8% chance to refresh a 6 cost barracks. The basic probability of a level 9 base is about 1.04%, and an additional 8% probability is obtained. Then the possibility of refreshing a 6 cost barracks is already 9.04%. This probability is almost the same as the probability of a 5 cost card. You should know that at level 9, the probability of a 4 cost card is 30%, and a 5 cost card is 10%. Add to that the 9.04% probability of a 6 cost card, and Yi Feng's probability of refreshing a 1 to 3 cost barracks is only about half. And Yi Feng's free refresh times, this time the secret realm match rewarded 16 times, and now it has reached 26 free refresh times. With 26 refreshes and the high-cost barracks appearing, Yifeng felt that he could easily get a 2-star 6-cost one. There were even 2 barracks replicators as rewards. If he tried his best, as long as he had enough money, it was possible to get a 3-star 6-cost one. With 263 gold coins and 26 free refreshes, Yifeng decided to use them up today. Let's see if he can come up with a better barracks. Yifeng currently has 21 barracks, and the maximum number of barracks is 9 plus 15, a total of 24. That is to say, Yifeng can build 3 more barracks. First shot, give me 6 costs. With a loud shout from Yifeng, he pressed the barracks refresh button, and 5 new barracks appeared immediately. Amumu, Echo, Urgot, 4-cost Wei, Scar this time, 2 4-cost barracks appeared, and 3 low-cost barracks. Echo's bond is Geek and Ambush Expert, which does not improve Yifeng's current lineup much. The other 4-cost Dawei, Enforcer and Brawler bonds can make up some small bonds. But these bonds are not very useful for improving the overall strength of Yifeng's chess pieces. Therefore, Yifeng did not take any of the chess pieces refreshed this time. The second draw starts, 5-cost Jace, 4-cost Zoe, and 3 low-cost barracks. For Yifeng now, 1 to 3-cost barracks are no longer very attractive. With the existing gold coins, the best way is to collect high-cost barracks as much as possible. The 5-cost barracks Jace's bond is Dual Warrior and Piltover Academy. Among Yifeng's current chess pieces, Spider Elise and Crow Swain have formed 2 double warriors, which can be regarded as a useful 5-cost barracks. Without hesitation, Yifeng directly spent 25 gold coins to buy it. As for the other 4-cost barracks Zoe, the bond of Mage and Blue-Hair team is also not very attractive to Yifeng, so he directly chose to give up. The third refresh started again. The result this time made Yifeng's eyes widen. It came out. It really came out. Looking at the dazzling victor like a diamond appearing among a bunch of useless barracks, Yifeng felt that his heart was beating wildly at this moment. This is only the third refresh, and Victor appeared. The price of 30 gold coins is not cheap. But for Yifeng, everything is worth it. Buy me Victor barracks. After Yifeng chose to buy it, a barracks appeared again in the original base. Victor, holding a staff, and with a fluttering ribbon behind him, appeared on the barracks. Chapter 282. After purchasing the Victor barracks, Yifeng only had 208 gold coins left. Yifeng did not continue to refresh the barracks, but took out 108 gold coins to recruit 18 Victors. Suddenly, 18 Victors wearing masks and holding staffs were recruited by Yifeng. As for the 2 barracks replicators he just got, Yifeng thought about it, and decided to keep them for later use. After all, 1 star and 2 stars are at most quantitative changes, and cannot produce qualitative changes. The 6-cost card Victor has a special bond Mechanical Pioneer. Mechanical Pioneer, Victor's fixed attack speed is 0.55 attacks per second. And all extra attack power, attack speed and mana are converted into spell strength. Victor does not use mana, but gains 1 chaos energy per attack, and will cast skills with 8 chaos energy. That is to say, equipment that increases mana and attack speed cannot increase the speed of skill release for Victor, but it will be converted into spell strength to make the skill damage higher. Speaking of this, we have to mention Victor's skill Chaos Storm. This skill has 2 effects, passive and active. The passive effect is to replace Victor's attack with a death ray, causing 75% spell strength magic damage and 35 points of true damage in a straight line of 2 meters. And for the enemy's hit, it will also be accompanied by 30% armor shattering and magic resistance shattering. In other words, Victor's general attack can cause damage and armor break to enemies in a straight line within 2 meters, just like AoE. Since Victor's attack speed is fixed at 1 attack every 2 seconds, and each attack gains 1 point of chaos energy, he releases his skills when he has 8 chaos energy. That is to say, under normal circumstances, Victor's skills take a full 16 seconds to release once. However, Victor has 4 chaos energy at the beginning, so the first skill only takes 8 seconds. The effect of a skill that takes so long to release is naturally extraordinary. The active effect of Victor's skill: summon a chaos storm to sweep the battlefield, knocking all enemies hit into the air for 2 seconds. After the duration ends, the enemy is slammed to the ground, causing 160% of the spell power plus 3% of its maximum health value magic damage. Super strong group control. No matter how many enemies there are, as long as the enemy is touched by the Chaos Storm, they will be thrown into the air, and after the duration ends, it can also cause high spell power bonus and percentage of enemy health value magic damage to the enemy. In other words, when facing some monsters with low HP, you can easily kill them by relying on your own spell strength, When facing some powerful monsters, you can also ensure the output efficiency with a percentage of damage. This shows the strength of Victor. Yifeng happened to remove a piece of Iron Blood Conqueror emblem from his equipment. This job transfer is the most suitable for Victor. After all, it may be a waste for other magic chess pieces to get the attack power bonus of Iron Blood Conqueror. But for Victor, there will be no waste. After all, the extra attack will also be converted into spell strength by Victor's Bond Mechanical Pioneer. In other words, the magic power of Victor equipped with Iron Blood Conqueror emblem is much higher than that of other chess pieces. The moment Victor was equipped with Iron Blood Conqueror emblem, his magic power suddenly increased a lot. It can be said to be a leap forward growth. This is not the end. After equipping the emblem, Yifeng synthesized 3 more pieces of equipment for Victor. Archangel Staff, Pearl Gauntlets, Banks Magic Hat. The first piece of equipment continuously increases the magic power of chess pieces. In the survival game, it can be said to be the strongest magic output equipment. The second piece of equipment, Pearl Gauntlets, can provide skill crits for chess pieces, further improving the output ability of chess pieces. The last big hat, the basic 50 points of magic power, is like a bonus, not so important. What Yifeng is more interested in is the 15% damage increase of the big hat itself. More than 10 victors are enough to provide enough group control for Yifeng's lineup. Yifeng opened the chat channel at this time, and found that everyone was talking about the newly appeared 6-cost barracks. What the hell is this? 6-cost barracks, and the probability is only 4 in 10,000. The probability of a barracks appearing is so low, and when it comes down to it, won't it cost 30 gold coins for just one barracks? 30 gold coins? How many chess pieces have we recruited? This price is too outrageous. However, what is the strength of the 6-cost barracks? I have only seen a 4-cost barracks once, but I feel that the attribute improvement is just SOSO, so I didn't choose to build it. Most of the complaints about the 6-cost barracks are focused on the extremely outrageous probability of appearance and the high construction price. Didn't other people's Secret Realm rewards increase the probability of 6-cost cards? This question flashed through Yifeng's mind. After all, he was the final winner of the Secret Realm match, but he enjoyed an 8% chance of spawning an extra 6-cost barracks. Among the other survivors who returned, there were also some who killed other survivors and became the only winner. After asking this question, Yifeng discovered a fact. That is, the rewards for everyone's Secret Realm matches are different. Except for Yifeng, no one else has received the reward of increasing the probability of 6-cost barracks. Deng Shiji and Wen Jiahao also returned after killing other survivors. Of the two, Deng Shiji received a huge gold coin reward, and Wen Jiahao received 2 pieces of light equipment as a reward after killing other survivors. It seems that the content of this reward may be linked to the strength of the survivors. This broken barracks system doesn't have a way to refresh the barracks. Otherwise, even if the probability is 4 in 10,000, I would like to give it a try and see if I am the lucky one. Some people joked about the survival game not having a way to refresh the barracks. This is what most people want to complain about. If you want a barracks, you can only rely on the 5 barracks that are refreshed every day. Sometimes, good luck and bad luck can make a big difference. In addition, everyone can only trade barracks fragments to get the barracks they want and upgrade the barracks star level. However, this method is still complained to be too slow. I don't know how strong the chess pieces of the 6-cost barracks are. I'm a little curious. If any lucky dog gets it tomorrow, he must take it out for everyone to see. Some people also joked, and their words were full of curiosity about the attributes of the 6-cost barracks. Looking at everyone's chat content, Yifeng sent a message. I just got it, and I will send you the attributes now. Chapter 283. When Yifeng said Victor's attributes to everyone, the chat atmosphere in the channel was immediately active. Damn! It's out now? Where did you get the chance to refresh the barracks, boss Yifeng? Group AoE, it looks awesome. But it should require a lot of gold coins. If I refresh it, I don't have so many gold coins to buy it. The basic health of a 1-star card is 1,600? This 6-cost 1-star card is much stronger than the low-cost card. Everyone talked about Victor's attributes, and then talked about it. At the same time, everyone also talked about their own situations in this Secret Realm match. Most survivors were able to survive, and they were sighing about the effects of the various magic scrolls shared by everyone. Especially the advanced life field magic scroll given by Yifeng. When everyone was still fighting against the low-cost barracks, it was almost invincible. Many people relied on this thing to hold back their opponents, and even scared away several other survivors. The two who enjoyed the most in this Secret Realm match were Deng Shiji and Wen Jiahao. Wen Jiahao was even more amazed that among the survivors in his Secret Realm, There was actually a survivor from the Life-Own country who used a special item. He directly escaped from the secret realm with a chess piece. It shows that the boss is awesome. He scared the opponent away directly. But I am very curious about what this thing is. If I can have one, it will be an extra way to save my life. While everyone was discussing, Yifeng also checked everyone's secret realm match situation. According to the original agreement, corresponding rewards were given according to everyone's secret realm match situation. Everyone chatted until late at night, and then slowly went to sleep. While Yifeng fell asleep, the chat channels of other countries' war zones fell into panic. The chat channel of the administrator of the Life-Own Kingdom war zone is now filled with emotions called fear and terror. Braun is the strongest survivor they know on the surface. Although the secret realm match this time is matched according to strength, they all know Braun's trump card. Braun also confidently said at the beginning that it was just right to fight with the survivors of other war zones to understand the situation. No one expected that Braun would be completely sacrificed. Another person in his war zone replaced Braun and took over the duties of the war zone administrator. The newly appointed war zone administrator is a little weaker than Braun, so he is naturally afraid. This time, he survived the secret realm match by relying on props, so he is naturally full of fear about this cross-war zone secret realm match. He met a survivor from Yin country who had a high law enforcer bond and a lot of powerful magic scrolls, and killed the other survivors. Seeing that the situation was not good, he directly used an item he had obtained, which allowed him to give up the reward of this secret realm and leave this secret realm with the chess pieces. That's how he survived. Originally, I thought that a survivor like that was already very powerful. But when he returned, he heard the survival game prompt that the war zone administrator Bei Lang died in the secret realm. He became the new war zone administrator. The war zone administrator can view the situation in other survivors' secret realms. He opened Bei Lang's secret realm matching perspective. He immediately saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. In the scene, 3 survivors showed their cards, but their opponent was the survivor from Yin country with black hair and yellow skin. His chess pieces were like messengers from hell, sending the breath of death to several people. Especially the mechanical door summoned by the unknown chess piece, which was full of visual impact. After watching it, the new war zone administrator felt a chill on his back. The whole person was soaked with sweat, and he couldn't imagine what would happen if he met the survivor from Yin country. After discovering the special war zone administrator channel, he told everyone this desperate fact. It was his action that caused the entire Gale country war zone administrator channel to panic. My god. Are all the chess pieces of that guy devils? It's so scary. Brain can't beat this guy from Yin country. How should we deal with it? At the same time, in the administrator chat channel of the Sun Never Sets war zone, similar things were also happening. After learning about Yifeng's combat power, they all panicked. Yifeng's strength was too strong, so strong that everyone was terrified, fearing that they would encounter this terrifying survivor. I can contact the survivors in other war zones. Otherwise, we will unite several war zones and invade the Yin country Yifeng together. Kill him in the cradle. One of the administrators of the Sun Never Sets war zone made a suggestion. He has special props and channels that can contact the survivors in other countries' war zones. This behavior naturally aroused everyone's excitement. If we can really unite the survivors of various countries and attack the survivor of Yin together, we will definitely catch him off guard. This plan really has the possibility of success. However, they soon remembered Yifeng's chess piece combat power and fell into silence again. Such a powerful survivor in their own country's war zone was easily dealt with by Yifeng. What effect can the remaining people have if they attack the other side together? On this question, the war zone of the Sun Never Sets, the war zone of the Fierce Wind, and the war zone of the Rhea were all silent. In the war zone of the Rhea, someone finally stood up. Muo Gojo was the survivor of the Rhea who had said before that Yifeng was nothing more than a survivor of the Rhea who had obtained the power of ascension. At this time, he appeared and scolded everyone. A bunch of trash. They were actually scared by a survivor of the Yin country. I have already obtained 2 ascension powers. Just wait and see me kill the other party. This news from the Rhea country was immediately spread to the war zones of several other countries. This made these people very excited. At this moment, in the war zone of Life-Own country, there was also a person who took the initiative to stand up. Someone in Liao country actually got the power of ascension. Interesting, it seems that I won't hide it. I, David, must also contribute to the operation to eliminate Yifeng of Yin country. In Life-Own country, a survivor named David said that he also had a barracks of ascension power and could attack Yifeng together. In the war zone of Sun Never Sets country, A survivor named Arthur Peter also stood up to express his position. I also happen to have a power of ascension. Yin country was once a lion, and now in this survival world, this lion must not be allowed to wake up again. I also want to participate in the operation to strangle Yifeng of Yin country. Suddenly, a lot of news spread in the war zones of various countries. All countries knew that a powerful survivor named Yifeng appeared in Yin country. Chapter 284. The scene of Yifeng killing for Secret Realm opponents by himself, almost crushing them, has become a nightmare that many people can't get rid of. Yifeng's strength has exceeded everyone's expectations, especially under the instigation of survivors from many countries. They deliberately told the story of Yifeng's invasion of the war zone of Rhea. The survivors in the war zone of Rhea cried and accused Yifeng of cruelty and injustice. Just think about it. Yin has such a powerful survivor, and he is so cruel. Hundreds of people in our war zone of Rhea were directly killed by him. He invaded our Rhea today, and he may invade you in the future. For Rhea's remarks, some people in the war zone of some countries showed gloating. You are disgusting in the country of Rhea. The nuclear wastewater problem should have been solved long ago. Ha ha ha, to be honest, I am looking forward to the annihilation of Rhea. Although I don't like Yin, I hate Rhea even more. These remarks of watching the fire from the other side of the river are the true thoughts of many survivors from other countries. Everyone knows the conflict between Rhea and Yin. It is best for them to watch the people of the two countries fight. However, the next words of the survivors of Rhea made the survivors of many countries fall silent. You just want to watch the fire from the other side of the river, right? Have you forgotten the history of Yin 100 years ago? We have conflicts with Yin, but you know what you did to Yin in the past. Aren't you afraid that Yin will settle accounts with you after its rise? This is true. More than 100 years ago, Yin country was in its darkest period. During that period, Yin country was like a piece of fat meat in the entire blue star. Countless countries pounced on it, and tore off a piece of flesh and blood from Yin country. Even in some countries' museums, there are a lot of Yin country antiques and collections, but there are no antiques belonging to their own country's civilization. Rhea country's words are somewhat sensational. However, these survivors from countries with guilty consciences have to consider how likely Rhea country's words are. If there is such a risk, they will certainly pay some price to eliminate the possibility of Yin country's rise. In the end, after some lobbying, more than 20 countries joined the battle to encircle and suppress Yifeng. After reaching a preliminary agreement, the two sides began to share intelligence. Rhea country gave the war zone number where Yifeng was located to the survivors of other countries. Finally, everyone reached a common agreement, that is, at 12 o'clock in the evening of the 36th day, they would jointly invade the war zone where Yifeng was located and catch Yifeng of Yin country off guard. A hunt for Yifeng was about to begin. A survivor in a war zone of Liao country showed excitement on his face after learning the news. Yifeng, you are finally going to die. You heard me so many times. Now you are finally getting retribution. This time, I will also go with you in the invasion. The man's face was a little unclear at 2 o'clock in the morning, and only his face was vaguely full of resentment. It seemed that he had a life-and-death feud with Yifeng. In a war zone of Yin country, a gloomy-faced man also learned the news through some unknown channel. Regarding this matter, the survivors of Yin country who knew about it were originally going to send it to the war zone administrator channel so that everyone could discuss countermeasures together. But the man stopped the others. These people are spending energy to invade Yifeng, not us, so why waste energy to care? And if Yifeng hadn't been too high-profile, we wouldn't have made enemies with so many national war zones. As long as Yifeng dies, all the grudges will disappear. We just have to wait, and after Yifeng dies, we can discuss peaceful coexistence with other national war zones. When he said this, the other people were silent. Indeed, perhaps only after Yifeng died, it would be easier to reach a rare peace with other national war zones. In the end, they all chose to conceal this matter. At this moment, Yifeng had already fallen asleep. When he woke up the next day, the survival game had already reached the 36th day. Congratulations to all survivors for making it to the 36th day. Daily gold coins have been issued. Survivor, Yifeng. Base level, LV9. The current maximum number of barracks that can be built, 9 plus 15. Base upgrade, 299 days later after Yifeng went out and got the gold coins of Urgot and Sevica, the remaining gold coins reached 207. With Yifeng's current efficiency, the gold coins that can be obtained every day are as high as more than 100. The barracks refreshed today are not bad. There is another 5-cost barracks card, and this 5-cost barracks happens to be LeBlanc. It cost 25 gold coins to buy it, and turned it into a 1-star LeBlanc barracks builder. Yi Feng took another look at the musical note given by Qin Nu. Sure enough, there was not much suspense. It was just an ordinary musical note, which provided Yi Feng with another chance to refresh. Just when Yi Feng was about to go out hunting. In the A001 war zone of Rya country, Shaoquan Chunju, with dark circles under his eyes, fell into deep thought with a special communication prop. Hearing that everyone had united the masters of more than 20 countries, and decided to jointly invade and kill Yi Feng of Yin country. This should have been a happy thing. But he couldn't be happy at all. There was even a faint feeling of uneasiness in his heart. A premonition that this action was destined to fail. His premonition has always been very accurate. In the survival game, it was this premonition that brought him to this day. After hesitating again and again, he decided to believe in his premonition again. He took out a prop and told Yi Feng everything he knew. That's right, the last time Yi Feng invaded the A001 war zone of Rya country. The reason why he was able to survive was not because Yi Feng's invasion time had come, and he was lucky enough to survive. Rather, he chose to surrender in order to ensure that the buildings of the base would not be destroyed. He thought that Yi Feng passed on the information in exchange for Yi Feng letting him go. He knew that it was immoral to do so, but if he didn't do so, he would not be able to survive in this secret realm with the buildings destroyed. This time, he would not tell Yi Feng the information. Once these people's invasion failed, what awaited other countries would be Yi Feng's most terrifying revenge, even the terrifying revenge of the survivors of the entire Yin kingdom. After passing the message to Yi Feng, the puppy Chunju prayed to the sky. I hope my premonition is correct this time. At the same time, Yi Feng, who was about to go out hunting, received a message from the puppy Chunju. After reading the message, Yi Feng did not show panic. Instead, he smiled lightly with the corners of his mouth raised. These people's actions were faster than he expected. It seems that I need to prepare a big gift for them tonight. Chapter 285. After receiving the news, Yi Feng did not even stop and continued to rush to the wild. According to the survival game, it is now possible to kill monsters and drop high-cost barracks fragments. In other words, as long as enough bosses are killed, the desired high-cost chess pieces can be assembled with fragments. But the only thing to note is that these people may not appear near Yi Feng's base after invading. If they invade near the bases of other people in the war zone, it is likely to cause harm to others. Thinking of this, Yi Feng sent an email message to everyone as the war zone administrator early in the morning. To celebrate everyone's smooth return this time, after 8 o'clock tonight, everyone will come to my base for a midnight carnival. Yi Feng recently discovered that after the base reached level 9, it was comparable to a small town. And there is a new function. The option to let other people in the same war zone go to your base. Yi Feng is ready to let everyone relax in the name of carnival. It also happened to gather everyone near his base to ensure everyone's safety. After Yi Feng sent this message, many people cheered in the chat channel. Ha ha ha, it's time to relax. I feel like I haven't had much fun since I entered this survival game. Carnival? It does sound great. But I have a small question. How do we get there? This is indeed a problem. After all, everyone's bases are too far apart. Everyone was naturally excited about this matter, but they also had doubts about how to get to Yi Feng's base. However, this problem was quickly forgotten by everyone. Why bother so much? Since Big Boss Yi Feng said so, there must be a way to solve it. Just wait for the party to start in the evening. That's right, let's just wait for the evening. It will take some time to set up the venue for more than 700 people. Big Boss Yi Feng, do you want me to come over to help in advance? I suddenly thought of a question. How to solve the venue for more than 700 people? Do we have an open-air party? It seems that this is also a problem. But it's not a problem to have an open-air party. With Big Boss here, no monster dares to approach. People kept asking questions, and some kept providing various ideas for what to do in the evening party. Speaking of which, there's a guitar in the things I dropped. I will perform a song Boundless Ocean and Sky for everyone. Then I will perform the best poetry recitation my district chief father. The atmosphere of everyone was mobilized, and they were all looking forward to the party tonight. Yi Feng took some time to answer some questions from everyone, and then went out with the chess pieces to hunt everywhere. Prepared to try out the scope of Victor's skills in the survival game. When Yi Feng came to a stronghold, he directly commanded the chess pieces to attack. In order to prevent these monsters from being killed too quickly, Yi Feng deliberately did not let the chess pieces in the back row attack. He just let Victor attack in the back row. The 18 victors moved in unison, waving their staffs gracefully like a noble. Every time the staff was waved, a death ray would attack the monster. The chaos energy bar above Victor's head was also slowly increasing. After waiting for 8 seconds, These victors finally prepared enough chaos energy. The skill Chaos Storm was finally ready. As more than 10 victors waved their staffs together, Chaos Storms appeared in the battlefield. Each Chaos Storm was about 5 meters long and wide. As the Chaos Storm in the sky made a roaring sound of destruction, all the monsters on the ground were pulled into the sky by an inexplicable force and entered the Chaos Storm. Suddenly, the Chaos Storm surged and swayed these monsters in the sky. As Victor waved his staff again and pointed to the ground, the monsters that were still in the air seemed to be thrown heavily to the ground by a force. Even a deep pit was smashed. This attack caused a lot of damage to these monsters, and many of the miscellaneous monsters were killed instantly. After releasing their skills, Victor and his friends had no more chaos energy, and they leisurely released death rays to attack the enemy again. After testing the range of Victor's skills, Yifeng stopped delaying. He immediately called Malzahar and Draven to attack. With the entry of 3 stars and 5 mana, the monsters in this stronghold were instantly solved like chickens and dogs. This is an A-level stronghold, and it was easily taken down by Yifeng in a short time. Finding the treasure chest in the stronghold, Yifeng opened it casually. Congratulations to the survivor for opening the A-level stronghold treasure chest and obtaining LeBlanc Barracks Fragment X5. Hearing this prompt sound, Yifeng was stunned for a moment. It was previously suggested that Barracks fragments could be dropped, but I didn't expect them to be dropped right now. 5 LeBlanc fragments are not bad. Yifeng didn't return to the base until after 6 in the evening. There is an open square in the base, which is about the size of 2 football fields, more than enough to accommodate more than 700 people. Yifeng prepared to set the location of the carnival in the base. Afterwards, Yifeng came to the barracks and recruited 12 more victors, bringing the number of victors to 30. There were 110 gold coins left. Yifeng recruited 10 more Draven, and then he finished recruiting his chess pieces. So far, Yifeng's main battle chess pieces have 200 Darius, and the release skill can summon 2,000 Divine Wolves. There are a total of 50 Leona, who are also strong and powerful front row. And there are only 25 crows swaying with frost power. In terms of back row output, Draven ranked 110th, LeBlanc ranked 28th, Malzahar ranked 64th, Renata ranked 20th, Morgana ranked 20th, and Victor ranked 30th. In Yifeng's opinion, the remaining chess pieces are not yet up to the level of participating in the exhibition, so they can all be placed in the base as bond pendants. At 8 o'clock in the evening, a portal lit up in the square in Yifeng's base, and at the same time connected to the bases of all people in the war zone. When everyone came to Yifeng's base through the portal, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. Everyone is still a small base. How come you have become a large city directly? All the people who just arrived here opened their mouths wide, and didn't know what to say. Yifeng took out a lot of supplies, decorated the square, and invited everyone to have a carnival. And Yifeng himself was silently waiting for the arrival of 12 o'clock at midnight. When the time came to 12 o'clock at midnight, the invaders arrived as expected. Hearing the prompt sound in his ear, Yifeng, who was still resting with his eyes closed, stood up. You're just in time. Let's die together. Chapter 286. The survivor Muto Gojo from Riyadh has jointly invaded this war zone. A portal will appear in all the survivor bases in Z031 war zone of Yin. The invader can be killed through the portal. The survivor Arthur Peter from Never Setting Sun has jointly invaded this war zone. A portal will appear in all the survivor bases in Z031 war zone of Yin. The invader can be killed through the portal. The survivor David from Gale has jointly invaded this war zone. A portal will appear in all the survivor bases in Z031 war zone of Yin. The invader can be killed through the portal. The survivor Wen Xiaomin from Dhaka has jointly invaded this war zone. Invasion of this war zone, all survivors' bases in Yan's Z031 war zone will have portals, and the invader can be killed through the portals. White Elephant survivor Rahul has jointly invaded this war zone, and all survivors' bases in Yan's Z031 war zone will have portals, and the invader can be killed through the portals. Invasion information kept ringing one after another, and there were more than 20 of them. That is to say, more than 20 survivors, who claim to be masters, are ready to jointly attack and kill Yifeng. And from the information obtained by Yifeng, many of these people's chess pieces have the power of ascension. That is to say, there is at least one chess piece that can be comparable to 3 stars and 5 mana damage. This combination, I think, can sweep the entire Scarlet Land. The crowd, who were originally still rejoicing, after hearing this news, the whole square fell into silence for a moment, followed by chaotic curses and discussions. Damn! This group of people actually dared to invade us. Everyone quickly go back to bring chess pieces and weapons. It must be that the little guy from Ria asked other countries for help last time. Let's not just stand there. Let's go together and kill them. Everyone was eating barbecue and drinking beer, and from time to time someone came to perform various talents, and the atmosphere was very happy. As a result, this series of invasion news immediately made everyone's face gloomy. It was really too disappointing. However, some people were a little worried. The last time it was a survivor from Ria who invaded, although Big Boss Yifeng easily solved it. But there were still some sober people who saw that the strength of the invader was also considered a master among masters for other survivors. After the last failure, the survivors from Ria dared to bring so many people to jointly invade Yin country. Then, there was only one possibility. They believed that they would definitely win this time. This made some people worried about it, and the people who came were definitely masters. No matter how powerful Yifeng is, no matter how many adventures he has, can he really fight 20 people alone? Yifeng picked up a megaphone from somewhere, tried it, and signaled everyone to stay calm. Everyone should eat and have fun. Don't worry, I will be back soon and deal with these blind guys, and then we can have fun again. With Yifeng's comfort, everyone was a little relieved. Seeing that some people were still worried, Yifeng continued half-jokingly. Don't you believe in my strength? Whoever doesn't believe in me again, I will bring chess pieces to you next time to see how many seconds you can hold on. Yifeng's joke immediately made everyone laugh. They naturally knew how powerful Yifeng's chess pieces were. Although they knew that Yifeng was joking, if Yifeng really took action, they might not be able to hold on for even a few seconds. Seeing that the scene had stabilized, Yifeng took the chess pieces, put on various magic scrolls and buff, and went to the invaders' coordinates. The many survivors who invaded this place looked at a base not far away and took out a teleportation item. Mudo Gojo, is your source of information reliable? If there is no problem with the coordinates of the Yifeng base in Yin country, I will take everyone to teleport there. The speaker was a survivor from the White Elephant country, who had a special teleportation item in his hand. It can only be used once a day. As long as you know the coordinates, you can teleport directly to anywhere. Hearing the question from the White Elephant country, a trace of dissatisfaction flashed across Mudo Gojo's face. The information will naturally not be wrong. Hurry up and get your things ready to go. Otherwise, the other party might run away. The group of people at this time acted very relaxed. It was as if this was not a joint invasion, but a leisurely walk in their own backyard. In their opinion, Yifeng was nothing more than a chess piece that had mastered the power of ascension, but they also had it, so there was not much pressure in the confrontation. Just as the invaders were discussing, a portal opened not far from them. A figure and many chess pieces walked out from it. It was none other than Yifeng who had just arrived. Seeing someone coming, everyone called on the chess pieces to prepare for battle. Mudo, look and see if this person is Yifeng. David, a survivor from the Fierce Wind country, ordered Mudo Gojo to confirm whether the person coming was Yifeng, the target they were targeting, just as he instructed his subordinates. Hearing this, Mudo Gojo was unhappy, but he suppressed his anger and took out a photo for comparison. The appearance of the person in the photo was not much different from the person who came, and it could even be said that the person in reality was more handsome. That's right, this should be Yifeng from Yin country. At this time, another person standing next to Mudo Gojo shouted excitedly in the Yin country language. That's him. This is Yifeng. I know him even if he turns into ashes. Everyone, hurry up and kill him. The owner of the voice was eager and excited, and his tone of voice was trembling. If the survival game could not automatically translate the language that everyone did not understand, others might not be able to understand this trembling voice. After confirming that the person coming was Yifeng, everyone immediately moved forward with the chess pieces in a surrounding posture. One of them felt that the person who recognized Yifeng was a bit annoying, so he kicked him aside like a wild dog. Waste, your role is complete. Don't block us. Although he was kicked like this, the man didn't dare to show a trace of displeasure on his face. He could only look at Yifeng fiercely, and shouted at Yifeng with a very resentful voice. Yifeng, didn't expect that I, Zhao Jinjian, came back again. And I came back to see how you die. If it weren't for you, how could I end up in the war zone of the Rya Kingdom? You deserve to die. If you hadn't intervened when I first used the magic scroll, how could I end up like this? At this time, Yifeng barely recognized the person who was roaring in the other crowd with the scarlet moonlight. That's right, it was Zhao Jinjian who disappeared in the war zone. At the beginning, he and several others disappeared overnight, and everyone thought he was dead. Unexpectedly, the other party actually ran to the war zone of the Rya Kingdom by some unknown means. Chapter 287. Yifeng never expected that Zhao Jinjian, who everyone thought was dead, actually defected from Yin state and joined the war zone of Ria State. In this case, Zhang Tao and the others who disappeared with Zhao Jinjian that night must have also joined the war zone of Ria State. Yi Feng had no good feelings towards traitors. Why don't you be a good Yin State citizen and become a dog for the Ria State? For them, there is only one ending, death. Okay, I didn't expect that Zhao Jinjian and you actually became dogs for the Ria State. In this case, I will break your dog legs. Everyone surrounded Yi Feng and looked at the number of Yi Feng's chess pieces with disdain in their hearts. Yi Feng from Yin country? You are too high profile. Do you really think that you can be invincible with the power of ascension? Today is your death. What nonsense! Let's go together, kill this survivor from Yin country, and then kill everyone in the war zone. Kill! Kill all the people from Yin country. This group of people was like a group of greedy eaters, eating Yi Feng completely in their mouths. Yi Feng didn't say much. If these people all had the power of ascension, even if they didn't have the high magic power and attack power bonus of the 9 Iron Blood Conquerors, the damage of a skill is likely to be more than 4 digits. Even if Darius's armor magic resistance is high enough and has high damage reduction, it is estimated that the damage he suffered must be hundreds of points. With so many people, if the firepower is concentrated, Darius may die before he can recover his blood. Therefore, Yi Feng used all the buff magic scrolls and opened the advanced life field magic scroll. In addition, the magic scroll of the last stand in his hand is always ready to use. Seeing Yi Feng's operation, these people burst into laughter. Yi Feng of Yin country, you are afraid too? You have chess pieces with the power of ascension, and we have them too. And there are more than 20 of us, more than 30 chess pieces with the power of ascension. How can you resist us? Struggle, I like to see you struggle. 100 years ago, we invaded your Yin country, and your people also fought back, but it was a pity that it didn't work at all. I like to see you struggle hard and finally despair. This group of people did not interrupt Yi Feng, allowing Yi Feng to prepare. It's not that they have martial virtues, but they don't want to be the first to attack, fearing that they will be the one who suffers the most. Mudo Gojo of Ria country also saw this problem. He shook his head, and had no choice but to choose to be the first to attack. Everyone, attack together, don't give the other party a chance. Go! As he finished speaking, all of Mudo Gojo's chess pieces rushed up. Yi Feng saw his chess pieces clearly, and it was a lineup with high blue hair team bond. Mayakali and Aurelia both have the power of ascension. You wait to be destroyed by my chess pieces. Seeing the opponent's Akali rushing over, Yi Feng couldn't help but murmur in his heart. If the opponent's Akali really has the power of ascension, the skill damage will reach thousands of points. If it cuts the back row, it is likely to reduce the number of people in the back row. Thinking of this, Yi Feng tore a corner of the backwater magic scroll in his hand, ready to attack at any time. After Mudo Gojo took the lead, the others also commanded their chess pieces to kill towards Yi Feng. There were about 20 of them, and each of them had hundreds of chess pieces, so the total number of chess pieces was about 10,000. This was a mighty army of tens of thousands, rushing towards Yi Feng's chess piece, and could swallow Yi Feng at any time. Seeing this, Yi Feng hurriedly used the magic scroll of last stand, otherwise he would definitely encounter an accident. Soon, Akali at the front released her skills, throwing darts at Darius in the front row. How powerful would Akali be with the power of ascension? Yi Feng didn't know, but with Darius's health of more than 20,000, he should be able to withstand it. The next moment, the damage number appeared on the chess piece. Mudo Gojo excitedly showed off to Yi Feng. This is Akali with the power of ascension. The skill damage is increased 5 times, and the health and defense are doubled. The basic health is 4,500 points. Mudo Gojo proudly told Yi Feng how powerful Akali was after he had the power of ascension. With such a powerful power, if you can't show off to everyone, then everything will be in vain. After hearing what the other party said, Yi Feng showed a strange expression on his face. Yi Feng wondered if he had heard it wrong. The skill damage increased 5 times, and the attributes doubled. This is called the power of ascension chess piece? I thought it had a devastating skill effect before. Just like my Leona or Darius, the skill has a new effect, the damage is greatly increased, and the values of all aspects are greatly increased. The result is just like this. Yi Feng looked at the dart that Akali hit Darius with, and it exploded with about 130 points of damage. In other words, if there is no 5-fold increase, the opponent's damage to Darius will be at most more than 20 points of damage. Then, Akali rushed towards Darius again, causing more than 300 points of magic damage again. At this time, Mudo Gojo also noticed that the damage was wrong. How is it possible? Everyone has the power of ascension. Why is your chess piece so powerful? Muto Gojo's tone was unbelievable, and such a damage value was simply unbelievable to him. Not only him, but other survivors, who thought they had chess pieces with the power of Ascension, ended up attacking Yi Feng's chess pieces, and only dealt 3-digit damage. For a Darius with more than 20,000 HP, it was simply a piece of cake. No! The power of Ascension only doubles the attributes of the chess pieces, and increases the skill effects 5-fold. How can your chess pieces be so powerful? Some people couldn't accept this outcome, and shouted their doubts to Yi Feng. Listening to the other party's doubts, Yi Feng was also a little confused. These people had previously confidently said that they had obtained the power of Ascension, which made Yi Feng a little worried. But now it seems that the power of Ascension they obtained seems to be a little wrong. This power of Ascension is completely a castrated version. Under the Advanced Life Domain Magic Scroll, the chess piece's own recovery, and the triple blessing of the shield, the attacks of more than 20 people did not cause much trouble to Yi Feng. At this time, Yi Feng had a relaxed look on his face. Step by step, he walked forward. Is this your power of Ascension? It's really weak. Let me tell you what the real power of Ascension is. Chapter 288. Yi Feng's words, heard by these people. It was naked arrogance. In their opinion, Yi Feng had borrowed a lot of magic scrolls to have the current defensive power. This ability would not last long, and they also had their own scrolls and props to enhance their chess pieces. Too arrogant. Do you think you can be invincible alone? Relying on the short-term improvement obtained by magic scrolls, do you think we don't have it? Such arrogance, it seems that everyone should not hold back. These 20 people also took out magic scrolls to enhance the attributes of their chess pieces. As the magic scrolls were used one by one, the balance on the battlefield seemed to tilt towards the invaders. Yi Feng was gradually disadvantaged. Watch out, what is the real power of Ascension? It seemed like a long time, but in fact the two sides had only fought for less than a few seconds. With Yi Feng's shout, Yi Feng's chess pieces all released their own big moves. Malzahar was the fastest, with countless mechanical gates appearing in a staggered manner, instantly infecting the enemy targets with layers of infection effects. Draven was swinging his flying axe, and although he couldn't hit any AoE, every axe that hit the opponent's chess piece caused considerable damage to the opponent. LeBlanc's chain of fate caused the opponent's chess pieces to be injured in succession, and soon some chess pieces were killed. The moment the skills of the front row chess pieces were released, the opponent realized that there was also a gap in the power of Ascension. Darius roared and turned into a black wolf. Thousands of black wolves raged on the battlefield, tearing apart all the enemies who dared to attack. Leona's body glowed, and the originally dark sky was filled with sunlight. Under the attack of sunlight, the terrifying real damage made the opponent unable to resist at all, and was instantly turned into ashes. On the other hand, Crow Swain played steadily and steadily. After releasing Demon Ascension, he continued to increase his maximum health, and would only become stronger and stronger on the battlefield. These people naturally noticed the changes in Yi Feng's chess piece skills. Muto Gojo widened his eyes, and couldn't believe that such a thing happened. How is it possible? Why did his chess pieces change their skills? How could the power of Ascension change the skills of chess pieces? This was his doubt, and it was also the common doubt in the hearts of others. The Ascension power they got was only to improve the attributes of chess pieces and increase damage, but there was no such thing as changing skills. If the battle continued in this trend, this group of people would soon be completely defeated by Yi Feng. Thinking of this, Muto Gojo no longer concealed it, took out a disposable prop, and prepared to use it with a painful look on his face. It was a crystal bottle, shining with 7 colors of light. As the crystal bottle was broken by Muto Gojo, his chess piece shone with 7 colors of light, and its strength increased again. Akali's skill hit Darius, and it actually caused more than 800 points of damage. The others also took out their own trump cards, further enhancing the strength of their chess pieces. Seeing that everyone had a special item that could increase the strength of chess pieces in a short period of time, Yi Feng couldn't help but want to curse. Why didn't he get this thing? And everyone has it. It seems that getting this kind of props is a common experience for everyone. Why don't I have it? In fact, the reward Yi Feng received is far more powerful than the props in these people's hands that temporarily enhance the strength of the chess pieces. Yi Feng naturally knows this, but he still can't help complaining. It's the same as the situation in the secret realm. After these people released the enhancement props, Yi Feng couldn't do anything to them for a while. It's just that there is a difference. It's probably that the damage of these people did cause some trouble to Yi Feng. However, it's just a certain trouble. As Victor's chaotic energy was fully charged, a group of chaotic storms rose up, and a large number of chess pieces in the battlefield were swept into the air. Most of these chess pieces were swept into the front row. After this group of people lost the front row chess pieces, the back row chess pieces were like lambs to be slaughtered. Darius turned into a wolf and rushed into the enemy's back row. A few bites can kill a back row chess piece. This is the result after these people use their trump cards to temporarily improve the strength of their chess pieces. Otherwise, it would only take a few minutes to destroy the chess pieces of this group of people. Even so, Yifeng was still steadily eating up the opponent's chess pieces bit by bit. It's just that the speed was a little slower. For minutes later, these people's trump cards were completely ineffective. At this time, Yifeng finally showed the most cruel smile. You have no trump cards, right? Then it's my turn now. Open your dog eyes, and see clearly what the real power of ascension is. As Yifeng's voice fell. At this time, the god wolf rushed into the enemy camp, showing its terror. No one survived under the wolf's claws. Each attack could take away a chess piece. Thousands of giant wolves wiped out half of the enemies on the battlefield in just a few breaths. And as the opponent's gain disappeared, the infection layers on the chess pieces suddenly broke out. It was like a latent virus that broke out at the same time, taking away many enemies' lives. This is not over yet. As the number of enemies decreased, Malzahar's infection layer did not disappear after killing the enemy, but continued to transfer to other enemy chess pieces. This damage suddenly became more terrifying. At this time, David of the Fierce Wind Country recognized Yifeng's Malzahar chess piece. He was full of confusion. That's Malzahar, the 5-cost barracks. Why is he so terrifying? Did he also use the power of ascension on Malzahar? If he hadn't just buffed the chess pieces, wouldn't his Malzahar have killed all our chess pieces in an instant? The tone of these people was full of amazement at Yifeng's strength and despair for their own fate. After the invasion, they could not return to their base within half an hour. Originally, they had made the worst plan. Even if Yifeng was strong, it would be easy for everyone to hold on for half an hour. At worst, if they couldn't win, they would retreat. But now, after only 5 minutes of fighting, everyone's chess pieces have been killed. At this time, Muto Gojo of Ryaku sat on the ground helplessly. His chess pieces had been completely cleared in this moment. He looked at Yifeng's chess pieces killing all around on the battlefield, and his eyes completely lost their light. Only his mouth was left mumbling something. If you get closer, you can hear that the Ryakuman is saying something else. Just repeating the same thing. Masaka! This is impossible. This is not true. Chapter 289. 5 minutes made the invaders completely despair. They originally thought that this was an easy and pleasant invasion. Many of them were tempted by the benefits of several countries, and decided to participate. They originally thought that they could get a good profit by gathering the number of people, and spending some time. But they never expected that this invasion would make them lose all their main chess pieces here. When these people saw Yifeng holding a long knife, and stepping forward, they were immediately covered with fear. They thought that they didn't have much hatred with Yin country, and maybe they could survive if they communicated well. Suddenly, number 7 raised his hands to surrender to Yifeng. However, Yifeng ignored these people, and just warned everyone. Whoever dares to leave here will die. These words were full of murderous and violent emotions. Let everyone have no doubt that if they dared to leave, Yifeng would definitely swing the long knife in his hand to kill them. Suddenly, the group of people were so scared that they dared not move. Yifeng came to Zhao Jinqian step by step. Zhao Jinqian, who had expected Yifeng to die before, was like a frightened chick at this moment. Watching Yifeng coming forward, he kept retreating. Even if he fell to the ground, he did not dare to stop his retreat. If you take another step back, you will die immediately. Do you believe it? Suddenly, Zhao Jinqian, who was still retreating, became quiet at this moment, and his whole face was as pale as death, and he dared not move. Come on, smile. Yifeng took a photo of Zhao Jinqian, and sent it directly to the War Zone chat channel. Everyone, look who this is. As Zhao Jinqian's photo was posted, the chat channel suddenly became lively. Zhao Jinqian, isn't this guy dead? Oh my god. Is he a zombie? When did you learn the reincarnation? Fuck, the profiteer is not dead? Wait, didn't Yifeng go to deal with the invaders? How come Zhao Jinqian is here? At this time, some people began to recall the prompt sound a few minutes ago. There seemed to be a message that Zhao Jinqian, a survivor from the Rhea country, has jointly invaded this war zone. All survivors' bases in the Z031 war zone of Yin country will have portals, and the invader can be killed through the portals. All of a sudden, everyone understood what happened. This Zhao Jinqian actually joined the Rhea war zone. Although it is unknown how he joined the Rhea side, it does not reduce everyone's contempt for Zhao Jinqian at all. Come on, is there anyone who knows how to interrogate? Try to pry some useful information out of these people. Soon, many people volunteered to participate in the interrogation. However, there were too many people, so Yi Feng had to select more than 30 of them. Soon, a group of people came over. When they saw the intruders with their hands and feet trapped, a group of people shouted awesome. Unexpectedly, in just a few minutes, all these people were dealt with by Yi Feng. One person walked to the side of David, a survivor from the Fierce Wind country, squatted down and looked at him and teased, "Little brother, how dare you fight with Yi Feng? You will probably be dealt with in an instant, right? If you are a rookie, just practice more." Hearing this, David from the Fierce Wind country felt very aggrieved. The strength of the person who came must not be very good, but now he has become a prisoner, and the other party is so arrogant. Everyone take one person to interrogate, and leave the remaining 7 people to me. Remember the time. If there is no information after more than 25 minutes of their invasion, kill them immediately. If there is information, you can consider keeping them alive. After Yi Feng said this, he took the 7 survivors who chose to surrender to the other side. After hearing Yi Feng say that they can keep their lives, everyone's faces immediately showed a trace of relaxation. However, none of them knew. After Yi Feng said this, he tagged those who came in the War Zone chat channel, and added a sentence. What I said just now is for them to hear. Try to get more information or treasures. In any case, when the invasion time reaches about 28 minutes, kill them all immediately. Don't hesitate. For the invaders, Yi Feng never thought of letting them live from the beginning. These words are nothing more than paralyzing them. Yi Feng took away 7 survivors, who surrendered. The war zone of their country had nothing to do with Yin country. Yi Feng from Yin country, there is not much hatred between us. We can communicate well. Yes, this time it was all a misunderstanding. Let's live in peace. After we leave, we will let our survivors meet you Yin country survivors in the war zone and join forces to fight the enemy. Another person's eyes lit up. That's right. We can join forces to fight the enemy. Make a union. Yi Feng sneered in his heart. He invaded himself, and he still wanted to end it peacefully. How could it be so good? I'm very interested in the way you just enhanced the chess pieces. If you can come up with enough things, maybe I can spare your lives. Hearing this, the 7 people were not fools and understood what Yi Feng meant. It was nothing more than asking the other party to come up with good things. If the things were enough, they could be saved. Naturally, the 7 people had no objection to this. After all, they did fall into the hands of the other party, and being able to save their lives was not bad. After returning, all the barracks buildings were still there, and there were still enough gold coins. It's not impossible to turn the tables, so saving your life is the most important thing at the moment. Immediately, someone gritted his teeth and took out a magic scroll. Magic scroll of divine protection. After use, all chess pieces are covered with divine light protection, and 95% damage reduction is obtained. The protection will disappear when receiving huge damage. Remaining number of uses, 1/3. It seems that this person was able to withstand Yi Feng's violent output before, all thanks to this magic scroll. However, this magic scroll has been used twice, and there is only one chance left. Your thing is not powerful, it is still a consumable. Do you think it is enough to exchange for your life? Hearing Yi Feng's words, the man who took out the magic scroll looked gloomy. The first time he used this magic scroll was when he faced a particularly terrifying void monster. Each attack had thousands of points of terrifying damage. Relying on this magic scroll, he persisted until he killed the void monster, and there was still some residual divine light blessing. For most survivors, this thing is definitely an invincible defense. But he never thought that Yi Feng would be so perverted. The divine light blessing that could withstand for a long time was completely defeated in just a few minutes under the output of Yi Feng's chess pieces. This is already the most precious thing I can take out. The survivor smiled bitterly. Apart from this thing, he really couldn't take out any other treasures. Chapter 290. Seeing that the other party really couldn't squeeze out any money, Yi Feng could only pretend to think for a moment, and finally left an ambiguous word to the other party. You stand aside first. I see the situation of others first. The man immediately walked aside, as if he had been pardoned, but he didn't dare to move at will. The remaining 6 people, looking at Yi Feng's expression, also understood what he meant. Just think of it as spending money to avoid disaster. So, the 6 people also took out their treasures, hoping to exchange for a chance to survive. These props are all kinds of chess piece enhancement props. There are disposable ones and rechargeable ones. This rechargeable prop is called Energy Holy Bottle. According to the other party, the required energy is extremely difficult to obtain, and it is not a simple magic essence that can be replenished. The remaining energy can only be used about twice. After collecting all the things, Yifeng looked at the time. 20 minutes had passed since the invasion. By the way, tell me again, who contacted you and how did you invade together? Yifeng looked at the few people leisurely. Now that he got the reward, he looked at them with more kindness. These 7 people are not invaders at all, they are clearly his money-giving boys. If it weren't for them, how could he get 7 enhancement treasures? Hearing Yifeng's question, some of them hurriedly spoke up, fearing that they would be unhappy if they answered slowly. He is a survivor in the Sun Never Sets country. He has a prop that allows him to chat with everyone across the war zone, and can even open a temporary chat channel across the war zone. Yes. It was the Sun Never Sets country that contacted us with this item, and then the Fierce Wind country took out the joint invasion item and invited everyone to invade you together. At that time, the people of the Fierce Wind country and the Rya country gave us a lot of benefits, and we were all tempted by the benefits. We didn't have any deep hatred at all. When I go back, I will let the people in our war zone try to cooperate with the survivors of the Yin country when they meet them, to ensure each other's safety in the secret realm. Yes. The same goes for me. According to the old saying of your Yin country, we can be said to have known each other without fighting. As everyone talked, Yifeng had a general understanding of the whole thing. The leaders behind the scenes were the survivors of the 3 countries of the Sun Never Sets country, the Rya country, and the Fierce Wind country. From what these people said, Yifeng was full of interest in the cross-war zone chat items and joint invasion items they mentioned. However, the other party would definitely not hand over these things. Yifeng asked about the interrogation of other people on the other side through the chat channel at this moment. After learning that he really couldn't get any information, Yifeng shook his head. It seems that there is nothing to be gained. Then kill them as soon as possible to avoid more trouble. Okay, everyone, let's meet in the next life. Yifeng's words stunned the 7 people who had already breathed a sigh of relief. What does it mean? Didn't he promise to let them go? Yifeng said nothing, just wielding his sword. The group wanted to escape, but their hands were tied, and they couldn't run fast. Soon, the 7 invaders were all killed by the sword. Everyone, I'm sorry, although our ancestors said that we should keep our promises, but they also said that we should root out the grass. After finishing this, Yifeng hurried to the direction of the remaining people who were still being interrogated. When Yifeng rushed over, he saw that all these invaders were bruised and swollen. It looks terrible. Especially Zhao Jinqian, whose face was so swollen that it was hard to see his original appearance, and the corners of his mouth were full of dirty blood. In this state, if it weren't for the fact that the clothes he wore had not changed, Yifeng would probably not recognize this person. Did you get any useful information? Yifeng asked this question to the people who came to interrogate. However, when he saw the various marks of beatings on the bodies of these invaders, and the smirking expressions of everyone, Yifeng immediately knew the answer. This is because he didn't get anything out of it, so he just used physical mechanics to relieve his anger. Okay, you guys go back first. It's late at night, and it's time for everyone to go back to the base to rest after going out for a while. After hearing Yifeng's arrangement, everyone didn't stay for long and prepared to return to the base. Before leaving, many people did not forget to kick Zhao Jinqian a few more times. Some people even spat on Zhao Jinqian. Damn it, I was cheated by you, a traitor, and you dared to betray our Yin kingdom. This man was cheated by the traitor Zhao Jinqian in the past, and now he finally has a chance to take revenge, so he will naturally not let Zhao Jinqian go. After everyone else left, Yifeng looked at the remaining dozen people and showed the most kind smile on his face. I won't say any more nonsense. If you are willing to reveal some information, you may be able to live a little longer, or even go back alive. Otherwise, you will only die. After Yifeng finished speaking, these people's faces suddenly darkened. Although they already knew the outcome of death, they couldn't help but tremble in their hearts when Yifeng threatened them with death again. Some of these people bit their lower lips tightly, hoping to hide the uneasiness on their faces with pain. Zhao Jinqian was panicking at this time. He had offended Yifeng before, and the other party might really kill him. At this time, he didn't care about the pain in his body, and shouted to Yifeng with snot and tears. However, his voice was a little distorted after being beaten, and even his eyes were swollen and couldn't open, looking very funny. I know how the kingdom of Rhea decided to invade you. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Yifeng kicked Zhao Jinqian aside. A dog with a broken spine dared to say anything. He was nothing more than a small fry, and he didn't know any useful information. In the history of our Yin country, Traitors have never had a good ending. Especially those who defected to the Rya country are unforgivable. Yi Feng pulled out the long sword again, and walked towards Zhao Jinqian step by step. Seeing this scene, Zhao Jinqian peed. He could endure the beatings before, because he could still see the hope of survival. But now Yi Feng didn't talk nonsense with him, and came up to kill him, which made him realize that death was so close. A moment later, this Yin country traitor became a lifeless corpse. Since you don't want to talk, let's go together. After that, Yi Feng didn't care about these people, and swung the long sword in his hand, taking the life of an invader every time. Since you have chosen to invade, you must be prepared to die. Congratulations to Yi Feng, the administrator of the Z031 war zone of Yin State, for successfully defeating Wu Tung, the invader of Rhea State, and the reward is issued. Congratulations to Yi Feng, the administrator of the Z031 war zone of Yin State, for successfully defeating David, the invader of Lifeng State, and the reward is issued. Chapter 291. After killing all the invaders, the survival game announced the end of the invasion and issued a reward to Yi Feng for killing the invaders. There were more than 20 rewards in total, which made Yi Feng a little unresponsive for a while. There were more than 20 rewards, all kinds of messy rewards, and even one reward was a garbage low-level magic scroll. This made Yi Feng mutter, "This must be the reward from Zhao Jinqian, the profiteer." The remaining rewards were good and bad, and it seemed that the rewards were not issued according to the strength of the opponent. Yi Feng checked these rewards and found that there were actually 2 barracks replicators and 3 low-level barracks replicators. This way directly gave Yi Feng 4 more barracks replicators, and Yi Feng already had a 2-star LeBlanc barracks and a 1-star LeBlanc barracks builder. If another LeBlanc barracks was spawned, it would be possible to synthesize a 3-star LeBlanc. Among the rewards, Yi Feng found an item. Chaos Fusion Stone. After use, it can fuse the power of chaos for chess pieces, and obtain high damage reduction and damage increase in a short period of time. It can be used once every 7 days, and the current cooldown is 7 days. Yi Feng immediately thought of one of the invaders, who had taken out a stone-like item. After using it, the chess piece suddenly appeared with energy similar to Victor's Chaos Storm, and flowed into the chess piece, blocking Yi Feng's attack for a while. Could it be this Chaos Fusion Stone? Yi Feng took this item out of his backpack. After seeing the fusion stone in his hand, Yi Feng was extremely sure that this was the item held by the survivor before. In other words, the reward for destroying the invader is actually a random reward from the backpack of the killed invader? Thinking of this, Yi Feng suddenly realized that it was no wonder that the rewards Zhao Jinqian dropped were so rubbish. After all, there was nothing good about it. So naturally there would be no good things. After figuring out this problem, Yi Feng's face suddenly darkened. Almost all the survivors who dared to invade were masters, but among these masters, some of them only dropped a low-level barracks replicator. It can only replicate a barracks of 3 costs or less. This is simply a non-African behavior. Why are these rubbish still in the backpack? It simply lowers the probability of the prize pool jackpot. Yi Feng couldn't help but complain. Among this pile of items, the one that made Yi Feng most excited was a special item. Ascension Power Converter. Ascension Power Converter. It can convert various energies into ascension power to enhance the strength of the chess piece. If you have the statue, you may be able to unlock the true power of God. This is what Muto Gojo from Rya country exploded. It was Muto Gojo who confidently said that he could easily suppress Yi Feng later after Yi Feng killed Kamating Junichiro. I think his confidence comes from this special item. It seems that the other party used this thing to obtain the power of ascension, but without the statue, the power of ascension he obtained is a little too weak. Yi Feng sighed. At this moment, he understood why the power of ascension obtained by others was different from that obtained by himself. Without the statue building, they could not obtain the complete power of ascension. They only gained a slight improvement in strength, which was at most a quantitative change. But with the statue of Nasu's, Yi Feng's power of ascension was a qualitative change. It completely changed the skills of the chess pieces and greatly improved the attribute values. Yi Feng hurried back to the base and came to the statue of Nasu's with the converter. Detecting that the survivor has the power of Ascension Converter, whether to integrate into the statue of Nasu's, Yi Feng did not hesitate and chose to integrate into it. Suddenly, the prop in Yi Feng's hand turned into a stream of light and merged into the statue. The dim statue did not seem to have any changes. However, when Yi Feng checked the function of the statue of Nasu's, he indeed found a new function. Statue of Nasu's can provide a random chess piece with complete ascension power every 45 days. Replenish energy for the statue. Activate the statue in advance to obtain ascension power again, that is to say, Now Yi Feng can inject energy in exchange for obtaining ascension power in advance. However, what exactly does this energy refer to? Yi Feng is still a little unclear. Is it magic essence? However, when Yi Feng tried to inject magic essence into the statue, he got a prompt that it could not be injected. So what exactly is this energy? Just when Yi Feng was thinking hard, an item suddenly flashed in his mind. It was the item dropped by the giant snake that Yi Feng killed in the SSS level trial last time. All System Energy Stone. Holding it can release unexpected power. When Yi Feng got this item, he couldn't figure out what this thing was for. Apart from a great introduction, it was completely unusable and had been left in the warehouse by Yi Feng. Now thinking of the word energy, Yi Feng decided to take it out and try it out. When Yi Feng took the energy stone in his hand, the statue trembled slightly. This made Yi Feng very sure that this thing was really useful. Then, the reminder sound of the survival game rang in his ears. It is detected that the survivor has all the energy stones, which can be converted into the ascension power of the statue of Nasus. Do you want to convert it? Convert it for me. The energy stone in his hand flew up and merged into the statue. The originally dim statue burst into golden light at this moment. This golden light was so dazzling that it even dispelled the darkness. The entire city of the base was dyed with a layer of golden light. The people who were still reveling were also shocked by this scene, and all looked at the huge dog-headed statue not far away. What kind of building is this? Why is this building suddenly glowing? I don't know how many things is Master Yi Feng hidden that we don't know about. The power of the Nasu statue's ascension is ready. Do you want to randomly ascension a chess piece? This is of course a no-brainer. After Yi Feng made his choice, the chess piece that will ascend this time was also determined. This random ascension chess piece is Draven. Health increased to 7,740 points. Armor increased to 230 points. Magic resistance increased to 230 points. Attack power increased to 1788 points. Damage increased by an additional 10%. Draven gains an additional bond effect. Wu Kaishan Draven's ascension did not gain any skill enhancement, but it did gain an additional bond effect. Wu Kaishan Bond. Hearing this prompt, Yi Feng felt his breathing quicken. Chapter 292. Martial God of Wealth Draven is a special bond of Draven with 5 mana after the return of the Lucky Star. The skill can execute enemies with health below a certain percentage, and can also gain honor points by killing them. Honor points can be converted into gold coins. If you chase out a 3-star Martial God of Wealth Draven, it is almost equal to unlimited gold coins. If the opponent is happy, it is not a dream to chase out all 3-star and 5 mana members. Yi Feng once successfully got 3-star Martial God of Wealth Draven, and finally the 10 Emperors descended directly, 10 3-star and 5 mana. It's so cool. I wonder if the Martial God of Wealth Draven bond in the survival game is the same. With excitement, Yi Feng checked the Martial God of Wealth bond effect that Draven had. Martial God of Wealth. Draven seeks the rhythm of war and participates in killing void creatures. Crimson creatures will accumulate honor points, which can be converted into gold coins, and Draven will get more honor points each time he participates in killing, and Draven's attacks and skills will execute enemies below a certain percentage of health points. Generally speaking, the bond effect of the Martial God of Wealth has not changed much. It is still to obtain honor points in exchange for gold coins and percentage kills. It's just that the means of obtaining honor points has changed from killing enemy chess pieces and winning streaks to killing scarlet monsters and void monsters. In addition, there is a small nerf, that is, the bloodline of the kill will increase with the increase of honor points. But now the kill ratio has become a fixed value. However, this small nerf is not a problem for Yi Feng. The real problem is where to hunt void monsters and scarlet monsters. This problem is a bit troublesome for Yi Feng for the time being. After all, it is not easy to find these monsters in the Scarlet Land. Yi Feng kept thinking in his mind, and suddenly thought of a good place. That is the real battlefield. There are countless void monsters attacking in it. Thinking of this, Yi Feng became excited. At this time, a large group of people rushed here and asked Yi Feng what happened. No problem, just kill those invaders, and got some good things. Don't worry, everyone, if you want to play for a while, you can continue to have fun. If you are tired, you can go back and rest directly. Hearing this, everyone's faces showed excitement. Although I don't know what Yi Feng has gained, Yi Feng has become stronger, which means that everyone has become safer. After all, Yi Feng is not the kind of person who only cares about getting stronger. With Yi Feng, it is safe and worry-free. After dispersing everyone, Yi Feng only felt exhausted. Unknowingly, the time has almost come to 1 o'clock in the morning. At this point, if it was before he crossed over, he would probably still be playing games late at night. But there were too many things going on recently, and he felt a little sleepy at 1 in the morning. He just wanted to have a good sleep with Sona's 36E as his pillow. Yi Feng went to rest by himself, and he slept very soundly. Not only did he kill the invading survivors, but he also happened to kill the profiteer Zhao Jinqian. And he also got a lot of good things from these invaders. Another chess piece got the power of Ascension. Martial God of Wealth Draven, Yi Feng also has a battlefield opening scroll in his hand. After using it, he can go to the real battlefield and spawn monsters as he wants. Try to spawn thousands of gold coins in a few days. At that time, the refresh will no longer be based on the chess piece spawned. As long as it is a high-cost chess piece, buy it fiercely. The main goal is not to buy the right one, but only the expensive one. Even in the future, if all members have 3 stars and 4 or 5 costs, it will be an extremely terrifying force. Thinking of this, Yi Feng felt so excited that he couldn't sleep. Just when Yi Feng was lying on Chinu's 36E, feeling the warmth and falling into a beautiful fantasy. In the chat channels of war zone administrators of other countries, a group of people began to lose sleep. In particular, forces hostile to Yin country, such as Elijah country, Gale country, Sun Never Sets country, Dhaka country, Stan country, etc., all participated in this joint invasion. However, the ending they waited for was that all these invaders died. They didn't even know what happened. None of the strongest people sent out could return to the base. That is to say, the enemy's manpower killed all the intruders' chess pieces within half an hour, and killed the intruders as well. Thinking of this, they suddenly felt a chill on their backs and couldn't fall asleep at all. In the chat channel of the transnational war zone created by the survivors of the Sun Never Sets country with props, a group of survivors were very emotional. What a joke, more than 20 masters went to the Yin country war zone, but they all died. Not even one person could escape back? How is this possible? These people have life-saving trump cards in their hands. As long as they use their trump cards and survive for 30 minutes, they can return to their respective war zones smoothly even if they can't kill the Yin countryman. Damn it, who can tell me what happened? Is that Yi Feng of Yin country already strong enough to face more than 20 of our strongest people alone? Someone said the reality that no one wanted to accept. This result is like the most terrifying nightmare for everyone. If this is really the case, then when the National War Zone war starts on the 50th day, how can they compete with Yi Feng? It's better to wash your neck and wait for Yi Feng to kill them one by one. Your Riot country's Mudagojo, who said so much. Why did he still die in the war zone where the Yin country survivor Yi Feng was? This operation failed. It's all because the people of Riot are too arrogant, and they don't have that strong strength at all. Some people began to shirk responsibility, and pointed the finger at the survivors of Raya. In this joint operation, Raya's Mudagojo revealed to others about the Ascension Power strengthening piece, and told everyone that he also had 2 Ascension Power pieces. This made everyone believe that Yi Feng could definitely be killed. This is also the reason why many war zones that are still hesitating choose to send people to join this invasion. But now, the so-called strongest Mudagojo is also dead, and not even a message has been sent back. There are other survivors in the Ria country in this chat channel. When they saw others start to accuse them, they immediately refuted. What do you mean by our Ria country is arrogant? Then didn't the survivor in your country also say that Yi Feng must die tonight? Suddenly, this group of people fell into an endless quarrel. Suddenly, a person with the prefix Yin country war zone actually popped up in it. Everyone, I have a way to deal with Yi Feng. Please be patient, and don't hurt the harmony. Chapter 293. Seeing the people from the Yin Kingdom war zone emerge, everyone else was stunned. This was originally an invasion against the Yin Kingdom war zone. Why would there be people from the Yin Kingdom war zone in it? Some people even had countless thoughts and possibilities flashing through their minds in an instant. Could this invasion actually be a trap set by Yin Kingdom, the Sun Never Sets Kingdom, the Fierce Wind Kingdom, and the Ria Kingdom for their other countries? Wait, could it be that you are all working with Yin Kingdom to plot against us? Damn it, Sun Never Sets Kingdom, you actually teamed up with Yin Kingdom to plot against us? The scene got a little out of control for a while. The survivors from the Sun Never Sets Kingdom saw that everyone had a misunderstanding, and hurried to explain. Unexpectedly, the survivor with the Yin Kingdom prefix was the first to explain. My lords, although I am a Yin countryman, I have always hated my Yin countryman identity. In my opinion, Yin country is undoubtedly the most barbaric country in the world. Only Life-Own country is the beacon of world civilization. I have always longed for the life of Life-Own country, but unfortunately, I failed to fulfill my wish when the survival game came. Now I finally have the opportunity to integrate into the great Life-Own country, and I will never allow people like Yi Feng to destroy it. Listening to the passionate words of the Yin country survivor, some survivors from other countries were silent. In their eyes, Yin country was indeed weak, but the modern Yin country has long become a giant among the countries in the world, although there is still a certain gap with Lifeng country. But compared with other countries, it is still much stronger. Some of them even lamented that Yin country was developing too fast. So fast that their countries couldn't catch up. But they didn't expect that this Yin country survivor would be so dismissive of his own country. This made them a little confused, and even looked down on this Yin country survivor from the bottom of their hearts. However, this Yin country survivor didn't know these situations. He was even excited to explain his plan to everyone. I have a prop that can invite survivors from the war zone of the same country to come to my side, but the other party can only bring up to 20 chess pieces. I will find a name in the war zone to invite them to my war zone, and then I will inform you all that you can invade together and definitely kill Yi Feng. After listening to the plan of this Yin country survivor, all these foreigners felt a chill in their backs. A Yin country survivor was too cruel, and had no feelings for his companions from the same Yin country. This method can be said to be extremely insidious. Imagine that someone from the same war zone invites you to the other war zone, who would be on guard against their own people, and this kind of invitation can only bring 20 chess pieces. Even if they are on guard, what kind of Poland can 20 flags raise? In other words, as soon as Yi Feng agreed, he was doomed to die. The only thing that puzzled him was whether this Yin country survivor had a broken brain or something. He actually didn't hug Yi Feng, the thigh of Yin country, but came to help them instead. However, this is a good thing for them. In fact, although there are few such people in Yin country, they have never died out. No matter how well Yin country develops, he will always think that Lifeng country is the beacon of human civilization. What about grounding planes to save sparrows? What about a bird standing on a high-voltage wire, and the whole city losing power to save a bird? These outrageous stories make these people believe them, and use them to reflect on how Yin country is, and criticize Yin country for its shortcomings. These people even think that as long as they are foreigners, they are superior to Yin people. If these people do not have any power, they may not have a big impact. But if they are given a certain amount of power, outrageous things such as the study buddy system will appear. These people are the spineless people in Yin country, and even the scum in Yin country. It's a pity that this person hides very deeply, at least he thinks so. No one will know that he designed to frame Yi Feng. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but get excited. Congratulations to all survivors for making it to the 37th day. Daily gold coins have been distributed. Survivor, Yi Feng. Base level, LV9. The current maximum number of barracks that can be built, 9 plus 15. Base upgrade, 298 days later the survival game has reached the 37th day. Network God Garen's bond has been triggered. Get bond modification X1. Harp Fairy Sona's bond has been triggered. Get advanced musical notes X1 early in the morning. 2 pleasant reminder sounds rang. Bond modification and advanced musical notes are both good things. Bond modification Yi Feng directly gave the 6-cost chess piece Victor, and added the effect of the Iron Blood Conqueror bond to him. Then, Yi Feng removed the Iron Blood Conqueror emblem originally on Victor, and replaced it with another Archangel Staff. Double Archangel Staff can make Victor's output stronger. Yi Feng did not use the advanced notes directly, but first went to explode the daily gold coins of Urgot and Sevica. When Yi Feng came back, the number of gold coins returned to more than 200. It takes 125 gold coins to buy all the 5-cost barracks. Yi Feng's gold coins are still not enough now, so he decided to take Draven to the real battlefield to try out the gold coin explosion effect of the martial god of wealth bond. At this time, the little dog Chunju of the Ryak Kingdom actually contacted Yi Feng again. Any more information? This little dog Chunju is quite obedient. Yi Feng was very satisfied with the little dog Chunju's behavior as a spy for the Ryak Kingdom. Boss Yi Feng, I heard that there is a traitor in your Yin country, and they are going to set up a hangmen banquet for you to kill you. But I don't know the specific situation. I will continue to help find out. After receiving this message, Yi Feng couldn't help but frown. I didn't expect that in this survival game. There are still many scums and traitors in Yin country. Zhao Jinqian was one before, but I didn't expect that there are such people among the war zone administrators. And there is a saying that when you see a cockroach, there is a high probability that there are cockroaches in a room. Yi Feng couldn't guess how many people are behind this to collude with the survivors in other countries' war zones. I don't know, what is this hangmen banquet? Yi Feng was a little confused. What is the so-called hangmen banquet, and how are they going to kill him? Just when Yi Feng was confused, someone in the chat channel of the Yin Country War Zone Administrator tagged Yi Feng, and there was news. Chapter 294. At Yinhua Z031 War Zone Yifeng, do you have time to talk in person? Regarding the situation in the real war zone, why don't all parties discuss it together? How about setting the time tomorrow? Yifeng took a look at this message, which was actually sent by Wang Wei from the A003 war zone. Wang Wei is considered a leader among the peace-seeking faction among the war zone administrators. He shared some information with everyone and has some prestige. However, Yifeng did not have much good feelings for this person. First, he is a peace-seeking faction, and everyone is not on the same side. Second, he often inadvertently reveals his yearning for life's own country in his words. In addition, there is another thing, that is, this guy's name is only one character different from a certain traitor in history. Now this person suddenly invited Yifeng to his base, and it happened that Yifeng got the news that someone was going to set a hangmen banquet for him. If you have something to say, can't you just say it in the chat channel? No matter how you think about it, there is a big problem. Combined with the information Yifeng got, someone wants to set up a hangmen banquet for Yifeng. Then you can tell with your ass that there is definitely something wrong with Wang Wei's invitation. Not only Yifeng thought so, but even others noticed something wrong. Can't you just say it in the chat channel if you want to discuss it? Is there something shameful? That's right, you guys are acting like it's some secret operation. Faced with everyone's doubts, Wang Wei gave a serious answer. He said that he represented a large group of peace-seeking people who hoped Yifeng would come to discuss, and there were indeed some issues that were not convenient to let everyone know. And he has a prop in his hand, which can invite the other party to his base. If the communication goes smoothly, I have a lot of rare ingredients here. When the time comes, I will invite Yifeng to dinner, which can also be regarded as eliminating everyone's previous misunderstandings. Wang Wei found a reason, but this reason sounds a bit lame. In order to make Yifeng willing to go, Wang Wei added another sentence. Many of us hope that I will talk to Yifeng as a representative. If the peace talks can be successful this time, it will also help everyone in the Yin Kingdom War Zone to reach a solidarity in the future. I think Yifeng should not refuse this invitation. Wang Wei wanted to put Yifeng on the fire in the name of righteousness. Yifeng looked at what this man said and sneered. Yifeng is now very sure. It is Wang Wei who has become a traitor to Yin State, and this abrupt peace talk is the hangmen banquet in the news. However, Yifeng is also very curious about how the other party has the confidence to kill him. After all, so many strong men from so many countries have failed here, don't they know? Sure, but how can I get to your side? Yifeng asked this question. Seeing Yifeng's answer, Wang Wei couldn't help laughing on his face. The other party really fell into the trap. Then if you want to kill Yifeng, you have already succeeded for the most part. I have a prop here that can invite survivors from other war zones to come to my area, but this prop has a little bit of a small restriction, and can only carry 20 chess pieces. Of course, we will have peace talks in the base this time, so there is no need to worry about safety. After hearing the other party's explanation, Yifeng suddenly realized. So this is the method of the hangmen banquet. Let him only carry 20 chess pieces. It is estimated that once he goes there. However, Yifeng did not refuse this hangmen banquet. The premise of the hangmen banquet is that the other party is strong enough to control him. But if his strength is enough to crush all the conspiracies and tricks, then all the conspiracies will only become a joke. Now Yifeng has obtained several props to enhance the chess pieces. Even if he can only carry 20 chess pieces, he can fight against 100 or 1000 to crush all the conspiracies and tricks. So, Yifeng directly chose to agree. No problem, then see you tomorrow. After getting Yifeng's affirmative answer, Wang Wei on the other side felt that his face was about to be wrinkled like a chrysanthemum. According to the agreement between him and the survivors from other countries, after killing Yifeng, they will use props to let him go to the Lifeng War Zone and become a survivor in the Lifeng War Zone. This is what he has always dreamed of, and it is finally coming true. Thinking of this, he felt his breathing quickened. After seeing Yifeng agreed, Zhuang Hao tagged Yifeng in the private channel. Brother, I feel that Wang Wei is not a good guy, be careful of something fishy. After Zhuang Hao said this, other people also expressed similar views. Indeed, Wang Wei is not a good guy at first glance, you have to be careful. This bastard is not going to trick you over, right? You might as well regret it, and don't go. Yifeng was not worried about everyone's concern and reminder, and answered calmly. Don't worry. After closing the chat channel, Yifeng took out the battlefield opening scroll. He wanted to take this opportunity to go to the real battlefield to see how much gold coins Draven, who was bound by martial god of wealth, could give him. As the scroll opened, a portal was slowly built in Yifeng's base. In the center of the portal, there was a light curtain, and the world behind it could be vaguely seen. It seems that after the battlefield scroll was opened, it was to directly build a portal between the two worlds for Yifeng. Without thinking too much, Yifeng led the chess pieces directly into the portal. As soon as he entered, he saw a familiar scene. That was the real battlefield area that Yifeng came to last time. At this time, monsters were coming towards this side from the void channel in the sky not far away. Zhao Su, Lu Shui and others who met last time were still there. At this time, he was preparing to call the chess pieces to go forward to meet the enemy. Seeing Yifeng suddenly appear, they all looked very surprised. "Hey, why are you back again?" Lu Shui frowned slightly, as if she was very confused about Yifeng's sudden return, and looked at Yifeng curiously with a pair of bright eyes. In their opinion, Yifeng must have been sent to a more core area of the battlefield last time. Unexpectedly, Yifeng suddenly came back again. Looking at the monsters not far away, Yifeng's eyes were shining. Without time to reminisce with everyone, Yifeng hurriedly called his chess pieces to go forward. "Everyone take a break first. Let me deal with these monsters." In the stunned eyes of everyone, Yifeng rushed towards the monsters, as if he was afraid that someone would rob these monsters. In a moment, Yifeng killed all the monsters. The continuous increase in honor value in his ears made Yifeng very excited. Wu Kaishan start. Chapter 295. A total of 306 honor points were obtained this time. Every 10 honor points can be converted into 1 gold coin. Do you want to convert now? The ratio of honor points to gold coins is 10 to 1, which means that Yifeng has obtained 30 gold coins in this wave. And the monsters that invaded this time were just hundreds of miscellaneous void monsters, which were nothing big. So it was very easy for Yifeng to deal with them. After dealing with this batch of monsters, Zhao Su came over and invited Yifeng to sit over and chat. "Why did you suddenly disappear before? Come on, sit in my rest area for a while, and we can chat slowly." However, Yifeng shook his head and rejected the other party's invitation. "Sorry, everyone, I'm stationed at the entrance of this passage today." Looking at the firm look in Yifeng's eyes, Zhao Su was a little confused. What's the situation with this newcomer? And why was he looking at the passage where the monster came out, full of expectation and excitement? It was as if he was looking at some stunning beauty. Don't people who come here all hope that there will be as few monsters as possible? Just when Zhao Su was confused, Yifeng took out a few recliners and placed them nearby. "Everyone, sit down and talk. How often do these void monsters come? Can they come faster?" Yifeng's question made the four of them stunned for a moment. What kind of question is this? And looking at Yifeng's excited look, he probably wants the monsters here to spawn non-stop. It seems that in his eyes, these void monsters are not difficult guys at all, but treasures. Lu Shui was the first to react. She smiled and walked forward to a recliner, lying on it lazily. "It's hard to explain. We are in the outer area. When it's busy, there will be a wave of people coming in a few hours. When it's slow, there may be a wave of people coming in 1 or 2 days." For this answer, Yifeng's face was full of disappointment. "This is too slow. At this speed, I can't get many gold coins in a day. I thought I could get gold coins in this real battlefield and achieve gold freedom directly. Although I don't understand why Yifeng is disappointed," Lu Shui still explained it considerately. "There is no way. We are in the outer areas. We are just eating and waiting to die to help the big guys deal with some miscellaneous soldiers. There must be relatively few monsters. If you want to hunt more void monsters, then go to the more core areas." Hearing this, Yifeng immediately became interested. "If I go to the more core areas, wouldn't it be fun to swipe?" Zhao Su poured a basin of cold water on Yifeng at this moment. But the situation in the core area is also complicated. It is a real meat grinder battlefield. No matter how strong your chess pieces are, they may fail. Some of these void monsters can even go around from underground to your back row to attack the fragile chess pieces in the back row. Zhao Su's expression was very frightened. Although he had never been to the battlefield in the core area, he was frightened by the news he heard from others and the situations he saw. The situation over there could be broken at any time. As a result, the boy's expression was as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Sure enough, after Zhao Su said this, Yifeng was not scared off, but showed an even more excited expression and asked Zhao Su, "Then how can we go to the more core area?" Hearing this, Zhao Su shook his head and expressed his incomprehension of this kid's performance. Another person in the crowd gave the answer. "Either you kill enough void creatures, and the survival game determines that your strength is enough to go to a deeper battlefield area, and then asks you if you are willing to go. Another way is that you can follow the passage where the monster came from, and kill all the way along the passage. It is not impossible to kill into the most core area." After hearing the second option, Yifeng's eyes lit up. It can actually be operated this way? Yifeng immediately showed an expression of eagerness to try. At this time, Lu Shui hurriedly spoke to dispel Yifeng's crazy idea. You don't really have this idea, do you? This is all a joke, just a joke among the survivors. Believe it or not, I will follow the monster's passage to your side and slap you. If you really go, it's very risky. These passages are like a different space. It's easy to get lost after entering, and it's easy for some extremely powerful monsters to appear inside. The number of monsters inside may be 10 times, or even dozens of times, that outside. If you are not careful, you may die in it. Moreover, you cannot use the teleportation props to leave in the passage space, and the chat channel cannot be used. It is difficult to ask for help from the outside world, unless you are lucky enough to find another exit and walk out of the passage space. Someone was confident that he was strong enough and wanted to kill his way to the deepest part of the channel directly, not wanting to advance slowly along the way. However, after he went there, he never heard from him again. Lu Shui described the horror in the channel space to Yifeng and gave examples of failure, hoping to dispel Yifeng's idea. After all, a newcomer came, and he was a survivor trained in the next era. It was a good opportunity to ask about the situation and some information of his era. However, Lu Shui's idea was doomed to fail. After hearing these words, Yifeng only had Lu Shui's words in his mind. The number of monsters inside is likely to be 10 times or even dozens of times that outside. This sentence kept echoing in his mind. 10 times? Dozens of times? Wouldn't that be a lot of honor points? At that time, it can be exchanged for gold coins to buy barracks and recruit new chess pieces. How do I enter this channel? Yifeng looked at Lu Shui expectantly, and the excitement in his eyes could no longer be suppressed. He couldn't wait to enter the passage and then hunt the void monsters for gold coins. Suddenly, Lu Shui couldn't help but hold her forehead and rubbed it. Why can't this newcomer listen to advice? Or is there something wrong with his description, making the other party think that there are treasures everywhere in the passage space? In the end, after many unsuccessful persuasions, several people had to shake their heads helplessly and told Yifeng how to enter the passage space. Are you crazy, kid? Forget it, I won't persuade you. I wish you better luck and find the exit earlier to come to the outside world. When you have a thought, you can be teleported back to us. It's rare to have a newcomer. Don't really die. We have a lot of things to ask you. After saying goodbye to everyone, Yifeng rose directly into the air, and he and all the chess pieces were sucked into the void passage in the sky. Chapter 296. After Yifeng entered the passage, he immediately found that the space in the passage was indeed a different world. From the outside, the passage looked very small, and there seemed to be not much space. But when Yifeng entered, he found that the space inside was extremely huge. It was an extremely huge area, and the passage that originally came in now looked extremely small. The whole space was based on dark purple. There were no reference objects or identification. In such an environment, if you walk a little further, you may lose your sense of direction. This may also be the reason why many people get lost and cannot get out after entering here. Yifeng used the entrance as a reference and took a step in the opposite direction of the entrance. I don't know how far I have walked. Yifeng only knows to look back at the entrance behind him. It has become smaller and smaller, and even later, it has completely disappeared with the naked eye. There is no void creature around, which makes Yifeng a little irritated. The planned martial god of wealth was swiped like crazy, but why did this monster disappear? Just as Yifeng was complaining, a sound like an earthquake came from not far away, and it seemed that a large number of creatures were approaching Yifeng. If it were other survivors, they would be scared if they encountered such a situation in this space, fearing that something unexpected would happen. But all that flashed in Yifeng's eyes was excitement. It's finally here. After so long, I finally saw the figure of the void monster. Honor value, Buddy is here. Thinking of this, Yifeng directly commanded the chess pieces to rush to the area where the sound came from. I was afraid that if I was a step slower, these monsters would run away. Soon the two sides met. It was a giant void creature as huge as a hill. From the appearance, it looked a bit like a giant fleshy monster, more than 60 meters long. It had a long body, but was covered with sharp spikes. The densely packed insect legs under its feet crawled on the ground, making a piercing sound. The earth rumbling heard before came from this. The body of this void giant worm exuded a smell like rust, which made people feel a little uncomfortable. However, these were nothing to Yifeng. When Yifeng saw the void giant worm in front of him, all he saw was the light of honor value. The chess piece rushed up and quickly stopped the giant worm. The giant worm, whose way was blocked, suddenly became furious. It made a piercing cry, and all the spikes on its body stood up, and it arched its body to make a fighting posture. From the opponent's huge mouth, you can even see the densely packed multiple fangs in its mouth. However, these are not a threat to Yifeng. The chess pieces quickly rushed forward. Although Draven did not gain new skills after obtaining the power of Ascension, his attack power doubled, so that his axe could deal nearly 10,000 points of damage. What's more, there is 1,000 swords that continuously stacks damage. It seems that the damage is very low, but after a few minutes of stacking, the value will become very terrifying. If this giant insect monster can really run to the outer area, it may be a disaster for the defenders. However, for Yifeng, it was enough to have a hand. A few minutes later, the monster died. Congratulations to the survivor for killing the void monster. Draven gets 300 honor points. With a total of 606 honor points, the honor points provided by this monster are 300 points, which is worth 30 gold coins. If you can kill hundreds of such monsters, you can refresh 1 advanced note and 26 ordinary refresh opportunities after you go back, and there are 4 barracks replicators. Yifeng is confident that he can definitely make another 3-star 5-cost barracks. If you are lucky, it seems that it is not impossible to make a 3-star 6-cost barracks. After killing this monster, Yifeng found a problem at this time. He seemed to have no idea where he was. However, Yifeng was not worried about anything. He took it easy. As long as there are no monsters that can threaten him, he can find a way out slowly. It is unknown how much time has passed, but Yifeng has been pushing forward in this channel space, and his honor value has reached 3,000 points. In the outside world, the news that Yifeng entered the world in the Void Channel has also spread. The newcomer last time? He is very strong, but he is too arrogant. If he really encounters some incredible monsters, it will be fun to turn over in it. In a certain area, a bearded man in shorts looked at the Void Channel in his area and sighed. Even if there are no monsters, it is normal to get lost in it. This guy should not starve to death in the end, because he can't find the way. Someone also proposed a more outrageous possibility. Although this possibility is outrageous, it is not impossible to happen. In the core area, Wang Tianxi showed an expectant look on his face after hearing the news, and he was not worried about anything. What a good newcomer! I remember that there are several of us who have done this kind of feat. As soon as Wang Tianxi finished speaking, several people laughed heartily. They are the people who have done the same thing in Wang Tianxi's mouth. At the beginning, they were all full of enthusiasm, and they were not afraid of tigers. In order to quickly enter the core area, they chose to directly cross the Void Channel world. This is something they are proud of, and they naturally laughed proudly when it was mentioned. I estimate that it won't be long before this new guy can come to us. It will take some time. Don't forget that no one will be sent to the core area before the final victory zone of the survival game is decided. It seems that we have to wait until this guy has cleaned up all other countries before he can come. When everyone was chatting, someone suddenly remembered something and his face suddenly became gloomy. Wait, I remember the guy split a clone a few days ago and escaped outside. He hasn't appeared yet. Could he still be hiding in the Void Channel? As soon as these words came out, everyone's face turned black. That was a clone split out by the terrifying monster with eyes like the sun and the moon in the sky. For them, it can be easily dealt with. But after being released, it can cause great damage to the survivors outside. If Yifeng, a newcomer, encounters this, the outcome will most likely be death. It shouldn't be such a coincidence. After all, the space is so big. That's right. Let's not worry too much. Wait until the monster's clone shows up, and send anyone to kill it quickly. At this time, Yifeng's honor value has exceeded 2,000 points. At this time, he can no longer suppress the smile on his face. Awesome. This time it's really awesome. Chapter 297. Just as Yifeng was immersed in the excitement of brushing, he had no idea that a giant monster was slowly rushing towards him. The monster was not big, and from a distance, it looked like a humanoid monster more than 3 meters tall. In this deep purple space, Yifeng was having a lot of fun. This time, as long as he could go back smoothly, he would have more than 300 gold coins guaranteed. I will use up more than 20 refreshes after I go back. After Yifeng said this, he felt a little weird. But he didn't care about anything and continued to walk in the direction he chose. Little did he know that this direction was exactly the same as the direction the monster came from. One person and one monster, just running in both directions. In a moment, Yifeng saw a figure rushing towards him in the distance. Is there someone else in this space? Because it was too far away, Yifeng didn't see the specific appearance of the figure clearly, so he assumed it was the same person. At this moment, the figure also accelerated and rushed towards Yifeng. The speed was so fast that it even surpassed Bolt among humans. At this moment, Yifeng reacted and realized that this thing was definitely not a human. Sure enough, as the figure approached, Yifeng finally saw the appearance of the thing clearly. The 3-meter-tall body had a pair of dark red flesh wings growing on its back. Behind it, there was also a long tail. The tail looked extremely sharp, more like a long knife, and its front image made people feel uncomfortable. It was a body made up of 3 tones of dark blue, scarlet, and dark purple. The body is covered with countless hard scales, which emit these 3 different colors. The face of that thing looks more like a beast, and it looks extremely ferocious. The most bizarre thing is the pair of eyes. The left eye is glowing scarlet, and the right eye is glowing dark purple. After seeing Yifeng, the monster looked straight at Yifeng, and Yifeng couldn't help but sweat on his back. What the hell is this? Although he didn't know what this monster was, Yifeng still called the chess piece to prepare for the battle. Soon, the chess piece and the monster started fighting. When the monster attacked, Yifeng was shocked. This monster didn't have any special means of attack, just a punch on Darius. It actually directly appeared 5,000 points of terrifying damage, and this monster was very fast, and within 2 seconds, it quickly threw 3 punches. These 3 punches directly knocked away most of Darius's health. The damage was very high, which made Yifeng a little unexpected. However, as Yifeng took out a magic scroll and restored the health of the chess piece according to the percentage, Darius's health was also pulled back. Soon, Darius in the front row had a full blue bar, and released a big move, and thousands of divine wolves appeared on the field. Very good at fighting, right? You are very good at fighting, but you are only one person. You have to rely on numbers to get out there. Countless giant wolves surrounded the monster, and the monster's figure could no longer be seen. It seems that this monster can be dealt with soon. However, the next moment, something strange happened. The monster let out a deep roar, the sound piercing the sky. The monster, originally in the center of the battlefield, was actually getting bigger. Soon, its body went from 3 meters tall to 30 meters tall, and now, he could hit multiple targets at the same time with one punch. With one punch, the wolf summoned by Darius was hit. A 5-digit horrible damage appeared on his head. Minus 21,547. This damage killed the wolf instantly. Seeing this scene, Yifeng was a little scared. The damage of this monster was so terrible. Even if Darius had damage reduction, this punch would probably take out nearly 10,000 HP. This is very dangerous. To be on the safe side, Yifeng took out the spoils he had seized last time. That was something the survivors of Kangaroo Country took out to survive, and it could be used once. After using it, the damage to the chess piece can be reduced by 80% again, and a high amount of life can be restored. The only regret is that this item has a usage limit, and now there is only one chance to use it. Take out the thing, it is a green gem. After Yifeng chose to use it, it turned into a stream of green light that poured into the body of the chess piece. Among the original pack of divine wolves, Darius's body was covered with green light, but unfortunately the summoned divine wolves were not covered. With the protection of the green light, Yifeng relaxed a lot. At least there is no need to worry about the loss of chess pieces. The monster in front of him does not seem to have any gorgeous attack methods, but the attack value alone is enough to make many survivors drink a pot. Moreover, most of the void monsters have a characteristic. That is, after the chess piece dies, these void monsters can absorb the chess piece to restore their own health. In order to prevent this from happening, Yifeng chose to use this enhancement item for safety. Anyway, in addition to this one, there are several other items, and there will be no shortage of such items in the future. As Yifeng took out the props, the pressure suddenly dropped a lot. The only means of attack for this monster is physical attack, and the front and back rows cooperate well. Steady and steady, Yifeng quickly suppressed the monster. More than 10 minutes later, the monster finally fell. As the monster fell, the monster's eyes turned into 2 balls of light. One red and one purple, floating in the air, as if looking for something. The 2 balls of light floated up and down around Yifeng, as if looking at Yifeng. And Yifeng was surrounded by these 2 balls of light, and there was an inexplicable throbbing in his heart. It was as if being stared at by some beast. The 2 balls of light tried to approach Yifeng, but were stopped by an invisible force, as if they hit a glass wall. After several attempts, the 2 balls of light aimed at a direction and flew away quickly. The speed was so fast that only 2 rainbow rays were left in the air. What on earth is this thing? Yifeng muttered, but he quickly shifted his attention, because this monster provided Yifeng with 3,000 points of honor. What a concept! This monster provided Yifeng with 300 gold coins. and Yi Feng's accumulated honor now has more than 5,000 points of honor. However, when Yi Feng checked, he found a slightly frustrating message. The maximum honor value can be obtained per day is 5,000 points, which has reached the upper limit. In other words, it is meaningless to continue brushing. At the same time, in the core area of the battlefield, the two balls of light suddenly appeared here. The two beams of light ignored the obstacles and rushed directly into the monster at the deepest core. That was the source of all the monsters on the battlefield. Chapter 298. Seeing the two rays of light appear, the 12 people in the core area were all shocked. Wang Tianxi, the leader, looked at the two rays of light returning to the center, his eyes full of disbelief. What's going on? The clone of this monster was solved so quickly. This is a little different from the past. In the past, after this monster split into countless clones and broke through layers of defense, it would find a weakest node in the outer area in the world of the Void Channel. Every time, this monster was able to cause considerable damage to the periphery at the beginning, and then it was driven to and destroyed by the people in the core area. This is not that the people in the core area do not want to deal with it in advance. But the monster is hidden in the space of the Void Channel, and they can't find it at all. Only when the monster comes out can we get the first-hand information about the situation. Let's ask everyone first to see who solved this monster clone. It is estimated that the loss is not small. We can try to replenish them with some resources. In Zhao Tianxi's eyes, it is determined that this monster should not appear in the outer area. It was jointly wiped out by other survivors with stronger strength. But even so, the survivors who participated in the elimination of this monster clone definitely suffered heavy losses. It is even possible that the chess pieces were almost wiped out. After all, they all knew the strength of the monster clone best. However, when they asked, they got an answer that surprised everyone. What? The core boss split out another clone and rushed out? Oh my god, I was scared just hearing about this. I remember that many people died last time. Wait, do you mean that the clone has been solved this time? Who is it? Stand up and let everyone see it. Everyone was talking about it, guessing who killed the monster clone. Is there another big guy who has become stronger, and is not disclosed, ready to make a big splash? Some people made a guess, but still no one admitted it. As a result, after asking around, no one in all areas admitted that they killed the monster clone. This made the 12 people in the core area a little confused. Who made such a big move, but was unwilling to make it public? Suddenly, someone made a guess. It can't be that newcomer. I heard that he is quite powerful, and he encountered the clone monster in the channel space, and it is not impossible that he killed it in the end. This guess is very bold. After all, a newcomer who just came to the real battlefield can kill the monster clone, which is already a shocking feat. Just thinking about it makes everyone feel incredible. But apart from this, they can't think of any other possibilities. After all, no one admitted that they killed the monster clone. If it is really that new guy, then he will definitely be able to come out safely. Ask him after he comes out. By the way, the person in charge of his area seems to be Lu Shui. You should say hello to her. If you see that new guy coming back, contact us as soon as possible. Everyone was discussing, and at this time, the monster in the core area suddenly roared, as if it was extremely angry. Damn it, that guy is going to riot again? Everyone, take action together to avoid accidents. At this time, Yi Feng, after maxing out his honor value, suddenly lost motivation. It seemed that the maximum amount of gold coins earned every day was only 500. Thinking of this, Yi Feng couldn't help but sighed, lamenting that gold coins were hard to earn. If other people heard this sigh, they would probably want to strangle Yi Feng. Listen, what kind of words are these? 500 gold coins a day, you actually despise it. If you don't want it, give it to someone else. After walking in this passage space for an unknown period of time, Yi Feng only knew that his stomach growled several times. Time should have passed for most of the day. However, the surroundings were still dark purple, and there was no exit in sight. At this time, Yi Feng saw a group of monsters, collectively running in one direction. Yes, how could I forget this? These void monsters will invade the area where the survivors are through the passage. As long as I follow these void monsters, I can find an exit stably. Thinking of this, Yi Feng hurriedly called the chess pieces to follow him, and kept a distance to ensure that they would not be discovered by the monsters. Soon, Yi Feng followed the group of monsters to an exit. There is indeed an exit. At the entrance of a passage in the B-level area of the real battlefield, several survivors were drinking tea and chatting nearby. Did someone really kill the monster's clone? Who is it? Why don't they come out and admit it? The bald man looked up at the sky, full of curiosity. His companions didn't know the answer to his question. At this moment, the void passage they were in suddenly moved. A monster is coming. Get ready, brothers. At the reminder of the bald man, everyone's chess pieces came forward and prepared for battle. As long as these monsters dare to come out, they will be greeted by a rainstorm of attacks. Everyone was nervously waiting for the monsters at the other end of the void channel to come out. But the next scene shattered several people's eyes. Am I dazzled? Pockmarked, I'm not dazzled. It seems that there is a person coming out of this channel. The other boy who was replaced by Pockmarked also opened his mouth wide, slapped himself hard, and then answered the bald man's words. It really hurts, I'm sure I'm not dazzled. What the hell is this? None of them understood what was going on. Suddenly, one of them thought of a possibility, and his face suddenly sank. I remember. All of a sudden, everyone looked at that person, wanting to know what was going on. I heard that some SS-level monsters in the core area will be humanoid. Hearing the word SS level, several people suddenly lost their bloodshot. SS level is not something that their B-level battlefield area can deal with. Hurry up and notify the superiors. Let's delay as much as possible. This time everyone may really be finished. Ha ha ha, this is the first time I've seen an SS-level monster. I don't know what it will look like. Just after they notified the superiors and prepared to die, the figure in the passage completely walked out and was teleported down in a ray of light. And behind him, there were hundreds of figures. Finally out. Which area does this belong to? After Yifeng walked out of the passage, he felt comfortable looking at the surrounding scenery. After seeing several survivors nearby, he asked the people around him about his location. Chapter 299. Hearing the question from the person in front of him, the bald man was the first to react. This was not a monster, but a survivor. Especially looking at the group of chess pieces behind him, this guess was proved. However, the bald man's mind was full of question marks at this time. How could a person appear in this passage? Looking at the few people who had not yet come to their senses, Yifeng asked again. Can you tell me where this is? The bald man woke up from his dream and hurriedly answered Yifeng's question. We are in the 308 area of the B-level battlefield. Who are you? The bald man's tone was full of doubt. He was full of curiosity about Yifeng's appearance. After hearing the bald man's answer, Yifeng couldn't help but sigh. He actually ran so far. After all, the area he came in was the D-level outer area, and now he came to the B-level area. I see, I see. Thank you, bald brother. I am from the outer area. I will go back now. Sorry to bother you. You can continue to drink tea, and don't worry about me. After saying that, Yifeng thought about it, and activated the teleportation function to return to the area he came from. Looking at the disappearing Yifeng, the bald man and his group were even more confused. A person suddenly appeared in this void channel, and left so suddenly. What is this? Immediately, the bald man told this matter to other people in the channel to complain. As for Lu Shui, after receiving the notice from the upper level, she immediately doubted whether she had heard it wrong. According to the words of the upper level, several bigwigs in the core area guessed that the monster in the core area had split a clone, but it was killed by the newcomer Yifeng. This incident made her unable to let go for a long time. If the newcomer's strength is really so strong, she suddenly felt that she was as weak as a chicken compared to the newcomer. After hearing Lu Shui's description, the remaining few people also fell into a life-doubting mode. Is this newcomer really a human? This is more like a monster than a void monster. Why can his chess piece be so powerful? For a while, several people were a little autistic by this news. Everyone sat down, no one spoke, and their minds were thinking about how Yifeng, a newcomer, killed the monster clone. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that the gap between people was sometimes bigger than that of dogs. At this time, Yifeng suddenly came back. Just happened to see the few people who were depressed. What a coincidence that you are all here. Yifeng smiled and greeted them. Xiao Su, who was still in deep thought, saw Yifeng coming back, and his eyes were full of surprise, shock, envy, and other expressions. Looking at Yifeng, it finally became just one sentence. Did you kill the clone of the monster in the core area in the space? The other people also wanted to know this question, and they all looked at Yifeng and waited for his answer. What clone? I don't know, but I did encounter a very powerful humanoid monster that could grow to more than 30 meters tall. After it died, its eyes turned into two balls of light and ran away. Is this what you were talking about? Suddenly, Lu Shui's eyes lit up. It turned out that Yifeng killed the monster clone. The monster's eyes contained the power of the void and the power of scarlet, and they were two balls of light. This was the most obvious feature. Even the so-called sun and moon above its head were projected onto this battlefield by its body. It seems that this newcomer is really strong. It is estimated that he will reach the same level as Wang Tianxi in the near future. I wonder how many chess pieces he lost this time when facing the monster's clone. Thinking of this, Lu Shui carefully scanned the chess pieces behind Yifeng and counted them silently in her heart. But when Lu Shui finished counting, her pupils widened. She originally thought that Yifeng's chess pieces would have some loss, but after counting a circle, she found that none of Yifeng's chess pieces were missing. In other words, Yifeng killed the monster's clone without any injury? This is simply a myth. You didn't lose any chess pieces? Lu Shui's expression was very shocked, and she was a little confused when she saw Yifeng. Isn't it just a powerful monster? Is it so surprising? Don't you believe in your buddy's strength? That monster can kill my chess pieces? Don't underestimate me. Yifeng said what he thought, but it was extremely heartbreaking to hear it in the ears of several people. This kid's words are too hurtful. It's like everyone just passed the exam, but he got full marks, and he said in front of these students who just passed, getting full marks is just about having hands. It's just as heartbreaking. Everyone was about to say something else, but Yifeng looked up at the surroundings that had already fallen at night, and suddenly thought of something. Everyone, let's talk about the past next time. I have something to do, and have to go back first. After saying that, Yifeng's figure disappeared in the shocked eyes of everyone. Even the chess pieces behind him disappeared. Watching Yifeng disappear, Zhao Su sighed. I really envy this kid for being able to return to the Scarlet Land. When the survival game is finished, everyone will be forced to teleport here, and it will be impossible to go back. No way, after all, there is only one Scarlet Land, and it has to be used for the development of the people of the new era. Speaking of it, I still miss the old days. After several people finished speaking, they recalled the past years. And Lu Shui replied to the news of Yifeng's return to the superiors, and told them about Yifeng's killing of the monster clone. When the news came to the core area, all 12 people were amazed. It seems that this newcomer is stronger than we expected, so it is a foregone conclusion that Yin Country will become the final winner in their era. I just don't know when they will be completely teleported here. When Yifeng returned to the base, he found that it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. This trip to the battlefield took more than 10 hours. Of course, the gains of this trip are naturally worth it. Convert all the honor points into gold coins for me. Current honor points, 5,000 points, which can be converted into 500 gold coins. Do you want to convert now? This is naturally without any hesitation. Suddenly, a golden light suddenly lit up on the Draven barracks, and countless gold coins floated on it, looking very beautiful. 500 gold coins were obtained this time. Yifeng opened his remaining gold coin panel and checked it. A total of 711 gold coins. In addition to gold coins, there are 26 ordinary refreshes and 1 advanced refresh of all 5-cost barracks. It is not a dream to produce another 3-star 5-cost or even 3-star 6-cost barracks. Yifeng opened the barracks construction panel and directly pressed the refresh button below. D-card start. Chapter 300. Yifeng was the first to use the advanced note given by Sona to refresh the number of times. This advanced note can refresh 5 5-cost barracks. Yifeng put his hands together and blew a breath into his palm. Give me something useful. It's better to be LeBlanc, so that I can also get 3 stars with LeBlanc. As the refresh button was pressed, the dazzling golden light suddenly dazzled Yifeng's eyes for a while. 5 5-cost barracks were neatly arranged in front of Yifeng. LeBlanc, Catelyn, Jinx, Mordekaiser, Sevica among these 5 cards. There's a LeBlanc. Among the remaining 4 cards, Catelyn and Jinx are not particularly useful to Yifeng. However, the Iron Man Mordekaiser and Sevica behind are also very helpful to Yifeng's lineup. Especially Iron Man Mordekaiser, who is a member of the Iron Conqueror. After obtaining it, he can take down the Iron Conqueror emblem on other chess pieces, or recast it into a new emblem. As for Sevica, the barracks that have been built are just right to buy to make it easier to get 2 or even 3 stars later. There are 5 barracks in total, and the total price is 125 gold coins. For the previous Yifeng, it may be a bit expensive. But for the current Yifeng, it is simply a small amount of money. After all, Yifeng has now spent more than 700 gold coins. Buy them all. Suddenly, the 5 barracks on the interface were cleared with 1 click, leaving only the empty barracks recruitment interface. 5 5-cost barracks builders fell into the backpack. As of now, Yifeng's backpack already has 7 5-cost barracks builders: Jace X1, LeBlanc X2, Jinx X1, Catelyn X1, Mordekaiser X1, Sevica X1. This is the current situation of Yifeng's 5-cost barracks builders. In addition, Yifeng also has 4 barracks replicators. That is to say, if Yifeng wants, he can build a 3-star LeBlanc now. However, it is too wasteful and extravagant to do so, so Yifeng did not choose to do so directly. After all, there are still 26 refresh opportunities. It would be better to save the barracks replicator and then copy the 6-cost barracks. Refresh for me. 5 cost 6 cost, come to me. This time, the refresh actually lit up with a burst of golden light and prismatic luster. When Yifeng looked at the 5 refresh barracks, he was completely dumbfounded. Echo, Jinx, Scar, Victor, buy this refresh. A 6-cost card, a 5-cost card, and 2 4-cost cards can be said to be a very lucky result. No hesitation, enough gold coins, just be willful. Yifeng bought Victor and Jinx again. As for the 4-cost card, maybe Yifeng had thought about chasing a 3-star 4-cost card before. But after having Wu Kaixin, is it a bit disrespectful to Wu Kaixin to chase a 3-star 4-cost card? Victor now has 2 cards. If luck is better, he can directly pull out a 2-star Victor today. Yifeng continued to start the next refresh. Mordekaiser, Zoe, Ziggs, LeBlanc, Blitzcrank. This refresh is also good. There are still 2 5-cost cards and 1 4-cost card. Yifeng would naturally not let go of the 2 cards, Iron Man and LeBlanc. Especially LeBlanc. If he got another LeBlanc barracks builder, he would be 1 step closer to 3 stars and 5 mana. After buying the 2 barracks, Yifeng heard the reminder sound of the survival game. Detected that the survivor can synthesize a 2-star LeBlanc barracks builder. Do you want to synthesize? That's right. There are 3 LeBlanc barracks builders in Yifeng's backpack, and he can synthesize another 2-star LeBlanc barracks builder. There are 481 gold coins left, enough for Yifeng to continue to squander. So, refresh and start again. The 3rd refresh luck was obviously much worse. This time, there was only 1 5-mana barracks, Sevica. In addition, the remaining 4 barracks were all 2 mana, 3 mana, and 4 mana barracks. For Yifeng, there was not much use at all. However, fortunately, there was a Sevica as a backup. After buying Sevica, Yifeng heard another reminder. Detected that the survivor can synthesize a 2-star Sevica barracks. Whether to synthesize the 2 Sevica barracks builders in the backpack plus the 1 Sevica barracks in the barracks made up 3 barracks, which can be synthesized into a 2-star barracks. Then, there was another round of refresh. This time, the luck was not very good, only 1 Jace barracks was exploded. The same gold coins were directly consumed to choose to buy it. Then Yifeng started a new round of refresh again. This time, the luck was better than the last time. Among the 5 barracks, there was a LeBlanc barracks. In addition, there are 2 4-cost barracks, and Bisa and Spider Elise. And Bisa and Spider can consider buying the barracks. Maybe they can play with 3 stars in the future. After all, they are a bit of a match for the bond. This time, it cost 65 gold coins to buy 3 barracks, and Bisa, Elise, and LeBlanc. There are still 391 gold coins left, which is still enough, and there are only 2 barracks left to get 3-star LeBlanc. If you are lucky, you don't need to use the barracks replicator to get it. Yifeng refreshed 4 times in a row, and the remaining refresh times were only 17 times. These refreshes did not refresh LeBlanc. In these 4 refreshes, only 3 5-cost barracks appeared. Iron Man, Jace, Sevica. A total of 75 gold coins. Yifeng still chose to buy it directly. After the purchase, Iron Man, Mordekaiser, and Jace were directly synthesized into 2-star barracks builder. Another 5 consecutive refreshes. These 5 refreshes, 5 5-cost barracks appeared. Iron Man, Rambo, Jinx, Caitlyn, and LeBlanc. Now, the only thing left for the 3-star 5-cost LeBlanc is the last barracks builder. And Yifeng's gold coins are only the last 191. In other words, the gold coins that can be controlled are only the last 91 gold coins. 3 5-cost barracks can still be purchased. If the next 5-cost barracks that are refreshed do not have LeBlanc, Yifeng will decide to consider using the barracks replicator. LeBlanc, give it to me. As Yifeng's voice fell, the interface refreshed again. This time, it seems that LeBlanc responded to Yifeng's call. Among the 5 barracks, there is an elegant and beautiful LeBlanc barracks. 3-star LeBlanc, right in front of you. Chapter 301. Here it comes. Finally, the last LeBlanc barracks is here. After spending 25 gold coins to buy the LeBlanc barracks, Yifeng only had 166 gold coins left. But it was all worth it. With the purchase of the last LeBlanc barracks, Yifeng finally heard the prompt tone. Detected that the survivor can synthesize a 3-star LeBlanc barracks. Whether to synthesize then, the LeBlanc barracks builder in Yifeng's backpack flew out and merged into the LeBlanc barracks in the base. With the fusion of this builder, the originally silver LeBlanc barracks burst into brilliant golden light, which was very eye-catching. 3-star LeBlanc is finally going to appear. An elegant and loud female voice sounded throughout the base. The black rose will bloom again. At this moment, all of Yifeng's LeBlanc chess pieces were stained with a layer of golden light. This is the symbol of a 3-star chess piece. Compared to other 3-star chess pieces, the value of a 3-star 5-cost chess piece is a step-by-step improvement. LeBlanc's basic health has already jumped to 6,916 points, and with the investment strategy for so many days, almost every chess piece has obtained more than 1,000 health points through the investment strategy. LeBlanc's health is more than 8,000, which can be said to be very tanky. Even if the enemy has the ability to cut the back row, they can only look at LeBlanc's health and fall into contemplation. In addition to health, the most important thing is the change in skills. If the combination of a 1-star 5-cost skill into a 2-star 5-cost skill is a quantitative change, then the leap from 2 stars to 3 stars is a complete qualitative change. After LeBlanc's Fate Chain reaches 3 stars, the number of targets is directly increased from 4 targets to 20 targets, in terms of damage. The 2-star LeBlanc originally distributed 975% of the magic power of the chain target, but now it is directly increased to 5,000% of the magic power. For LeBlanc, who has the magic training mutation and the Archangel staff, this 5,000% magic power damage will become extremely terrifying. Some people may think that the original 975% magic power was shared by 4 targets. Although it has been increased to 5,000%, it is almost not much improved when it is shared by 20 targets. At most, it is an increase in quantity. Don't worry, the special effect of the Fate Chain has been improved again. Originally, when one of the targets is damaged, 25% will be converted into real damage and passed to other targets of the chain. Now, this value has been directly increased to 100%. That is to say, if the 20 locked targets are attacked a little bit, the other 19 targets will receive the same amount of real damage. After releasing the skill, the magic damage attached to LeBlanc's next 3 normal attacks has also been increased to 900%. That is to say, after releasing the skill, LeBlanc only needs 1 normal attack. The chain targets will all receive the same amount of real damage. In addition, there is one most important change to the 3-star 5-cost LeBlanc. That is, the original Fate Chain had no control effect, but the current Fate Chain will have a control effect. Although it was already night, Yifeng had no concerns. He walked out of the base alone with LeBlanc, ready to try out how strong LeBlanc would be after reaching 3 stars. After night, the monsters in the wild were strengthened. But for Yifeng, this strengthening did not mean anything. In order to better show the effect of LeBlanc's skills, Yifeng asked the intelligent chess piece Leona to pull monsters. Only pull monsters, no attack. Soon, more than 10 sandworm monsters followed Leona. These sandworm monsters were hidden underground, and their positions could only be roughly determined by the bulges underground. Okay, LeBlanc, try the effect of the 3-star 5-cost skill. Yifeng had adjusted LeBlanc's equipment. Now it is Iron Blood Conqueror Emblem, Arfu Angel Staff, Hirana Spear, Holy Pearl Gauntlet, Hand of Justice. The main change is to change the Bright Sheep Knife into Hand of Justice. In order to ensure that LeBlanc has full mana, she can release her ultimate skill directly when she enters the battle for the first time. The Hand of Justice provides 15 mana points. The Staff of the Archangel of Light also provides 15 mana points, plus the 20 mana points of Spira Solana. A total of 50 mana points are provided. LeBlanc's initial mana is 45/90, and with the Blessing of Equipment, it has now become 90/90. In other words, as long as she enters the battle, she can release her ultimate skill instantly. Sure enough, when Yifeng asked LeBlanc to take action, LeBlanc waved her staff, and a black rose rose in the middle of the monsters. The black rose threw out countless chains, like vines, controlling all these sandworm monsters. They were unable to move. Not only that, with the rising black rose as the center, all the monsters were pulled by the chain towards the central area of the black rose. The sandworm monster that was originally hidden underground was pulled out by the chain. After releasing the skill, LeBlanc's next 3 normal attacks were buffed. As LeBlanc fired a flat attack, a large string of real damage came out from the heads of the sandworm monsters. When all the monsters were dragged into the center of the black rose exploded. It caused a huge amount of real damage again, and suddenly, the group of sandworm monsters was wiped out. Looking at LeBlanc's performance, Yifeng was very excited. This special effect, this damage, this control, this black silk, 3-star LeBlanc is the most perfect chess piece. Thinking of this, Yifeng suddenly felt more confident. If Wang Wei really set up a Hong'an banquet for himself tomorrow. Wait until Darius, Leona, and Crow Swain hold the front row. When LeBlanc and Malzahar, two 3-star 5-cost chess pieces in the back row, release their skills, that's when the real killing begins. At this time, in the transnational chat channel created by the survivor from the Sun Never Sets country, a group of people are still preparing for tomorrow's Hongmen banquet. We have prepared something that can prohibit both parties from using magic scrolls, so that Yifeng will not be able to use magic scrolls for buffs. This is a survivor from the Raya country. After communicating with people from other war zones in the Raya country, they asked for several equipment that can restrict others. I borrowed an equipment. Auxiliary equipment Spiritual Wind. It can blow up an enemy chess piece for 5 seconds, which can reduce the number of Yifeng chess pieces from the Yin country. Let's use this time difference to kill other chess pieces as soon as possible. This was said by the survivor from the Fierce Wind country. In addition, some of the remaining countries also revealed the props they prepared to target Yifeng. This is a must-kill game for Yifeng. They are confident that Yifeng will not be able to survive. Chapter 302. While the other side was still collecting various props to target Yifeng, Yifeng had already entered the bed early. The bed had been warmed up, and Yifeng went directly into the bed and felt the soft breath. After dealing with the 3-star Enchantress LeBlanc, Yifeng only had 166 gold coins left. Yifeng used the extra 66 gold coins to recruit 12 LeBlancs and 1 Victor. The total number of LeBlancs reached 40, and the number of Victors reached 31. Congratulations to all survivors for successfully surviving to the 38th day, and the daily gold coins have been issued. Survivor, Yifeng. Base level, LV9. The current maximum number of barracks that can be built, 9 plus 15. Base upgrade, 297 days later. As soon as he woke up early in the morning, Yifeng received another reminder. Someone tagged himself in the chat channel of the War Zone Administrator. When he went up to take a look, it was none other than Wang Wei. At Yifeng, I think this peace talk may take some time. How about you come over around noon? Originally, Wang Wei said yesterday that they would have dinner together and talk while eating. But now, he suddenly changed it to let Yifeng come over at noon. Yifeng looked at the message with interest. It seems that the other party can't wait a moment. It is estimated that he has prepared enough means and thinks that he can control Yifeng. That's why he can't wait for Yifeng to come to the banquet. However, Yifeng doesn't care about it. When the enemy comes, the general will fight, and when the water comes, the earth will cover it, even if he can only carry 20 chess pieces. With high attribute values and skill strength, even if the opponent wants to besiege him, he has to consider whether he can withstand the damage of his chess pieces. Moreover, Yifeng naturally had nothing to worry about, as he had obtained a lot of trump cards and props from the people who invaded the last time. No problem, see you at noon. After seeing Yifeng agreed, Wang Wei immediately reported this good news to the people of his country. Suddenly, everyone in the cross-region chat channel established by the Sun Never Sets country was extremely excited. This time, Yifeng must be sent back without return. 20 chess pieces, what else does he want to stir up? That is, Wang Wei from Yin country, tell us the detailed coordinates of your base. This time, the props for the joint invasion can specify the coordinates. When the time comes, we will appear directly outside your base. Remember to trick Yifeng out of the base, so as not to hurt you by mistake. Ha! This Yifeng will never know until he dies that this banquet will be the place where he dies. It's time to catch this big fish. These people were very excited, as if Yifeng had become fish on the chopping board, allowing them to slaughter at will, and Wang Wei also put forward his demands at the right time at this time. My lords from the Fierce Wind country, after this is done, I will definitely have no place to stay in Yin country. I hope that the Fierce Wind country war zone can take me in. The people in the Fierce Wind country war zone naturally agreed to Wang Wei's request. But whether he will really be allowed to join the Fierce Wind country war zone at that time is another matter. Even if he is allowed to join, without bleeding, just want to breathe the fresh air? Of course, they will not tell Wang Wei all this. Let Wang Wei have a sweet dream first. After Yifeng agreed, Zhuang Hao immediately contacted Yifeng. Brother, I have some clues and intelligence here. This Wang Wei seems to have bad intentions, but I don't know the specifics. You'd better not go. Yifeng thanked Zhuang Hao for his kindness. But he was not worried about this matter. Thanks for your kindness, but I will definitely go to this invitation. Otherwise, this group of surrenderists will continue to make trouble under the excuse that we don't want to negotiate. Seeing that Yifeng was determined to go, Zhuang Hao didn't say much. We have gathered 2 pieces of equipment. You can change them for your chess pieces. Maybe it can improve the quality of your chess pieces and give you a few more safety factors. The two pieces of equipment prepared by Zhuang Hao for Yi Feng can improve Yi Feng's combat power by 1 section when the number of chess pieces is limited. These are two artifact equipment. Mysterious Windbreaker. Add 100 health limit and 15% attack speed. Special effect. When the health of a chess piece is less than 60%, the carrier splits into 3 copies of himself, each with 33% of his maximum health. Mirror of the Trickster. After entering the battle, summon a copy with 70% of the maximum health and 10% of the maximum mana. The copy will benefit from the activated bond. Both pieces of equipment are disguised to increase the number of chess pieces, when the chess pieces that can be carried are limited to 20. I know you have a few chess pieces that are particularly powerful. You can equip them with these two pieces of equipment. At that time, you will mainly carry chess pieces equipped with these two pieces of equipment. I don't know how Zhuang Hao used to mail these two pieces of equipment to me directly. Aren't you afraid that I will run away with the equipment and the money? Yi Feng joked casually. The value of these two pieces of equipment would not be too low. Just giving them to Yi Feng directly can show that Zhuang Hao is an open-minded person. Zhuang Hao did not take Yi Feng's ridicule seriously. If you like, take it, but you have to kill more people from other war zones for us. Yi Feng did not want to leave these two pieces of equipment behind. He just said this to tease Zhuang Hao. I will kill people from other war zones in other countries without you giving me anything, so that we can survive. After getting the two pieces of equipment, Yi Feng thought about it, and temporarily replaced LeBlanc's Holy Pearl gauntlets with Mysterious Windbreaker. Darius temporarily removed the Sunlight Cloak and replaced it with Mirror of the Trickster. In this way, Yi Feng seemed to be carrying 20 chess pieces, but in fact, he was definitely comparable to dozens. And the strength of 3 stars and 5 mana was enough to change the battlefield against the sky. It was noon. In the transnational chat channel created by the survivors of the Sun Never Sets country. At this time, a group of people were ready to wait for Yi Feng, the prey, to walk into the trap they carefully set. At the same time, Yi Feng was also ready to take advantage of this opportunity to catch all the other party's people in one fell swoop. Survivor Wang Wei invites you to go to the A003 war zone of Yin country. Do you agree? You can bring up to 20 chess pieces this time, and you can return at any time after 30 minutes. Seeing the invitation sent by Wang Wei, Yi Feng decisively agreed after selecting 20 chess pieces. At the moment when Yi Feng agreed, Wang Wei couldn't suppress his excitement. He shouted excitedly to others in the transnational chat channel. My lords, the prey has taken the bait. Please act quickly. Chapter 303. Yi Feng brought 20 chess pieces this time, and finally only selected 5 types of chess pieces. 5 Darius, 3 Leona, and 2 Crow Swain as the front row. Among the 3 front rows, Darius is undoubtedly the front row with the highest value, and can summon the wolf, which can provide some help in terms of quantity. Although Leona's value is not as high as Darius, her skill effect after ascension is very powerful. The real damage of the Sunlight Strike may not be too strong for monsters, but in the confrontation between chess pieces. In the confrontation between players, whoever encounters this skill will call him Daddy. In addition, there are 2 pieces of equipment, Light Shield Badge and Absolution, which can provide shield value and damage reduction and even recovery to teammates. There is absolutely no problem in playing auxiliary. The last Crow Swain is a late-stage guarantee. Although Yi Feng doesn't think there will be any situation where he is under great pressure. But if this is the case, the Crow Swain, whose health can grow infinitely, will become the final trump card, as long as Darius and Leona can hold on for a while, even if the other chess pieces are dead by then. 2 Crow Swains can sweep the battlefield. This time, Yi Feng did not bring Draven with him in the back row. After all, Draven's attributes are not very good. And as a physical output in the back row, the only means of attack is to slowly kill with an axe, when the opponent may have ambushed a lot of people against him. Draven seems a little weak. Therefore, Yi Feng brought 8 LeBlanc and 2 Malzahar in the back row. LeBlanc's equipment ensured the mana and could be activated immediately. 8 LeBlancs could almost instantly kill more than 100 enemy targets. And the infection layers added by Malzahar's skills could also spread quickly. Everything was ready, and Yi Feng brought a few props that could enhance the chess pieces. Let's see what Wang Wei had prepared for him. When Yi Feng teleported over, a squinting man who looked a little cunning was waiting for him. This was Wang Wei. After seeing Yi Feng, he enthusiastically pulled Yi Feng to introduce the surrounding situation. While walking, he kept leading Yi Feng to the outside of the base. At the same time, the pair of small eyes kept looking at the chess pieces behind Yi Feng to determine whether there were only 20 of them. Soon, Yi Feng was led to the wild. Listening to Wang Wei's false words, Yi Feng was too lazy to pretend with him anymore, and directly tore the matter apart and told it out. Stop pretending. What have you prepared that makes you think you can deal with me? Take it out. Hearing this, Wang Wei was stunned for a moment. But he soon reacted. It seems that Yi Feng already knows their plan, but what does it matter if he knows? Within half an hour, Yi Feng can't return to his base at all, which is enough to kill him. Humph, you dare to come even though you know it. It seems that you are very confident in yourself. However, you will soon understand that excessive confidence will only bring death. Do you think your chess piece can be strong enough to kill thousands of troops? After Wang Wei finished speaking, a large group of people suddenly appeared in the open space more than 10 meters away in front of him. Following behind this group of people were tens of thousands of chess pieces. After seeing these people coming, Wang Wei turned into a flattering expression and greeted the people in front. My lords, this is Yi Feng. You should quickly deal with him. As he said that, Wang Wei trotted towards the group of people. Only Yi Feng and the 20 chess pieces behind him were left standing alone. After confirming that there were only 20 chess pieces behind Yi Feng, the group of people who came had a fierce look in their eyes. Take advantage of your weakness to kill you. Yi Feng's strength is definitely greatly weakened at this time. Take this opportunity to kill him. Everything will be fine in the future. Otherwise, if Yi Feng develops thoroughly in the future, no one will have a chance to stand out. Very good, let's go together. Yi Feng of Yin country, you didn't expect to be betrayed by your own people. According to your Yin country's idiom, we are now called catching a turtle in a jar. You are our prey, and there is no way to escape. As the group of people spoke, they quickly and orderly dispersed. Surrounded Yi Feng 360 degrees. It seems that this group of people had discussed these things before, otherwise they would not be so skilled. Soon Yi Feng was completely surrounded by this group of people. A survivor from the Ria country with a small tuft of beard on his face showed a sly smile at this time. He, no matter how strong Yi Feng from Yin country is, you can only bring 20 pawns this time, and you are doomed to die. Now we are the knives, and you are the fish on the chopping board. The blonde and white man on the side was a little impatient. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go together and kill Yi Feng from Yin country. If we don't take this opportunity to kill him, we will all be finished. As they said that, a group of people did not hesitate, and all called the chess pieces to prepare to attack Yi Feng's 20 chess pieces. At this time, several more people were teleported into space. These were other survivors in the A003 war zone where Wang Wei was. The moment they heard that the war zone was invaded, they immediately rushed over. After coming over, they saw the war zone administrator Wang Wei standing with a group of invaders. And another survivor from Yin country, who had never seen him before, was surrounded by these invaders. Brother Wang, what's going on? Some survivors were confused and asked Wang Wei. Facing the other party's question, Wang Wei did not explain, but turned his head to look at the survivor of Li Feng country, who was leading the crowd, and made a request to the other party in a humble tone. Several adults, please solve these other guys who come to get in the way together. These words made the survivors who came to support dumbfounded. For a moment, he even wondered if he was hallucinating. At this time, Yi Feng was very relaxed, whistling and explaining to the survivors who had just arrived. The situation is obvious. Your war zone administrator has joined the survivors of another country, and is planning to set up a trap to kill me. If you come here, I will kill you as well. Hearing this, the survivor's eyes widened and looked at Wang Wei for an answer. What are you looking at me for? My lords, kill all these people together. Now, everyone understood that Yi Feng was not lying. And the invaders have already begun to order their chess pieces to attack. The black rose will bloom again. The battle between the two sides was about to break out. Yi Feng's 8 LeBlancs became the first chess pieces to attack on the battlefield because their mana was full. Suddenly, in the battlefield, 8 black roses bloomed instantly like death. Chapter 304. As the black rose bloomed, countless chains emerged from the black rose, pulling all the nearest chess pieces. The pulled chess pieces were unable to move, and were dragged towards the central area of the black rose. A large number of real damage numbers appeared above the heads of these chess pieces. When they were pulled into the center of the black roses exploded instantly. 160 chess pieces were killed instantly. This scene made the besiegers a little stunned. Yi Feng's chess pieces were too strong. Soon someone took the lead and shouted to cheer others up. Don't panic. No matter how strong he is, he only has these 20 chess pieces. Yes, only 20. Let's go together. Even if we sacrifice more, as long as we kill these chess pieces, we can win. Let's do it together. We must let Yi Feng of Yin country die here today. However, this is just the beginning. As Darius entered the battle, the mirror of the trickster on his body immediately took effect. 5 Darius suddenly became 10. Can they copy? The invaders were stunned. However, even if there were 5 more pawns, it would only be so. Thinking of this, the faces of the group of people suddenly calmed down a lot. And the group of people who came at this moment also understood the situation thoroughly. This group of invaders was going to kill the Yen people who were trapped in the center, and Wang Wei stood with the invaders. Even some straightforward people cursed at Wang Wei. Fuck. I called you big brother before. No matter what conflicts there are, if there are invaders, we must unite and fight together. I don't know the person in front of me, but I want to work with him to deal with the invaders. Following the man's shout, the other people nodded. They were passionate people, otherwise they would not have rushed to the invasion point in the first place. As a result, Wang Wei's actions made them completely unacceptable. So they chose to stand on the same front with Yi Feng without hesitation. Even if there were more enemies, they were not afraid. Just stand aside and watch. I appreciate your kindness, but don't come over to make trouble. However, just assume that these people are ready to die. Yi Feng's words made everyone angry and amused. Their strength is indeed not very good, but they always feel a little awkward when Yi Feng told them not to make trouble. We have hundreds of chess pieces anyway, and it's a good thing to be able to resist for a while. Someone wanted to refute. Among the invaders, someone's chess piece produced a hurricane, blowing up the chess pieces in the front row of Yi Feng, and a group of chess pieces aimed directly at LeBlanc. Oh my god, someone brought Ling Feng. One of the invaders was very excited when he saw Yi Feng recognize the name of the equipment. That's right. Just kill your back row chess pieces first, and you will have no way to escape. Ling Feng has 5 seconds. In 5 seconds, hundreds of chess pieces have bypassed Yi Feng's front row and headed straight for LeBlanc in the back. Even though LeBlanc's health exceeded 10,000, her dual resistance and damage immunity were still not as good as the front row, and her health was soon hit. This made the invaders full of excitement, and they wanted to kill Yi Feng. However, when LeBlanc's health was reduced, it suddenly split into 3 LeBlancs. And these 3 LeBlancs were all in a state of just the right amount of mana, and instantly released several big moves. All the chess pieces that cut into the back row were instantly eliminated, and the number of LeBlancs in Yi Feng's back row also became 24. When the whirlwind ended, all of Yi Feng's front row chess pieces were released. The 3 different front row chess pieces all showed their strength at this moment. The sound of wolf howling suddenly appeared in everyone's ears. Darius turned into a giant wolf. Not only that, dozens of divine wolves appeared out of thin air in the battlefield. This was because the clone Darius had a slightly larger mana bar, and did not release the ultimate move at the first time. But they also released their ultimate moves in the next few seconds. Suddenly, 10 Darius summoned 100 divine wolves, and the number increased again. The divine wolf can almost bite a chess piece to death with a few bites, and it also has a high recovery effect. And on the other side, when Leona's mana was full, the 3 Leonas shone with the most dazzling light. In the sky, 3 rays of sunlight shone down. However, this sunlight did not warm everything, but turned into the most ruthless fire, giving the most terrifying blow to the enemy, 18,000 points of real damage per second, almost 1 enemy per second. Not only that, in addition to the main target hit by the sunlight, the surrounding enemies will also receive high magic damage. These magic damages can almost instantly kill these enemies. Suddenly, the sunlight was like a dead light, instantly shining and killing a group of enemies. After the enemy died, the sunlight would change to the next target and take away another group of enemies. Soon, the 3 Leonas used the sunlight to clear the way and forcibly kill the passage. The enemy's attacks on Leona, who had activated her skills, were all 0. Among the front row chess pieces, only Crow Swain's performance did not look impressive. After releasing Demon Sublimation, the skill damage did not seem to be able to kill people instantly. It was just a healing effect that continued to recover blood, while causing damage to the surrounding chess pieces. In the back row, Malzahar also moved. Although there were only 2 Malzahars. But at the moment when these 2 Malzahars released their skills, 9 mechanical gates appeared horizontally and vertically. Each mechanical gate will attach a layer of infection to the enemy. Many chess pieces were hit by these multiple mechanical gates, and the number of infection layers attached to their bodies immediately reached the upper limit that they could bear. They were killed instantly, and those infected layers continued to spread outward like a plague. The speed of enemy deaths quickly increased to a terrifying speed of almost 200 chess pieces per second. In just a few seconds of confrontation, nearly 1,000 chess pieces had been killed. And the opponent's attacks on the front row of chess pieces were almost painless, without causing any loss of chess pieces. Yi Feng was waiting for the opponent to hand over his trump card. After all, those who invaded previously had enhancement props as trump cards, and this group of people probably also had them. However, Yi Feng would never have thought of such props. Among the survivors in a country's war zone, at most only 1 or 2 people can get them. The previous invasion was a joint invasion of multiple countries, with the strongest to kill Yi Feng. But they failed, and the remaining people can only be said to be of fair strength. That's why they thought of the Hongmen feast to win with more. But they never thought that Yi Feng's chess pieces had become so abnormal. Some people began to be timid. This guy's chess pieces are not right. The boss of the S-level trial is not as scary as his chess pieces. Impossible. How come each of this guy's chess pieces is like a big boss? What can we do? Damn it, can't we even deal with the opponent's 20 chess pieces if we unite? Hearing these words, Wang Wei's face also darkened. If Yi Feng is not killed this time, the consequences will be extremely severe. He dared not think about this consequence. He could only pray that these adults still had some trump cards in their hands. It's a pity that they didn't have any trump cards. During this period, there were also survivors in the war zone who rushed over and wanted to kill the invaders. But after they came, they were just like the first group of people who came, standing aside and completely dumbfounded. Yi Feng, with only 20 chess pieces, actually killed tens of thousands of invaders. It can even be said to be a one-sided massacre, especially as Malzahar's infection layers continue to stack and spread. The speed at which the enemies fell was as fast as a strong wind blowing through a rice field, and a large number of them fell in an instant. I'm sorry, it seems that you invaders will not be able to go back. Chapter 305. This group of invaders is far inferior to the group that directly invaded Yi Feng last time. They originally thought that they could take down Yi Feng with their advantage in numbers. However, this was just their wishful fantasy. In just over a minute, this group of people didn't even hold on to a Kuan-zhong before all their chess pieces were killed by Yi Feng. Only the invaders were left, retreating, looking at Yi Feng as if they saw a monster. Everyone, help catch these people. As Yi Feng shouted, the people who were watching the excitement also reacted. Among the first group of people, a young man with an inchboard immediately reacted and took out a bundle of ropes from his backpack. With excitement on his face, he rushed towards the invaders. Brothers, capture these invaders alive. As the young man with the inchboard shouted, the others also took out their tools. Now their chess pieces are still alive, and they are not afraid of being hurt at all. After this group of invaders lost the protection of the chess pieces, there was only one result. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Wang Wei turned around and wanted to escape. But he wanted to run, but others would not give him a chance. By the way, there is also the traitor Wang Wei. Everyone keep a close eye on him. Seeing someone mention Wang Wei, Yi Feng greeted those people. Follow him closely, I'm going to destroy his base, and you can catch him when the time comes. As he said, Yi Feng directed the chess pieces to go to Wang Wei's base, not far behind him. In the base, Wang Wei's chess pieces were still on standby, and he had no idea what was going on. They were immediately subjected to Yi Feng's ruthless bombardment. Yi Feng's chess pieces were completely crushed in a different dimension compared to other people's chess pieces. It didn't take much time for Yi Feng to completely dismantle this base. When Yi Feng returned to the battlefield again, he saw a group of people escorting the previous group of invaders back here. Among the group of people being escorted, Wang Wei was also among them. After seeing Yi Feng coming, the young man, with an inchboard excitedly trotted towards Yi Feng. A total of 62 invaders, all captured by us. Hey, there are people from various countries. The young man, with an inchboard was very excited. It was exciting to just think about capturing a group of invaders alive, let alone actually practicing it, for this peer in front of him, who was about the same age as him, but with such amazing strength. The young man, with the inchboard was full of respect. He wanted to say hello, but then he remembered that he didn't know the other person's name at all. He had no idea who Yi Feng was, and he didn't even know when there was such a powerful survivor in his war zone. If there really is such a powerful survivor, how did Wang Wei get the first place and the title of War Zone Administrator? And why did the survivors from dozens of countries jointly invade this place this time? All this made him confused, and he had 10,000 questions in his mind that he wanted to find answers to. My name is Yi Feng. I am not from your war zone. Then, Yi Feng roughly told these people about the general situation. After hearing that Yi Feng had destroyed several war zones of the Ria Kingdom, these people looked at Yi Feng with admiration. Some people even had longing in their eyes. One person rushed into the war zone of the Ria country. Just thinking about it can make countless Yan people's blood boil. Blood debt must be repaid with blood. Don't say that the times are different. They are not the same group of people, and they should not continue to hate the crimes of the Raya country. As a contemporary Yin countryman, if you believe these words, you will forget the countless Yin people who sacrificed. Whether to forgive them or not is the business of the Yin country martyrs. And the goal of contemporary Yin people is to send these Raya people to see the martyrs. Boss Yifeng, you are really awesome. You can force so many people in the war zones of so many countries to sleep and find ways to besiege you. One person killed tens of thousands of the opponent's chess pieces. This strength is unimaginable. I didn't expect that Wang Wei actually betrayed. How could he be so embarrassed? Fortunately, Boss Yifeng, you are fine, otherwise it would be embarrassing to be in the same war zone with him. Everyone talked about it, and didn't take this group of prisoners seriously at all. Boss Yifeng, how should we deal with these invaders? Someone raised a question. For them, perhaps they have not experienced the baptism of real blood, and have never thought about killing people. In response to this person's question, Yifeng calmly pronounced the outcome for this group of people. Kill them all. After hearing Yifeng's decision, some people burst into excitement, while others hesitated. Kill them all? More than 50 people? Will it be a bad thing? For this statement, Yifeng felt that it was necessary to make the other party realize the seriousness of the situation. If you don't kill them, then when they go back, they will recruit new pawns and invade your war zone again in the future. Do you think you can kill these people? At that time, do you think these people will choose to let you go because you let them go today? Yifeng's words made these people fall into thinking. If Yifeng was not there, could they really withstand the invasion of this group of people? If they really fell into the hands of this group of invaders, would they let them go? When they thought of the feeling of their fate being controlled by others, a hint of enlightenment appeared in their eyes. Boss Yifeng, I understand. Cut the grass and root it out. These people should be killed. I thought too simply. Boss Yifeng is right. Yifeng wanted to kill this group of people by himself. But he turned around and thought of one thing, that is, killing invaders can get random rewards. And he was not considered a member of this war zone. Could he get rewards after killing them? If not, wouldn't it be a waste of resources? Thinking of this, Yifeng decided to let others kill these people. It was just right for them to experience more blood baptism. I let you kill this group of people, does anyone dare? Yifeng's words were provocative. Someone immediately stood up and said that he would dare to do it. The man with a short board asked Yifeng with a smile, I see there are 6 survivors from Raya. Can you give them all to me? As he said that, his eyes showed excitement. When the others heard this, they all expressed their willingness to kill a survivor from Raya with their own hands. In the end, in a noisy market, the group of invaders were divided out like goods. Go kill them all, don't leave any alive. With Yifeng's shout, everyone picked up their weapons and sent the group of invaders to hell. Chapter 306. Seeing all the invaders die in front of him, Wang Wei felt a sense of fear. He finally lost his calmness and looked at Yifeng with a trace of fear. We are all Yin people. How about we talk it out? Yifeng smiled and said that we were all Yin people when he was at a disadvantage. When you contacted people from other countries' war zones to kill me, did you ever think that we were all Yin people? Yifeng's question immediately made the other party fall into silence. Wang Wei sighed. I bet on the wrong horse this time. But don't be too proud. Yin people are not as good as Lifeng people after all. As soon as he said this, a slap sounded on his face. This slap was not from Yifeng, but from other people in their war zone. They knew the whole story, and naturally despised Wang Wei's behavior. Now, Wang Wei was furious when he heard that Yin people were not as good as Lifeng people. Then you go down and accompany them. Yifeng announced Wang Wei's ending, and no one objected to this decision. By the way, Boss Yifeng, we just killed those invaders, and the survival game gave us some props. These are your spoils of war, so we give them to you. Under the command of the Inchboard youth, more than a dozen people each took out several props. The drop props are all here, boss, take a look. Yifeng glanced at them, and most of them were some combat props, equipment, magic scrolls, etc. It seems that these people really don't have much money. Of course, it is also possible that the Inchboard youth and his group are just too unlucky. Yifeng was not very interested in these equipment and magic scrolls. However, there were 3 special items that aroused Yifeng's interest. Hunting compass. When there are void and scarlet monsters in the nearby area, this compass will guide you in the direction of travel. This thing is good, but I don't know how far it is. If the distance that can be detected is far enough, then Yifeng can search for these lone void monsters and scarlet monsters in the Scarlet Land. Especially the scarlet monsters. Yifeng's past day equipment collector also needs to hunt scarlet monsters to continue to unlock new past equipment. This is a monster that cannot be found on the real battlefield. There are more various void monsters over there. This thing really moved Yifeng. The second thing that Yifeng was interested in was a thing that looked like a dagger. Reality crack. In the Scarlet Land, as long as you know the coordinates, you can use this item to cut through the void and go there. Just looking at the introduction of this thing is amazing. As long as you know the coordinates, you can go directly there, combined with the name of this special item. It is simply a magical space item. The last piece of equipment is a red seal. Seal of Fairness. After use, all magic scrolls are disabled within a radius of 5,000 meters. This thing immediately solved some of Yifeng's doubts. Why didn't this group of people use any props until they died? It turns out that they thought they could crush Yifeng at the beginning, so they directly chose to disable the magic scrolls, fearing that Yifeng could have a way to turn the tables. Unexpectedly, this thing ended up pitting them. If there were any powerful magic scrolls, they might be able to hold on for a while longer, and it is not impossible to even cause a reduction in the number of Yifeng's chess pieces. These 3 items are quite helpful to me, so I take them. You can distribute the others by yourselves. The others naturally had no objection to Yifeng's distribution. After all, they basically did not contribute much, and Yifeng killed all the intruders' chess pieces by himself. At most, they helped to capture a group of people afterwards. And this kind of thing does not require Yifeng's command, as Yin people will take the initiative to do it. And in the chat channel of the administrator of the Yin country war zone. When Yifeng passed away, many people were waiting for the follow-up. There were people who knew the inside story, who belonged to the same faction as Wang Wei, and were looking forward to the news of Yifeng's death. There were also people like Shuang Hao who were worried about Yifeng. But when Yifeng passed away, he and Wang Wei had no follow-up, and everyone could only stare at the names of the 2 survivors. Just a few minutes had passed. The number of survivors in the chat channel suddenly decreased by 1. Who died? This question is of concern to everyone. Those who seek peace were overjoyed, thinking that Yifeng must have been killed. They couldn't help but want to celebrate. Shuang Hao's face sank. Was there an accident? In his opinion, Yifeng was in danger. He wanted to advise Yifeng, but he didn't expect Yifeng to listen. He had no choice but to prepare 2 pieces of equipment for Yifeng. But even so, Shuang Hao was still worried that Wang Wei would do something dirty over there. After all, Yifeng could only carry 20 chess pieces. No matter how strong he is, the other party can kill Yifeng with numbers. And now there is a sudden loss of 1 person. Most likely, Yifeng is in trouble. Thinking of this, Shuang Hao felt mixed emotions. He looked at the detailed list of survivors. His eyes suddenly widened, as if he had seen a ghost. Yifeng's name was still among the survivors. Yifeng is fine. Then who died? Not only Shuang Hao found something wrong, but everyone else also found out about it. What's going on? Who died? Wait, it seems that Wang Wei is gone. Didn't Wang Wei invite Yifeng to negotiate just now? How could he suddenly die? After confirmation, everyone got a fact. That is, Wang Wei died, and Yifeng was safe and sound. This fact far exceeded everyone's expectations. Shuang Hao was grateful, but also curious. How did Yifeng do it? After all, he could only carry 20 chess pieces. Even if everyone supported 2 pieces of equipment, the other party specifically targeted Yifeng, so how could they not invest a lot of manpower? In Shuang Hao's budget, Yifeng should be able to come back this time, but the chess pieces are likely to be all lost, and he may even have to hand over some trump cards. This is already his optimistic estimate. Pessimistically, he even thinks that Yifeng is doomed to die. After all, the other party is obviously a hung-in banquet, heading for Yifeng. If they are not prepared, how could they invite Yifeng? Everyone is curious about what happened in the A003 war zone of Yin country where Wang Wei is. Immediately, many people tag Yifeng, wanting the person involved to come out and say what happened. And the person involved, Yifeng, also appeared at this time. Wang Wei colluded with survivors from other countries, intending to invade and kill me. More than 50 invaders have been wiped out by me, and the traitor Wang Wei has also been dealt with. Chapter 307. Yifeng's words were spoken lightly, as if he had not killed more than 50 invaders. He had just crushed a group of ants on the roadside. Those who dared to participate in the invasion and suppression operation would not be weak. More than 50 invaders, their chess pieces were roughly estimated to be more than 10,000 or even 20,000. 20 to 10,000, a gap of 500 times. Can they really win? They didn't dare to imagine that scene at all. What a joke. How is this possible? Some people were very surprised. Obviously, they couldn't believe the result. Yifeng knew this person, and he was also a member of the Surrender faction. I don't know if he knew about Wang Wei's behavior. Why? Do you want me to be killed by the invaders? The man naturally didn't dare to say anything about Yi Feng's question, for fear of being accused by Yi Feng. However, some people reacted quickly and questioned the authenticity of the incident. What a joke! You killed more than 50 invaders with 20 chess pieces. That would be possible only if each chess piece was as powerful as 1,000. Do you think everyone is a fool? I think you killed Wang Wei from behind, and now you are blaming him. Someone deliberately diverted the matter, and wanted to put the blame on Yi Feng by questioning Yi Feng. After all, the only parties involved in the war zone channel were Yi Feng and Wang Wei. Now that Wang Wei is dead, there is no evidence, and only Yi Feng is left, and there is no relevant evidence. Who can prove that someone invaded? Who can prove that Wang Wei and outsiders wanted to kill Yi Feng? Yi Feng must have a reason to explain. Who else thinks so? Do you dare to say anything if you think I killed Wang Wei and slandered him? Yi Feng's words were arrogant, but he had the capital to be arrogant. With his current strength, he is almost the strongest in the entire survival game, especially after the last batch of powerful survivors from various countries invaded Yi Feng and were killed. There are not many people who can compete with Yi Feng. They are all a mob. Even Yi Feng would not feel too much pressure to fight against all the people in the entire survival game alone. With such a gap in strength, Yi Feng was even too lazy to explain anything. Although he has evidence to prove these, it is better to ask directly who thinks that he, Yi Feng, has problems. It will be enough to purge these people one by one at that time. After all, most of those who can think so have problems. At this time, Shuang Hao, who advocates war, took the lead and stood up for Yi Feng. I believe Yi Feng will not lie. Wang Wei colluded with outsiders and deserved to die. No one should question Yi Feng. Shuang Hao remembered the chess pieces of Yi Feng when he first met him. The terrifying Mbisa was a nightmare for the back row, and the elegant female mage holding a staff. He has never seen that barracks and doesn't know what it is called. But he will never forget the scene of the chain killing the chess pieces in an instant. So many days have passed, and I think the strength of these chess pieces of Yi Feng has increased a lot. Being able to survive this time should have greatly increased the strength of Mbisa or the female mage. Soon, the chat channel of the war zone administrator was divided into several factions. There are those who believe in Yi Feng, those who doubt Yi Feng, and those who are in the middle. Yi Feng did not say much, but silently remembered those who said Yi Feng killed Wang Wei and then slandered Wang Wei. You think I killed Wang Wei? I have remembered you all. I will visit you later. These words immediately made those who slandered Yi Feng feel cold on their backs. Only those who slander others can know how wrong others are. So many of them know the truth. It is true that Yi Feng killed all the invaders, but they have already boarded the pirate ship and can't turn back. They can only choose one way to go to the end. They know Yi Feng's combat power better than those neutrals. Therefore, they were frightened by Yi Feng's slightly threatening words. More than 50 people combined could not kill Yi Feng's 20 chess pieces. If Yi Feng was allowed to come with all the chess pieces, you don't need to think about what the result would be. And in the transnational chat channel prepared by the survivors of the Sun Never Sets country, now the people inside have completely fallen into despair. How is it possible? How could it be? Is Yi Feng a god? 20 chess pieces can withstand the invasion of more than 50 people? What a joke. Isn't Yi Feng playing the same survival game as us? Where is Wang Wei? Why is he not in the chat channel? Did Wang Wei lie to us? Is this their counter-ambush against us? Someone made this guess, and they are now in an information blind spot. Those who sacrificed only said that they were killed by Yi Feng, but no one gave the details. This made them doubt that Wang Wei did not die with this group of people, but retired after completing his mission. After all, Wang Wei disappeared from the chat channel after all the invaders died. We must have been ambushed. That damn Wang Wei. Otherwise, how could we, more than 50 people, defeat the 20 chess pieces of Yi Feng of Yin country? This Yin country survivor is really cunning, damn it. If Wang Wei knew that the foreign masters he licked all day long now thought that he had betrayed everyone, would he cry to these foreign masters and tell them that he had no second thoughts? But no matter what the reason was, it made these people very depressed. 2 consecutive failures have shaken their alliance, and some people even threatened to quit the chat channel directly. No longer participate in various things against Yin country in the future. Originally, an alliance that wanted to destroy Yin country was established together, but after 2 consecutive attempts to kill Yi Feng, they were no longer a solid block. Whether Wang Wei betrayed and ambushed the invaders, or Yi Feng killed all the invaders with 20 chess pieces, all of these meant that they could not organize a stronger force to deal with Yin country in a short period of time. At this time, Many people began to hate these invaders for not revealing more information to everyone. It would not make everyone so passive. At this time, Yifeng, after handling this matter, found Zhuang Hao privately. Then he sent the attributes of the potential release magic scroll to the other party. Help me spread the news, saying that I used this magic scroll to double the attributes of the chess pieces, and then matched it with some other trump cards, so that I could kill all the invaders with difficulty, but in the next secret realm match, my strength is estimated to be only 2 or 3 levels. Remember, you must spread it privately in batches. The details of each communication channel must be slightly different. Chapter 308. Yifeng asked Zhuang how to spread the news privately, in order to give the enemy a glimmer of hope that Yifeng could be killed. And by spreading it out in batches, there will be a slight deviation in the information, so that the person who leaked the news can be roughly dug out. After doing all this, Yifeng went to the real battlefield again. Now everything is fake, and the most important thing is to make Martial God of Wealth burst the gold coins. When Yifeng returned to the real battlefield again, Lu Shui and Zhao Su were still there. Looking at Yifeng who suddenly appeared, they were no longer surprised. After all, the shock this newcomer gave them was enough. Everyone, I go to the channel space again, you guys chat slowly. As he said, Yifeng took the chess pieces and entered the void channel again. Looking at Yifeng who came and went in a hurry, several people suddenly didn't know how to complain. The void channel that others were afraid of seemed to have become his own back garden in Yifeng's eyes. Go when you want to go, leave when you want to leave. After entering the world in the void channel this time, Yifeng took out the hunting compass he had obtained before, and soon prompted the direction of the nearby void monsters. With the guidance of the hunting compass, Yifeng's hunting this time was easier and smoother. No need to worry about not finding monsters, just push all the way to max out the honor value. This time, it only took more than 4 hours for Yifeng to max out the honor value. Another 500 gold coins were credited again. After getting the honor value, Yifeng randomly found a group of void monsters, let them act as guides, followed them all the way to find the exit, and returned smoothly. Everyone, today's hunting is over. I'm going back to the base first. I've been busy lately. We can chat slowly later. After saying hello to Zhao Su, Lu Shui and others, Yifeng left again. He means that he came here specifically to hunt void monsters in the passage space? Lu Shui asked the people around her with some doubts and disbelief. Not only did she have this doubt, but the others also had it. What kind of monster newcomer is this? According to him, he completely used void monsters as rewards to kill them. He was extremely excited about the monsters that others avoided. And he disliked the slow speed of monsters in the area and directly killed into the opponent's lair. This is too outrageous. When Yifeng returned to the base, the gold coins had reached more than 700 gold coins again, and the refresh times had also reached 13 times again. The time was already past 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and a blood moon had risen in the sky. Yifeng had already replaced the chess pieces equipment. For the world of Crimson Land, it was already night. Yifeng did not refresh the new barracks again. Instead, he decided to increase the number of existing chess pieces first. There were 708 gold coins in total, and 608 pieces were available. Draven was still 90 short of the upper limit of 200. He spent 90 gold coins first, and the number of Draven reached the upper limit of 200. Then Yifeng spent 300 gold coins and increased the number of Leona from 50 to 200 in one go. Now Leona, once the ultimate skill is activated, can be invincible for 10 seconds, and can also cause exaggerated real damage to the enemy. As a frontline chess piece, she is already a very qualified chess piece. With the remaining 200 gold coins, Yifeng pulled 40 Malzahars, bringing the number of Malzahars to 104. The last 18 gold coins were used to upgrade the base. Base upgrade. 291 days later the base still needs 291 days to upgrade. If it is forced to level up to level 10, it will take more than 800 gold coins. With so many gold coins, it is better to improve your strength first. After finishing all this, Yifeng prepared to go to the Gobi area. Yifeng still remembers that the last time he went to the Gobi area at night, he encountered a blood-red light area. Under the ground of that area, a monster appeared. Just one tentacle extended hundreds of meters, and one blow caused more than 9,000 points of terrifying damage to Yifeng's Darius. Yifeng never dared to provoke that area again, for fear of capsizing in the gutter there. But now Yifeng's strength is much stronger than that time. Yifeng felt that he could now test the monster that he had never dared to deal with. After all, considering Darius' current health, damage immunity, and dual resistance, the 9,000 points of damage at the beginning would only cause 3,000 or 4,000 damage to Darius at most. Darius's health recovery, coupled with the abnormally mutated protective shield, Darius with more than 20,000 health can gain more than 4,000 shield value every 8 seconds, which can definitely withstand the monster's attack easily. Yifeng's goal today is to kill the monster in the blood red light area. After all, according to speculation, the monster is likely to be a scarlet monster that can provide energy for the past equipment collector. When Yifeng returned to the Scarlet Land again, he was much more relaxed when facing the giant scorpions in the Gobi Desert. After searching for a while, Yifeng found the red light area in the vast Gobi Desert. In the area, countless giant scorpions stood there, motionless as if waiting for something. Yifeng roughly counted and found that there were hundreds of Gobi giant scorpions. In the past, perhaps Yifeng had only the fate of running away. But now facing this group of Gobi giant scorpions, Yifeng could easily control them. Yifeng led the chess pieces to go there in a mighty manner. There were more than 400 chess pieces in the front row, and about 400 in the back row. Nearly 1,000 chess pieces rushed towards the red light area in a mighty manner. It seemed that the unknown monster also discovered Yifeng's existence. In the red light area, a low hissing sound came from somewhere. The sound sounded very strange, as if it was the cry of some creature, or a whine. As the sound rang out, a group of giant scorpions in the red light area all rioted and rushed towards Yifeng. The speed was very fast, and a gust of yellow sand was rolled up, and the ground also trembled slightly. Facing the giant scorpions rushing up, Yifeng's chess piece also went up. The giant scorpions that could hit Darius and cause thousands of blood were now only able to deal a few hundred points of damage. For Darius, it was not a big deal at all. After all, the recovery every second was much higher than this value. And there was also the abnormal mutation protective shield, the shield provided by Leona Light Shield Badge, the shield provided by the back row Renata, and Malzahar's recovery. So facing this group of giant scorpions, Yifeng did not spend much energy and successfully solved them all. All the giant scorpions died, and the hissing sound sounded again, which seemed very angry. The earth tore open cracks one after another, and the monsters underground were finally about to reveal their true colors. Chapter 309. After the ground was completely cracked, a huge monster rushed out directly from the ground. The monster's body was nearly 100 meters long. The monster was emitting a scarlet light all over its body, and it had 4 pairs of long legs under its body, and each leg hair on it looked as sharp as a knife. The most bizarre thing was the back of the monster. On its back, there were densely packed fleshy tentacles. These tentacles were like water plants, swaying in the wind, ready to bite people at any time. And its face had 8 pairs of compound eyes. Each pair of eyes was as big as the front of a car, full of oppression. At this time, the 18 eyes all turned to look over, staring at Yifeng's direction. The monster's hissing sound came from the teeth under the compound eyes. Countless sharp teeth were intertwined, and the monster's mouth parts looked sharp. The tentacles behind the huge monster suddenly stretched out and attacked the chess piece in front of Yifeng. The tentacles hit the chess piece hard. Minus 2,895. This damage is not too high for Darius. After all, Darius's health is close to 25,000 points now, and this attack can only hit a little more than 1/10. Yifeng likes this kind of giant target. After all, the bigger the target, the easier it is for the skills of Malzahar in the back row to hit all of them. More than 100 Malzahars released their skills together. Each Malzahar summoned more than 10 mechanical gates, and there were thousands of them in this round of attack, and each mechanical gate will add 5 layers of infection to the target. After one wave, the scarlet monster was infected with more than 5,000 layers. The damage value that jumps every second is calculated in millions, and these damages, with the equipment effects of the Prophet Bond and the Hextech gun, are converted into recovery and provided to the chess pieces in the front row. It can basically be consumed without damage. It seems that this monster is just like this. The battle lasted for a few seconds, and Victor in the back row was also full of energy. Dozens of Victors released Chaos Storms. These Chaos Storms merged together to form a huge Chaos Storm. It actually pulled the giant monster directly into the sky. Oh my god, this can be controlled. 6-cost cards are awesome. The monster that was pulled into the sky began to panic, and the tentacles and long legs on its body were grabbing randomly in the air, but it could not get rid of the control of the Chaos Storm at all. Until the duration ended, the Chaos Storm disappeared. The monster was hit hard on the ground, and a huge deep pit was smashed into the ground. There was no suspense in the battle. In addition to attacking with its body, this monster can also spit out poison all over the ground. The effect of this poison is quite good, continuously causing hundreds of points of damage to the chess pieces in the front row. Unfortunately, facing Yi Feng's high recovery, these methods did not play a big role. The compound eyes of this monster lit up red, and the red light shone on some of the chess pieces in the front row. Suddenly, these chess pieces also lit up red, and turned their heads to attack other chess pieces. However, Yi Feng also carried Michael's blessing with him. It can remove the abnormal state of the chess pieces. The confusion effect was instantly removed, and did not play any role. On the contrary, after releasing this move, the monster seemed to have consumed some energy, and its attack became a little slow. Sure enough, being invincible is also a kind of loneliness. Yi Feng muttered to himself. The unknown monster that scared him so much that he fled in a hurry, now that he really faced it, he found that it was just like that. The battle on the battlefield continued. Soon the blood volume of the scarlet monster was about to bottom out, and it could not hold on. It seemed that the situation was not good, and the monster was actually preparing to escape from the ground. But at the moment when the monster was about to drill into the ground, LeBlanc's skills were also good again. Dozens of LeBlancs, one after another black roses bloomed in the battlefield. Chains appeared on the monster out of thin air. The monster that was originally about to escape was pulled back, and pulled back to the battlefield. Without waiting for the monster to react, Victor's Chaos Storm appeared on the battlefield again, controlling the monster again. The continuous attacks and controls seemed to make the monster dizzy. After landing, it no longer thought about escaping, but instead waved its tentacles and rushed towards the chess pieces. It roared, and the sound was full of anger and unwillingness. The monster never thought that the human in front of it would be so powerful. When the monster collided with the chess pieces in the front row, it caused dizziness to the chess pieces. At the same time, about 3,000 points of damage appeared on the body. Leona happened to release a skill, but she was not hurt, but was also dizzy. This wave of collision did not have much impact on the chess pieces in the front row, which was harmless. But the monster did not stop, and continued to rush towards the chess pieces in the back row. If it hit the fragile ones, like Morgana and Renata in the back row, it would still cause casualties. This was not what Yi Feng wanted to see, so he quickly took out a magic scroll of last stand from his backpack. He was ready to use the scroll to ensure that all the chess pieces were gone. However, before Yi Feng could use the chess pieces, the monster suddenly let out a mournful cry, and the whole body fell down. Malzahar's infection layers were stacked to an exaggerated level, and the damage had made the monster completely unable to hold on. The previous wave of collision was already the last gasp. When the monster fell, the reminder sound of the survival game rang in Yi Feng's ears. Kill the Scarlet Monster and get the reward. Self-selected artifact equipment X1. Kill the Scarlet Monster and get the reward. Golden Shovel Crown X1. Kill the Scarlet Monster and get the reward. Equipment Sublimation Tower Construction Diagram X1. 3 prompt sounds in a row. The rewards given are pretty good. Self-selected equipment, and the Golden Shovel Crown can directly improve Yi Feng's strength. And the third equipment Sublimation Tower Construction Diagram. As soon as you hear the name, you know it is a building production diagram. I just don't know what the so-called equipment sublimation tower is. After the death of this monster, Yi Feng's past day equipment collector floated up, and continued to absorb the scarlet energy in its body towards the monster corpse that fell on the ground like a mountain. Not long after, the monster that was originally as big as a mountain completely disappeared, leaving only a huge deep pit and cracks on the ground. If it rains heavily, perhaps a new lake can be formed here. Just as Yi Feng was daydreaming, the energy of the past equipment collector was finally full again. The energy of the past equipment collector has been collected. Do you want to create the past equipment now? Chapter 310. The result of this forging is First Generation Dragon Claw. The result of this forging is First Generation Thorn Armor. This scarlet monster provided Yi Feng with 2 pieces of equipment from the past. But this is not too outrageous, because Yi Feng was almost collecting enough energy. This scarlet monster provided just a little more energy than 1 piece, just enough to make 2 pieces. After creating 2 pieces of equipment, the original equipment collector of the past has completely dimmed, without a trace of luster. For these 2 pieces of equipment from the past, Yi Feng has a little expectation in his heart. After all, the original Giant Hydra has already allowed Crow Swain to have an extremely high output method in the later stage. I don't know what surprises these 2 pieces of equipment can provide for Yi Feng. First Generation Dragon Claw. Add 50 magic resistance. Special effect. Get 83% magic damage reduction. Just seeing the attributes of this First Generation Dragon Claw made Yi Feng excited. I didn't expect that the equipment of the days of the past this time was actually the first generation of the Dragon Claw. It is rumored that this thing originally had 99% magic damage reduction. As long as the frontline tank is equipped with one of these things, The opponent's mage can almost lie down and wait for death. I didn't expect that Yifeng could get one by chance in this survival game. Although the magic damage reduction is only 83%, it is also an extremely terrifying value. The frontline chess piece is equipped with such an equipment. Originally, under the blessing of the high armor magic resistance of Nbisa Diplomat and the 6 Sentinels bond, the magic damage received has been greatly reduced. Supervisory chess pieces like Darius have a high damage reduction effect. If these chess pieces are equipped with a first-generation Dragon Claw, then they are almost immune to magic damage, almost the front row of magic immunity. Just thinking about it makes people excited. Then what effect will the other first-generation Thorn Armor, which also has the words first generation on it, have? Thinking of this, Yifeng couldn't suppress his excitement and looked at the attributes of the next equipment. First generation Thorn Armor. Add 50 armor. Special effect. When attacked by physical attacks, 25% of the damage before damage reduction will be rebounded to the attacker. Seeing this attribute, Yifeng shouted in his heart. This is the real anti-armor. Rebound damage is 25% of the attack damage before damage reduction, that is, as long as the chess piece's damage reduction is high enough, the enemy's health may be lost more than your own chess piece. Take Darius as an example. If the enemy hits 10,000 points of damage, then he will receive 2,500 points of counter damage. And Darius's high damage reduction and armor, this 10,000 points of damage can only cause less than 1,000 points of damage to Darius without armor penetration. If first generation Dragon Claw and first generation Thorn Armor are equipped to the same chess piece, then this chess piece is almost immune to magic, and can also rebound physical damage. Except for real damage, there is almost no damage that can penetrate the chess piece's defense. After reading the properties of these two pieces of equipment, Yifeng wanted to return to the base immediately to replace these two pieces of equipment for the chess piece. However, Yifeng soon became worried. It's not because of anything else, but because in order to replace these two pieces of equipment, you have to remove the current equipment to free up 2 equipment slots. This is what makes Yifeng most headache. Others' equipment is not enough, and Yifeng is already worried about too many equipment and doesn't know how to match them. Yifeng plans to equip these two pieces of equipment to Darius. Currently Darius's equipment is Pride of the Outlaw, Will of the Dragon, Sunlight Cloak, and Legacy of the Colossus. Legacy of the Colossus provides damage reduction, and is the least likely to be replaced. As for the remaining 3 pieces of equipment, Pride of the Outlaw provides high health points, Will of the Dragon provides high health recovery, and the last Sunlight Cloak provides a percentage of health points, while also providing a percentage of burning effect. Yifeng is reluctant to take down any piece of equipment. If only there were 2 more equipment slots. Thinking of this, Yifeng couldn't help but sigh when he first killed the Scarlet Monster. The survival game gave 2 equipment bar expanders as a reward. But now, after killing such a powerful Scarlet Monster, I only got 1 artifact equipment, Golden Shovel Crown, and an equipment sublimation tower construction diagram with unknown effects. The difference in rewards made Yifeng want to complain. Forget it. Let's go back and see what the equipment sublimation tower is used for, and then find other people to discuss how to change equipment. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers are better than 1 zhuge liang. After thinking about it, Yifeng decided to find other people to give him advice after he went back. Then we can find the best equipment combination. When Yifeng returned to the base, it took no more than an hour. The first thing Yifeng did was to take out the construction drawing of the equipment sublimation tower. Do you want to use the equipment sublimation tower construction drawing? When Yifeng chose to confirm, the original construction drawing flew into the air and flew to the side of the statue of Nasus. Then, next to the huge statue, a tower building more than 10 meters high appeared. Equipment sublimation tower can be used once every 7 days, and can sublimate a finished equipment into the corresponding light equipment. The moment he saw this attribute, Yifeng was amazed. It turns out that the best reward is this building construction drawing. The value of this thing is equivalent to providing a light equipment every 7 days. In the survival game, it is also a very practical building. However, for Yifeng, who had already blown up the Iron Blood Conqueror treasure chest, the effect of this building is much worse. However, it is better than nothing, and Yifeng will not waste it. Victor's current 4 pieces of equipment are just ordinary equipment, and Yifeng immediately chose to upgrade Victor's equipment. After all, it is a 6-cost chess piece, and it will become the main output in the future. It is not too much to equip him with a set of light equipment. Whether to choose to sublimate the Archangel Staff soon, this equipment sublimation tower emitted a burst of light, and rushed to Victor's barracks. When the light faded, one of Victor's equipment Archangel Staff turned into a light version of Afu Angel Staff. Victor's first piece of light equipment was successfully obtained. After finishing all this, Yifeng began to worry about Darius's equipment. Every piece of equipment seems to be very good and indispensable, and it seems that Yifeng feels reluctant to replace these equipment. However, the limitation of equipment grids is destined to be unable to have both fish and bear's paw. For a while, Yifeng was entangled. Suddenly, Yifeng suddenly thought of something. Maybe he could use that thing to see if he could explode the equipment grid expander. Chapter 311. Thousands of years of war, more than 10 reincarnations. This war will eventually eliminate all enemies, and the recovery of Tair's city will be the first step in the counterattack. Go to the 4 poles, kill the sealed enemies, and recall the former ascended warriors. The location of the 4 poles has been released. Please check and go as soon as possible. This is the town sign that Yifeng went to far away on the map, and found a large number of void creatures inside. After killing the void creatures inside, he obtained high rewards such as the chess piece equipment slot permanently increased by 1, the life value permanently increased by 500, and the barracks replicator, a large number of gold coins, and it also unlocked the next stage of the task. However, these places are too far away from Yifeng's location, and there is no feasibility to go there, so this task has been shelved. But now the situation is different. Yifeng now has a very special item. Reality Crack. In the Scarlet Land, as long as you know the coordinates, you can use this item to break through the void and go there, and it just so happens that this mission provides Yifeng with the coordinates of the so-called 4 poles. The last mission has already obtained 1 more buff equipment slots for all. If you complete the mission of the 4 poles, will you have a chance to get more rewards? For example, unlock more equipment slots for all members? Thinking of this, Yifeng couldn't help but look forward to it. For the so-called 4 poles, and the so-called rewards, they are all very much looking forward to it. There are 4 addresses in total, and Yifeng took the lead in choosing the northernmost address. But before going there, Yifeng took off the sunlight cloak on Darius and replaced it with first-generation Dragon Claw. After all, the percentage burning effect of sunlight cloak is the same as Crown of Embers on Malzahar, so there is no need to wear it repeatedly. Equipped with first Dragon Claw, it can reduce most of the damage when facing magic damage. With the effect of Darius's supervision, it can reduce damage by 45%. And after Darius obtained the power of Ascension, he gained an additional 20% damage reduction. In addition, the legacy of the Colossus on his body can provide 30% damage reduction when the health value is high. Originally 100 points of damage, hitting Darius, can only cause 30 points at most. And this damage does not take into account the damage reduction of armor and magic resistance. After deducting the damage reduction of armor and magic resistance, this value will be even lower, and First Dragon Claw provides 83% magic damage reduction. In other words, 100 points of magic damage, in the end, hit Darius. It is estimated that only 3 to 4 points of damage. It's no exaggeration to say that he is in a magic-free state. After changing his equipment, Yifeng decided to go to the northernmost 4 poles first. Let's go to the northernmost first. I wonder if I will be teleported to the Arctic Circle. Yifeng smiled and took out the reality crack, which was a short dagger-like prop. After confirming the coordinates, the dagger lit up, and with a simple stroke, a huge space crack appeared directly. This thing is very convenient. After confirming that it was correct, Yifeng didn't care that it was night. With his current strength and various trump cards, I think the enemies sealed in the so-called 4 poles will not be too strong. When Yifeng stepped out of the space crack, he immediately felt that something was wrong with the surrounding environment. All he could see was endless ice and snow. The sky here was not dark. Although there was a little light, there were no stars in the sky, so Yifeng couldn't tell what time it was. A chill rushed to Yifeng's body. Although the chess pieces were there, the survivors would not be affected by various injuries. But after the bone-chilling coldness was weakened, it still made people feel cold. After finding a set of thick clothes to change into, Yifeng felt a lot more comfortable. Is this the northernmost 4-pole land? Where is the sealed monster? Yifeng looked around carefully. But there was nothing else except the ice and snow. In this vast snow, it was even impossible to identify the direction. Just when Yifeng was puzzled, a faint blue light lit up on the snow not far away. Then, the light shot up into the sky, forming something that looked like an ancient formation in the sky. Needless to say, that must be the so-called sealed place. Going here and killing the unsealed enemy should be considered completing the mission at this point. Yifeng hurried to that area. The light became brighter and brighter, and at the moment when it reached its most dazzling, the light suddenly disappeared. Then, endless scarlet light emerged from the ground. In the underground, there was a cry of birds. When Yifeng arrived, he saw a humanoid monster several meters tall rising from the ground. The monster was mainly dark red, and its head was a bird's head. The bird's beak looked hard like a sharp long blade. It opened its beak and looked up at the sky, and its tongue spit out like a scarlet snake tongue. Its eyes were like burning flames, and through the breathtaking red light, it made people feel cold and fierce. Scarlet energy lines were waving around the monster's body, giving people a full sense of oppression. In its left claw, it held a huge sickle about 3 meters long, as if it was the weapon of the god of death to harvest souls. And its right claw was huge, and the claws seemed to be able to tear everything apart. With the appearance of this monster, the sky that originally had no stars slowly lit up a moon. It was a scarlet blood moon. Even behind this monster, there were bloody shadows of several other monsters. But it was not clear, and Yifeng could not recognize what it was. After seeing the full appearance of the monster in front of him, Yifeng immediately recognized what it was. Isn't this the skin of the Scarlet Moon Scarecrow, although the appearance is the same as? I didn't expect that in this survival game, it would become a sealed monster. Could it be that the other Scarlet monsters and Void monsters in this survival game can also find corresponding prototypes in the future? However, the current situation does not allow Yifeng to think too much. The first thing the monster did when it came out was to rush towards Yifeng. Looking at the monster rushing over, Yifeng put away all his thoughts, took out the magic scroll to provide buffs for the chess pieces, and prepared to kill the monster in front of him first. The Scarlet Scarecrow-like monster raised its head and made a strange cry. The red light in its eyes lit up and shone on many chess pieces in the front row. Immediately, a fear icon appeared on the heads of the chess pieces in the front row, and they fled to the back. But fortunately, Yifeng had Michael's blessing, which successfully resolved the fear. At this time, Yifeng's chess piece also rushed in front of the Scarlet Scarecrow, and the two sides officially engaged in battle. Chapter 312. The Scarlet Scarecrow saw that his deterrent skill did not work, and the huge bird head looked at Yifeng, seeming to be a little angry. I saw the huge sickle in its left hand waving, slashing at Darius in the front row. Minus 3037. A large area of damage appeared. It can be seen that the attack of this scarecrow is quite powerful. Yifeng quickly took out an advanced life field magic scroll, forming a green area in the battlefield to provide some additional recovery for the chess piece. Before Malzahar's infection layers are stacked up in the early stage, it is the time when the chess piece is most likely to overturn. So you have to be more careful to avoid capsizing in the ditch. After several attacks, the scarecrow seemed to find that his attack efficiency was too slow, and he could not deal with Yifeng in front of him. So it released a new skill again. I saw countless red energy lines around the Scarlet Scarecrow attacking Yifeng's chess piece like vines. Soon, more than 50 chess pieces were linked to the red line. When connected, the Scarlet Scarecrow made a bird cry, and then a bunch of healing numbers appeared on its body. And a long list of damage values appeared on the linked chess pieces. Yifeng naturally knew this skill. Isn't this the blood-sucking skill of the Scarecrow? If one is stronger, the other is weaker, it will not be a simple matter to kill this Scarecrow monster. Just when Yifeng was about to take out the recovery scroll again to replenish the health of the chess pieces, he saw something he didn't expect. The linked chess pieces were all Darius' chess pieces. At this time, the damage value was popping up above their heads with the number minus 130. This damage value for Darius can almost be said to be 0 damage. Yifeng was stunned at first, but he reacted immediately. It must be the effect of first-generation Dragon Claw. The 83% magic damage reduction, combined with Darius's original damage, can reduce the magic damage of the Scarecrow to an almost insignificant value. Darius's damage reduction, high magic resistance, and the triple effect of the first-generation Dragon Claw can achieve the current situation. After absorbing for a while, the Scarlet Scarecrow also found something wrong. His attack did not absorb much vitality to replenish his own blood volume. He immediately interrupted the release of the skill. This time, he changed his method. The huge sickle in his left hand suddenly lit up with a black light. Originally, the black color that swallowed everything seemed so dazzling at this moment. The black color made the sickle look like it was drawn in ink, and it looked powerful. Soon, the sickle was launched and swung forward. This blow was full of deterrence, and hit dozens of chess pieces in front of him in one breath. However, his luck was still not good this time. This blow hit Leona and Darius. Minus 0. Minus 178. Two different damage values appeared on the chess pieces. The former was Leona after the skill was activated, in a 100% damage reduction state, and would not be harmed at all. The latter was Darius with first-generation Dragon Claw. This damage was still painless, and it was even instantly recovered with the effect of the equipment. The black sickle in the hand of the Scarecrow swung continuously, waving more than 10 times, but it still did not cause much impact on Yifeng. Even Malzahar's infection layers were slowly stacking up, slowly shifting the balance of victory to Yifeng. The Scarecrow seemed to have some wisdom, but not much wisdom. After discovering that his attack was still in vain, he actually stopped attacking. It opened its claws, and its whole body was shining with scarlet light, just standing there without moving. Let Yifeng's chess piece attack at will without resistance. If it were someone else, they might think that this Scarecrow monster might have given up treatment. But Yifeng knew that this must be the Scarecrow preparing to release a big move, Crowstorm. This is the Scarecrow's big move, which has extremely high damage. But before releasing it, it needs to be guided for a certain period of time. Sure enough, after a few seconds of guidance, the red light around the Scarlet Scarecrow turned into crows made of scarlet energy. These crows covered the sky and the sun, and their number was simply countless. These scarlet crows formed a scarlet field with the Scarecrow as the center. These crows kept biting and attacking the chess pieces in the front row. However, this damage still had no great effect on Darius. Even this time, the damage did not even break through 100 points. The only thing worth praising was that there were a lot of these scarlet crows. Although the single damage was not high, the advantage was that there were enough of them. If other survivors faced the Scarecrow's Crowstorm, they would probably die miserably. It's just a pity that the opponent the Scarecrow encountered was Yifeng, who was a lump of flesh and had additional magic damage reduction first generation Dragon Claw, so this battle was almost not much pressure for Yifeng. As the battle continued, the situation became more and more favorable for Yifeng. And the Scarlet Scarecrow was very anxious. It seemed to know that if it continued like this, it would fall here. It was sealed for so long, but it died as soon as it was unsealed. This was not what it wanted at all. Sure enough, it wanted to escape. The surrounding scarlet energy all gathered in its body, rendering its entire body scarlet. Then the Scarlet Scarecrow soared into the sky and flew out of the battlefield, trying to escape from here. Yifeng did not have anti-aircraft skills, and it seemed that he was really going to succeed, but at this moment, a roar came from nowhere. The ground began to shake, and Yifeng looked in that direction. It turned out to be a red sheep-shaped creature, holding a huge hammer, summoning a huge sheephead phantom. The sheephead phantom was now rushing towards the Scarlet Scarecrow at a high speed. The sheephead phantom roared and rushed over, and soon touched Yifeng's chess piece. The sheephead phantom directly passed through Yifeng's chess piece, as if the two were in different worlds and could not affect each other. And when the sheephead phantom rushed in front of the Scarlet Scarecrow, it actually became several times larger again. It turned into a huge sheephead phantom that was tens of meters high. With a clang, the Scarecrow that had already flown into the air was knocked back to the ground. And after being knocked down, it was about to face another beating from Yifeng's chess pieces. The sheep-shaped creature that released the sheephead phantom just stood there holding a huge hammer, quietly watching Yifeng's battle. Chapter 313. Yifeng looked at the tall figure in the distance and immediately recognized who the goat-headed creature was. It was none other than Orn, and judging from the red appearance, this should be the original Orn. From the fact that the other party helped him stop the Scarlet Scarecrow that was about to escape, Yifeng judged that the other party should be a friend rather than an enemy. Therefore, Yifeng did not care about Orn's appearance, but instead focused his energy on the current battle. There were no accidents in this battle, and Yifeng quickly solved the Scarlet Scarecrow. Then he took out the past day's equipment collector and instantly absorbed the Scarlet Scarecrow that fell to the ground as energy. When he saw Yifeng take out the past day's equipment collector, a subtle look flashed across Orn's expression, seemingly puzzled and surprised. Congratulations to the survivor for killing the Scarlet Scarecrow, and the progress of killing the sealed monsters in the 4 poles is 1/4. Reward 150 gold coins. Reward 2, Barracks Replicator X1. Defeat all sealed monsters to unlock the final reward. The reward for killing the Scarlet Scarecrow does not look luxurious, and it can even be said to be a bit tasteless. However, this is a small stage of the task after all, and the survival game also prompts that after killing all monsters, more generous rewards will be obtained. This made Yifeng not delve into it. At this time, Orn, who was not far away, walked towards Yifeng. He was hot all over, and he seemed out of place in this icy and snowy place. Not bad, young man. This monster has been dealt with by someone, and I can go out and travel. Orn's voice was muffled, low and old, as if he had been baptized by many years. Seeing Orn coming over, Yifeng was a little excited, wondering if there would be any extra rewards for him. Fortunately, can you give me some rewards after seeing me kill this monster? Hearing this, Orn's eyes widened, looking at Yifeng with surprise. Won't they automatically give you the rewards? I was just asked to help guard this place. But if you have some special equipment or props, I can help you make them. Hearing Orn's words, Yifeng's eyes lit up. This is Brother Orn. The god of the furnace, the things he makes must be good. I don't know what Orn in this survival game can make for him. Immediately, Yifeng took out all the special items he had obtained since entering the survival game. Okay, see what you can forge. Ping ping pong pong sounded, and Yifeng took out all the things at once. There were special equipment, such as a Li Yicha's saber from the Yiksha monster, and armor of the King's Knights will obtain from the Yiksha Knight monster. In addition, a lot of props such as Thor badge and Michael's blessing were taken out by Yifeng and thrown on the ice at random. Orn looked at the pile of things Yifeng took out, and his whole face was a little dark. But since the words were said, he still checked among Yifeng's pile of things. Not long after, he took out the small bottle of past equipment collector, and another broken small bottle. These two things can be combined into a better item. Otherwise, I will combine them for you. Yifeng looked at the other vial. Sure enough, he made the right bet. That was something he bought from the cross-region trade. Broken vial, if you can find the master who repaired it, maybe you can reproduce its glory. This is the introduction of this item. I didn't have any clues. I didn't expect that. Now I met Orn and I got it done. This vial is broken and needs some materials to repair. These things of yours can be used as raw materials for repair. Orn took out the Yiksha saber and several other equipment dropped by Yiksha monsters, indicating that these things will be used as raw materials for the fusion of two special items. Yifeng naturally had no objection to this. Soon, Orn swung the hammer in his hand, and a huge furnace appeared out of thin air. Putting all these things into the furnace, Orn began to forge, leaving Yifeng aside. Yifeng, who was bored, wanted to go over and watch the whole process of forging. However, when Yifeng got closer, he found that the temperature was too high for people to stay. Yifeng pulled away and listened to the sound coming from the furnace from a distance, watching Orn swinging the giant hammer in his hand and constantly hitting something. And the various props selected by Orn were continuously thrown into the furnace by him and became one of the materials for this forging. The forging lasted for more than 10 minutes. A small bottle as red as fire appeared in Yifeng's sight. This was the new prop that Orn had forged. I have made the item, and there are still some materials left. Take a look at this item first to see if you are satisfied. Equipment maker of the past. It can transform various energies into artifacts of the past, and will also slowly and automatically increase the energy value. The attributes of these artifacts will be stronger than before. From the appearance, this item has not changed much. Only the color has changed. But from the introduction of the item, there are still 3 improvements compared to the original collector. First, any energy can be collected and made into artifacts of the past, and there is no need to be restricted by the Scarlet Monster. Second, according to the introduction, even if no energy is collected, this forger can charge itself, but I don't know how efficient this self-charging is. And the last one is that the artifacts of the past created will be stronger than before. This is what Yifeng is most looking forward to. After all, the attributes of things that Orn has made must not be too bad. Then what values the attributes of the more powerful artifacts of the past can reach is really exciting. Suddenly, Yifeng remembered that there was a first-generation thorn armor in his backpack. Because there was no equipment slot for this item, Darius did not change it and put it in the backpack for the time being. Well, I have an equipment here. Can you help me forge it? Facing Yifeng's request, Orn did not refuse. He picked up the first-generation thorn armor again and threw it into the furnace. I will add some more materials to the remaining materials, which will be enough to improve this equipment again. I hope you will like it. Orn's voice was a bit honest, and he immersed himself in forging equipment for Yifeng again. Not long after, a brand new first-generation thorn armor came out, with a fiery red color on it, which looked extraordinary. See if you are satisfied? Chapter 3:14. Listening to Orn's words, Yifeng took the forged first-generation thorn armor from his hand and immediately checked the specific properties. First-generation thorn armor, forged by Orn, add 100 armor. Special effect. When attacked by physical attacks, 50% of the damage before damage reduction will be rebounded to the attacker, and the wearer will gain 50% physical damage reduction. Seeing this property, Yifeng's eyes lit up. The properties of this thing are simply too abnormal. The basic property of providing 100 points of armor is already powerful enough. As for the special effects, it is even more enhanced to the point of being outrageous. 50% of the damage before damage reduction is rebounded to the enemy, and it also provides 50% additional damage reduction to the wearer. In other words, the damage rebounded by the chess piece is much higher than the damage he received. Take Darius as an example. The additional damage reduction provided by Supervision, Legacy of the Colossus, and Ascension can reduce the damage to about 30% of the original damage, and if Darius is equipped with first generation Thorn armor, the armor can directly break through the 400-point mark. Without armor reduction, Darius's reduction of physical damage is already about 80%. The original 10,000 points of physical damage can be reduced to only 3,000 points after damage reduction, and after armor reduction, it will only be 600 points when it hits Darius, and first generation Thorn armor provides 50% additional physical damage reduction, and can further reduce this value to 300 points. In other words, Darius's reduction of physical damage is as high as 97%, only 3% of physical damage will be affected, almost invincible, and for 10,000 points of damage, Darius can rebound 5,000 points of physical damage to the enemy. The difference between 300 points of damage and 5,000 points of damage is more than 10 times. Nowadays, it is not an exaggeration to call the first generation Thorn armor a godly equipment. It seems that you like this equipment very much. If there is a chance, I hope to meet you again in the future. After saying this, Orn was ready to leave. But it was not easy to get so many rewards by holding on to the thigh. How could Yifeng let Orn go easily? That, Senior Orn, I actually have another similar equipment. Can you upgrade it too? Yifeng was talking about the first generation Dragon Claw. Hearing Yifeng's words, Orn looked at Yifeng, seemingly not expecting that the human in front of him would bargain with him again. But Orn is indeed a kind person. Hearing Yifeng's request, he did not show any displeasure. I don't have much time to waste. If you want to forge and upgrade the equipment of the past days, you can also use the forger I just gave you to consume energy to upgrade it yourself. This is also one of the functions of the forger. After the introduction, Orn ignored Yifeng and left alone in one direction. It seemed that he was not going to help Yifeng anymore. Seeing that there was no benefit to continue fishing, Yifeng could only sigh and take out the reality crack and prepare to go to the second 4 poles. However, when he thought of what Anan said about the past days equipment forger that could directly upgrade the first generation Dragon Claw, Yifeng was still ready to go back and upgrade the first generation Dragon Claw before getting ready to set off. With reality crack in hand, Yifeng created another space crack. Looking at the direction where Orn left, Yifeng said goodbye loudly. Senior, see you later. After that, Yifeng stepped directly into the crack. After Yifeng left, Orn stopped, looked at the place where Yifeng left, and whispered something. This human is different from the people I have known before. I wonder if they can succeed in the end. After returning to the base, the first thing Yifeng did was to run straight to the Darius barracks. After all, first generation Dragon Claw is still equipped on the Darius barracks. If you want to upgrade first generation Dragon Claw, you have to take this equipment out. After removing first generation Dragon Claw, Yifeng took out past days equipment forger and prepared to upgrade first generation Dragon Claw. After Yifeng gave the order, a red light came out of the bottle mouth of past days equipment forger. The light, with a breath of heat waves, merged into the first generation Dragon Claw. The whole equipment was wrapped up, and the internal situation could not be seen clearly. When the light faded, the original first generation Dragon Claw equipment had a pattern flowing like red magma. Yifeng opened the detailed properties of the equipment, wanting to see how much surprise this upgraded first generation Dragon Claw would have waiting for him. First generation Dragon Claw, forged by Orn, add 100 points of magic resistance. Special effect. Get 95% magic damage reduction. The basic magic resistance increased by dozens of points, while the magic damage reduction seemed to have only increased from 83% to 95%. This damage reduction seems to have only increased from the original 83% to 95%, an additional 12%. But even this small 12% has increased the actual effect by several times. With the original 83% damage reduction, 100 points of magic damage still have 17 points left. And now it has been increased to 95% magic damage reduction. 100 points of magic damage, only 5 points are left. 17 points and 5 points. This improvement effect is actually 3 times as much. Looking at the upgraded first generation Dragon Claw, Yifeng only felt that he was invincible. Orn's products are indeed extraordinary. With this Orn forged version of first generation Dragon Claw and first generation Thorn armor, any chess piece can achieve a terrifying defense. The equipment given to Darius, who already has high damage reduction, can almost make him invincible in both physics and magic. Unless the enemy has true damage, no enemy can penetrate Darius's defense. Yifeng took off Pride of the Madman and replaced it with first generation Thorn armor. Now Darius's 4 pieces of equipment are Will of the Dragon, Inheritance of the Colossus, first generation Dragon Claw, first generation Thorn armor. although some maximum health and life recovery will be lost without Pride of the Madman. But with 2 first-generation equipment, Darius's defense ability has reached a terrifying level. The recovery of 10% of health every 2 seconds by Will of the Dragon is enough to deal with most situations. After all, it is very unlikely that a monster that wants to kill Darius with 2 first-generation equipment by more than 10% of his health in 2 seconds exists. Unless it is a monster with true damage attack, it may cause some trouble to Yifeng. After changing his equipment, Yifeng looked at the time. It was only past 9 o'clock in the evening. It was not too late. He could go to another place in the 4 extremes to kill a sealed monster, but he didn't know who the sealed monster would be this time. Chapter 315. For the second area, Yifeng chose the southernmost 4 poles. When he walked out of the space crack, a scorching heat wave hit him. This time, the location was actually near a volcanic crater, and Yifeng was less than half a meter away from falling into the magma of the crater. If he was not careful, he would fall into the magma. Although the chess pieces were there, the survivors would not die, but if they really fell into the magma in the crater, who knows what would happen. This coordinate point is a bit outrageous. Yifeng turned around carefully, ready to get away from the crater quickly. Because the turning action was too fast, the stones in the edge area were a little loose. Several pieces of rubble slid along the slope of the crater into the magma below. Yifeng tilted his head and watched the rubble rolling into the magma, and was instantly swallowed by the magma and disappeared. Seeing this scene, Yifeng hurriedly ran several meters in the opposite direction. Then he stopped. Where is the monster this time? Yifeng looked around. The rock wall platform area outside the crater was relatively wide, enough for Yifeng to spread hundreds of chess pieces. I just don't know where the monster is. Is it in the magma? Just as Yifeng was thinking, the magma in the center of the crater really kept emitting gurgling bubbles. It was as if something was about to come out of the magma. Yifeng stood at the edge of the rock wall and looked at the magma in the center. Sure enough, it seemed that something was slowly rising out of it. I didn't expect that the monster this time was really in the magma. The monster in the magma slowly emerged, and the first thing to appear was the head. The first thing to emerge was a huge head with a pair of huge goat horns, like a symbol of the devil. And at the back of its head, silver-white hair was spread out. It wore a ghost mask on the front. Its eyes were scarlet, and its mouth was wide open. Looking from the mouth, it seemed that the whole mouth was burning with hot flames. As the body of the monster continued to rise, Yifeng heard the shadow of the chain shaking. The monster with the upper half of its body exposed was holding a scarlet lantern in its left hand, and a sharp sickle in its right hand. The monster was wearing a gorgeous armor, and let out a creepy laugh. It made people feel uncomfortable all over. When the monster completely emerged from the magma, it raised its head, and looked at Yifeng, who was at a high place, with a strange smile in its eyes. Then, the monster actually jumped up out of thin air, and rushed directly to the rock wall area where Yifeng was. Boom! As the monster landed, the surrounding rock walls were shaken. The monster was huge, about 10 meters tall, like a giant, looking down at Yifeng. Looking at the iconic large lantern in his left hand, Yifeng instantly understood that his opponent this time was actually Thresh. There was nothing to say. Yifeng directly called the chess pieces forward to attack. The battle was about to start. Darius summoned countless divine wolves, and the chess pieces with the prophet bond also summoned void spirits after releasing their skills due to the effect of the hex-enhanced void summoner. In terms of numbers, Yifeng naturally has the advantage, especially the army of phantoms summoned by the prophet bond, which has no limit and can appear continuously. However, Yifeng soon had a headache. The summoned phantoms, the god wolf, and the 3 front row chess pieces entered the front of the battlefield together. Soon, Thresh released his skills. I saw it sweep the chain backwards, and immediately pulled all the chess pieces and summons in the front towards it. And the damage of this attack was very high, and the phantom summons that appeared were instantly killed. And when these phantoms died, a little scarlet energy appeared and floated in the air. Then in the next moment, it flew towards the lantern in Thresh's left hand. Fuck, can summons absorb souls? Thresh can absorb the souls of dead enemies to strengthen himself, but Yifeng didn't expect that summons would also be absorbed by souls. This won't do. If this continues, it will be like giving Thresh souls for nothing. As Thresh souls increase, his defense and attack power will become stronger. If he gives too much, who knows how strong Thresh will be. Thinking of this, Yifeng had to stop the attack of the prophet chess piece. The burden of output was handed over to the 3-star LeBlanc and the back row Draven. Although the speed was a little slower, it was better than letting the monsters develop. When Thresh swung his sickle again, he pulled a group of front row chess pieces in front of him. At this time, almost all the front row chess pieces were pulled in front of Thresh. Thresh let out a creepy laugh, and 4 scarlet energy walls lit up around him, forming a cage in an instant. Then he swung the sickle in his right hand in the opposite direction, sweeping a group of chess pieces outward. This sweep just happened to make the chess pieces hit the energy wall. Suddenly, dense damage values appeared, which looked quite shocking. But if you look closely, you can find that the so-called damage value is only over 100. There are even mini Leonas among the chess pieces that were swept, and a -0 value directly appeared. Thresh's output did not have much impact on Yifeng, although the loss of Malzahar has reduced the output speed a lot. But Draven, who has the abnormal mutation of 1,000 swords, after continuously stacking layers, the real damage of each sword is also not low. This time, after more than an hour of fighting, Scarlet Thresh finally fell to the ground, and his body was completely absorbed by equipment maker of the past days, leaving nothing behind. Congratulations to the survivor for killing the Scarlet Thresh. Progress of killing the sealed monsters in the 4 poles is February 4th. Reward 1 50 gold coins. Reward 2 Barracks Replicator X1. Defeat all sealed monsters to unlock the final reward. This time, the reward is exactly the same as the last Scarlet Scarecrow. There is no difference. Both are 50 gold coins plus a Barracks Replicator. So far, Yifeng has obtained 6 Barracks Replicators. With a little more, it is not difficult to get 3 stars and 6 mana. Thinking of this, Yifeng's heart surged. In the entire S13 season, he did not chase a 3-star 6 mana in the Golden Shovel game. Could it be that in this survival game, he can realize his wish? After killing Thresh, Yifeng also wandered around for a long time, trying to find out if there is a watcher similar to Ornn. However, there is nothing nearby. In the end, Yifeng had no choice but to return to the base. Then, continue to head towards the 3rd coordinate. Chapter 316. Yifeng glanced at the time. It was already past 10 in the evening, not too early. He was not in a hurry, so he decided to return to the base first. After returning to the base, Yifeng suddenly remembered something. He slapped his forehead and cried out, "How could I forget this?" As he said that, Yifeng hurried to a direction in the base, and soon came to the location of an altar. Yes, it was the ink-like painting altar. This altar can copy a 1-star barracks, and the time required varies depending on the cost. The lowest level 1 cost barracks only takes 2 days to obtain one. As for the 5 cost barracks, it takes 10 days to wait. Yifeng unlocked the painting barracks on the 28th day, and set the copied barracks to Malzahar. As a result, there were too many things to do later, and the painting altar was forgotten. According to the time calculation, the copying should have been completed now. That is to say, Yifeng may have wasted an opportunity to copy a 5-cost barracks. Thinking of this, Yifeng felt a pang of heartache. This is too painful. However, when Yifeng arrived at the destination and checked the scroll altar, he was relieved. The copy target Malzahar barracks has been completed. Do you want to extract Malzahar barracks or change the copy target barracks? Looking at the prompt from the scroll altar, Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. This scroll altar still needs to be confirmed by yourself before obtaining the barracks. Before confirmation, the barracks type can be changed at any time. Choose to change the copy target barracks. Yifeng decisively replaced the Malzahar barracks with the Victor barracks for duplication. However, as a 6-cost barracks Victor, you need to wait 2 more days to obtain it. In other words, it takes 40 days to successfully copy a Victor barracks, but this is enough. Yifeng now has 2 1-star Victor barracks. In addition, there are 6 barracks replicators. Even if the barracks construction page is not refreshed later, with the replicator in hand, you can directly make a 3-star 6-cost Victor in the next secret realm, and the combat power of 3-star 6-cost is enough to destroy the world. After a night of rest, it is a new day. Congratulations to all survivors for making it to the 39th day. Daily gold coins have been issued. Survivor, Yifeng. Base level, LV9. The current maximum number of barracks that can be built, 9 plus 16. Base upgrade, 290 days later, and Yifeng's gold coins, after obtaining daily income plus chess piece income, have reached 337. There are still 14 refresh times. With more than 300 gold coins, Yifeng thinks he can refresh a few times to see the situation. Maybe there will be more income. When opening the daily barracks interface, Yifeng found a surprise. Among the 5 barracks this time, there is a Mel barracks, Exiled Mage Mel. This is one of the 6-cost cards. It is well received in the Golden Shovel game. It brings the passive of the famous sword Siming to the player. It has become an opportunity for many people to turn the tables. I just don't know what Mel's Exiled Mage Bond will become in the survival game. Without any hesitation, Feng decisively chose to spend 30 gold coins to buy the Mel barracks, and recruited another Mel to see how it would work. Mel's skill is to provide a shield to teammates, and cause AoE damage to enemies. The skill seems to be a bit like Kaisa's Icathia Drizzle. But when she reaches 3 stars, the strength of 3 stars and 6 mana will be fully demonstrated. Feng checked the bond effect of Exile Mage. Compared with the game, there are indeed some changes. Exile Mage. Every day when your top 10 other chess pieces are about to die, Mel will save these chess pieces and revive them with full blood. After that, Mel will get a 10% permanent damage increase. This effect is very good, which is equivalent to wearing resurrection armor for 10 chess pieces, increasing the fault tolerance rate. And triggering this effect every day is equivalent to getting a 10% damage increase every day. Over time, Mel's damage increase will also reach a very exaggerated level. After buying it, Feng looked at the remaining 14 refresh opportunities, and decided to use 4 of them to see how it goes. The first time, Feng was surprised again. Jinx and Victor both appeared in the barracks interface. This time, a 6-cost card and a 5-cost card appeared, a total of 55 gold coins. Feng bought it directly. With the purchase of Victor, Feng welcomed his first 2-star 6-cost card. With Victor's barracks upgraded to 2 stars, Victor's basic health has also reached 2,880 points. Coupled with the investment strategy in the past few days, and the blessing of golden cookware, Victor's health has reached 4,000 points. After all, Feng now has 360 HP points increased by golden cookware hex enhancement every day, and Feng gave this increase to Victor. Looking at the 6 barracks replicators in the backpack, Feng can synthesize a 3-star Victor barracks at any time if he wants. However, Feng does not intend to do so. There are so many refresh opportunities. Let's see how it goes. The second refresh only gave an Iron Man Mod Kaiser. The third refresh was a Sevica barracks, and the last refresh was a big explosion of luck. A Mel and a Victor appeared in it. Refreshing 2 6-cost cards at a time, this is definitely a dog shit luck. Feng did not hesitate, and bought both barracks in one go. The remaining gold coins are just over 110. There is no need to continue refreshing. Feng counted them, and found that Victor only needed the last 4 barracks to reach 3 stars. Meal is only 1 barracks away from reaching 2 stars. In addition, the largest number of other 5-cost barracks is Iron Man Mod Kaiser. There are 5 barracks builders for Mod Kaiser. Only the last 4 are needed to directly pull out the 3-star Iron Man. After finishing all these things, Feng was in trouble. Should he go to the real battlefield to brush out the 500 gold coins of Martial God of Wealth first? Or go to the last 2 areas of the 4 poles mission first to complete the mission first? For a moment, Feng wished that he could split into 2 places, and go to both ends to complete them at the same time. Why don't you go to complete the mission in the 4 poles first? Hunting void monsters in the real battlefield is fun, but every time you want to come out, it's up to fate, and the time is uncertain. It's better to complete the mission first to see what rewards you can get. After that, Feng took out Reality Crack again. The north and south areas have been solved, leaving only the east and west poles. Then go to the east pole area first. Chapter 317. The easternmost coordinate point is located on an island. This island is not big, it is square, about 5,000 meters long and wide. The terrain on the entire island is very flat, just like a plane abruptly placed in the ocean. This island is very strange, and no vegetation grows. All you can see are various gravels and gravels. Rather than an island, it is more like a huge piece of debris removed from a rock wall floating in the air. Feng is full of expectations for the upcoming Scarlet monster. Who will be the enemy of the Scarlet series this time? However, Feng waited on the island for a few minutes, and did not find any monsters appearing. This inevitably made Feng a little confused. Did he come to the wrong place? Or is there another mystery in this place? Master, there seems to be something in the water. Intelligent LeBlanc stood beside Feng, extending her slender finger to point to the sea not far away. Looking in the direction of the finger, Feng found that ripples appeared on the calm water surface. It was as if something was approaching quietly under the water. The ripples were getting closer and closer to the shore, but suddenly disappeared. The whole sea was in a state of calm, as if nothing had happened. What was going on? Just when Feng was still puzzled, he suddenly heard the sound of a weapon being used. With a whoosh. At some point, a huge scarlet figure appeared in front of him. It threw out a chain dagger in its hand, and actually pulled several Darius to its side. The monster looked like a human, with a V-shaped symbol on its head, and the weapon in its left hand exuded a breath of death. Feng naturally recognized it. This was Scarlet Pike, That is what everyone often calls a water ghost. Then the abnormalities in the water before could be explained. This time, the monster was hiding under the water, which caused ripples on the water. And when he came ashore, he must have used the skill stealth in the nether pool to enter the camouflage state, which made people not notice it at all. Now that he suddenly showed up, it was natural to kill Yifeng by surprise. It's a pity that he chose the wrong target for the sneak attack. If he had sneak attacked other back rows, he might have been able to kill a few chess pieces first. But Darius's tankiness was not afraid of these attacks at all. After pulling Darius over, the Scarlet Pike immediately sprinted back, leaving a residual image. Darius, who was pulled in before, was hit by the residual image again and entered a dizzy state again. While Darius was dizzy, Scarlet Pike waved his weapon and attacked Yifeng's chess piece crazily. This set of operations was smooth and looked very cool. However, the damage was only more than 400 points when it hit Darius. This damage was not as good as tickling Darius. And Darius's counter-injury, when it hit Pike, it exploded with 4-digit damage. Seeing this, Yifeng couldn't help laughing. It seems that this battle will not have much suspense. As the battle continued, Scarlet Pike finally found something wrong. His damage was not enough to cause much damage to Yifeng's front row chess pieces. Instead, he suffered a lot of trauma. Soon, it retreated again, and its figure disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. Yifeng knew that it was invisible. And during the invisible period, Pike would recover a certain amount of lost health, but Yifeng was not worried. Even if he could recover, he would not be able to keep up with Yifeng's output, and he would eventually be killed by Yifeng. A few seconds later, Pike appeared again. This time, he was actually preparing to go around Yifeng's back row chess pieces and attack them. However, it never expected that Victor, one of the back row chess pieces, would suddenly release a chaos storm, forcibly pulling it up from the ground and flying into the sky. At this time, Yifeng's front row chess pieces also locked the target again and turned to rush over here. When Scarlet Pike was smashed to the ground, Yifeng's front row chess pieces had already come to its side. This time, his attempt to go around was in vain. After several rounds of fighting, Pike finally released his ultimate move. Grudge of the Spring was launched, aiming directly at the chess pieces in the back row. A Scarlet X damage area appeared, which immediately caught many chess pieces in the back row off guard and caused heavy damage. Even though Yifeng used the scroll that increased damage reduction in time, this attack still dealt more than 7,000 terrifying damage. The chess pieces in this damage area were mainly LeBlanc and Malzahar. With 3 stars and 5 mana, their health was enough to withstand this attack. But Morgana, who provided the aura effect of auxiliary equipment beside them, suffered. In this attack, 8 Morganas were killed directly. However, at this moment, Mel in the battlefield suddenly flew to the dead chess piece. Golden light lit up on the ground, interlacing to form runes that Yifeng had never seen before. After the runes disappeared, the chess piece that was originally killed resurrected with full health and appeared on the battlefield again. This is the bond effect of Mel Exile Mage, which can resurrect 10 chess pieces every day. This made Yifeng very happy. With this thing, it would not be too troublesome to send Glimmer Layers to the Alchemist Baron in the future. Soon, the battle came to an end. Even with a certain recovery ability, Scarlet Pike was still no match for Yifeng's lineup. In addition to death, there was no other choice. After dealing with Pike, Yifeng did not rest, nor did he choose to return to the base, but went directly to the last target area, the far west. This is a desert area. There was no surprise, and Yifeng successfully killed the Scarlet Monster here. The reward is still a barracks replicator, and 50 gold coins. The monsters sealed in the 4 poles were completely solved by Yifeng. At this time, it was just 10 o'clock in the morning. With the elimination of the last sealed Scarlet Monster, Yifeng also completed the cleanup of the monsters in the 4 poles. The moment the task was completed, Yifeng received a reward of 50 gold coins and a barracks replicator. Not only that, after all the tasks were completed, the final reward was finally issued. This is the reward that Yifeng is most looking forward to. The monsters sealed in the 4 poles have been completely solved, and the monsters on the real battlefield will also be weakened to a certain extent. This war with the Void Scarlet will eventually usher in victory. The former Ascended Warrior has returned, and will contribute to the Battle of the Void. Congratulations to the survivors for completing all tasks, and the final rewards are being issued.